Chapter 1231. Yin Chun's pop-up restaurant appeared in Lazul City for half a month. With the friendly help of those chosen ones, workers and adventurers, the restaurant operated smoothly and harmoniously, without a single customer complaining. Just as the Fire Dragon restaurant's reputation spread throughout Lazul City and gained a group of loyal customers, the pop-up restaurant disappeared quietly and without warning, just as it had appeared. Old customers, wait! Where's my restaurant? Where did my restaurant go? Centuries later, Yin Chun finally stepped out of Lazul City, carrying his restaurant domain, and embarked once again on a journey to find ingredients. His first stop was the Mermaid Village, which adventurers had vehemently recommended. Although it's an inland desert over there, the seafood is top-notch. The seawater is pure and unpolluted, and the merfolk have carefully raised them. They're incredibly plump. The adventurers not only described it vividly but also pulled out fist-sized oysters, palm-sized prawns, and head-sized scallops from their backpacks, making the Fire Dragon's eyes widen in amazement. I haven't seen this kind of fresh seafood, brimming with the power of the ocean, for a very, very long time. Yin Chun held the oyster, his right hand transforming into a dragon claw, and with a snap, he pried open the shell, slurping up the plump oyster meat in one go. He then smacked his lips. Such a sweet and fresh taste. I haven't tasted such delicious oysters for thousands of years. Of course, seawater pollution causing a decline in seafood quality was one thing, but his inability to taste due to a problem with his tongue was also a contributing factor. The adventurer, Mu Yun Sheep Girl, who had only shown the seafood to Yin Chun for a moment, but never expected to lose such a treasure, stared wide-eyed, clutching her cheeks in despair as if screaming, "Ah, my top-quality oysters! I danced square dancing for a whole month to trade with the merfolk for them. Old man, how could you steal my oysters?" Yin Chun, a little guilty, tugged at his beard. "Ahem, kid, don't be so stingy. I just couldn't control myself. How about this, whatever you want to eat, I make it for you. You can order whatever you like." "Really? You can't back out, old man." Mu Yun Sheep Girl was overjoyed and started rummaging through the menu. "Ah, I want this too. I want that too. Order the most expensive one." Her square dance partner, Little Fairy Knight, passionately urged, "Order everything in the restaurant. Eat him out of house and home." Eating him out of house and home was impossible. Although the old dragon had been holed up in Lazul City for a long time, his years of experience were still there. He casually showed off a few dishes, and the adventurers were stuffed, satisfied, supporting each other as they left the restaurant. Yin Chun's trip to the Mermaid Village was thus decided. On a bright, sunny morning, a colossal golden-red dragon, shimmering in the golden sunlight, flapped its enormous wings and descended from the sky, landing in the central square of the merfolk village, where it transformed into human form. "Holy crap!" the players exclaimed in shock. "It's a dragon! A living dragon! A dragon-shaped dragon!" Even though many players knew they had a high-ranking chef mentor who was a dragon, this was the first time most of them had ever seen a dragon in person in the game. The CG experience and trailers in Silver Dragon Dream are obviously not reliable. "Wow, it's been so long since I've seen a dragon!" The merfolk, idly soaking in the seawater and sunbathing on the rocks, exclaimed, "Its scales are so beautiful. The red is so dazzling. They sparkle in the sunlight like jewels." Ever since Angelmare regained control of the seas, the merfolk, now powerful again, have become enamored with beauty, especially when they see beautiful scales, fins, and mermaid gauze. They simply can't resist. Upon arriving at the merfolk village and seeing the vast ocean in the heart of the inland region, the Fire Dragon was equally astonished. "Isn't this a desert? There are mountains and a sea here. Deserts and beaches aren't the same thing, are they?" He couldn't help but transform back into his dragon form and plunge into the water, splashing around several times. "Ah, salty. It really is a salty sea." Overly excited, the Fire Dragon chased schools of fish, dug for oysters and abalone on the rocks, and rummaged for lobsters and crabs on the seabed. When he surfaced, still wanting more, he found himself surrounded by merfolk armed with harpoons. Salo, expressionless, raised his harpoon. "Even if a dragon comes to steal fish, we won't let it go." Yin Chun, shocked. The misunderstanding was finally cleared up. Yin Chun paid a considerable price, using his beautiful, ruby-like scales, which the merfolk coveted, to buy the seafood he had personally selected and caught from them. This deal was incredibly painful for Yin Chun, literally. He rubbed off the sparse scales clinging to his body, and decisively decided to devour all the seafood while it was at its most delicious. So, atop the largest, flattest rock on the beach, a barbecue grill without firewood was erected. In his human form, Yin Chun happily sliced open the clean seafood, arranged it on the grill, then took a deep breath and exhaled a burst of blazing dragon fire. The players and merfolk exclaimed, "So cool." The best ingredients often require only the simplest cooking methods. These fresh seafood, grilled over the intense heat, immediately released a rich aroma. The protein-rich seafood sizzled as it roasted on its calcium-rich shells, the edges turning crisp and golden brown, while the thick, juicy center remained tender and flavorful. When it was almost done, Yin Chun ladled his specially prepared sauce of ginger, garlic, and scallions onto the seafood, then sizzled it again over the heat, pouring hot sesame oil over it. The sizzling sound made the players, with their racial talents, instinctively lick their lips. Ah, dishes that sizzle like that must be delicious. However, the stingy dragon had no intention of sharing its lunch. Once the delicious grilled oysters, abalone, and lobster were ready, it pulled out a bottle of its treasured wine, sat cross-legged on the rocks, and, enjoying the gentle sea breeze and the breathtaking view of the shimmering ocean, savored each bite of food and sip of wine with great relish. The grilled oysters, coated with garlic and scallions, slightly salty and savory with a caramelized aroma, crispy on the edges and plump and bouncy on the inside, slid across the tongue, bursting with a milky sweetness. The tender and chewy abalone meat danced between the teeth, perfectly complemented by the soy sauce it had scavenged from adventurers. The translucent, snow-white lobster meat, with its distinct fibers, was a perfect match with the spicy wine. Yin Chun's years of hard work had finally paid off. Chapter 1232. Amidst the distinctive seashell and conch shell houses of the merfolk village, a quaint restaurant suddenly appeared. The merfolk, who had never left the village since its founding, were filled with questions until they saw the adventurers enter the shop with practiced ease and pull out a large hand-drawn sign to place at the entrance. Hidden level chef Sacred Fire Dragon Yin Chun's pop-up restaurant. Enter only if destined. 3 pounds of universal currency per person, or equivalent adventure currency. The daily menu is determined by the chef, omakase, no menu, no a la carte ordering. Note: those with dietary restrictions can seek assistance from the adventurer waiter. The merfolk peeked at the head chef and exclaimed, "It's that fire dragon that's been causing trouble in our fishing grounds." Yin Chun, who overheard the merfolk whispering behind the counter, muttered, "We already said it was a misunderstanding. Can't we just let this go?" In fact, Yin Chun later discovered that the merfolk seafood was for sale to the public. All you had to do was pay with adventure coins. The reason the merfolk were picking at so many of its scales was twofold. Firstly, they genuinely liked it, and secondly, they felt they needed to teach it a lesson for running rampant in the fishing grounds. The bald-skinned Yin Chun said, "It's behaved now." The old dragon, who hadn't ventured out in a long time, had gotten into a huge mess the moment it let loose. Fortunately, the merfolk were relatively easygoing. If a few scales weren't enough, they'd just go into the kitchen and cook a few more good dishes. Overall, the final result was quite good. Yin Chun and the merfolk became acquainted through a fight, but after getting to know each other, they opened up a seafood supply channel with extremely stable quality and quantity. The pop-up restaurant operated in the mermaid village for a week, offering a different seafood dish each day. Besides Yin Chun's own cooking methods developed over many years, adventurers contributed numerous recipes. From traditional Chinese dishes like blanched, steamed, and stir-fried seafood with scallion oil, to Cantonese-style raw marinated seafood and seafood congee, to Sichuan-style boiled fish slices, Japanese sashimi, sushi, and sea urchin rice bowls, to Vietnamese shrimp rice rolls, and Thai curry crab roe, all appeared on Chef Lao Long's menu. Local guests from the other world, adventurers familiar with these dishes, and even Yin Chun himself enjoyed a satisfying meal. What pleased Yin Chun even more was that since his sense of taste returned and his culinary skills were restored, the restaurant was always packed. The gratitude and satisfaction expressed by customers after their meals coalesced into a unique power of faith, filling Yin Chun's long empty mind and body. The influx of these powers rejuvenated Yin Chun, turning his mottled gray hair a vibrant red once more, and the missing scales on his dragon body grew back, even more lustrous and beautiful. With his mental state restored and his power replenished, Yin Chun's hidden level realm began to loosen again. He had already touched the edge of the pseudo-god level, but due to the loss of his sense of taste and the collapse of his Tao heart, he had slipped down. Now, it was only a matter of time before he could rise back up. In fact, since he had already climbed this divine level once, stepping onto it again would only be easier. A week later, Yin Chun let out a burp, picking his teeth with a long fish bone, and muttered, "I had enough seafood, it's time for some vegetables and meat." Upon hearing this, the eager and nosy adventurers again chimed in, pointing Yin Chun to a new place, the new Golden Village. Yin Chun always opened his shop arbitrarily, and hiring adventurers was no different. There were only so many positions. It was first come, first served. Who cares who did the work? Strangely enough, these adventurers, whether newcomers or veterans, were all equally skilled at their work, more familiar with procedures and scripts than Yin Chun himself. They even knew recipes and seasonings that Yin Chun had never heard of by heart. It was as if they had their own communication style, and had all received standardized on-the-job training. This time, the adventurers' recommendations were remarkably consistent. The new Golden Village was located north of Mermaid Spirit Peak, very close to the Mermaid Village. It was just around the mountain. There are huge ranches there, the adventurers explained, gesturing excitedly. They graze sheep with wolves. The sheep there run and exercise every day, so their meat is incredibly firm, with absolutely no excess fat. Yin Chun, grazing sheep with wolves? How could they not be fast? Even a slight delay could mean life or death. As for beef and mutton, that's definitely the best there. Ha ha. The cattle and sheep there are all the best breeds we caught from all over the world. Plus, the people of Golden Country have a talent for raising and breeding animals. It's said they even crossbred new breeds with even better meat. Another burly adventurer said. Yin Chun glanced at the man's robust physique, bulging muscles, and the 7 or 8 empty plates piled in front of him, and figured what he just said was probably true. A person who can eat a lot, loves to eat, and looks particularly strong. The cattle and sheep they catch are unlikely to be of poor quality. Their farms have been expanding, one of the knowledgeable adventurers explained. They not only have cattle and sheep pastures, but also horse farms, pig farms, and chicken farms. They even raise geese, ducks, and freshwater fish in the rivers and lakes below Jiaoling Peak. The rivers are fed by melting snow from the mountains, making the fish and waterfowl incredibly fresh and sweet. They also divert the snowmelt to irrigate their rice paddies, and then raise rice paddy fish and crayfish there. Speaking of which, it's rice harvest season now, isn't it? That's right. If you go now, you can enjoy the first batch of rice paddy fish. The fish, fragrant with the aroma of rice, paired with the snowflake beer brewed by the dwarves, and a pot of beer braised duck, it's simply divine. The old dragon swallowed, almost drooling onto his beard, and humbly inquired, "What kind of duck is beer braised duck? Is it a duck that grows up drinking alcohol?" The adventurers chuckled and began to describe how to make beer braised duck, while the old dragon pulled out paper and pen and began writing furiously. As it turns out, even a culinary master from another world, who has lived for thousands of years, cannot match the culinary culture passed down through 5,000 years of history, encompassing all things, integrating ancient and modern, Chinese and foreign cultures, and continuously improving and refining flavors generation after generation. Adventurers from all corners of the world, from north to south, could not exhaust the treasure trove of culinary culture even if each of them brought just one dish. The flame dragon, who had lived for an extremely long time and once thought he had mastered the art of all cuisine, suddenly realized that he was just an ignorant child who had only just embarked on the right path. New sauces, new cooking methods and ideas, even alcoholic beverages can be used in dishes, so what other possibilities are there? He still has so much to learn. Chapter 1233. Yin Chun set foot on the land of the new Golden Land. Just as the adventurers had said, this place had become the granary of AMT County. Now, in the midst of autumn harvest, golden rice paddies stretched for dozens of miles, truly a land of gold under the sunlight. Is this the origin of the name Golden Land? The old fire dragon murmured. Oh, not quite, the adventurers replied, or rather, not entirely. Given the absurd things the old dragon had done at the merfolk fishing grounds during his long absence, he had specifically hired several adventurers as his guides this time on his journey to Golden Land. The adventurers were extremely familiar with this, as if they had done it more than once. They led the old dragon directly into the newly built city of Golden Land, the various glittering golden buildings dazzling the old dragon's eyes. Gold. It really is gold. Yin Chun's dragon eyes widened. Every building within his sight shimmered with gold. To be precise, it's gilding, the adventurers explained confidently. Although they themselves had been quite taken aback when they first saw it, they could now present themselves as seasoned veterans to those even more ignorant than themselves. The town itself is made of stone. Don't doubt it, some of the walls were even built by our own hands. After the main structures were completed, the people of Golden City plated the exteriors with gleaming gold. They have specialized skills and magic for this. It's said that this saves gold, only a thin layer is needed to achieve the desired effect. Even so, it's still amazing. Yin Chun was deeply shocked. All the legends I heard about lost treasures ultimately lead to a beautiful sunset or sunrise, or some kind of life philosophy. None of them are actually real treasures. The adventurers nodded in agreement. Indeed. If that's the case, the people of Golden Land, those starving, certainly had a lot of gold. Their armor, weapons, jewelry, and idols were all made of gold. It was quite fitting. Although Golden Land is a high-class cyberpunk future world and very cool, a country bumpkin like me prefers a real Golden Land where gold is everywhere. Ah, don't break the gold off the walls. Otherwise, the Gold Guardians will be here immediately. The old dragon and the adventurers who were visiting for the first time reluctantly withdrew their eager claws. Bright Knife Bandit. Seriously, being an NPC guide in this game isn't just about dragging them around. It's about being a real guide for those unruly kids. NPCs are just like unruly kids. They disappear as soon as you let them go. I lost a demon lord once. They really do run off everywhere. It's exhausting. I really want to use a child safety leash to tie them up. Poetry and distant places, At least the other party is an almost godlike NPC, don't mess around. But that's what makes it immersive. Back in the early days of online games, you were supposed to travel with the NPCs, but they would refresh to the next quest location in a second, not waiting for us to go our separate ways. It was so boring. Points card burning. But honestly, taking NPCs around is really time-consuming. This game is purely VR with high freedom, which is fine, but some games only have a few dialogue or interaction options, yet they still have to take every NPC around. If you run too fast or do something else, they fall behind, and you have to start over, which is quite speechless. Ishtar. It's still a limitation of technology. Honestly, the NPCs in this game are so lifelike, sometimes I even feel like they're alive. AI technology is really amazing. Poetry and the distant place, absolutely. Designing dialogue choices and interactive responses in a normal game requires a huge investment of manpower and resources, but AI only needs to learn and calculate based on big data. Have you noticed that as the game is constantly updated, the AI intelligence of the NPCs has also increased significantly? Ishtar, indeed, there are many. Many new things are obviously learned from the players. Poetry in distant places. Yin-chan can not only teach recipes, but also learn them. I really admire that. I still can't figure out how many dishes the development team made in advance to create this kind of interaction. I really want to try and see how deep this database is. I mean, see if there are any dishes Yin-chan can't learn. Bright Knife Bandit. Hey you guys, stop chatting. Where did Yin-chan go again? The adventurers, engrossed in chatting in the dialogue box, suddenly looked up and looked around, and sure enough, the old fire dragon was nowhere to be seen. Damn it! We lost the NPC again. The ruthless bandit lamented. Huh? Where are we supposed to find him? Go back to the initial quest location? Ishtar was dumbfounded. No, the game's logic is a bit different from other games. Poetry and the distant land shook his head. In other games, if you lose an NPC, you go back to the quest location and redo it. In this game, if you lose an NPC, you have to search for him. But theoretically, the NPCs shouldn't have gone too far, and they go where they're interested. Everyone fell silent. Images of the cattle and sheep ranches, horse farms, pig farms, chicken farms, and ricefish fields they had described to Yin-chan flashed through their minds. They almost wanted to slap themselves on the spot. Horse farms can probably be ruled out. After all, those horses are mounts, not food. Dragons probably don't eat horses, right? The ruthless bandit analyzed guiltily. But he might have gone to places we haven't mentioned, like farmland, orchards, greenhouses. And who says the culinary saint has to be obsessed with food all the time? Maybe he went to see something else interesting. There are plenty of places to eat and play in the Golden Land, like temples, theaters, and animal training grounds. Ishtar said, exasperated. There's no other way, let's scatter and split up. Whoever finds the old dragon, let's let out a shout in the team chat. The players began searching the city for the dragon, while the fire dragon they had lost stood before the city's most iconic temple, drooling over its golden exterior. There was no way around it. Although Yin-chan was the culinary saint, he was still a dragon at heart. Dragons are naturally drawn to shiny, valuable things, like gold and gems, and the aesthetics of the Golden Land directly appealed to the dragon's bloodline instincts. Yin-chan felt his dragon bloodline stirring within him, and he longed to climb to the top of that golden temple and take a nap. Chapter 1234. Fortunately, someone stopped the old dragon before his bloodline fully awakened. Are you lost? The guards, clad in golden armor and wearing golden antelope horn helmets, wielding golden spears, looked like walking pieces of gold, perfectly matching the old dragon's aesthetic. "Hello, hello." The old dragon's eyes lit up, and he rushed forward enthusiastically, grasping the golden guard's hand. "I love this beautiful city so much. What procedures are needed to settle here? Captain Arsendero, on patrol today? ? Even the people of the secluded Golden Land were well aware of the dragon's inherent flaws. After all, many ancient legends about the Mother of Abundance included tales of her encountering dragons. Some even speculated that the Mother of Abundance's love for gold jewelry and artifacts, stemming from her creation of the divine city of gold, was influenced by the dragons. However, the people of Golden Land didn't entirely agree with this statement. Who wouldn't like something made of gold? It's gleaming gold, bringing dazzling joy at first glance. If there were such a person, they could only sneer, tasteless. The dragon and the man's tastes aligned instantly. Arsen, having confirmed the old dragon's trustworthiness with his gaze, nodded, "Please follow me." In the eyes of the unsuspecting people of Golden Land, the king was now doing his utmost to maintain good relations with the elves and the lord of AMT County, thus frequently traveling and often absent from Golden Land. With nothing else to do, the king's personal guards took up the duty of patrolling the new city. Their original golden armor was a product of the reign of Pedra. Not only had the style changed from that of the royal guards to that of gatekeepers, but they were also forbidden from wearing the antelope horn helmets that symbolized their status. The armor was also engraved with Pedra's patterns. Therefore, after Pedra's fall, the royal guards eagerly melted down this batch of armor, and, based on the blueprints they had treasured in their homes, recreated the original golden armor of the royal guards during the reign of the hero king. These already tall and well-built royal guards, thanks to months of good food and drink, had replenished their nutritional deficiencies and regained their muscles. Now, wearing these dazzling golden armors and helmets with sharp, long horns, marching in perfect unison, they looked like divine warriors from Asgard, attracting the attention of adventurers with every step they took. "Look! It's the Royal Guard's city parade." The adventurers excitedly stopped to watch, as if they were waiting for a parade float at an amusement park. They quickly noticed an extra guest in today's parade. How did an old man sneak in? He looks familiar. Let me look again. Holy crap! Isn't that our holy chef's divine-ranked mentor? What's he doing here? Ah, the old dragon's here. We found our lost NPC. He's been captured by the guards. No, we just looked away for a moment. What did the old dragon do this time? The guards. ? Why are the adventurers so excited today? What are they all shouting about? So today's patrol transformed into a group of handsome, tall, golden-robed guards splitting in two, sandwiching the curious old dragon in the middle, while a group of sneaky adventurers followed at the back. The guards, trying to ignore the adventurers, muttered, "So what are these adventurers up to today?" Captain Arsendero was quite troubled. These adventurers were all good people, not malicious at heart, but their personalities were simply too unpredictable. Even though the people of Golden City had become quite familiar with the adventurer's style over the past few months, they still occasionally couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. Fortunately, they were just the guards. Even if something serious happened, someone above them would handle it, so they didn't have to worry about it. Arsendero took the old dragon and the group of adventurer followers to the newly built training ground on the northern outskirts of Golden City. Today, their hero king, Rayaclosia, and his queen had returned from the Elven territory and were sparring in the training ground, accompanied by that strange skeleton. Strangely, when the royal guards entered the training ground, they only saw the queen sparring with a moving gem skeleton. The skeletal skeleton was pouring tea from a cup into its mouth. The tea seeped through its skeleton and onto the ground, while King Rayaclosia was nowhere to be seen. The guards were filled with questions. Before Arsen could even steady himself, a red dragon darted past him. Arsen. What was that? Then the red dragon shoved the gem skeleton to the ground with a snap, its tail coiling around the skeleton, and its claws scooping it up, like a husky finding a delicious bone. It then wrapped the gem skeleton in its arms, its long tongue licking it until it was wet and sticky. Elena gasped, her expression shifting between barely suppressed laughter and unbearable disgust, her pretty doll-like face contorting for a moment. Lay, drenched in the dragon's saliva, cried out, "Let me go." The bewildered royal guards gasped, "Ah!" The adventurers, knowing the truth, exclaimed, "Damn it!" Chaos erupted as the adventurers screamed and rushed forward, shouting, "Old man, no! That's my father-in-law!" while desperately pulling at the dragon. The royal guards, completely confused, but adhering to the principle of not allowing their own to attack royal demon friends in front of the queen, dutifully rescued the jeweled skeleton, who had been treated like meat by the dragon. Lei, covered in dragon saliva, groaned, eh. Thankfully, the people of Golden Land didn't know the jeweled skeleton was the hero king, or Lei would have been utterly humiliated. The jeweled skull trudged heavily into the bathing pool beside the training ground, its resentment, almost tangible, mingling with the viscous saliva of a fiery dragon, dripping from its body. A moment later, Rayaclosia, dressed in silver armor befitting his status as a hero king, entered from outside the training ground. His face was gloomy, and his golden-red cloak billowed with each step. The fiery dragon Yin Chun, now in human form, knelt obediently in the center of the training ground, a dozen golden spears held to its neck. Its guards, clearly having lost their pay and bonuses for the month, stared at it menacingly. Chapter 1235. Wanting to settle in a certain city, but unexpectedly offending the city's highest-ranking official, what to do? I need help urgently. To be honest, the hidden-level Yin Chun could truly be considered a law-abiding old dragon. If he hadn't obediently given up resisting, these golden-armored guards, whom he considered mere children, wouldn't have been able to suppress him at all. However, everyone has things they care about in this world. Even a hidden-level old dragon can't act recklessly and arbitrarily use his power on someone else's territory. It's like adventurers who have saved the world more than once and are invincible throughout the universe are still arrested and imprisoned by the city's defense forces when they break the law. Some things can't be solved by sheer strength. Just as adventurers want to protect their accounts and social reputation, old dragons also have their own reputation to maintain. This might be a rule binding the gods of this world. If a god doesn't leave a good impression on people, that god will collapse, losing their worship and faith, or worse, becoming corrupted by erroneous perceptions. The old dragon, having just regained his sense of taste, and still hoping to cultivate a good relationship with the Golden Land to buy ingredients, still had some sense of reason. Cough, mainly because that jeweled skull was simply too tempting for a dragon that loved collecting shiny, priceless treasures. Bad news, a mess has been made. Good news, the victim is only one person whose name is unknown, referring to the jeweled skull skeleton whose true identity was unknown to anyone present except the adventurers, Elena Ray Hepros. During the Battle of the Golden City, Ray and Elena followed Ialian into the Golden City using the gem skull skeleton. Later, after Ialian entered the Divine War, the Lord used the Great Resurrection spell to rightfully restore their rightful existence. Therefore, the people of the Golden City had no idea that the gem skull was equivalent to the king and queen. Adventurers, of course, knew this, but if they let slip anything, Lyra would silence them. Thus, the people of the Golden City only heard some ambiguous words. The adventurers always spoke strange dialects from their homeland, and the people of this world were already used to ignoring what they didn't understand. Don't dwell too much on things you don't understand, or you easily be corrupted by knowledge. This is common sense for surviving in the world of Osiria. Still angry, Ray wanted to say something, but before he could speak, Elena nudged him with her elbow, causing him to stumble. He looked at his wife in confusion, only to see Elena holding up her phone and showing him the World Alliance NPC staff list displayed on the app. Old Dragon's headshot was prominently displayed, labeled as the player's divine rank mentor. A closer look at the description revealed that this dragon was an old friend of the Dark Goddess, Mother of Abundance, and the Goddess of Fate. Wait a minute, his ancestor's old friend just licked his alt account clean from head to toe like a dog bone. How was he supposed to face this elder? Waiting online, it's urgent. Lei rubbed his temples, his anger instantly diluted by righteousness. He ignored the awkwardness of the recent events and said, Fire Dragon Yin Chun? It is indeed I. You want to open a shop in Golden Land? Lei, seething with anger, ultimately refrained from using honorifics. The old dragon didn't care about these details of address. Rather, he was quite uneasy. He had originally planned to behave properly this time, obediently adapting to local customs and genuinely making a good impression. Unexpectedly, a moment of carelessness led him to succumb to his dragon nature, resulting in such a humiliating blunder in front of the queen. That jeweled skull was probably one of the queen's favorite training tools? Or was it some kind of living creature? The old dragon secretly glanced at the snow-white skeleton standing beside him, watching the spectacle with amusement, and felt even more uneasy. So what did he just lick? No, that's not important. Now is not the time to dwell on such details. Yes, Yin Chun replied matter-of-factly, I am a dragon aspiring to become the god of cookery. The vibrant and minimally polluted ingredients from the Golden Land are extremely important to me, and its proximity to the Mermaid Sea makes obtaining seafood very convenient. Please allow me to settle here and run my restaurant. I will agree to any conditions. The adventurer's facepalmed. This dragon really doesn't know how to do business. He's already revealed his hand before even starting negotiations. He hasn't been completely fooled yet. Is it all due to his dragon's intimidating power? I really want to know, is it just this dragon that's unreliable, or are all dragons this unreliable? Most likely only this one. Judging from the various CGs that have leaked before, the Lord's dragon should be quite reliable. What? The Lord's white moonlight dragon? Can the production team give it more screen time? Even just a flashback would be fine. Elena glanced discreetly at the murmuring adventurers. Although many words were censored, she still caught some key phrases. The Lord has a white moonlight. And a dragon? Does her Ialian know about this? Previously, although Mou had told his two elders the little secret that he was brought from another world by Mou to save it, he hadn't gone into detail about the love-hate relationship between Mou and the Silver Dragon. Elena, misled by the adventurers' half-understood interpretations and their reliance on their imaginations, was immediately preoccupied with worry about her son's love life, even forgetting about the discrepancies in the timelines. She couldn't help but sneak a few steps closer to the adventurers, intently eavesdropping on their gossip, completely ignoring her business. Fortunately, Lei was just a bit straightforward. His intelligence was still generally intact. While Ray might not be as cunning as his wife, son, or even his son's future partner, the person he was negotiating business with was an even more straightforward, reclusive old dragon, making things much simpler. As an upright hero king, Ray and Ialian, being father and son of the same lineage, despite harboring resentment towards the old dragon, didn't try to rip him off during the business negotiations. He sold the dragon a piece of land at a very fair price. Yen Chun's restaurant was his own territory. All that was needed was a little space to place a gate to it. What was more important to Yen Chun were the various pure, natural, and pollution-free meats, dairy products, vegetables, and fruits produced in the Golden Land. Chapter 1236. As everyone knows, all the land in Golden Country belongs to the Lord of Amt County, who is rumored to be the current Prince of Golden Country and the consort, Queen, of the next King, Ialian. In other words, all the land, crops, and animals produced on the farms belong to the Lord and Ialian's family. To quickly finalize a deal, it's always best to approach the father-in-law and mother-in-law who currently manage the property. With the enthusiastic help of the adventurers, the straightforward old dragon and the equally honest and simple-minded junior finally reached an agreement that satisfied both parties. The gist of it was that Golden Country would provide the old dragon and his restaurant with all local specialties, while the old dragon would need to pay an equivalent amount in adventurer coins or the common currency recognized by the people of Golden Country. Of course, during the agreement's validity period, the old dragon must abide by the laws, morals, and behavioral standards of Golden Land and Amt County. It is strictly forbidden to attack the gem skeleton by chasing, hugging, licking, or any other means, nor can it touch any gold decorations or gold items in Golden Land. After signing the agreement, the old dragon looked a little listless, but the thought of those superior ingredients that could create countless delicacies and possess limitless possibilities made Yen Chun perk up again. What does it matter if he can only look at the gold and not touch it? He lives in Golden Land, surrounded by gold at all times, and can sleep amidst mountains of gold. Not being able to lick, hug, or rub against it doesn't seem so unacceptable. Yen Chun cleared his mind and instantly felt he could do it again. He happily put away the contract and eagerly went to check on the plot of land that belonged to him, and to pick up goods from various suppliers of grains, meat, eggs, dairy, and vegetables. Elena watched the old dragon and the adventurers depart. Can he really do it? The beautiful, baby-faced elf looked worried, while the guards in golden armor swore solemnly, "Your Majesty, rest assured. We swear on our salaries and bonuses for the next 6 months that we keep a close eye on this dragon and ensure it doesn't cause any trouble in the city." "Oh," Lei said coolly, "but I already deducted all your salaries and bonuses for the next 6 months. The guards, how could this happen? Bringing such a dangerous being to the royal family without a second thought. What were you thinking?" Lei looked at them with exasperation. Although this time no major disaster occurred, this lax attitude is unacceptable. "Everyone, go run 50 laps around the training ground." "Yes, sir." The guards reluctantly followed their captains to run laps. As they passed through Heparos, the skeletal skeletons drew large wisps of blue sulfire from each of them. The guards, instantly energized, roared and charged forward. The Lich, delighted with a large bucket of snacks, popped a sulfire into his mouth, crunching it like popcorn, occasionally commenting, "The taste of a blues cocktail, truly a unique flavor." The news that the culinary Saint Yen Chun was moving from Lazul City to Golden Country to settle down and open a restaurant quickly spread throughout the streets and alleys of Golden Country. The rumors came from various sources. Those well-informed adventurers, who had always hung out with Yan Chun, of course. The unfortunate guards, who had their entire second half-year's salary docked and were living off their savings, also vividly described the embarrassing incident of the old dragon suddenly attacking the gem skeleton amidst their chorus of complaints. The remaining ingredients came from the villagers, who managed the fields, orchards, fish ponds, and pastures. They gossiped about the strange and picky cook while promoting the deliciousness of their produce. Ingredients that caught the eye of a culinary master were the best advertisement. The hidden old man and the tranquil sea wandered around, leisurely strolling until they reached the Golden City. By then, Yan Chun's restaurant had already made a name for itself, becoming the #1 restaurant in the hearts of adventurers and locals alike. Yes, that old dragon had a very eccentric personality. He was picky about ingredients and dishes, demanding and critical of his customers, and often couldn't resist gold and jewels. But none of these flaws outweighed the fact that his food was absolutely delicious. It's like in Shanghai or Guangzhou. The more hidden away in a residential area, the more likely the rundown little restaurants run by grumpy old ladies and gentlemen are to be the best. Some skilled chefs have to be pampered, otherwise, what would we do if these places suddenly closed down and we couldn't eat their food anymore? The line is so long. The hidden old man stared blankly at the line that had circled the block 3 times. So many people, maybe we should just give up. Socially anxious people always have an innate fear of these overcrowded trendy restaurants, and the owner's supposedly terrible service only amplifies that fear. Even if the owner is just an NPC made of data. As a chaotic neutral civilian, slightly inclined towards goodness under the influence of the hidden elder, Tranquil Sea had a new idea after just one glance at the long queue. Do we really need to queue? I mean, we're one of the top assassins in the entire server. The hidden elder slowly widened his eyes. A few minutes later, a gentle breeze blew open the curtains of the Fire Dragon restaurant. The adventurer waiter on duty looked up and saw no unruly customers entering. The queue outside remained orderly, patiently waiting for their numbers to be called. She tilted her head slightly, then turned back to continue serving dishes. Table 19, your food is here. Enjoy. 2 stealthy assassins, using stealth, stealthily weaved through the crowd, avoiding the staff carrying trays, sucking in their stomachs as they passed through the narrow passages between tables. Without attracting the attention of any customers or staff, they slipped behind the bar and arrived at the entrance to the kitchen. Yan Chun's restaurant was large, divided into 2 parts. Upon entering, the first thing you saw was the bar area where chefs and customers could interact. Further in was an even larger area with tables where guests could eat quietly. The bar area was used for simple tasks like mixing drinks, preparing food, and serving dishes, but the truly wonderful miracles created over the fire took place behind a small door leading to the actual kitchen. 2 assassins crept in stealthily, their target the dishes that had just been plated and were ready to be served. Yan Chun's restaurant operated like an omakase, where the chef had absolute control, customers had virtually no say, and they ate whatever the chef served. Fire Dragon Hot Pot always made the same dishes, chugging 5 or 6 plates at a time. If 1 or 2 plates were missing, it wouldn't raise any eyebrows, would it? Chapter 1237. Tranquil Sea. Oh wow, 3 special dishes today. Beer duck, sukiyaki, and cheese-baked lobster. Haha, everyone else can only have one, but we can have them all. Hidden old man. Keep it down, don't attract Yan Chun's attention, he's a secret-level mentor NPC. By the way, will the system stop us? Tranquil Sea. It's okay, we already paid for the meal at the counter when we came in. Now we just need to stuff these dishes into our backpacks. This is a legal transaction, we didn't dine and dash, at most we just cut in line. The hidden old man was extremely skeptical, but he wouldn't know where the system's bottom line was until he tried. Besides, Yan Chun's delicious dishes were right in front of them, their aroma filling the air, making their mouths water. The hidden old man slurped his saliva, watching as Tranquil Sea reached out his sinful little hand towards the delicious dishes first. 2 large hands suddenly reached out from behind them, one on each side, grabbing the 2 assassins by the back of their necks. The hidden old man and the Tranquil Sea, shock. Tranquil Sea, what's going on? The hidden old man, our invisibility didn't fail. Heh, caught 2 little thieves. Fire Dragon Yan Chun, gripping the 2 assassins by the back of their necks, lifted them up and shook them. Aren't you going to show yourself? The 2 assassins, held firmly by the merciless iron hands, had no choice but to obediently dispel their illusionary seals. I could smell you from a mile away. Yen Chun exhaled a breath of hot air from his nose, sending out several sparks that nearly singed Tranquil C's eyebrows. You got some nerve, even stealing from me. He scrutinized their faces. I remember you two seemed to be disciples of Aurelio? Ha, even your master wouldn't dare sneak into my kitchen. I'm sorry. The so-called troublemakers are always able to bend and stretch. Tranquil C clasped her hands together, skillfully apologizing and begging for forgiveness. These dishes were just too tempting, and we couldn't resist making the mistake that everyone in the world makes. We already paid when we came in. Could we please cut in line here? Even takeout is fine. Ha! Yen Chun sneered, dragging the two assassins to the sink, pulling out two thick iron chains, and snapping them onto their feet. This isn't some place for you. This is a place where you can come and go as you please. If you don't follow my rules, you be punished. First, wash all the dishes in the sink. Behave yourselves. If I find you haven't washed them properly, and are just trying to fool me, you be working here for a few more days. The hidden old man asked in a low voice, will we get a staff meal after we wash the dishes? Yen Chun rolled his eyes. That depends on your performance. The rather short-tempered old fire dragon left the two behind and went back to work at the stove. The adventurer waiters coming and going gave the two unlucky assassins a pitying look, then put several more baskets of dirty plates into the sink in front of them. Hidden old man and Tranquil C. How cruel. How cold-hearted. Don't they have any sense of camaraderie between players? Hidden old man resignedly rolled up his sleeves and began pouring cleaning alchemical potions into the sink. Tranquil C, being a troublemaker, wouldn't feel comfortable without struggling. He first squatted down to examine the thick iron chains, discovering that they were unaffected by lockpicking skills, because there were no locks on the chains at all. The entire chain and shackles were seamlessly integrated. There wasn't a single seam in the shackles themselves. Tranquil C frowned, pondering for a long time. How did he do that? Are you stupid? The hidden old man muttered under his breath. This restaurant is Yen Chun's domain. From the restaurant to the kitchen to these chains and shackles, everything is a product of Yen Chun's creation. To him, these shackles are like Play-Doh. He can loosen them when he wants, close them when he wants, without any regard for the rules of physics. Tranquil C suddenly understood. Then he took out a teleportation scroll, but before he could activate it, the system immediately displayed a warning frowny face warning. You are currently under punishment mode for violating the rules established by Fire Dragon Yen Chun in his domain. In this mode, before the punishment period ends, you cannot use teleportation scrolls, return scrolls, leveling scrolls, etc., or any other spatial items to escape punishment. If you die in this mode, you can only choose to resurrect on the spot, and cannot return to the city to resurrect. You can choose to exit the game, but while you are offline, your character will be stored in this scene, and the penalty period will be paused. The penalty time will resume when you log back in. This penalty mode is different from the system prison. You need to complete specific tasks during the penalty period. Advancing or completing tasks will help reduce your penalty time. In some cases, if you refuse to advance or complete tasks, the penalty time countdown will not start. For the sake of your gaming experience, please complete the penalty tasks carefully and strictly abide by the game rules to avoid triggering the penalty mode again. There's even a penalty mode. And it seems like this account is useless if I don't complete the penalty tasks. Tranquil C, heartbroken and remorseful, said, Next time I steal, I remember. The hidden old man glanced at him and pushed a stack of dishes towards him. Next time? The work still needs to be done. Tranquil C said sincerely, if we hadn't tried it ourselves, how would we know there's a punishment mode in the NPC realm? Besides, punishment quests are still quests, and completing them might even bring rewards. It's just washing dishes, right? I do it. Tranquil C quickly discovered that although there were quests to do in punishment mode, it wasn't any better than being in jail in AMT County. While in jail, at least you could rummage through your system inventory, eat your own food, and watch short videos, but doing punishment quests required serious work. What's more, this is the restaurant's kitchen. While the other diners were enjoying their meals, the two of them were struggling to wash dishes. While Yen Chun was cooking up a delicious feast, they were still washing dishes. Even when the shift workers and adventurers came to collect their meals, they were still washing dishes. This feeling of smelling delicious food, but missing out on it was absolutely awful. How can these people lick their plates so clean? Not a single crumb or drop of sauce left. Tranquil C lamented bitterly. I can't even lick a plate clean. We should have applied for a job here. The hidden old man watched the players happily leaving with their meals, his envy practically overflowing from his eyes and mouth. We all have to work, but we get paid and still suffer. while they get to eat and take home the food. Chapter 1238. The NPC storyline summary post for the Assassin group hasn't been released yet, but Brother Heise's strategy post for the punishment mode has already been published. This post certainly made the casual players laugh for a while, but strangely, after the post was published, the number of players trying to sneak into the Fire Dragon restaurant to steal food didn't decrease at all. In fact, it increased significantly. Players are such strange creatures. After they learned that the punishment was just washing dishes in the Fire Dragon restaurant's kitchen, they started causing trouble without restraint, even launching a new challenge, to see if any player could successfully steal the dishes without the old dragon's knowledge. Stealing the dishes was, of course, an impossible task. Even the top assassins in the entire server failed miserably. The result of this challenge was that the previously scarce dishwashers in the old dragon's kitchen were now flocking to report for duty. The Fire Dragon restaurant's operating hours significantly increased, and the number of customers it could accommodate also greatly increased. Anyone who's played Overcooked knows that a restaurant's sustainability depends not only on the supply of ingredients and the chef's skills, but also on the unwashed, neglected dishes. Old Dragon was overjoyed. In fact, due to the sheer number of captured adventurers, there weren't enough dishes to wash, so he reduced the number of open employment positions, using these convicts as waiters. With increased labor, there was no need to provide staff meals or wages, and the dirty and hard work was taken care of. The restaurant's ingredients could be fully supplied to customers without the workers keeping them for themselves, which pleased Old Dragon greatly. The repeated failures didn't dampen the adventurers' enthusiasm. The mischievous adventurers were having a blast, even starting to investigate how the Old Dragon had detected their invisibility/disguise/infiltration, repeatedly trying and failing using controlled variables. The only ones with a slight complaint were the laid-off workers. Their job opportunities had been snatched away by these fun-loving convicts, losing the chance to enjoy a meal without having to queue, simply by working. However, now that the restaurant's hours have been extended, and there's no longer a limit on the number of customers allowed each day, those who want to dine in can still get a table by waiting in line, so the loss isn't particularly huge. Your idea is brilliant, Yin Chun said happily into his phone. Now I'm not short-staffed at my shop. Whenever you want to try my cooking, I hold a seat for you. You can come anytime and eat whenever you want, order freely, no need to queue. I can even deliver. A lord's laughter came from the phone. That's wonderful. There are still many unexplored possibilities hidden among the adventurers. You can slowly explore and research them. Well then, I wish you a pleasant stay in the Golden City. The Old Dragon chuckled. Yes, I will be very happy. There was an ample supply of top-quality ingredients, delicious food that could be made anytime, anywhere, countless seasonings and recipes that he hadn't yet fully explored, long lines of customers offering praise and faith, and even free dishwashers. Not to mention, looking out the window, everywhere was a glittering, golden city. Most importantly, his sense of taste has returned, allowing him to enjoy food and drink to his heart's content. The goddess of darkness and the goddess of fate were right. He has indeed ushered in a turning point in his fate. The future will surely be better and better. In the lush courtyard, a flash of white light appeared, and the cat at the front desk of Wushan Ju landed steadily, putting away the teleportation scroll that could still be used twice more. Back? Scarface. Somber Medici leaned against the door of the inner room and yawned. Yo! Scarface. I'm back. The cat at the front desk of Wushan Ju raised a paw to greet him. How have things been at the shop and in town these past few days? Everything's normal except that everyone had that strange dream about our ancestors. Scarface stared at the cat at the front desk of Wushan Ju for a long time with his intact left eye, giving her a death stare. Then he said, "It seems our family tradition has indeed come in handy." "Oh, incredibly useful," the cat at the front desk of Wushan Ju said with a grin. "What do the townspeople think about this?" Uncle Scar shrugged. "You know, the same old story. Everyone's on edge, walking on eggshells, hoping someone will tell the truth, yet afraid people will admit it. Everyone's lost. We all carry the sins of our ancestors, but ultimately, we weren't the ones who made those sinful decisions, yet we bear the consequences. This feeling is so complex, nobody knows what to do, so everyone just keeps their heads down and lives their own lives." The cat at the front desk of Wushan Ju remained non-committal. "How's business at the shop these days? The stock should be sold out, right? I need to make some more pastries. Would you like a bowl of freshly made hand-pulled noodles? As a thank you for watching the shop for me these past few days." "Oh, in that case, one bowl probably won't be enough." Scarface licked his lips. "Let's have 3 bowls first, with plenty of meat." Braised beef toppings? How about braised pork chops with scallions? I just got a batch of pretty good quality pork. Scarface hesitated for only a second. All of the above. Like you said, adults don't make choices. You guys learn quickly. The cat at the front desk of Wushan Ju twitched its lips. In that case, I have to raise the prices. I haven't finished hearing the story about the side dishes yet. I'd love to hear how you successfully left the Knights of Light and ended up here watching over the church. By the way, how did you infiltrate old Master Doman's archaeological expedition team? I'm super curious about that too. Want to know that? Then the noodles won't be enough. And some pan-fried buns? Absolutely delicious. The two haggled as they entered the house. Scarface sat down at the dining table. You really gone all out this time, making such a big fuss. Have you joined forces with the demons? The Church of Light is in a state of panic, he said in a low voice. The town may no longer be safe. The cat at the front desk of Wushan Ju paused, its hand reaching for flour. You mean? Think about it, Sommer Medici said, each word carefully enunciated. The truth about the Mont Blanc massacre years ago has been unearthed, and the sudden dream has swept up every citizen of the church. When the Church of Light deems this mess unmanageable, what will they do? Probably burn down the town with its descendants, burying everything once more. Chapter 1239. Scarface's words weren't unfounded or mere worry. He had obtained intelligence from his past connections. The Supreme Inquisitor of the Inquisition, who had decisively requested to recuse himself the day after the incident, retreating to his ancestral home and refusing all visitors, was actually using this as a pretext to secretly leave the holy city of Drulanda. This Inquisitor, who had risen to the top in the shortest time in history, was currently traversing cities and villages, gathering intelligence as he headed towards the town of Desmond. No one knew what he was really planning, but Scarface never harbored any unfounded expectations of the Church of Light. The Inquisition has always been the most terrifying force within the Church of Light. Their reputation can stop children from crying at night. This isn't just an empty urban legend. They are a group of demons who would not hesitate to cut premature fetuses from a pregnant woman's womb and throw them to their deaths. Anyone labeled a heretic. In their name, no matter who you are, what your background or wealth is, you will ultimately not escape their grasp. They will inflict all sorts of torture on their targets before giving them a gruesome death. Once you fall into their hands, even begging for a quick death is a luxury. Moreover, Bryce Bresley is a member of the Bresley family. To maintain their family's honor and the prestige of their ancestors, I wouldn't be surprised if he did something utterly heinous. Scarface slurped his noodles while gossiping earnestly. Legend has it that Bryce Bresley, in order to seize the inheritance, conspired with his younger brother Leto Bresley to kill his father and all his other illegitimate brothers. He's a cold-blooded, hellish monster. He can slaughter even his own family. What else wouldn't he do? It's said that he kept his younger brother Leto because Leto had inferior Catwork blood, which wouldn't get in Bryce's way, but would also be an excellent helper and plaything. By the way, Bryce really likes cats. The cat at the front desk of Wushan Ju thoughtfully opened the player forum. She had heard rumors about the brothers, mainly because the cat-loving bishop and his immoral older brother were so appealing to the players. The forum was practically overflowing with fanfiction about this cat-obsessed older brother and younger brother. Of course, this was also partly due to the fact that the younger brother's popularity had decreased after finding his parents. So, this older brother is heading towards our town? The cat at the front desk of Wushan Ju asked. What does he want to do? Kill everyone and then vindicate his ancestors? But wouldn't that just dirty his hands and confirm the rumors? Uncle Scar devoured a large, bouncy piece of braised beef tendon in a few bites. Who knows? Those profit-driven lunatics can't be understood with common sense and logic. Their dictionary doesn't contain concepts of kindness, justice, or compassion for the weak. The Bresley family, from the moment the God of Light became a god, had become his right-hand men, doing all sorts of dirty and shameful things that couldn't be told to outsiders. What kind of good person could the eldest son, raised as the heir of such a family, be? Then what should we do? Uncle Scar pointed with his chopsticks at the cat at the front desk of Wushan Ju. What you should do, I don't know. As for the people in town, I done my best to persuade those innocent, good people to leave. As for those who are always idle and do bad things, I don't care whether they live or die. The cat at the front desk of Wushan Ju chuckled, only to be met with a slightly fierce glare from Uncle Scar. However, the man still slurping his noodles held no real intimidation. The cat, far from being frightened, found him rather endearing. She keenly sensed that the arrival of Bryce Bresley, the Chief Justice of the Inquisition, was likely part of the main plot. Too few people in town will arouse the Chief Justice's suspicion, won't it? I have some adventurer companions. Perhaps they'd be interested in this. Maybe they'd like to come to town to join the fun. Cough. To make up the numbers? Uncle Scar picked up his bowl of noodles, gulped down the last bit of soup, wiped his mouth, and said curtly, "Suit yourself. Adventurers or believers, it's none of my business. Anyway, I've given you all the information I needed to tell you. What you do with this information is entirely up to you." He put down his bowl. "As for me, I'm just someone who should have died long ago, but instead, he lived his life as a crippled old man, listlessly tending the church, occasionally indulging in a bowl of noodles. Now, the truth buried deep within had surfaced, the grudges he inherited had been avenged, and those divine wars were no longer relevant to him. But he didn't want to see more innocent lives lost for trivial reasons before he died. He lowered his eyes, staring at the empty bowl, and said in a voice barely audible to himself, "I don't want to see any more pointless deaths." The cat at the front desk of Wushan Ju saw off the well-fed and satisfied Uncle Scar, then organized his thoughts, and posted the information he gathered on the forum, tagging that it was going to rain today. As she expected, the information about the Supreme Judge of the Inquisition quickly attracted the attention of a group of lecherous adventurers. A large thread of replies soon appeared below the post, and players scattered throughout the Church of Light's territory began to spontaneously organize themselves, searching for Bryce Brisley. Players possess unique methods for identifying NPCs, namely, the appraisal skill and the name bar above the NPC's head. Unless there were plot restrictions, such as a predetermined process of disguise, detection, and transformation, players could almost always recognize NPCs at a glance. If not, they would simply use the appraisal skill a few more times. As players progressed through the main storyline and explored new maps, 1 or 2 players could be seen in almost every corner of the Church of Light's territory. These adventurers, trained by the system and main storyline quests, could disguise themselves as ordinary citizens, making them difficult for the Church of Light to notice. However, they could observe all the events, large and small, occurring within the Church of Light's territory. Soon, high-resolution screenshots of Bryce Brisley appeared in the post. This nobleman, who originally had long, straight platinum blonde hair, now had dyed his hair black and was dressed as an adventurer, wearing a hooded cloak. Wow, the black-haired Inquisitor is so handsome. The ascetic Inquisitor has fallen into a black-haired demon. So cool. I love it. Players excitedly licked their screens, while noting Bryce's locations and routes. More and more players flocked to the surrounding towns, searching for this NPC. Chapter 1240. Bryce Brisley always considered himself an ambitious, selfish, and ruthless man who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. There weren't many things in this world that caught his eye: his family's inherited wealth, a position of immense power second only to the Emperor, a prestigious reputation, and a caring and adorable younger brother cat. Of course, he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate the person who stood above him. Yes, Bryce Brisley was a selfish man. What he detested most was anyone trying to take what was his, regardless of whether he succumbed to external pressure and willingly yielded. So, when his lustful father, swayed by reason, tried to strip him of his inheritance and install another son as heir, Bryce chose the only one among his brothers who caught his eye, Leto Brisley, and then eliminated all those who dared to covet his status, position, and wealth, those who overestimated themselves. Oh, Leto is a well-behaved little kitten. He's intelligent, sweet, shrewd, and ruthless. He knows when and whom to befriend to save his own life. Bryce is Leto's most reliable protector, while Leto is Bryce's hidden claw in the shadows. They are a perfectly matched partnership. Bryce cherishes his clean reputation. Those dirty, fratricidal scandals can't be openly associated with him. And the kitten he chose will solve these problems for him. As the owner, Bryce only needs to offer a perfunctory, half-hearted apology to the dead for his pet's behavior. Oh right, the dead can't hear apologies, so this step can be skipped. Even better, Leto is half cat blood. Without Bryce as his support, the unwelcome half-orc in the lands of the Church of Light can only be a plaything for nobles, never gaining recognition from the church's higher-ups. As for Bryce's love of cats? That's another bonus. Bryce rarely cleans up the mess himself. He prefers to remain behind the scenes, strategizing and manipulating countless threads to weave an intricate web of schemes. But this time, he must personally clean up the mess left by his ancestors. The Brisley family were originally merchants, but their business was unremarkable until one of their ancestors latched onto the then nascent God of Light, and their family gradually prospered, flourished, and became wealthy. For this, their family did many shameful things for the God of Light that couldn't be openly discussed. After all, There are countless people willing to serve the gods in exchange for benefits, and the God of Light has numerous outstanding believers to choose from. The Bresley family, lacking the strength, loyalty, and wealth of others, could only resort to unorthodox methods and seek opportunities elsewhere. The Bresley family originated from the streets and knew many thugs, ruffians, thieves, and bullies. When legitimate means failed, they turned to the underworld. Birds of a feather flock together. If the upper beam is crooked, the lower beams will inevitably be crooked as well. The God of Light, proving his doctrine through lies, indeed needed some two-faced, treacherous individuals. These people, with seemingly legitimate reasons, could commit heinous acts, eliminate dissidents, and strike at enemies, amassing a fortune for the God of Light and gaining his favor. Having done so much dirty work, the Bresley family and the God of Light were like two grasshoppers tied together by a rope. As the power of the God of Light and the leaders of the Bresley family gradually increased, the higher their divine ranks rose, the more evil deeds and sins they committed. The Bresley family learned many of the God of Light's secrets and gained considerable leverage over the deity. With these trump cards in hand, the Bresley family's life became increasingly comfortable. But even the closest relationships between ruler and subject can eventually fall apart. With so much leverage in someone else's hands, the God of Light felt uneasy. Therefore, whether through indulgence or scheming, the God of Light also had the Bresley family commit many heinous crimes. Once these long-buried truths were revealed, the Bresley family would face only annihilation. Bryce was not satisfied with this situation. A hypocrite, he naturally wouldn't allow his life plans to be disrupted by his family's scandals. Ironically, it was precisely these family scandals that propelled their family to prominence, and Bryce had no intention of relinquishing the wealth and influence his family had accumulated over the years. Bryce knew he was a complete hypocrite, but so what? His pursuit of a good reputation could bring him endless profits, but the family's wealth and power were equally immense interests. He couldn't and wouldn't give up either. He needed to preserve his family's status, which meant he had to use certain means to whitewash his ancestors' dark history. To do this, he had to understand the depth of the influence of those dreams, and then consider how to deal with the remaining descendants, who might know the truth and possess evidence. He had to proceed with extreme caution, countless details requiring meticulous adjustment and control. He didn't trust his subordinates to handle these matters. After all, they too could betray him. When a ship is about to capsize, the first to flee are the rats in the hold. His subordinates were these opportunistic rats. No, Bryce had to do these things himself, keeping the number of people in the know to a minimum. Even Leto only had a vague understanding. Using the pretext of retiring, he closed the main house doors, refusing all visitors. Only one servant would go to the market daily to buy the usual groceries and household goods, and retrieve various letters and documents along the way. Everyone thought Bryce was holed up in the main house, but Bryce had dyed his hair black and used magic to alter his appearance, adjusting his features to make himself look like a completely different person. He set off on his journey with several bottles filled with mushroom spores and holy water. Oh, who would have thought those horrible mushrooms would become the perfect weapon and scapegoat? Bryce muttered smugly to himself. Everyone knows these mushrooms are from the southern continent, the work of the all-spirit Earth Mother, corrupted and replaced by the black goat. Those survivors unfortunately contracted these ferocious mushroom spores, causing the entire town to be overrun and devoured by the mushrooms. What a tragic and unexpected disaster. Everyone knows we're helpless against these mushrooms. They're our most troublesome enemy. How can the tragic deaths of these unfortunate survivors be related to the Church of Light or the Bresley family? Chapter 1241. Having fought the mushrooms for so long, and with the sacrifices of countless inquisitors, Bryce Bresley now possessed considerable skill in both cultivating and killing them. The former required only holy water and flesh, the latter only fire or high temperatures. Neither was particularly difficult. The truly challenging part was how to completely kill the mushrooms while preserving the organs and lives of those they had corrupted. Unfortunately, while the flames killed the mushrooms, they often severely injured or killed those parasitized by them. Even if Bryce wanted to save his capable subordinates, he could only do his best and leave the rest to fate, entrusting everything to the gods for final judgment. But if he used the mushrooms on the survivors, he wouldn't have to worry about these problems. After all, they were all going to die anyway. Bryce gave Leto a few brief instructions, and then hurriedly left the holy city of Gerlanda under the cover of night. He chose a circuitous route, first heading to the northernmost town of the Holy Kingdom, then teleporting to the southernmost port, and then traveling westward along the border. This way, he could investigate to the fullest extent the influence of that strange dream, and how many people would truly believe in it. The dream was merely the enemy's first move. Although he didn't know who was lurking in the shadows, colluding with the demons to carry out this act, they certainly wouldn't retreat after one strike and disappear without a trace. No, they must possess some evidence that could completely nail the Church of Light and the Bresley family to the pillar of shame. They are simply extremely patient, waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow to the Church of Light. Both sides awaited their next move, a move that would be extremely fatal. While presenting evidence to the world, the one lurking in the shadows would inevitably have to reveal themselves. Then, the Church of Light would know who had been opposing them all along. Was it the increasingly greedy Earth Mother of the Southern Continent, controlled by the Black Coat, or the tireless and stubborn mages of the Magic Federation? Was it the demons roaming the darkness and dreams, or the Dark Goddess, legendary for her countless entanglements with the God of Light, her authority opposed, always at odds with the light? The other side was clearly stalling for time, unwilling to reveal their identity and unveil the mystery too early, giving Bryce time to react, whatever evidence they possessed. It must be related to the remnants of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation. So many people survived from back then, and now only a few suspects could have passed down the evidence. Could it be that the God of Light himself slipped up? Bryce had two plans. First, after assessing the situation, he would find the instigator and turn all the remaining survivors who intended to cause trouble into roasted mushrooms. Second, if the God of Light intended to use their family as a scapegoat to quell the unrest, he would also pull out the trump card hidden within the Brysley family to persuade the God of Light, or perish together. Bryce had always been this kind of person. If someone wronged him, he would wrong them in return. If the God of Light remembered their family's kindness and shared their hardships, then he was willing to put in the effort to help his superior. But if the God of Light only wanted to use this opportunity to eliminate their family, who knew too much they shouldn't have known, then they would see who had more damaging information. Bryce used magic to alter his appearance, disguising himself as one of the most ordinary adventurers on the continent of Osiria. Regardless of the era, this continent has never lacked ambitious travelers. Some might be homeless wanderers, hoping to find work to make a living on their travels. Others might be young people genuinely eager to explore the unknown, driven by a sense of justice to help those in need. Still others might be wealthy young men and women who, having not yet found meaning in life, embark on a journey of pleasure. In short, adventurer is a general term for all sorts of freelancers on the continent of Osiria who prefer not to openly discuss their past, present, and future. For millennia, people have grown accustomed to a group of mercenaries roaming the continent, running errands and doing odd jobs. They learn to enjoy the convenience while ignoring the secrets hidden within these adventurers. As long as one suppresses their curiosity, they can enjoy the benefits of cheap labor. Isn't that a worthwhile trade? However, as the dangers of pollution have increased, adventurers have gradually disappeared. The risks of travel are constantly rising, and no one is willing to rashly embark on unknown paths. Only in the less polluted southern continent can one still see adventurers everywhere. Strangely enough, in the past year or two, the adventurer craze, which had gradually faded into the dustbin of history, has resurfaced. Bryce has received many reports about adventurers. He was non-committal about this inexplicably rising and falling trend, but now he finds this identity very suitable for him to use for intelligence gathering. Using his family's influence, he forged the identity of the eldest son of an ancient and impoverished noble family within the Kingdom of Light, gathering information everywhere about the dream. Unfortunately, the dream's impact was far greater than even the Church's wildest speculations. Those who had personally experienced the dream from the perspective of the people of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation were deeply affected by its emotions. Regardless of whether they truly believed everything described in the dream, their trust in the Church of Light crumbled overnight. This is terrible, Bryce thought. They don't even need to see real evidence, it's just a dream. The people's hearts are like a hard-boiled egg repeatedly struck. The shell seems intact, but with the slightest touch, the shattered shell falls away. This was a massive, karmic feedback loop. When the people awoke from such an incredibly vivid dream, they began to question the Church from the bottom of their hearts. When the Church of Light was placed on one side of the scale by the people for scrutiny and weighing, everything they had done and said before would be examined and pondered. The Church of Light has told far too many lies. Their actions don't match their words. Perhaps while under this prolonged, large-scale group hypnosis, people wouldn't readily perceive the absurdity in their words, but once exposed and viewed from a third-party perspective, things change. They clearly saw the cardinals of the Church of Light uttering those familiar, high-sounding words, yet plunging an entire town into hell. Fear gripped their hearts, evidence became irrelevant. People feared that the tragedies they experienced in their dreams would be repeated in reality. Chapter 1242. Everything Bryce had overheard chilled him to the bone. He felt like an old man standing on a levee before a storm, looking down to see countless anthills beneath his feet. A raging flood was about to destroy everything, yet inside the levee, a scene of revelry and celebration continued. The foundation was unstable, the towering structure was about to collapse, and the gods were about to face a catastrophe, yet no one except him realized the gravity of the situation. People were no longer in a daze, allowing the priests to control their thoughts and mold their minds. They seemed to have learned to think overnight, like puppets suddenly gaining self-awareness, beginning to think about all sorts of things, even questioning their master's commands. Bryce keenly sensed that something was quietly happening behind his back. He even had a strange feeling of being constantly watched, but this couldn't be. He didn't become an inquisitor simply because of his family's influence. No, Bryce was a natural-born genius in the field. As one of the best inquisitors, Bryce was highly skilled in both investigation and counter-investigation. But now, he felt paranoid and on the verge of madness. He carefully observed his surroundings, memorizing the faces of everyone around him. None of these people appeared in his memory before, yet his memory was incredibly sharp. He hadn't missed a single face. No one was following him. Everywhere he went, he saw new faces, but why? Did he constantly feel like he was being watched? Could a massive organization have emerged on the territory of the Church of Light? No, impossible. Looking around, all he could see were ordinary merchants, farmers, and craftsmen, not even a handful of adventurers. Bryce couldn't understand. Of course, he couldn't understand, because among those ordinary merchants, farmers, and craftsmen were disguised adventurers from AMT County. Whether it was the game's original design or the development team acted quickly, shortly after players spontaneously launched the Cat Brother tracking operation on the forums, those who participated received the new Brain in a Vat quest. Bryce Brisley was listed as the newest Red Name NPC by the system. Brain in a Vat Quest Series Volume 2 Red Name NPC. Bryce Brisley. Bryce Brisley is the supreme judge of the Inquisition of the Church of Light. He is the current head of the Brisley family, and the half-brother of Cardinal Leto Brisley. The Brisley family has always been the God of Light's personal scavengers, eliminating dissidents and committing countless atrocities. This family holds considerable leverage over the God of Light. Bryce, as the qualified heir of the Brisley family, is extremely cunning and ruthless. He excels at identifying, investigating, interrogating, and dealing with heretics. Adventurers are advised to avoid any suspicious behavior in his vicinity to prevent arousing suspicion and causing mission failure. Mission Phase 1, Tracking and Disruption. Bryce Brisley is disguised this time, presumably to investigate the dream disaster occurring within the Kingdom of Light. He is also highly likely to use some means to eliminate witnesses and evidence related to the dream disaster and spread rumors in order to protect the reputation of his family and the God of Light. Adventurers are tasked with continuously tracking Bryce Brisley through a relay system, monitoring and recording his actions, and attempting to disrupt his judgment as needed. Adventurers must protect the innocent people within the Kingdom of Light and, if possible, prevent Bryce Brisley's cleansing operation without revealing their own identities. Mission hint. Note, Bryce Brisley is adept at memorizing faces. Adventurers must complete this mission through a relay system. The same adventurer must not remain near him with the same appearance for an extended period. It is recommended that a single player's tracking range not exceed 1 map. Note, Bryce Brisley may possess evidence detrimental to the God of Light. Adventurers can attempt to disrupt his mind, sow discord between him and the God of Light, and induce him to release the evidence. Note, Bryce Brisley is an angel-level being. Adventurers are not yet capable of confronting him directly. Please be prepared to remain hidden and infiltrate, and if necessary, feign death. Under no circumstances should you reveal your true faction. Revealing it is strictly forbidden. Revealing it is strictly forbidden. Task rewards and penalties. All players participating in this task will automatically receive rewards based on their contribution. Note, task contribution will be automatically determined by the system. Even if a player does not complete a single step of the task, as long as they have made a contribution, the system will record it and award a corresponding reward. Similarly, if a player makes any mistake that affects the task's progress, that player will be punished accordingly. Corresponding military merits, points, and adventure coins will be automatically deducted from the player's inventory. Hee, it's a new Red Name NPC. Haha. Brain in a Vat Volume 2. My favorite gameplay is back. Everyone knows what this means, right? This is the new waifu the development team has prepared for us. The Ascetic Inquisition Chief Justice, so fragrant. Everyone be careful, this is currently a tracking task. This judge is far more professional than our little wife Edward. Everyone, strictly follow the relay plan. each person can only follow a small segment. Don't let him notice anything amiss. Bryce Brisley's information has already been added to the mission details by the system. His life story, specialties, and experiences all come from allies in the World faction. Aelian goes without saying, and Okade, the Holy Sun's administrator with extensive connections in Valhalla, also contributed a significant amount of valuable intelligence. The rest was generously provided by Scarface, Doman Mont Blanc, and the Demon Clan. So, besides your family and friends, your enemies also know you best, understood? If one player's eyes are on him, then millions of players' eyes are on him on the forum. Don't ruin the quest for a moment's pleasure. A moment's patience is for a longer-lasting joy. If anyone messes up this bonus quest, I don't mind letting them taste my fists. So, if the older brother can do it, then the younger brother can too. Hee. The poor Chief Justice of the Inquisition shivered inexplicably, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. He had no idea what kind of terrifying, lawless group of demons, so powerful that only a certain senior planner could control, he knew he had provoked, and what kind of surprise awaited him ahead. Chapter 1243. Southern Continent, southwest of Oregon, on a cliff overlooking the sea where it borders Deliro, an adventurer slowly plucks the strings of his harp, in rhythm with the crashing waves against the cliff face. The beautiful, melodious tune is nearing its end. Bathed in the golden sunlight streaming through the clouds, the adventurer strums the final few notes. The piece concludes, the player exhales a breath of warm air, puts away his seashell guitar, and leaps off the towering rock at the edge of the cliff. It sounds so beautiful. His only audience, a little girl named Lottie from a nearby village, clapped her hands excitedly, praising him enthusiastically. Is the divine envoy playing celestial music? It's so beautiful. It's just an etude, Song Jinsheng said slightly embarrassedly. He reached out and ruffled Lottie's hair, handing her a piece of candy. That's all for today's performance. Go play. Oh! Lottie took the candy, carefully tucking it into her pocket. I take it home for my little brother. Then I give you a few more. Song Jinsheng pulled out a handful of candies, and placed them in her palm. Eat as much as you like. Lottie finally unwrapped one and put it in her mouth, savoring the maltose. So sweet. Thank you, divine envoy. Lottie waved to him, pocketed a bunch of maltose candies, and happily ran back to the village. Song Jinsheng summoned his black goat mount, which wobbled along the cliff. Song Jinsheng loved the scenery here. The geographical location of Nanzhou is roughly equivalent to Antarctica in the original world, but because this alien world has two suns, one far away and one near, Ozelia is under the influence of the orbit of the binary star system and rotates along an inclined orbit. Its geographical environment is vastly different from that of the original world. The climate of southern continent is roughly equivalent to that of the equator, yet it experiences long periods of continuous daylight. It's said that for only a very short time each year, one can see night and the stars in southern continent. Gujin Shengji had heard that of the approximately 400 billion stars in the Milky Way galaxy, roughly half are binary systems. He couldn't help but wonder if a planet like Ozeria truly existed in that vast universe. Unfortunately, with his limited knowledge of physics and geography, Gujin Shengji couldn't study Ozeria's orbit. In reality, this 16-year-old boy faced numerous hardships. His mother had recently died in an accident, and his father had fallen from scaffolding at a construction site years ago, and now only possessed basic self-care abilities. He even had a younger sister still in elementary school to care for. The family's savings were insufficient to cover his father's medical expenses. After much deliberation, Gujin Shengji had no choice but to drop out of school and start working, shouldering the responsibility of supporting his family at a young age. He works during the day to earn money, and at night, he has to take care of his father and younger sister. After tutoring his sister, he's exhausted and finally gets to rest in the middle of the night. His family is the most important thing in his life, but the numerous burdens are suffocating him. Only at night can he have some sleep, but he tosses and turns, unable to fall asleep. His mood is getting worse, even showing signs of depression. Even though he knows he needs to manage his emotions and relieve stress, he simply doesn't have the time or money. Under these circumstances, even finding time to play games and escape the pain of reality becomes a luxury. But he actually found a game he could play in his sleep, one that not only didn't disrupt his sleep, but also helped insomniacs fall asleep peacefully. Song Jinshengzi didn't play the game for long. Rather than actively progressing through the main storyline to catch up with the rest of the group, he preferred to wander around and enjoy the scenery. This game allowed his body to sleep peacefully, while his mind enjoyed double the relaxation time, and he could experience beautiful scenery he would probably never have the chance to see in his lifetime. For just 88 yuan a month, he could get excellent sleep and free travel. For him, this was the perfect remedy to relieve his mental burden. Of all the maps available in the game, Song Jinshengzi liked the southern continent the most. It had a tropical climate, endless sunshine and ocean. Finding a beach there was like a vacation in the Maldives. Therefore, he trained as a druid and a bard, perfectly suited to play the role of the messenger of the Earth Mother, and could even learn to play the guitar when bored. Song Jinshengzi currently lives in Timra village, located on the southwestern border of Oregon and Deliro. The location and layout of this seaside village are strikingly similar to a downgraded version of Cinque Terre in Liguria, Italy. Here, transportation is only by walking, all the residents know each other, and a boardwalk built along the cliff leads directly to the sea. The village's architecture is rustic yet full of artistic charm, and there's delicious and fresh seafood. Of course, some purification is needed, but that's no problem for the druid. As he pondered that he would probably never be able to afford a proper overseas trip in his lifetime, he could now experience a remarkably similar wonderful life in the game. This bay was his best escape from reality. The little girl, Lottie, who had just cheered, was a resident of this village. She and the other villagers were native to the southern continent, with chocolate-colored skin and curly black hair. Lottie was only about the age of a primary school student, the same age as Good Jinxing's younger sister. Seeing her always stirred Good Jinxing's protective instincts towards his sister. In this fishing village, the Earth Mother was the sole faith. The giant stone boulders, half embedded in the mountainside on the seaside cliffs, were the Earth Mother's sacred site or church. Now, it was also the daily work site for druids, who posed as the Earth Mother's messengers. It was said that the Church of Light had tried to invade this peaceful village more than once, attempting to replace the natives' faith in the Earth Mother with faith in the God of Light, but all attempts had ultimately failed. This village thus became one of the few places in the southern continent not controlled by the Church of Light. Gu Jinshengzi, who claimed to be a fake messenger of the Earth Mother, only had a superficial understanding of her legends, customs, and rules. To avoid being exposed, he maintained a cold and aloof demeanor among the villagers, appearing reserved but actually warm-hearted. However, this couldn't continue indefinitely. Gu Jinshengzi began to secretly observe the villagers, inquiring about the Earth Mother's customs and legends from the children, expanding his knowledge base, and making some progress in the main and side quests of the game. Even in this small village, there were plenty of daily and side quests available. With diligence, one could earn a significant amount of military merit, the currency used throughout the southern continent, and points to exchange for local rewards. Chapter 1244. This game offers many rewards. The ever-present military merit increases a player's game privileges. The higher the military merit, the more priority tasks you can accept, and the better your treatment with the Lord, meaning, the Lord will greet you by name warmly, instead of just saying, hey, you need to do something. Military merit itself can be exchanged for many things, from houses and land to new mounts to alchemical dolls. There's never a situation where military merit is insufficient, you never run out of things to exchange for. Then there's money. Money isn't everything, but you can't do anything without it. Besides the adventurer's currency used in AMT County and the allied regions, Central Continent has the universal currency of the Magic Federation, Holy Coins, while Southern Continent uses Nassau, and these currencies are similar to foreign exchange in the real world, with exchange rates changing daily. There are official exchange channels, and players also have private trading markets. As soon as the song ended, it became clear that some big-shot players in real-world finance were also speculating in various foreign exchange markets here, making a fortune just from the price differences. The player, somewhat suspicious, wondered if the development team created so many currencies simply to recoup some adventure coins through transaction fees and exchange rate differences, while simultaneously satisfying players' desire to speculate on in-game currencies. In the southern continent, Nacer is a universal currency, while adventure coins, holy coins, and the Magic Federation's common currency are sometimes usable and sometimes not. The system automatically displays the usable currency without requiring the player to verbally inquire. If the player's inventory/account contains the corresponding currency and supports electronic payments, the system will automatically deduct the fee. If the corresponding currency is not available but electronic payments are supported, the system can exchange the player's existing currency in their inventory/account for the corresponding currency at the current exchange rate without any transaction fees. If electronic payments are not supported, the system provides a remote physical currency exchange service, but a 0.1% transaction fee will be charged. Interestingly, the system's display currencies and support for electronic payments reveal the faction and status of the trading partner. Most allied NPCs in AMT County accept adventure coins, while only those accepting adventure coins and possessing official AMT County settlement equipment, phones, bracelets, magic dolls, support electronic payments. In other words, those accepting electronic payments are all high-ranking members of your own faction, while those accepting adventure coins, but only physical currency, are relatively unknown NPCs, though players might upgrade them to important NPCs later through quest completion, and those not accepting adventure coins are either neutral or enemy factions. This seemingly complex system contains numerous intriguing details and a wealth of information. I heard on forums that some experienced players have deciphered the lies of opposing NPCs by identifying the available currencies, while a few naive players have inadvertently exposed themselves in enemy territory. Furthermore, there's regional reputation. This determines whether a player is renowned, unknown, or infamous in a region. Different reputations affect NPCs' attitudes towards the player, and studying these differential dialogues is a popular part of the game. However, there are simply too many differential dialogue options in this game for one or two bloggers to summarize. No, in fact, even with the collective efforts of many players, it's still impossible to exhaustively cover them all. Regional reputation restricts a player's actions in the current region. Because reputation is calculated independently for each region, it creates a feeling of a famous hero in one place being unknown in another, or a max-level player returning to the starting area, a truly satisfying scenario. Of course, it can also be a notorious figure in one region starting over in a distant new area. Song Jinshengzi also liked this setup. Currently, through his daily quests at the Earth Mother's Temple, he had raised his regional reputation in Timra village to a very high level. The villagers now looked at him with reverence, which gave him a great sense of accomplishment. The village chief even provided him with a small house on the edge of a cliff. This house has been abandoned for a long time, the village chief said. If the gods do not mind, please use this house as a resting place on your journey. From now on, this is your house, and you can make any modifications you wish to make to it. This was a complete surprise for Song Jinshengzi. He had originally thought that player housing was only available in major cities, but he never expected to find a place to settle down in such a small village, and without even having to pay. All he needed was enough reputation points. The small house looked very similar to the other buildings in the village, all built in the shape of Earth Mother's eggs, egg-shaped structures, pointed at the top and round at the bottom, plump and adorable. The eggshell surface was even modeled after a dragon egg, with an uneven, scale-like texture. The windows were a single piece of natural crystal inlaid in the frame, opening outwards like a flip-top. With the windows closed, the house resembled a crystal-encrusted stone egg perched atop a cliff, shimmering in the sunlight. Gujin Shengji was extremely satisfied. He rebuilt the rotten fence surrounding the hut, leveled the overgrown land, used druid skills to cultivate various flowers and grasses, and even created 2 plots of farmland to grow vegetables, living a completely rural life. He could even work while listening to the waves crashing against the cliff. It was incredibly idyllic. Every day, he would do daily quests to maintain his reputation. Too much reputation loss would mean losing his house, tending his little farmland, decorating the yard, and renovating the house. This relaxed life was simply irresistible to Gujin Shengji. The suffocating exhaustion and hardship of real life, burdened by money and responsibility, vanishes under the soothing comfort of this slow, simple yet beautiful farm life. 6 hours of sleep each night translates to a full 12 hours here, practically a whole day of rest. The village children are frequent visitors to this little house. The little girl Lottie and her brothers and friends often come over to help when Gujin Shengzi is offline, weeding, watering the flowers and vegetables, and catching bugs. This way, whenever Gujin Shengzi returns, she finds a perfect little courtyard. And when Gujin Shengzi logs back in, she casually gives the children some homemade malt candy, and small change as a reward. By the way, only Naso is used as currency in this village. Chapter 1245. The children not only tended to Gujin Shengzi's courtyard, but were also an important source of information for him. The chattering, incessantly talking children actually knew a lot. Poor children learned to be independent early, a principle Gujin Sheng understood best. The children also loved to boast about what new knowledge they had learned from the priests of the Earth Mother Temple that day. This small village had no dedicated school. All education was handled by the priests of the Earth Mother Temple. Besides religious knowledge, the children learned most about how to manage farmland, plant crops, raise animals, and cultivate mushrooms. Yes, those mushrooms discovered and cultivated by adventurers were now being produced in a standardized, large-scale manner. Nabu, the high priest of the Earth Mother Temple, had also compiled a very detailed summary of the relevant experiences and precautions, writing it into a guidebook, which was sent to the Earth Mother temples throughout the southern continent, along with the Earth Mother's proverbs distributed to various regions each month. Good Jinxing heard many legends about the Earth Mother from the children. How the Earth Mother manifested in the jungle, helping lost travelers find their way out of the dense forest. What kind of Earth Mother would appear disguised as a plump, enthusiastic woman, carrying a bamboo basket full of steaming, delicious fried pancakes, when people are most hungry and destitute? What kind of Earth Mother would rescue suffering women and children, helping them when they are desperate and healing their wounds? There are many similar stories, mostly encouraging people to do good, praising the Earth Mother's kindness, and comforting hearts. Compared to the God of Light, who always demands money from believers to atone for their sins, the Earth Mother is more like a kind neighborly auntie, taking care of things here and there. Even the commercial aspects exude the familiar feeling of a neighborly auntie happily grabbing 10 cartons of eggs for a penny at the supermarket with a coupon. The song ended, this art style. Truly a remarkably approachable deity. Through the children's descriptions, the song quickly conjured up an image of the Earth Mother in her mind. A plump, endearing middle-aged woman, the goddess of fertility, marriage, and procreation, whose natural elements are earth and fire. She can nurture life from the earth, causing seeds to sprout, blossom, and bear fruit, continuously multiplying. She is passionate, eloquent, and adept at connecting people, effortlessly facilitating marriages and business partnerships. She is extremely far-sighted, able to provide priests with important oracles, guiding people through difficulties. Like a mother who is sometimes kind and sometimes strict, she encourages good deeds and punishes evil, but strangely, she also possesses a flexible moral compass. For example, she encourages merchants to conduct business honestly and fairly, yet also allows them to use their intelligence and skills to earn more profits through appropriate means. She is the protector of women and children, but also advocates marriage and often teaches women to be patient in her doctrines. How to put it? The image of the Earth Mother seems strikingly similar to that of a plump matchmaker from the old days, with a mole on her face, eloquent and persuasive, able to make a cripple sound lively, and a pockmarked woman beautiful. It seems the Earth Mother has used this talent for business. At first glance, it seems a bit far-fetched, but upon closer inspection, aren't matchmakers selling goods that have been stagnant in the marriage market for years? If they can introduce people to potential partners, what goods can't they sell? Sales is a skill that works for everyone. On the other hand, while the Earth Mother's style is somewhat retro and her views quite conservative, promoting only the oldest and most conservative family structures, marriage customs, and values emphasizing large families and multiple births, she is, compared to the God of Light, a genuinely simple and benevolent deity. Unlike most other gods whose names are unknown and whose origins are shrouded in mystery, the Earth Mother has a name, and even her birth and death dates, the time she became a god, are very specific and clear. When she was still human, she was a southern continent person at the end of the Age of Divine Silence, named Kakabuna Osirik, the female chieftain of a native tribe in the southern continent. She is a rather complex and eccentric woman. She is meddlesome to the point of being extremely gossipy, yet she possesses a strict moral bottom line and the intelligence, shrewdness, and adaptability of an ordinary person. In other words, as long as it's not a truly illegal act like murder, arson, or heinous crimes, she usually turns a blind eye to minor things like twisting concepts or taking advantage of others, and doesn't demand too much of others. To achieve the greater good and promote peace, she readily employed some subtle tactics and maneuvering. She was benevolent, warm, and approachable, a charming and easygoing person. With this kind of neighborly, gossipy nature, she spent years mediating conflicts between several generations of hostile tribes, bringing peace to the region. She even solved a major problem for the dragons, thus forging an alliance with them and receiving their blood as a gift, gaining immortality and extraordinary power. The dragon's blood altered her genes to some extent. Her eyes became the vertical golden pupils of a dragon, her skin developed golden red scales, and even a thick, enormous lizard tail sprouted from the base of her tail. From then on, all her offspring hatched from enormous eggs. As for her fondness for gold and silver, it's hard to say whether it was innate or influenced by the habits of the dragons. She had 3 husbands and over 20 children. These offspring, upon reaching adulthood, embarked on journeys, their footprints spreading across the southern continent, proclaiming their mother's name, doing good and upholding justice, ultimately leaving a resounding mark on the history of the southern continent. The name and faith of the Earth Mother gradually spread throughout the southern continent through the efforts of her descendants. When she became a goddess, her human body had already decayed. She told her kin that she would die once, and then be reborn in flames, shedding her physical form to become a goddess. Aged and frail, surrounded by her people and loved ones, she curled up and breathed her last, only to be suddenly engulfed by flames that appeared out of nowhere, transforming into a gigantic, crystal-clear stone egg covered with dazzling and enchanting patterns. 3 days later, the stone egg shattered before everyone's eyes. A woman with the same face and full figure as the Earth Mother in her youth slowly rose from the broken shell. The crowd, some surprised and some relieved, chanted the Earth Mother's name and prostrated themselves in worship. From then on, the stone egg that brought the Earth Mother back to life and transformed her from mortal to goddess became the symbol of her. The places where the Earth Mother preached were all built in the shape of the stone egg. Chapter 1246. Dragons. Gu Jinshengzi excitedly repeated, hot breath exhaling from his nostrils, his gossip-loving spirit burning brightly. The Earth Mother knows dragons. And the entire race. The children telling the story exchanged bewildered glances, not understanding the divine messenger's sudden excitement. One child hesitated, yes, the Earth Mother knows the dragon race. But isn't this one of the Earth Mother's 12 miracles? The divine messenger wouldn't be unaware of that, would he? Realizing his slip of the tongue, Gu Jinshengzi coughed lightly, quickly trying to cover it up. Of course I know. But they're dragons. Cool, powerful, and domineering dragons. Why aren't you excited at all when you hear about dragons? The children scratched their heads, puzzled. They're alright, aren't they? Don't they come to the village every month? We all bathe them, and riding on their backs and flying high over there. What's so strange about that? The song ended abruptly. Damn it! You bunch of Versailles. You have no idea you possess a mountain of gold. Yes, which southern continent dweller living by the sea hasn't seen a dragon? The children were completely unaware that their daily lives were achievements others could only dream of. After all, Dragon Island is at sea, the nearest one is only half a day's boat ride away. At the dragon's flying speed, it only takes 10 minutes. The song ended, consumed by jealousy, feeling utterly sour. 3 seconds later, he realized something and repeated, the nearest Dragon Island? Yes, the children pulled him behind his house, looked out from the cliff, and pointed northwest, towards the indistinct cluster of islands near the Dorona side of the sea. That's it. Gu Jinsheng's pupils dilated in shock. What? How come no one told me my home is Dragon View House? Judging by the days, it should be almost time for the dragons to arrive. The children counted the days on their fingers. The dragons are always very punctual. They should be here in the next day or two. As if the children's words triggered some kind of plot, Gu Jinsheng saw countless dark shadows rising into the sky above the distant islands. Even from this distance, they could be seen with the naked eye. Those shadows must actually be enormous. They flapped their huge wings, one by one soaring into the sky, a dark mass heading towards the coast. The dragons are coming! The children cheered, pulling Gu Jinsheng along as they ran quickly towards the beach below the cliff. Quick, quick! Let's go greet the dragons! A moment later, Gu Jinsheng stood on the beach, mouth agape, eyes wide, staring blankly as the herd of dragons flew overhead. Each dragon was at least the size of a Boeing 747. When they flew together, their wings were almost touching, momentarily obscuring the bright sunlight and clear blue sky. The majestic roars of the dragons echoed through the air, announcing their arrival. Such a magnificent sight he had only ever seen in PvP dragon dungeons. Dragons! Dragons! So many, an overwhelming swarm of dragons. Song Jinsheng's voice trembled with excitement. My god, such a small village hides such a huge treasure quest. Developers, you're incredibly wicked. The dragons circled in the air for a while, then landed one after another on the beach. Fortunately, unlike airplanes, they could take off and land vertically, not requiring much additional space. 1, 2, 3. 17. The song ended, and a full 17 dragons had been counted. Strangely, apart from 3 dragons that clearly belonged to a family of 3 and looked alike, the other dragons appeared vastly different. Some were tall and imposing, some were slender and thin, some were covered in feathers, and some were entirely covered in scales of varying colors, making them seem like completely different species. But despite their extreme differences in appearance, everyone who saw these strange beings could only think of one word. Dragon. Oh my god! Song Jinsheng muttered. Did the developers get poisoned? Why did they manage to keep quiet about updating the dragon content? These are dragons! Dragons! How could they just sit here silently waiting for the players to discover it themselves? They're incredibly patient. If I hadn't just wanted to stay here and enjoy the scenery, I would have missed this part of the story. His low, grumbling complaints didn't disturb any of the people or dragons. These massive creatures were busy catching up with the village chief. Good day, Devati. A blue dragon lowered its head, approaching the old village chief. Its booming dragon language like thunder. I'd be troubling you and your people again today. The villagers all seemed to understand dragon language, and Song Jinsheng, the only outsider, had his own subtitles in his CG. Good day, Blue. Village Chief Devati smiled and said, no trouble at all, not at all. Same as usual? Same as usual. The blue dragon named Blue paused, then added, some birds told us that there are some special priests here at the Earth Mother who can remove pollution? You know, while we dragons are resistant to pollution, we're not completely immune. Our long lives have caused us to accumulate quite a bit of pollution. If you could solve this little problem for us. Yes, of course. The village chief pulled the stunned Gujin Shengzi to his side. This is the divine messenger sent by the Earth Mother. He possesses boundless power, and will surely solve your problem. Gujin Shengzi's already wide eyes widened even more. He pointed at himself and asked, who? Me? He looked up at the 17 dragons in front of him, then down at his small frame, his pupils dilating in shock again. Me? Me? The dragons surrounded him with curiosity. The old village chief smiled and gently shook his head. Oh dear, the divine messenger is always so modest. 5 minutes later, the humble divine messenger, his mana completely drained and having just drunk his fill of water, was burping loudly with blue bubbles, and frantically posted urgent recruitment requests on both the forums and in the game. Urgent. Recruiting druids. Help. SOS. Urgent help needed. There are 17 dragons here waiting to be purified. The quest location is in Timra village. Teleport coordinates are attached. Please bring your own teleport scrolls. This is the territory of the Earth Mother. Please wear the Earth Mother's divine messenger's robes. Let me repeat, there are dragons here. Dragons. 17 of them. And Dragon Island is right next door. It's very likely a prerequisite for some large-scale quest. Come quickly. Chapter 1247. 15 minutes later, a large group of druids and players, who had come to watch the spectacle, arrived. Alchemists capable of creating blank teleportation scrolls possess a unique skill. They can generate teleportation scrolls directly upon knowing the coordinates, provided the coordinates are accurate and safe, preventing players from being sent into midair or stuck in a wall. The first players to arrive either had already leveled an alchemist, had an alchemist friend, or were wealthy. Of course, they also needed a set of Earth Mother's Hall Divine Envoy uniform, but this condition was relatively easy to meet. Most people who had started the Southern Continent main quest had already obtained one. However, not all players believed the recruitment post. Some, even while teleporting, were still speculating wildly. I think this is definitely fake news. No one has found Dragon Island yet. How could there be quest clues in such an obscure little village? Maybe someone is playing a prank, and we might find ourselves stuck in a wall after we teleport there. Before this player finished speaking, the teleportation was complete. He looked up and saw numerous tall dragons of various appearances. Instantly, all conspiracy theories vanished, and his tongue trembled with excitement as he stammered, "Awoo! Dragons! Living dragons! Real dragon-shaped dragons!" Players, mostly from the same ancient kingdom, considered themselves descendants of dragons, and dragons held different meanings for them. Although these dragons were not the same as those dragons, how could players who played Western fantasy games not like Western dragons? Eastern dragons, smog, toothless. As long as it was a dragon, players loved it. Those are dragons! A resounding shout. Players echoed this cry in the chat, as if this single sentence explained everything. In fact, it did explain everything. All the inconsistencies, all the doubts, speculations, and questions crumbled before these few words. One after another, living, dragon-shaped behemoths opened their round, vertical pupils with friendly curiosity, scrutinizing these suddenly appearing divine messengers. These are the divine messengers who can purify us, asked the blue dragon, Brew. Yes, these are my companions, he said weakly, his voice fading, almost bursting with blue potions. Purifying the dragon's corruption is a massive undertaking, impossible for one person alone. Only by gathering the power of many can it be accomplished. Many hands make light work. He refused to believe that gathering the power of all the druid players on the server couldn't purify a mere 17 dragons. Then it's up to you. With Brew's words, the dragons lowered their massive heads, unfurling their numerous uneven wings lay flat on the beach. While the players were still bewildered, the NPCs had already taken out strange tools and skillfully climbed onto the dragon's body, beginning to scrub it. Scales, mane, feathers, no matter the type of dragon, the NPCs had the corresponding cleaning and maintenance tools: brushes, combs, feather dusters, pointed crevice brushes, oversized tweezers, keratin blades, nail files, buckets, magic water guns. They had everything they needed, clearly professionals who regularly maintained dragons. The players watched in awe. The dragon washing project has actually been industrialized. One player exclaimed, eyes wide with amazement. From tools to procedures, everything is standardized. Amazing. Another player, like Teacher Durian Herring, rushed forward without hesitation, grabbing the sleeve of the village chief who was issuing orders. Please let me try dragon washing. Please! I can do anything. However, players who took a different approach were in the minority. Most druid players dutifully performed the purification work. The system had already given them the quest, and the rewards were quite substantial. Besides, purifying dragons was an incredibly cool thing to do, and the players were already itching to get started, unable to resist their wicked little hands. Everyone on the beach quickly got busy. Druids took turns purifying, while the remaining players joined the dragon washing and dragon slaying teams. The NPCs, on the other hand, became dragon slaying instructors, transforming from washing and scrubbing themselves into teaching the players how to do it. The divine messengers really loved dragons. The children chattered excitedly. Perhaps it's because the Earth Mother has a good relationship with the dragons, so the divine messengers love them just like she does? One villager speculated. The old village chief laughed. What's so strange about that? Dragons are inherently lovable. Players, confirmed, this one's a dragon enthusiast too. Washing dragons is an extremely large undertaking. For scaly dragons, each scale must be meticulously brushed with a wire brush to remove dust, oil, moss, mud, and shellfish parasites. Dragons often roam the seas, so they frequently come into contact with marine life. These tenacious parasites seek out the gaps in the dragon's scales, diligently piercing the skin beneath with their tentacles. These parasites may not be able to breach the dragon's defenses to achieve their desires, but those fine, dense tentacles cause the dragon unbearable itching, a persistent, shameful secret that can only be relieved by a thorough bath here. Dragons, with their feathered or mane-like appearance somewhat resembling Archaeopteryx, also have their own little troubles. Lacking the sharp beaks of birds, they struggle to groom their layers of feathers. Whenever their feathers get wet, dirty, or even when new, fine downy feathers grow beneath the main feathers during seasonal changes. While the old downy feathers fail to shed naturally, they require human assistance. Logically, every creature has its own way of dealing with its troubles. For dragons, this means taking human form and helping each other. The only problem was that dragons weren't exactly known for their meticulousness or patience. Making them clean their companions' scales and feathers in human form was practically torture. Ever since it became common for dragons to become impatient and careless while washing and grooming their companions' scales and feathers, even resorting to breathing fire that burned bald patches, the dragons stopped assigning these tasks to their kind. The risk of bald patches was simply too great, an unacceptable prospect for a race that valued its appearance. The meddlesome Earth Mother solved this embarrassing personal hygiene problem for the dragons, and from then on, she gained their friendship. Chapter 1248. The dragons were enjoying a near-perfect spa treatment. They lay obediently on the ground, their sharp claws deeply embedded in the warm, sun-baked sand, their bellies pressed against the warm sand. Some dragons even deliberately swayed their bodies in the sand as they laid down, creating a sandpit perfectly conforming to their physique. After lying down, the dragons relaxed, spreading their wings, loosening their scales, and coiling their long tails, awaiting the services of humans. Once they were in position, the villagers swarmed forward, armed with all sorts of tools, climbing up the dragons' mountain-like bodies from their tails. For the dragons covered in scales, the villagers would first rinse them with clean water, and then scrub them vigorously with brushes made of orichalcum steel. These brushes, possessing magic-repelling properties, could easily remove magical substances and magical creatures clinging to the dragon scales. Moss, shells, barnacles, none were a problem. Just to roughly brush a dragon from head to toe, it takes 20 people working together. Then, at the children's prompting, the dragon opens its cavernous mouth, and the children, carrying their cleaning kits, crawl inside to brush the dragon's teeth, remove debris from between its teeth, occasionally pull out sharp fish or animal bone fragments stuck in its jaws, grind down decayed teeth, apply ointment, and fill damaged teeth with a special clay containing an unknown metallic component, specially prepared by the Earth Mother priest. Once all the children have finished and left the dragon's mouth, and the adults have counted everyone to confirm the number, the dragon will gurgle a ball of dragon fire from deep in its throat and hold it in its mouth. In just a few moments, the clay will harden, perfectly fusing with the dragon's teeth. My god, porcelain veneers. The adventurers were stunned by the series of actions. The adults responsible for cleaning the scales weren't idle either. They took out a hook-shaped stick and a horn scraper with a sharp blade at a specific angle. Following the dragon's scales, they found the bottom layer and then carefully cleaned the overlapping crevices beneath each scale, tracing the grain. This was a delicate task that only the most meticulous craftsman could accomplish. The villagers would use hooks to probe between the scales, gently sweeping, picking, and hooking to remove any foreign objects, parasites, or algae stuck underneath. Then, with a flick, pull, and flick of the scraper, they could thoroughly remove all the dirt. This was the dragon's most enjoyable moment, a feeling of pleasure comparable to a human getting a pimple popped at a beauty salon. Although the process might be a little painful and itchy, the removal of those pustules, impurities, and parasites brought utter relief. The villagers would also remove the stubborn old scales that the dragon hadn't completely shed, clean up the overgrown, unhealthy keratin, allowing the new scales to see the light of day again. Finally, they would brush an antibacterial and anti-inflammatory ointment into the crevices of the scales, and coat them with a glossy, shiny wax. Once the back was finished, the dragon would roll over and lie flat on its back, belly up, like a cuddly kitten at the villagers' command. The villagers were even more careful when working on the dragon's belly. The scales there were far more sensitive than those on the back. The slightest carelessness could provoke the dragon's anger and resistance, especially the huge reverse scale guarding the dragon's heart, which required the utmost care. The bravest warriors would bring huge nail files to sharpen the dragon's claws. This was a physically demanding task requiring a team of 10 strong men. Like a tug-of-war, 5 men from each team stood on either side of the nail file, chanting in unison as they repeatedly pulled the file to sharpen the dragon's claws. Sparks flew as steel rubbed against dragon claws, a truly spectacular sight. Afterward, the dragon would sit up, shaking off the loose sand. The villagers would then comb the mane from its neck and spine. If it had long mane, these hairs would be parted and smoothed with long iron combs, then brushed evenly. If the dragons liked it, the village women would come to help, braiding the mane into various beautiful braids. Finally, the dragons would make some personalized requests to the villagers, such as painting their nails, painting their tails, having a colorful painting done on their scales, or tying a pretty ribbon into a bow. The adventurers, ? They didn't understand dragon fashion. The feathered dragons were handled by priests skilled in wind magic. The priests would wash the dragon's feathers with clean water or sand, then blow away impurities with the wind, dry and smooth the feathers, and apply a waterproof and dustproof conditioning oil to the thick outer layer of feathers with a fine brush. The remaining steps were basically the same as for the scaled version. It's no wonder that the dragons couldn't do these things themselves. Such meticulous and tedious work was unlikely to be willingly undertaken by the impetuous and impatient dragons. They would probably give up or fight before even finishing halfway. Due to space and manpower limitations, 17 dragons couldn't be cared for at the same time. However, this wasn't something the humans needed to worry about. The dragons themselves would arrange the feathers in their own way, in order. The first dragon to receive care moved contentedly to the village square to receive purification from the druids, while the next wave of dragons, who had been waiting for a long time, eagerly filled the vacated spots, conscientiously lying down on the sand. In the past, after washing several dragons, the villagers would always need a break. While the dragons understood the villagers' hard work, those waiting in line would inevitably become increasingly agitated. This time, however, it was a completely different experience. The last dragon in line was guided to the druids for purification, and while the villagers needed a rest, the enthusiastic divine messengers took over the brushes and hooks. Having already observed how the villagers washed the dragons, and with verbal guidance from the villagers who were resting and recovering their strength, along with the various boxes, grids, and arrows provided by the system, the players quickly got the hang of it. Soon, the dragons were dazed, purring softly, like cats melted into a puddle after being petted. The players washing the dragons were working enthusiastically and happily, while the dragons being washed gurgled contentedly. More and more divine messengers were pouring into the village, lining up to get their turn. Eventually, the villagers even stopped caring whether the messengers were wearing their divine uniforms. Anyway, who else could be so eager to work but a divine messenger sent by the Earth Mother? The dragons were extremely satisfied with today's efficient queuing, even inexplicably experiencing a taste of otherworldly seafood service. Chapter 1249. It's unclear which adventurer started the live stream recording thread on the forum first, but with just a refresh of the page, dozens of posts simultaneously sprang up like mushrooms after rain, all with similar content, all about the dragons of Timra village. MOU happily pulled out a box of freshly fried potato chips from his system inventory and shared a chip with a knight who already possessed a god's body. Wouldn't it be appropriate to watch the excitement without some snacks? Even with a different body, Aelian's eating and drinking habits remained unaffected. In fact, a god's body, formed through divine manifestation, is no longer limited by a human body, free from restrictions and the fear of gaining weight. Everything they eat is converted into pure energy, much to the envy of that lord. He also needs to work harder to level up. MOU, chipping away at his potato chips, turned his gaze and attention back to the posts. Whenever something big happens in the game, players flood the forums with excited chatter faster than Leah's summary reports. Frankly, this saved the game planner a lot of monitoring work. The initial recruitment post appeared somewhat suddenly, and was rather vague. Many players treated it as a joke, and the initial group consisted of seasoned players, who weren't short of money or resources, and could easily pull out scrolls and fly around just to watch the excitement. It wasn't until these players actually saw the dragon that the forums truly started to buzz. Many posts weren't even properly edited, fonts, formatting, and paragraph breaks were all irrelevant. Players simply used forum posts like microblogs, with the entire post consisting of only a single picture and a sentence. "Mommy, I touched a dragon." The first batch of players fully capitalized on their proximity to the dragons. There were simply too many dragons and not enough NPCs. Therefore, the adventurers, dressed in the uniforms of the Earth Mother's envoys, and naturally trusted by the NPCs, became the perfect tools. At this point, the players were completely ahead of the game planners, doing whatever they wanted. As long as it wasn't too outrageous, and if Leah thought it was appropriate, she would directly turn the players' ideas into quests and issue them out. Leah, the little angel, a wish-granting machine-like game planner dedicated to fulfilling players' wishes. Come on, let's all say thank you, Leah. Initially, the players' ways of accepting quests were all sorts of bizarre, and the scene was indeed somewhat chaotic. Fortunately, the appearance of the dragons almost completely captured the players' attention. No one cared whether they had received a quest or not, and they didn't even glance at the quest log after the system notification sounded several times. Before them were dragons. Living, breathing dragons. Dragons of all shapes and sizes, each uniquely modeled and not reused. The first batch of players rushed to take photos and screenshots and post them on the Versailles forum, infuriating those stingy players who, for various reasons and considerations, hadn't immediately paid for their own travel expenses for a remote teleportation. Among them were a few super sealers who, by acting exceptionally quickly and actively currying favor with NPCs, had secured the opportunity to directly encounter the dragons. Durian Herring, the infamous poison gas expert among the forums and player groups, was one of these sealers who had finally made it ashore. She had already happily posted 10 photos, including, but not limited to, group photos with the dragons from afar, a pose resembling the Statue of Liberty holding a dragon washing brush, diligently brushing, brushing scales off the dragons, and images of her clinging to the dragons, making a peace sign. Not only that, because Durian Herring's hard work moved the dragon that was being purged, she even received the special reward of riding a dragon on its back for a spin. Durian Herring, I'm on the dragon's back. I'm so excited. I'm riding a dragon. Her joyful screams could almost be heard through the post. The players below were practically green with envy. Hey, why can you send voice messages? Oh my god, a dragon riding selfie. I want that experience too. Please. I'm a newbie and I really want to pet, clean, and ride dragons too. Can any veteran player guide me? More and more bizarre posts appeared in Versailles. Stories of touching dragon scales, claws, and heads while purifying dragons. Stories of finding a whole bucket of premium oysters and mussels while cleaning dragon scales. Stories of spontaneously starting a seafood feast to keep the dragons entertained while queuing. The content about dragons was increasing, but instead of getting bored, players flocked to the quest locations. Later, the players didn't even bother to put on their divine messenger robes. Getting there was a victory in itself. Fortunately, the NPCs were too busy to care much. The entire village was teeming with people, dragons and humans alike, who cared who was the divine messenger? With the NPCs neglecting the players took matters into their own hands. A group of demon chefs, along with several druids, immediately launched a seafood feast, their target customers naturally being the dragons. The demon chefs, quest machines that cook and feed wherever they go, required no thought from the game designers. They simply pulled out the previous quest template, made a few minor changes, and pushed it into the demon chef system. Ding! Limited time food sales mission. Sell as much delicious seafood as possible at your stall to feed the dragon guests. Mission rewards? Isn't that easy? If the food is good, you naturally gain the dragon's favor. If it's bad, well, even the developers can't guarantee that a short-tempered dragon won't flip the table and smash the stall on the spot. Some mission designs don't require any brainpower at all. Just go with the flow based on the NPC's behavior logic. Those who enthusiastically patronize the food stalls are naturally the lower-ranking, weaker dragons, the kind who even have to wait in line for a bath. Since they're idle anyway, why not indulge in a feast first? While others might get a manicure and wait for a table before eating hot pot, for the dragons, it's more like waiting in line for a bath, a manicure, and then eating while waiting. The dragon's large appetites aren't a problem either. The sea is right nearby, so the fishermen can easily showcase their skills, bringing out their fishing rods to stock up on catch. A new quest, right? The druids are probably the busiest group. Dragons need purification, and so do the ingredients. They can't possibly drink all the blue potions they need, and if they get sick, they can help clean the dragons. They're never bored. After all, cleaning dragons isn't a profession-restricted job. Anyone with hands, feet, and some strength who can wield a brush can do it. Mages are equally popular. Not enough water for washing the dragons? Call some mages to create water balls. Priests too busy brushing the feathered dragon's feathers? Call some mages to create wind swirls. All players can find a suitable role in this limited time quest. If you really can't find one you like, you can create your own. Chapter 1250. More and more players continue to flock to this small village, gradually evolving into a server-wide frenzy. Oh, except for the new players, who weren't yet ready to participate in this limited-time quest in the southern continent due to insufficient main quest completion and military merit. They still needed to work hard and diligently to have a chance to meet their beloved dragons. The last time players had such a frenzy was during the Griffin Farm update. So, in this kind of Western fantasy game, one of the most beloved elements for players is fantastical creatures, dragons, griffins, unicorns, giant octopuses. They can definitely ignite players' passion. However, contrary to what players might think, Dragon Island isn't a precise place name, but rather a description. An island inhabited by dragons is a dragon island, and once the dragons leave, they become ordinary, unremarkable islands. Large and small dragon islands are scattered across the outer seas of the southern continent, numbering approximately 100, and constantly changing according to the migration of dragons. Dragon is also a general term for this type of fantastical creature, much like the demon race, and can actually be further subdivided into countless branches. This is similar to the dinosaurs of the original world. Dinosaurs are a large biological category, which can be further divided into the order Saurischia and Ornithischia. The former includes theropods and sauropods, while the latter has a pelvic structure similar to birds. However, biological evolution is very complex and unpredictable, not following a straightforward progression, but full of variables and the correction of fate. Modern birds are not descendants of Ornithischian dinosaurs. The famous Archaeopteryx was a Saurischian dinosaur. In this other world, however, Saurischia and Ornithischia are respectively called scaled dragons and feathered dragons. The saying goes, the dragon has 9 sons, each different from the other, and a similar phenomenon exists in this world. Each individual dragon possesses highly stable genes, yet these genes can combine with almost any creature on Earth, creating a myriad of bizarre species. Of course, this combination isn't necessarily based on affection. It could also be the product of alchemy, genetic experimentation, conducted by alchemists using dragon blood in laboratories. This is why dragon scales, feathers, claws, blood, organs, even parasites are incredibly valuable. These items are priceless, highly sought after, and top-tier materials that alchemists would go to great lengths to acquire. What players don't know is that the parasites, shellfish, seaweed, and supernumerary keratin removed from dragons are collected by the priests of the Earth Mother Temple and processed using special methods. Half of these finished products are sent to the Earth Mother Temple headquarters for preservation, while the other half are sold, serving as a vital source of income for the village. Those who live near mountains eat from the mountains, those who live near the sea eat from the sea, those who live near dragons eat from dragons. These sayings are always true. Generally speaking, dragons are a proud and long-lived species. However, as a large biological category, dragons' personalities vary greatly. While their appearances may seem similar, beneath a certain surface, their personalities are worlds apart. Some, like Iris, live in solitude, while others live in groups, bathing together on land. Some are solitary, some clingy, some irritable, some aloof, some passionate. enough to satisfy the tastes of players of all kinds. As Fire Dragon Yanshin mentioned before, dragons are generally related by blood, but this kinship is merely a blood relation and serves no other purpose. Dragons won't treat you differently just because you have a distant relative with whom you have a good relationship, unless your dragon washing skills become renowned. Therefore, although Moya was once extremely close to the silver dragon Elise, and the Mother of Abundance and Yanshin had known each other for many years, these achievements, which are earth-shattering in the eyes of mortals, are to the dragon race nothing more than other families' distant underlings making one or two special friends. Each dragon is an independent individual with its own considerations. Their organization is extremely loose. Even dragons living in groups are merely sharing a life. They can share food locations, arrange to go to the bathhouse together, and have a fair and impartial leader dragon to maintain order and convey the group's opinions to improve efficiency. However, no adult, unmarried dragon will accept being ordered around or having its rules dictated by another being. Therefore, after learning of the existence of dragons, you did not go to great lengths to send people out to sea to find a dragon island to form an alliance. No, allying with dragons isn't like allying with a faction, where all it takes is the faction leader's approval. Allying with dragons means gaining the favor and consent of every single one of them, which isn't something a faction leader should be doing. This is the job best suited for players. From this perspective, the alliance between the Earth Mother and the dragons is indeed a monumental achievement. Don't underestimate the importance of daily necessities like eating, drinking, and relieving oneself. Only those who truly know how to manage life understand their significance. The Earth Mother's approach was very simple. She led a group of dragons, clearly in need of a bath, into a specially prepared bathhouse. All the bath attendants were meticulously trained and carefully selected, possessing exceptional skills, capable of resolving all the dragons' most embarrassing little problems, without the dragons even needing to ask. After a few thorough scrubbing sessions, these once arrogant dragons, who were either disdainful or embarrassed to confront their personal hygiene, all became bath-obsessed, feeling uncomfortable if they didn't get a proper scrub at least once a month. They would even exchange information and compare which village's scrubbers were more meticulous and comfortable, flying thousands of miles just to try out their scrubbing master skills. However, only the people of the Earth Mother Hall knew how to do this work. The Earth Mother of all spirits monopolized the industry, thus firmly holding onto the dragons' alliance. She didn't even need to sign a treaty with the dragons, she only needed to hone her subordinates' scrubbing techniques. Although the Earth Mother of all spirits wasn't skilled in combat, this didn't mean she was without ability. As a woman who had once managed the affairs of her household and clan, toiling day and night for daily necessities, she possessed abundant life experience, easily managing situations without personally engaging in battle. So, the reason Timra village is untouched by the Church of Light is because of these dragons? Suddenly, Song Jinsheng, who had been resting and blowing blue bubbles, seemed to realize something. He looked at the old village chief beside him, who was leisurely sipping a cup of herbal tea, and asked with shining eyes. Exactly, the old village chief chuckled. Any friendship can begin with the most unintentional little thing. We might be the dragon scrubbers, but so what? The dragons love us, they don't mind flying thousands of miles just to scare away an overconfident priest. Chapter 1251. Wait a minute. Song Jinshengzi noticed the key point and asked in confusion, the dragons are on Dragon Island. How did you notify them? With this. The old village chief chuckled, pulling a whistle attached to a chain from his collar, as if showing off his treasure. This is a magic whistle bestowed upon us by the dragons. It's a pair with the whistle Blue has. When I play this whistle, it doesn't make a sound, but Blue's whistle does. Wow! Song Jinshengzi exclaimed, a scene flashing through his mind. The Church of Light, brimming with confidence, sent a group of people to the village to swagger and seize territory, only to have a dozen dragons descend from the sky and surround them before they even had a chance to settle in. The priests of the Church of Light were instantly terrified, their legs trembling, and they soiled themselves in the process. Didi Dalong, terrifying indeed. Being targeted by a dozen giant dragons is no laughing matter. Unless Milk-Tooth or the God of Light personally descends, anyone who comes will be skinned alive. When Good Jinsheng looked up again at the group of dragons not far away, his eyes inexplicably held a filter of a wealthy northeastern gangster protecting his favorite bathhouse and bathmaster. Anyone who interferes with the old man's enjoyment of a bath, kill without mercy. Good Jinsheng couldn't help but shudder. He shook his head violently, trying to shake this bizarre thought out of his mind. Too weird, he muttered. Quickly erase this terrifying image from my memory, otherwise how can I ever look at these adorable dragons the same way again? He tried for a while, and finally succeeded. Humans have a strange characteristic. The more you try to forget something, the more you remember it. The only way is to instantly divert your attention with something else that is extremely interesting or impactful. The song ended, and he chose Dragon Island. Gazing at the island's shadowy silhouette, his curiosity about it gradually replaced the strange images in his mind. Village Chief, have you ever been to Dragon Island? No. The village chief shook his head regretfully. Dragon Island is a forbidden zone. Dragons have an instinctive possessiveness towards their territory. Except for their closest relatives and lovers, any other being who dares to set foot on Dragon Island will be driven away or even killed by the dragons. One saying is that dragons build their nests on Dragon Island, and those nests are filled with the gold and silver treasures that dragons love most. Mountains of treasure are a source of temptation that corrupts people. Seeing those treasures, even saints must undergo a test of their conscience, while ordinary people generally find it difficult to resist the impact of that temptation. The old village chief took a sip of herbal tea slowly. He exhaled a puff of hot air. Legend has it that long, long ago, a dragon brought his beloved human friend to Dragon Island. No, they weren't lovers, just friends. The dragon was naive then, completely unsuspecting of the darkness in humanity. He believed his friend was of noble character, and to demonstrate friendship and trust, the dragon didn't hesitate to take him back to his cave. But he didn't realize that the mountain of treasure was itself a curse of wealth. His friend didn't even struggle before succumbing to temptation. While the dragon wasn't looking, the friend secretly picked up gold and jewels from the ground, quietly stuffing them into his pockets, bundles, and clothes. The dragon wasn't oblivious. He had imprinted dragon language magic marks on all his treasures. Anyone who touched, stole, or cast a spell would know. At first, the dragon even suppressed his instincts. It was just a few gold coins. He thought, compared to the friendship between us, these costs were nothing. He thought his friend was just temporarily blinded by the treasure, and would soon return to normal, but he soon realized he was wrong. Greed is endless. Once indulged, desire only grows stronger. And then what happened? Song Jinshengzi, engrossed, eagerly pressed on. That man abused the dragon's kindness, stole the dragon's property, and even went so far as to target the dragon himself. The dragon, who had been watching him intently, was deeply disappointed. The old village chief continued. The mark of dragon language magic led the dragon to the human's treasure vault. The dragon reclaimed his friendship with that human, took back all the treasures he had bestowed upon the human, and even retrieved more gold coins. The old village chief winked meaningfully at Song Jinshengzi. But this was merely compensation for the dragon, who had given friendship only to be betrayed. The song ended. So you followed the trail and brought all the stolen money home, huh? Typical dragons. Stereotypes never lie. From that moment on, the dragons understood a principle. If they wanted to maintain a lasting friendship, they needed to prevent their friends from encountering immense temptations. There are only so many people of high moral character in the world. The probability of encountering a true saint is pitifully small. As long as people weren't exposed to those mountains of gold, they could more or less restrain themselves in front of the dragons. Over time, all Dragon Islands became forbidden zones for ordinary people. Anyone who disregards the dragon's warnings and attempts to set foot on Dragon Island without invitation will be considered an enemy of the dragons. Throughout history, only a handful of people have successfully landed on Dragon Island, each becoming a legend. Who has ever been to Dragon Island? Song Jinsheng's curiosity burned fiercely. Let me think. The old village chief squinted, recalling for a moment, then counted on his fingers. Long, long ago, the Mother of Abundance befriended the Fire Dragon and landed on the Fire Dragon's Dragon Island. The Earth Mother, accepted by the dragons and bestowed with dragon blood, goes without saying, she has visited all the nearby Dragon Islands. And then, there's Moyo, the legendary archmage of the Magic Federation, who supposedly traveled from Middle-earth in search of a certain dragon. Moyo. Song Jinsheng's eyes widened. The Lord of AMT County? Did he find the dragon? Yes. The village chief nodded. He was accepted and recognized by the Silver Dragon Iris, and formed a pact with the dragon, becoming its close friend and companion. Their footprints covered the southern continent, the central continent. Some even say they traveled the world, to the ends of the earth, and witnessed countless otherworldly trials and tribulations. But later, they encountered some unknown danger. The Silver Dragon Iris mysteriously disappeared, and the great mage vanished for many years. The old village chief said, thoughtfully. So, the great mage eventually returned to the Magic Federation, and became the Lord of AMT County? Chapter 1252. Among the numerous dragon-related posts on the forum, a new post suddenly appeared. However, this post, from its style to its content, was quite different from the usual seals coming ashore exposés by players. The post title, shocking. He was actually among those who once set foot on Dragon Island. The untold story of the Lord and the Silver Dragon, and the poster was naturally Gu Jinshengzi, who had gotten the shocking gossip from the old village chief. With Gu Jinshengzi's post, the Lord's long-buried past was once again ignited on the forum. Previously, during the Silver Dragon Dream Update, those player discussion posts that had once been hotly debated but were now gathering dust at the bottom of the forum were unearthed again by busybodies. Prophets, shipping enthusiasts, and players who loved a good spectacle all grabbed a piece of old melon and started munching away. In a short while, the discussion below the post had reached thousands of replies. Oh my god. Is the Lord and that Silver Dragon really in that kind of relationship? The official account was so vague, leaving clues everywhere, but now they finally decided to confirm it. Oh my god, they really are a couple. I'm totally shipping the official Silver Dragon X Archmage pairing. Speaking of which, I have to pull out the complete Dragon X Mage prequel novel collection I got from the Lord's brother, Citrodius. It's still being sold in limited quantities at the bookstore in Colensal, Magic Federation. Ah! What about Aelian? I'm shipping the Knight X Lord. Don't worry, the Silver Dragon has already entered the illusion realm. He's basically a deceased former love interest. Isn't it even better to have a lone lord comforted and healed by a knight? The widowed wife setting is even more appealing. The deceased white moonlight. Wife. Substitute. Jealousy. Darkening. Comforting. Healing. Redemption. I don't even know how many new ways these two have been played. Moyo, look at this. Look at this. This is all you're doing. The Lord never imagined that simply watching the adventurers enthusiastically bathe the dragon would somehow ignite an old fire that would burn him back in the process. It's like being caught in the crossfire. What were clearly two couples' romances have, because of certain unspeakable matters, been twisted into one person's two love affairs. That's just outrageous, and it gets even more outrageous later. He turned around and saw Aelian, who had just been nestled on his shoulder reading the comments, lingering on the last sentence for a moment. Suddenly, his expression changed, his eyes curved into a gentle, wry smile, tinged with sadness, and even a hint of mischief and grievance as he sighed. So I was just a substitute. Seriously, it's one thing if others don't know, but you, who were involved the whole time, don't you know what's going on? Why are you taking advantage of this? The cunning knight's lips curled slightly, his eyes overflowing with emotion. He seemed determined to recoup some of his losses from this farce, and he spoke in a plaintive, mournful tone. I thought the Lord's favor was exclusively mine, but I never imagined that before I even met you, a silver dragon had already captured your heart. If you could retract the tentacles wrapped around my leg when you said that, maybe it would taste a little better. A tentacles cautiously closed the laptop. Anyway, the Lord wouldn't be paying attention to the gossip on the forums any longer. He still had a sesame-filled white rice ball night to appease. Damn it, who's trying to steal my Silver Dragon Beach ticket? I can even bang my fist on it. She symbolically slammed her fist on the counter in front of the magic doll. Sold out. Before, military merits could be exchanged for anything, so nobody went. Now, with a limit of 300 per day, they're gone in a flash. I know, the official team is sacrificing the Lord's image to sell gossip and recoup our military merits. The person behind her in line, gone with the wind, suddenly realized and started making irresponsible guesses. The Silver Dragon Dreamland, which had always been quiet and rarely visited, suddenly became incredibly popular. Originally, this resort-like fantasy only had islands, beaches, and later, a pirate ship, as well as a silver dragon that rarely appeared and mostly hid somewhere sleeping. While the military merits required to enter weren't exorbitant, they were still enough to make players wince. There were few things to do, and the prices were high, making the cost-effectiveness quite low. In the early stages, the map was limited. AMT County was mostly desert and forest scenery. Players who wanted a change of scenery, and to see the sea had to spend military merits to enter the Silver Dragon Dreamland. But things are different now. There's an artificial sea in the Mermaid Village, a frozen sea in the north, and even tropical beaches in the south that look remarkably like the Silver Dragon Dreamland. More importantly, you don't need military merits to go to these places. You can even earn them by completing quests. Players spend gold coins without batting an eye, but spending military merits is painful, because those merits are earned brick by brick, wall by wall, and bottle by bottle of blue potions. Wasting even a single one would be a disservice to their previous efforts. Most adventurers who really can't resist visiting the Silver Dragon Dreamland find another way. They wait at the magic dolls for Rowena, and the pirates take out orders. If they manage to grab one, it's a win-win situation. Not only can they complete a quest and get rewards, but they can also enjoy a free tour of the resort area. Rowena and the pirates are heavy users of food delivery services, getting over a dozen chances to snag a ride every day. Besides these lucky few who get free entry, only a few adventurers who are particularly fond of the Angelma and Rowena couple regularly go in to chat with Rowena about the past and gossip. If they bring canvases and paints, they might even manage to snag a painting by Rowena, which is a worthwhile investment whether to sell it or take it back to their adventurer's property. As for the Silver Dragon, it's not like no one has tried to find it. No, you can tell how deep their love for dragons is from their attitude towards them. Many players initially entered the area hoping to find the Silver Dragon, but somehow it always seemed to know their location immediately and would avoid them, or simply lie asleep outside the invisible walls of the area, making it impossible to get close. After numerous fruitless attempts, the players naturally gave up. However, whether it was due to the new storyline or because the development team finally finished the physical model of the Silver Dragon, as soon as the Lord Silver Dragon Gossip was released, players spotted the Silver Dragon in the Silver Dragon Dream. And it was a high-definition, close-up image. It can't be that the Silver Dragon has lowered its guard against players. Haha. Chapter 1253. Sometimes, the most outlandish guess is the most accurate. The Silver Dragon is indeed the ruler of the Silver Dragon Dream Realm. Within this dream realm, he is the sole deity. Previously, he had been using his authority to avoid the players, or erecting spatial walls to isolate them, allowing him and Moiwu to enjoy peace and tranquility. The adventurers Moiwu brought were indeed the best candidates to save this world. They were hardworking, diligent, and possessed unique insights and creativity. Their consistent level of madness even rivaled that of the evil gods. This was perhaps the reason they were able to save the world. As a certain otherworldly planner said, who doesn't go crazy when they're working or studying? Compared to 6 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., making empty promises, cutting salaries, and writing reports, even the evil gods have to take a back seat. What kind of terrifying, unknown horrors exist in traditional Chinese life? In 5,000 years of history, what strange things haven't happened? What bizarre phenomena haven't been witnessed? Even if the sky collapses, the earth caves in, spiritual energy revives, and monsters roam freely, people can always find examples from their ancestors. At worst, they can pull out a copy of the classic of mountains and seas, a guide to how to deal with ancient monsters. Frankly, in the face of humans today, who are constantly bombarded with fantasy and esoteric cultural works, things like supernatural gods, demons, monsters, and zombie viruses are probably less terrifying than I haven't finished my homework/work report due tomorrow morning. If, by chance, you encounter a biased teacher, an incompetent boss, or a pair of eccentric parents on your long journey through life, then you entered a high difficulty mode, experiencing a rule-based tale that, while not fatal, is equally devastating. Players from another world are accustomed to exploring the unknown, discovering rules from chaos. Even if these rules are merely far-fetched assumptions, they still keep the explorer's mind sturdy. Their threshold is so high that even facing an evil god would likely elicit only a reaction similar to, "Hey, this model is so cool/ugly/awesome." The adventurers are indeed very reliable and quite respectable and lovable, but this cannot compensate for their extreme chatter and annoyance. Just watching them run around is enough to strain your eyes. The Silver Dragon had been carefully avoiding the adventurers, but once they stopped appearing around for a long time, it gradually relaxed, occasionally soaring above the deserted island with little Moiwu, strolling on the beach, or falling asleep on the warm sand to the sound of the waves. Rowena and the pirates' mealtimes were very regular. As long as they avoided the adventurers who came to deliver their meals, this was a peaceful dream undisturbed. The Silver Dragon is the ruler of this dream world, just as the winter god, Miltooth, rules their own divine kingdom. These beings who possess domains, provided they adhere to the rules they set for their domains, have absolute control over them. At least theoretically, that's true. The problem is that this control requires effort from the gods, much like a security guard monitoring their patrol area with surveillance cameras. And sometimes, intrusions by outsiders aren't easily detected. Even gods sometimes lose their swords, how much more so when gods are bored, dozing off, engrossed in battle with other gods, or simply indifferent to whether someone has entered their domain. These are all extremely common occurrences. As for the potential harm that intruders, specifically, certain adventurers, might cause to the domain's owners, well, that's for them to decide. The day began much like any other day recently. At dawn, as the birds sang, The silver dragon yawned, nuzzled little Moya with its massive head to confirm its beloved was still beside it, then pawed at the gold and jewels beneath it before taking a safe nap. Its nap was interrupted by Moya. The reason was that the insecure silver dragon had nudged it awake with its head, and seeing its partner preparing to drift back to sleep, Moya was furious. So, with a tug on its whiskers, the silver dragon instantly woke up. The couple stared at each other for a while, all sleepiness gone, before finally getting up to prepare breakfast. Silver Dragon and Moya were deceased spirits, so they naturally didn't need to eat. But since they were idle anyway, they figured they might as well keep some of their old habits. It would be more fun that way. To appease Moya's morning grumpiness and apologize, Iris carried Moya on her head and went into the sea to catch lobsters. In her dream world, she could have whatever she wanted. Whether it was the waterproof bubble wrap covering Moya or the giant lobsters scattered across the seabed, it was all within Iris's control. Silver Dragon caught over a dozen lobsters, piercing their heads with its sharp claws, and then roasting them on tree branches with dragon fire. The finest delicacies often required only the simplest cooking methods, and the delicacies in her dream world, no matter how they were prepared, would taste just like the one she and Moya had eaten during their travels. The young couple had spent the morning enjoying a delicious meal, and with nothing to do, the silver dragon lay on the beach listening to the crashing waves, while Moya lay in its mane, gently combing the tangled fur with his fingers. Both enjoyed this peace and tranquility. In this undisturbed dream, they felt sleepy again, probably because they had woken up too early. The silver dragon closed its eyes first, snoring softly, completely unaware that a few hours later, a group of adventurers would spend a fortune to enter the dream after overhearing a few vague gossips from a village chief in the southern continent. The fastest reacting adventurers, upon entering the silver dragon's dream, immediately noticed the sleeping silver dragon on the beach. The first one, a salted fish, excitedly pulled on a ball, bouncing around, thankfully remembering to suppress the scream that was about to escape his lips. They steadied themselves, tiptoed to the silver dragon, and carefully controlled their view, recording the entire scene meticulously using the system's built-in video recording function. Suddenly, Salty Fish noticed something slightly undulating on the silver dragon's head. She leaned closer to look and almost cried out in surprise. Gnawing Ball reacted quickly, swatting Salty Fish's mouth shut with its paw. The two stared at each other for a moment, then Salty Fish gestured for Gnawing Ball to look at the thing on the dragon's head. Gnawing Ball glanced at it. There seemed to be something strange. Looking again, her eyes widened. Isn't that the Lord? Chapter 1254. Although the thing was small and cute, looking like a miniature doll, it undeniably bore a 99.9% resemblance to the Lord. Gnawing Ball, is it just my imagination, or does that thing really look exactly like the Lord? Salted Fish, it's not exactly the same. At most it's a full resolution, proportionally scaled down replica. But isn't the more important thing what exactly is this thing? It looks alive. It can even move. Little Moya seemed to sense the gaze even in its sleep, rolling over on the silver dragon's head and burying itself in its mane. Gnawing Ball followed its movement and suddenly noticed that the silver dragon was not only covered in scales all over its body, but also had a fluffy mane from the back of its head to its spine and neck, like a fur scarf on a mink coat, looking incredibly comfortable. The hamster, unable to resist, stretched out its wicked little paws towards the incredibly soft mane, only to be pounced upon and pinned down by a salted fish. Salted Fish, calm down, sister. The Lord can pet dragons, but we can't. If we wake the dragon, we might get a dragon fire breath and be resurrected. Gnawing Ball, that makes sense. That makes sense. I think I understand the Lord now. It's hard not to be moved by such a beautiful silver dragon. Salted Fish, after all, it's a dragon, a shimmering silver dragon. It's a killer for silver-haired lovers. Gnawing Ball, so, without a doubt, the Lord and the silver dragon have that kind of relationship. Is his wife really a substitute for the silver dragon's white moonlight? How should I put it? The Lord really stays true to himself. His taste hasn't changed at all over the years. Salted Fish, although the Lord seems a bit philandering and a bit of a scumbag, thinking about it carefully, the silver dragon is already dead. Remarrying doesn't seem so unacceptable. Gnawing Ball, besides the novel you got, can the development team release more related content? There's so little content about the silver dragon, mostly player-generated content and discussions. We want official information. Salted Fish, the storyline is definitely complete. As a writer, I can sense that the foreshadowing and fragments we're seeing are scattered pieces within a vast story. I just don't know where the main plot's trigger point is hidden. Damn it, development team, this is testing the player's abilities too much. Her gaze fell on the strange, small, almost biological being with the appearance of a lord, and then, an idea suddenly flashed through the writer's mind. She cast an appraisal spell on tiny Moyu. Failure, 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 failure. The little fish tilted its head, stubbornly continuing its attempts. Unseen by her, the little fairy Lia was frantically typing on the back-end panel, modifying the appraisal result. Failure, 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 success, Moya memory fragment. Note, this is a memory buried in the past, lost along with its lover. Through the power of dreams, it has reappeared and taken on the form of a living being. Because it lacks a complete soul, it can only maintain this small size. Knowing its impending death, the silver dragon took Moyu away, along with most of Moya's memories and love for it, leaving only memories of its friends and their shared responsibility to save the world. Thus, the surviving lover will not grieve for its own passing, will not seek death to harm itself, and will not impulsively seek revenge. It will continue to live, devoting itself to saving the world. This is a blessing for the survivors, and the silver dragon's final protection. But he also had his own little scheme, that after his death, as a dream, there would be a Moyu who would forever belong to him, accompanying him, the two slumbering together in this beautiful, unending dream, never to be separated. The Moyu belonging to Iris will sleep eternally with the silver dragon, while the Lord will continue on his journey, carrying his friend's blessing and his tribute to his friend. He still bears the promise between the two, but along the long road ahead, new people will appear, supporting the Lord on his way. Note, adventurers, please do not disturb these two beings in the dream. They have sacrificed too much to save the world, now they deserve a peaceful rest. Tears welled up in the eyes of the salted fish, a nickname, and she covered her mouth to stop the cry from escaping her throat. She took a screenshot of the appraisal skill, and shared it with Gnawing Ball. The two adventurers tiptoed away, pondering the text repeatedly outside the dream, savoring it several times, before embracing each other and weeping. Wow, Silver Dragon, that's so wonderful. Silver Dragon knows he's going to die, so the Lord will definitely be heartbroken, and might even die with the dragon. He won't be able to wholeheartedly save the world. Silver Dragon simply took away the Lord's love and memories. But this way, the Lord won't remember having a Silver Dragon lover. He only remember that he and Silver Dragon were friends, and he'd be saddened by the dragon's death, but not to the point of excruciating pain. Ah, Silver Dragon is supposed to prevent the Lord from suffering, but why do I feel it's even more heartbreaking? Because the Lord lost Silver Dragon, he also lost the memories of loving Silver Dragon, and the right to suffer for his lover. But I can't say that what he did was wrong. Silver Dragon is thinking of his lover, thinking of the bigger picture. If the Lord still retained those memories, it's hard to say whether he would be consumed by grief and revenge, but would that really be the Lord Silver Dragon knew? Is this really the Lord we know? The Lord should always be composed, rational, and unwavering in the face of emotion. So heartbreaking. This is just too much. The Silver Dragon sacrificed himself, yet left his beloved with the strength to move forward, even granting him the ability to love again. So the night can't be entirely considered a substitute for the white moonlight. From the Lord's perspective, he never had feelings for the Silver Dragon, only a close friend. But the Lord's tastes are definitely consistent. He's a silver-haired fetishist, no doubt about it. Wah, the official team is amazing. With this kind of setting, fanfiction can go in any direction. I want to create content right now. Create content like crazy. But there's not enough material. Damn it, it's the official couple. Do I have to rely on fabricating stories myself? Listening to their discussion, Leah wiped the sweat from her brow, silently sacrificing herself. Protecting the Lord's reputation is the responsibility of the world's consciousness. Chapter 1255. Xianyue Tiao, as one of the earliest creators of fanfiction on the game forum, has always been praised and has a large following for her high output, high quality, and faithful recreation of the original characters without going out of character. Moreover, she has collaborated with the official development team. Players who have completed the relevant quests are very familiar with her work, such as Guardians of Illusion and Reality and Hero's End. Gnawing Ball is a frequent collaborator with her on fan-made PVs and hand-drawn animations. The two work together seamlessly, one on writing the plot, the other on animation/hand-drawn art/editing/music, to a degree that even Ialian praises. Both are quite famous, have a large fanbase, and wield significant influence among players. Therefore, when Xianyue Tiao and Gnawing Ball jointly released a discussion thread on Silver Dragon's Dream, a summary of the past of the Silver Dragon and the Lord, it instantly attracted the attention of players who were still excitedly browsing the forum. As one of the first to obtain the prequel novel from Citradius, Xianyuitiao, a user name, was quite qualified to comment on the plot involving the Silver Dragon and the Lord. Moreover, the moment the crucial video and appraisal results of the Silver Dragon and Lil Moi were released, the forum erupted again, with hundreds of replies appearing every second. This shows just how curious the players were about the Lord's gossip. They entered full of excitement and curiosity, and left in tears and sobs. Their initial speculations that the Lord was a playboy, a scumbag, and a two-timing man vanished instantly. Some players who had previously gossiped about the Lord even woke up in their sleep wanting to slap themselves. It was truly hellish. So, Silver Dragon and Moi woke up to find themselves inexplicably blessed with a large amount of faith energy from the adventurers. Meanwhile, a certain skipping work planner, after much effort and reluctantly coaxing the knight back online, though actually having a lot of fun, found that all the work had already been done by their boss, who had even turned the tide of battle with a single move, achieving great success. By merely changing a few words in the description, Leah shifted the blame entirely onto the dead Silver Dragon, and then, without revealing any secrets, created a fragmented Moi memory, completely separating him from the Lord. From now on, even if MOU and Lil Moi appear before players simultaneously, the players will probably consider it perfectly normal. My amazing little Leah. MOU ruffled the elf's hair, praising, "You're so capable." Leah has learned so much from MOU and the players. She's no longer the idiot she was when they first met. She's grown into a remarkably talented game planner, even mastering emergency rescue skills without any formal training. The little elf Leah puffed out her chest, exhaled a triumphant snort, and chuckled, utterly smug. What this boss didn't tell his employee, who was skipping work today during a critical moment, was that she had recovered a massive amount of energy from the players, making a fortune overnight. All the overtime and costs had been recouped. MOU glanced at the forum posts, with veteran players, like Salty Fish and Gnawing Ball leading the way in reading comprehension. His reputation was practically intact. Now that Leah has separated Lil Moi from him into two separate entities, she can edit the memories of the Silver Dragon obtained in the triple illusion of milk teeth into countless small segments, gradually releasing them to the players, like breadcrumbs. This allows for the addition of another volume to the important encyclopedia, gameplay. This time, let's call it, The Legend of the Silver Dragon. Moi's past with the Silver Dragon isn't actually important. The most crucial thing is for players to know exactly how the Silver Dragon died. Of course, content related to spatial authority and other aspects of the game's underlying design can be edited, deleted, or blurred. Previously, because the identity issues of Moi and MOU hadn't been resolved, the information MOU could reveal to the players was very limited. Most information was only briefly mentioned in PVs, as foreshadowing, not directly presented to players, as quests or CG animations. While it's true that there are those like Salty Fish who are enthusiastic about exploring clues and digging into the plot, and who can always come up with fairly accurate deductions, if the main storyline remains silent, then all the players' inferences are at best just speculation or fanfiction, and cannot be taken as definitive. Players are indeed an important part of MMORPGs, but some things must be done by the official development team, others cannot do it for them. As for where to place the trigger points for these fragments, that requires careful consideration. The trigger point must have some connection to the given plot fragment itself. If the two are too far-fetched or completely unrelated, the player experience will decline, and the number of negative reviews will increase. The places most closely connected to this storyline are the Silver Dragon Dreamland and the Southern Continent. However, MOU didn't want to place too many plot triggers in the Silver Dragon Dreamland. Too many players wandering around would easily disturb Iris and Moya's rest, and the monotonous scenery would also reduce the game's fun. The best method, of course, is to insert a short segment of the two spending time together at each of Silver Dragon and Moya's travel locations, followed by a short segment related to Silver Dragon's death. This way, one moment they're sweet and romantic, the next they're cruelly separated. A sweet then heartbreaking sequence that will definitely make players scream in agony, instantly boosting the game's immersive experience. A good online game can't just be bland, family-friendly content filled with laughter. It needs to deliver some drama when necessary, deepening character impressions, elevating the plot's themes, and sending players dopamine and endorphins soaring, a mix of tears and smiles. It's an emotional rollercoaster ride. That's what makes a good game. MOU stroked his chin thoughtfully, then pulled out his phone and dialed Hilderius's number. If anyone knew this experience better than MOU himself, it would undoubtedly be a certain best-selling author from the Magic Federation, famous for writing about his second brother's exploits. The game development team consisted of only MOU and Leah. Outsourcing to reduce workload was crucial, especially since it didn't require payment. Knowing how to use people effectively and assigning tasks to the most suitable individuals was a fundamental skill for game designers. Chapter 1256. Just as Mou had predicted, Sidro Diaz, a notorious playboy and socialite of the Feliz-Locke family, actively participated in this planned operation. Even during the period when Mou was supposedly expelled from the family for his illegal necromancy experiments and forced to wander the south on adventures, Sidro Diaz maintained an unwavering communication with his brother. They had a unique way of communicating, unknown to outsiders, even to Saloria. Since the unexpected death of the previous head of the Feliz-Locke family, the burden of this vast family fell on the shoulders of the three siblings, especially the sister. The Feliz-Locke family was ancient, large, and deeply rooted, with numerous factions among its branches and in-laws. These factions spared no effort in sowing discord and creating division among the three siblings, attempting to maximize the returns on their own investments. The three siblings had suspected that the death of the head of the Feliz-Locke family was not an accident, but a conspiracy, but they had no evidence, only speculation. At the time, the Feliz-Locke family was in turmoil, and both younger brothers firmly relinquished their inheritance rights, handing over the duties and power of the family head to their eldest sister. Internally, they were united, understanding each other's tender feelings without needing words. Externally, they were a domineering eldest sister trying to control her brothers, a silent and reclusive archmage even unwilling to speak with her family, yet engaged in some unusual research, potentially illegal, that was incomprehensible to ordinary people, and a libertine who frequented the most prosperous, bustling, and gossipy places in the Magic Federation. Rumors of discord within the Feliz-Locke family were widespread, a consequence of the siblings' laissez-faire attitude. They wanted to see who, behind these unsettling rumors, coveted the Feliz-Locke family's wealth and power, and who was connected to the death of the patriarch. Before becoming a novelist, Sidro Diaz had also publicly quarreled with Saloria. To be precise, that week, the people of the Magic Federation's Council were abuzz with the story that Saloria had chased Sidro Diaz for 2 blocks with a wooden stick as thick as an adult man's forearm, and that Sidro Diaz hadn't returned home for a whole week. After that, his reputation as a libertine resounded throughout the Magic Federation, and no one dared to bet on Sidro Diaz anymore, finally granting him the freedom he desired. The three siblings maintained a facade of discord to the outside world. They rarely interacted, ignored each other when they met in public, and never exchanged letters. This was understandable. After all, how could siblings who disliked each other communicate daily? After Moya went south, ordinary means of communication became even less likely. Messengers at post stations could be controlled and threatened by malicious individuals, ravens could be shot down from the sky, and letters could be intercepted and spied on. Fortunately, Moya was a great mage, proficient in many types of magic, including spatial magic. Spatial magic was a tricky and bizarre art, a difficult and obscure subject to ordinary people, almost like a foreign language. But for Moyu, it was both interesting and convenient. Whether it's teleportation magic that traverses thousands of miles in an instant, a permanent spell that creates inventory space out of thin air, a binding spell to imprison enemies in a dark room, or even an entrance to other worlds, countless possibilities fascinate Moyu, keeping him glued to his screen. He's developed a spell to transfer non-specific items between 2 specific objects, Hyderodius proudly explained. I don't understand the specific principles, that's not my area of expertise. Anyway, this special spell allows me to receive his letters and various souvenirs from time to time. Hyderodius chuckled as he spoke, as if recalling a funny incident. You know what? Moyu was afraid I'd carelessly throw the letters away and someone would see them, so he signed them to an anonymous female reader, even going to great lengths to use delicate, almost feminine handwriting, spraying perfume, and leaving a red lipstick mark. He gestured exaggeratedly. The first time I received a letter like that, I was almost terrified, thinking, what romantic entanglements have I actually attracted with my half-hearted, half-serious womanizing ways? It wasn't until I was halfway through reading that I realized the sender was him from the subtle details described between the lines, details known only to my brother and me. Mou couldn't help but laugh too. That sounds like something Mou would do. Wherever Mou went, he would use this anonymous magical transmission method to send local specialties to Sidro Diaz. Sometimes a book, sometimes a flower or a fallen leaf, sometimes a bottle of wine. These things seemed to be things Mou picked up casually when he felt like it, extremely casual and natural, yet it was as if one could glimpse a glimpse of the natural or cultural scenery he saw through these objects. His letters to Sidro Diaz, varying in length, recorded his thrilling adventures during his travels, his daily thoughts, and numerous vignettes of local recipes and peculiar customs. To maintain his persona as a famous writer without female readers, The letters, along with their grammar and vocabulary, became strange and flamboyant, even containing phrases like, "I hope these little things can inspire you," and "I sincerely hope to see these scenes in future novels." These forced explanations for sending the letters, however, did not prevent Cedro Diaz from seeing a glimpse of his brother's life through these letters. Thus, on a night lacking inspiration, the great writer unearthed his brother's letters, treating these excuses as authorization from his brother, and poured his heart and soul into writing one legendary adventure novel after another about magicians. "We got the authorization to use the material, might as well write it. I'm strictly based on my brother's real life and personality," Cedro Diaz swore while helping Leah edit the material. "Of course, I added some artistic embellishment. This is literature." Literature. MOU's lips twitched. "So the finished product has absolutely nothing to do with the original material, right?" Cedro Diaz chuckled. The addition of an experienced best-selling novelist and part-time literary editor had a tremendous positive impact on the entire team. Leah and MOU no longer needed to rack their brains for copywriting. They even had someone help organize the main and side plots, revise the wording, optimize the pacing, and highlight the key points. The three people's work efficiency improved significantly. Chapter 1257. With the help of Cedro Diaz, Leah quickly selected the memories she had gained within the Silver Dragon's dream core and edited them into short CG animation clips. The parts involving Moya and the Silver Dragon's personal privacy and the unspeakable trade secrets of the World faction were carefully handled artistically, hidden, omitted, and only the most important content was presented to the players. Players don't need to know every detail of Moya and the Silver Dragon's lives. They only need to watch the story of these two heroes who sacrificed their lives and loved to save the world. Although MOU and the others couldn't let the players know that the real Moya had passed away, the artistic treatment by Leah and Cedro Diaz effectively conveyed the same feeling. Moya, carrying memories of knowing and loving the Silver Dragon, had passed away along with the Silver Dragon, sleeping eternally in the dream. The newly reborn Lord will shoulder the heavy responsibility of saving the world, walking alongside new companions. In every sense, this statement is absolutely true, without a trace of falsehood. The important encyclopedia is a perfect fit for this storyline. Thanks to the hard work of the planners, the system administrators, and the newly appointed writer, this new content was quickly completed, and the new quests were pushed to the corresponding players' anchor points, waiting for them to complete the trigger conditions and accept the quests. Players soon discovered that their important encyclopedia had been updated with a new volume titled The Legend of the Silver Dragon. Just from the title, one could guess whose story this encyclopedia tells. Oh my god! It's the Silver Dragon! My dragon finally has a storyline. Thanks to the amazing good Jin Shengji. Thanks to the amazing Xian Yui Tiao. Thanks to the amazing Ye Qiu Qiu. Thanks to you guys for working hard to unlock the storyline. I, a casual player, can just wait for the Grand Encyclopedia to automatically enter my inventory. Please keep up the good work. I'm waiting to see the rest of the storyline. Hee. White Moonlight Dragon. Please someone tell me how to trigger this quest. I know everything. A bold guess. Should I check out the Silver Dragon Dream first? No, you should open the Silver Dragon Legend, Grand Encyclopedia and look carefully. Look! There's a quest prompt there. It says that when the adventurer's footprints overlap with Moya/Silver Dragon, there's a chance to trigger the corresponding prerequisite quest. Completing the prerequisite quest will trigger the Memory Fragment quest and grant you fragments. I see. The main way to obtain fragments in the Ialian God War Grand Compendium is by completing daily quests and fighting the evil god purification battle. Silver Dragon Legend lets players travel around and retrace the long march. This way, daily active users are high, and the popularity of the Southern Continent map is also increased. The development team's intentions are obvious. Come to think of it, the game's location, the map is just too huge. It opens up a whole new continent, leaving players to wander around and complete quests on their own. There's no consistent main storyline guiding players through every major city, which is a huge waste of map modeling. Many players probably haven't even finished exploring AMT County yet. To be honest, our team is still playing in the north. Personally, I feel the main storyline and the map are disconnected. The main storyline just opens doors and takes you to new maps. How you play and what you do on those new maps is irrelevant. That's your own business. After the Golden Land storyline, there were indeed fewer players remaining in the southern continent. Aside from a few druids diligently completing daily quests as Earth Mother's envoys, and players keen on trading and making money, the majority of players returned to the western continent to push through the Church of Light main storyline. New quests are always more appealing. This is a reactivation of an old map. This game's design philosophy is different from the leveling up system, where each stage has its own map. It leans more towards an open world style. Once the map is open, you can do whatever you want. While the main storyline provides guidance, the continent and activities players undertake can significantly impact it. Who would have thought that the Dragon Quest would be unexpectedly unlocked in a small village in the southern continent? This shows that there are still many undiscovered secrets on the old maps. The game isn't finished just because the main storyline takes place there. This makes more sense. Otherwise, we're only at version 4.0, and we already explored the entire planet's map. We can't just go for a stroll in the sun afterward. Compared to other online games that change the main city and setting with each new version, this game's setting has always been the planet Osiria itself. The main storyline progresses along a timeline, so the impact of new and old maps isn't significant. Events happening anywhere on this planet at any given time influence its future, and both new and old NPCs change as the main storyline progresses. Wow, that's a huge update. Every time I think about it, I feel like the game's developers are wasting their computing power and resources on weird and wonderful things. But I have to admit, it's these meticulous little details and huge investments that make this world feel real. Without AI technology saving manpower and resources, we probably wouldn't see a game like this released for hundreds of years. The AI technology that doesn't use infringing databases is really impressive. This game's AI is truly amazing. It feels like the NPCs have developed their own thinking abilities. They don't seem like mindless AI searching for answers in a database at all. This also requires a huge upfront investment. Even if the AI can calculate and assist in generating terrain and animations, the initial modeling library for plants, animals, humans, and fantasy races still needs to be created by the development team themselves. And there are no similar designs found anywhere online, which means that from the very beginning, this game has been building its own completely independent asset library. The NPC AI was also gradually developed through player interaction. Back in the closed beta, the small village of Amute was full of AI idiots. They weren't nearly as agile as the NPCs now, who even managed to sabotage players, more difficult than the common folk. It's all because of you guys corrupting us. Shaking head, sighing. It's all because of you troublemakers corrupting us. Shaking head, sighing, the players below then started repeating this from one another, creating a lively and laughing atmosphere. Back to the main topic, does anyone know which places Lord and Silver Dragon traveled to back then? Are we supposed to rely on sheer numbers to measure every inch of southern continent on foot, just going wherever we end up? I remember Lord's younger brother wrote a novel about Lord. I'm not entirely sure of the exact details, but at least it mentioned locations, right? Chapter 1258. Mr. Brown Van Parmesan yawned in the warm morning sun. As he'd done for the past few months, he was stopping at Corner Coffee and Dessert on his commute to work for a coffee. Good morning, Ms. Mayona. He entered the shop, slightly lifting the brim of his top hat in a simple hat-tipping gesture. Another pleasantly sunny day. Good morning, Mr. Parmesan. Would you like your usual latte and a croissant with tuna salad today? Mayona, who was minding the shop, asked warmly. Or perhaps you're feeling adventurous today. What if I am? Mr. Parmesan asked with interest. What do you recommend? You come at the perfect time. Last night our boss Mother suddenly appeared and updated our menu. This is a limited-time new item. The Silver Dragon Mousse Cake paired with the Great Magician Butter Beer and Sea Salt Coffee combo is only 9.9 ounces. You can look in the window. That's a sample. Mr. Parmesan glanced down with interest, his eyes widening instantly. That's a cake? It was less a cake and more a work of art. A lifelike silver dragon lay curled up on the beach, so vivid it seemed about to open its eyes and spew dragonfire at any moment. Its scales even shimmered. Yes, it's a cake. From the dragon to the beach, everything is made with natural foods, so it's safe to eat, and it tastes amazing, Ms. Mayona said with a smile. Last night, all of the staff had the privilege of trying it, and I dare say it's a taste you never experienced before. A set meal, please, Mr. Parmesan said decisively. He reached into his purse, fumbling for his coins, then suddenly remembered something and asked in a low voice, By the way, I heard your proprietress is the goddess of pastry? Is that true? Yes, Ms. Mayona replied in a similarly low voice, speaking furtively. That's why our pastries are the best. Look at that dragon, sir. Who else in the world, besides the goddess of pastry, could make such a lifelike cake? Mr. Parmesan was extremely satisfied with this answer. He watched with almost critical eyes as Ms. Mayona carefully and deftly packed the dragon-shaped cake, and then, according to his preferences, made him a steaming cup of high-sweetness butter beer and sea salt coffee. Holding these two packed breakfast items in his hands, he even felt his magical abilities had improved. "Have a nice day." "You too, ma'am, you too." He hummed a little tune as he walked out of the shop, sauntering towards the bookstore where he worked. Mr. Parmesan worked at Past Events Bookstore. Located on the east side of the main street in the magical academic district of Colensal City, it was the largest bookstore in the city. This store was converted from a small villa, and it sold all kinds of books, from the most profound ancient magical tomes to the most accessible and easy-to-understand books favored by housewives, and some men too, such as 100 home organization tips and common magic, from true history to the most gossipy tabloids, from hefty tomes written in foreign languages to the best-selling popular novels on the street, as well as all kinds of stationery, maps, sheet music, and paints and canvases. It could be said that any product related to words, literature, or art could be found in this store. If you can't find it, the store also offers personalized customization and antique book hunter hiring services. Mr. Parmesan is both the manager and the sole employee of Past Events Bookstore. Some might ask, why does such a large store only need one employee? Oh, one employee is enough. Like all bookstores, Past Events Bookstore must cut unnecessary expenses to maintain its enormous size and assets in an era of declining customers. All the books in the store are protected by anti-theft spells. Customers can freely browse, but they cannot read more than a fifth of the content without paying, nor can they take any books out of the store. Mr. Parmesan only needs to keep the doors open from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. daily, and stay behind the counter for as long as possible. Not long ago, the bookstore's financial backer, Sidrodius Felizlock, added a magical doll to the counter that could automatically collect money and retrieve books. This made Mr. Parmesan's job much easier. He only needed to open and close the store daily, clean the shop, and stock new books. There weren't many customers each day. After all, books weren't a necessity in this era. According to the last round of surveys by the Magic Federation Council, the literacy rate across the entire Magic Federation was less than 40%, which was already considered a leading figure on the continent. The literacy rate at the Church of Light was less than 20%, and many people couldn't even understand the Church of Light's scriptures. Scholars of high status, reputation, and wealth in the Magic Federation generally don't come to bookstores on their own. Aside from a very few noble customers, who have a habit of browsing and selecting treasures, or high-ranking mages seeking specific magical ancient texts, who need to place orders in person, the rest of the mages prefer the bookstore's monthly magical mail catalog. They simply use a magic pen to mark the books they want in this catalog. The bookstore receives the order, and delivers them to their door the next day via familiar, collecting payment. Mid to low-end customers are more purposeful. They come and go quickly, heading straight to a counter, rapidly selecting the picture books, novels, exercise books, or certain life guides they want, then haggling with the magical dolls before reluctantly paying. Thanks to the existence of the magical dolls, Mr. Parmesan is spared a great deal of having to repeatedly reiterate no discounts and no bargaining to customers, and he also avoids losing a significant amount of money each month due to his misplaced compassion. While the Felizlock family might have backed the shop, it still needed to be self-sufficient. Mr. Parmesan was used to serving only a few, at most a few dozen, customers a day. On its worst days, business was slow, with not a single customer. On such quiet days, he would take a book from the shop and sit behind the counter to read quietly. Hedenius often came to sit in the shop. This best-selling author had a cozy study on the third floor where he could write, read, or receive guests. However, today's bookstore was quite different from before. Chapter 1259. Today, the shop was packed with people. Even though the doors weren't open yet, for long queues had already formed, stretching back and forth across the street. Mr. Parmesan's eyes widened in disbelief. For a moment, he thought he'd gone to the wrong place. "What are you all here for?" he stammered, instinctively protecting his expensive and exquisite little cake. "Is this the shop manager? Is the shop manager here? Great. Finally, they're opening." The customers, dressed as adventurers. They chattered excitedly, and the person at the front of the line answered, "Are you the shopkeeper? We're here to buy books. Do you still have Mrs. Sidloadius's Dragon and Wizard series in stock? When does the shop open?" "I open the door right now. Please be patient," Mr. Parmesan replied instinctively, holding his coffee cup between his left elbow and body, while his right hand reached into his pocket for his keys to open the door, his mind racing. "Wait, Dragon and Wizard is the work of young Master Sidloadius himself. He's not married yet. He doesn't have a wife?" "Oh, a wife is. It's a title of respect. A little more impressive than great. The person at the head of the line explained earnestly, we use it to describe incredibly talented writers. This title has nothing to do with gender or marital status. Only authors who create masterpieces where every word is a gem, whose lingering resonance lasts for 3 months, leaving one forgetting the taste of meat for 3 months, deserve this title. Mr. Parmesan blinked, somewhat bewildered, and pushed open the door, first safely placing his coffee and small cakes behind the counter. Please come in, everyone. The Dragon and Wizard series is on the second shelf. It's the 1278th book in the Wizard trilogy. Are you sure you only want this one? The adventurers wore similar bewildered expressions as Mr. Parmesan. The one at the front of the line reacted fastest. Yes, I want them all. The entire trilogy, no. Please give me a copy of all of Sid Loius's works. A moment later, each adventurer held a page of the list of Sid Loius's published books, and each carried a basket, weaving through the bookstore, searching for books on the list. Mr. Parmesan had never seen so many customers flood into the bookstore, not even when a new Sid Loius book was released. And today, Sid Loius hadn't even come to the store, nor held any signings or meet and greets. They were even buying the author's older works from many years ago. What's going on? Mr. Parmesan, completely bewildered, took a sip of his coffee, then all his attention was drawn to his coffee, ignoring the strange customers. The warm coffee had a unique buttery aroma, rich and comforting with a hint of refreshing sea saltiness, a wonderful combination that made it irresistible. It smells so good, so incredibly good. He downed almost half a cup in one gulp before setting it down contentedly. He then took the pretty, delicate little cake from its packaging. Exquisite, beautiful, it's practically a work of art. Ah, I almost don't want to eat it. He hesitated, his spoon hovering over the dragon's body, unsure where to begin. Just then, an adventurer poked his head out from behind the counter. Wow, sir, what are you eating? Ah, it's a silver dragon. Mr. Parmesan acted decisively, scooping out most of the dragon with a spoon and quickly popping it into his mouth, letting out a satisfied sigh. The outer shell is made of white chocolate, infused with mint and other vanilla extracts. The refreshing aroma of mint and candy travels from the tip of the tongue to the nose, cleansing the palate and invigorating the mind. The cool, silky, slightly bitter dark chocolate mousse has a pudding-like texture, melting in the mouth to reveal a soft, cloud-like chiffon cake inside. The cake itself isn't overly sweet. The bitterness of the chocolate and the spiciness of the vanilla blend perfectly, leaving a lingering fragrance that makes you want to take another bite. Mr. Parmesan, fearing that the renowned adventurers might steal his breakfast, quickly finished the dragon-shaped cake, then took a sip of coffee, savoring the exquisite flavors that intertwined in his mouth to create a third, even more wonderful and complex taste. Only then did he look up at the adventurer, who was practically hanging halfway up the high counter. Adventurer, uncle, where did you buy this cake? It looks delicious. Adventurer, your drool is practically dripping onto my counter. Mr. Parmesan tried his best to hide his disgust and politely replied, this is a new limited edition item from Corner Cafe and Dessert. It's said to be the work of the god of pastry, and it tastes absolutely amazing. Oh! So it was the cat who did it. The adventurer suddenly realized, muttering in a language Mr. Parmesan couldn't understand, I thought there was another silver dragon quest somewhere. But it looks really delicious, I have to buy some and try it. He paid for the book at the magic doll stand and dashed out of the shop. Mr. Parmesan, The rumors were true. These adventurers were really strange. Their speech was completely incoherent and incomprehensible, however. He glanced up at the adventurers, who were patiently queuing to pay in front of the magical doll, each carrying a basket overflowing with books. His mind raced, calculating the rising sales figures. Those books were all old stock that hadn't sold over the years. It was true that young Master Sid Loius was a best-selling author, but the Magic Federation's customer base was, after all, limited. Once everyone who wanted to read them had done so, and the hype died down, these books, mass-produced due to their temporary popularity, would become unsellable inventory, piling up in warehouses year after year, hoping that one day a new, unread reader would take pity on them and buy them. Unsold books equal unrecoverable costs, and a burden that continuously occupies warehouse space and storefront counters. If it were anyone else's books, they would probably have been disposed of long ago. But this is a shop funded by the Feliz-Locke family themselves, who would dare dispose of books written by young Master Sid Loius. They have to be sold, even if they don't sell. They even have to be regularly enchanted with spells to prevent insects, water damage, aging, and yellowing, maintaining the books in their best condition. Fortunately, Mr. Parmesan is a magic expert specializing in these spells, otherwise, he would have to hire someone else and pay an exorbitant fee, which would be extremely uneconomical. Therefore, Mr. Parmesan now looks at these wealthy adventurers as if they radiate a holy aura of money. He can completely ignore their incomprehensible language and the frequent glances directed at his coffee and desserts. These are all big spenders. Chapter 1260. A person who can hold a respectable job on the main street of the Magic Academic District in Colensal, the capital city of the Magic Federation, is not someone to be underestimated, regardless of their unremarkable appearance, understated attire, preference for cakes or sweet milk tea, or wealth. For a long time, magicians, who not only lacked divine backing but were also enemies of other gods, were both proud and humble. This is because arrogant and boastful individuals would attract unwanted attention prematurely and be stifled in their early development. Even the most talented and powerful individuals cannot constantly be on high alert against omnipresent enemies and traps. You can't be a thief for 1,000 days and guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Over time, someone will always catch you off guard. Only caution ensures long-term success. Mr. Parmesan was a low-key yet powerful magician. His expertise extended far beyond spells for preserving books by preventing insects, water damage, and oxidation. His true forte lay in familiar magic. Familiars were a special kind of demon, existing mostly as tiny spirits. They were naturally gifted at possession magic, able to attach themselves to any low-intelligence living or non-living thing, transforming into animal or human-like forms to handle various tasks. However, this was energy-intensive, so they generally only possessed a summoner after forming a contract, drawing upon the summoner's own energy to sustain themselves. Summoning a familiar required innate affinity and a vast reserve of magical power, both of which Mr. Parmesan possessed. He could summon 5 familiars by himself, responsible for cleaning the bookstore and warehouse, receiving and replenishing stock, maintaining order and quiet while he was away, and handling miscellaneous tasks like serving tea and water. Normally, depending on the store's customer traffic, he only needed to summon 1 or 2 familiars to keep things running smoothly. But today, the 5 familiars kept making trips back and forth from the warehouse carrying out novels, only to have them all emptied by adventurers immediately. Their little wings were practically flying off into flames, yet they still couldn't satisfy all the adventurers' needs. Not long after, a somewhat exhausted Mr. Parmesan picked up the 5 familiars that had collapsed on the floor, dragged them back behind the counter, thought for a moment, and then simply opened the storeroom, letting the adventurers come in and choose whatever they wanted. Anyway, there's anti-theft magic here, so what's the difference between taking goods from the warehouse and picking them from the shelves? Adventurers, I feel like the NPCs are getting more and more perfunctory with us. Is it just my imagination? However, adventurers who are used to running errands for the like don't care about such minor issues. They're even smug about the increased efficiency from streamlined processes. The sooner they buy the books, the sooner they can do the quest. Good news. The adventurer's purchasing efficiency is significantly improved after entering the warehouse. Bad news. The efficiency is too high, all the books in stock are sold out within an hour, and there's still a large group of adventurers waiting to get into the store. What? Sold out? The latecomer, Wolankiu, let out a lament. I only went to buy a silver dragon cake first, how come it's sold out? What about the warehouse? Is there nothing left in the warehouse? I'm very sorry, Mr. Parmesan explained politely. These are all old books, not printed for a long time. What you have in the store is the last batch, and the warehouse stock is all sold out. What about other places? Do other bookstores still have them? Wu Longqiu asked, unwilling to give up. Mr. Parmesan shook his head. I'm sorry, this set of books was indeed printed and produced by our store, and then distributed to bookstores in various places. But as I said before, these are old books published 50 to 70 years ago. The stores that previously distributed them returned their stock to us because they couldn't sell them. However, you can still try your luck elsewhere. After all, I can't say for sure if every store owner returned all their stock. Maybe some stores will keep a few copies to sell themselves? Wu Longqiu returned disappointed. As she reached the store entrance, she saw a familiar figure secretly meeting another player in the alley across the street. Before she could run over to investigate, the familiar figure approached. I got a set. The black-haired, red-eyed sharpshooter, Shinchio, calmly told her. Limited edition popular items like these always attract scalpers. They charge a 50% markup, but it's not unacceptable. It's just adventure coins, we can earn more. Besides, these books only contain clues, not mandatory quest items. One set is enough for the 2 of us, and we can resell them afterward. Wow! As expected of my partner, she's so reliable. Wu Longqiu exclaimed. I thought this was definitely a lost cause. The magical academic district has a famous fountain plaza. Benches line the fountain for visitors to rest and enjoy the view. The young couple immediately went over and plopped down. Wu Longqiu laid out coffee and cake, while Xinqiu piled a complete set of novels at their feet. They ate and read, thoroughly enjoying themselves. They first selected all of Sidrodius's novels involving the Lord, then arranged them chronologically. Sidrodius is very much in the style of best-selling European and American novelists, like Agatha Christie's Poirot series. He uses a single protagonist to introduce a series of seemingly unrelated cases and bizarre adventures. Each book is an independent story, with the chronological order only discernible between the lines, through foreshadowing, and the constantly shifting relationships between characters. Even reading hastily, the two have been engrossed for a long time. The novels are truly captivating. Wu Longqiu became completely absorbed after only a few pages, forgetting what he was doing and reading with great relish. Found it. Deep Autumn's voice jolted her from the captivating plot, making her realize she'd been engrossed in the novel, completely ignoring the quest clues. Damn it, this novel is too good. What kind of development team actually writes novels within a game? What kind of player actually reads novels within a game? Wouldn't such a high-quality work be better published directly? It's absurd. She couldn't help but feel annoyed at her laziness, but at the same time, she couldn't bear to put down the incredibly good novel, and was even more curious about what Deep Autumn had found. Deep Autumn, already familiar with her style, simply smiled indulgently and said, "The silver dragon lives on an island in the sea. I found the harbor where Moi was set off for Dragon Island back then. Let's start there." Chapter 1261. Wu Longqiu and Xinqiu, full of excitement, teleported to the southern continent and found the harbor described in the book. However, they quickly discovered that the scenery here was vastly different from what was described in the book. It was completely different. Wu Longqiu, looking puzzled, flipped through the book several times, finally finding a line of small print on the back of the title page. To protect the privacy of the protagonist's prototype, all place names mentioned in the book have been artistically altered. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. The two players, This is terrible. Wu Longqiu lamented. Did the developers trick us? If these novels can't be taken seriously, how are we supposed to find quest trigger points? Are we really going to randomly measure every inch of the southern continent on foot? Xinqiu pondered for a moment, went to the nearest shop to buy a map of the southern continent, and inquired about the silver dragon. When she returned, she had a new idea. This novel wasn't just made up out of thin air. They found a juice bar to rest and regroup. Wu Longqiu bought 2 drinks, while Xinqiu found a 2-person table and spread out a map, carefully comparing it to the descriptions in the novel. The names of cities might be changed, but the scenery, locations, daylight hours, distance from the sea, these values can't be altered too much, otherwise it might affect the plot itself. When there are reference points, a creator wouldn't create so much trouble for themselves just to protect the privacy of the protagonist's prototype. So, this novel is indeed a clue given to us by the production team. However, the production team has hidden mysteries within these clues. Only by solving these mysteries can we find the real port. Oolong took a big gulp of juice and nodded. We have 2 paths. One is to eliminate impossible locations based on the geographical descriptions in the novels, gradually narrowing down the exploration area and focusing on areas with high probability. Adding to this, we can find geographical features clearly defined in the plot, and we should be able to find the real port. The other path is like Moya's, following in his footsteps to find the legend of the Silver Dragon. He pulled out several prequel novels and piled them on the table. If we choose the second path, we have to read more novels and ask more NPCs about the dragon. Obviously, neither of these is something that can be easily solved in one night. The task is complete. This is a puzzle game that will take quite a while to solve. Isn't this great? Wu Longqiu wasn't intimidated at all. On the contrary, her interest grew even stronger. She excitedly leaned closer to Xinqiu. Back then, the Lord followed the dragon's footsteps and found true love. Now we're following in their footsteps, searching for the scenery they once saw. It feels so romantic. Maybe we can even take lots of beautiful photos. Wu Longqiu, a photographer in real life, also loved taking pictures of various landscapes and people in the game. Just thinking about how many landscapes she could photograph on this exploration trip made her blood boil and her artistic heart pound. Xinqiu coughed lightly, her face slightly flushed. If you like it, that's good. So the two settled down in this harbor, gathering information while reading the novel. They used almost all the geographical knowledge they had acquired in their lives, following the coastline to more than a dozen ports before finally finding a place very close to the description in the book. This port is now called Morphus Town. According to the town's elders, it was once a haven for pirates, and was associated with a legend of a silver dragon. Nearly 50 years ago, the town suffered a devastating catastrophe when a horde of evil gods' minions suddenly swarmed in. Although they appeared briefly before mysteriously disappearing, they still brought immense destruction to the town. Many who witnessed this bizarre scene went mad on the spot, and quite a few transformed into monsters. The evil gods' minions came and went quickly, but these monsters destroyed most of the town. Overnight, the once bustling town was reduced to ruins. The survivors fled, and it became a ghost town. After nearly 2 or 3 decades of abandonment, members of the Earth Mother Church came to rebuild the port. However, the town rebuilt on this land had absolutely no connection to what it once was. New residents, renovated buildings, a new town name. Only a few elderly people returned as residents of the old town, while the original inhabitants gradually passed away with the passage of time. The legendary silver dragon has vanished without a trace. Some say it brought the disaster, others say it prevented an even greater catastrophe. To this day, no one understands what truly happened. This should be it, said Shinchio. The disaster the old man spoke of in the town, the legend of the silver dragon, and the plot all seem related. The sun's altitude, the length of daylight, and the common plants all match the descriptions in the novel. However, most of the buildings have been renovated, time has passed, and the people and things are no longer the same. I don't know how to trigger the quest. Fortunately, this harbor town isn't very big, so searching diligently should be an option. Let's go check out the old tavern first, Ulunkia said, flipping through the novel. It's said to be the place where the great magician and the silver dragon first met. Maybe we can find some clues. Luckily, the disaster started spreading from the part of the town closest to the harbor, and the tavern wasn't greatly affected, or rather, the people in the tavern were all too drunk to be easily frightened even by the evil god's minions, thus inexplicably surviving. This little tavern is a remnant from back then, the tavern owner enthusiastically explained to the couple who had come to inquire. But I wasn't the owner back then, ha ha ha. The tavern was run by a group of pirates. During the disaster, they either went mad or fled. The entire pirate crew disintegrated and ceased to exist, so nobody wanted the tavern. I bought it from the deacon of the Earth Mother Church, who took over the town. I heard it used to be a tavern frequented by dragons and great magicians, so I didn't do much to it, just replaced some rotten wood. They only repaired the roof and beams. Almost everything in the tavern has been preserved exactly as it was back then. Oh, and there's still a magical image left from back then on that wall. You can go take a look there, and see if you can find the clues you're looking for. The couple indeed found the wall the tavern owner had mentioned. The magical image on the wall was similar to an animated photograph from a magical world. Oolong Ball spotted the Lord's image among the gifts. The Lord was smiling shyly in the image, and standing next to him was a handsome man with silver hair and vertical pupils. Chapter 1262. Wow, it's the Lord! Then this must be the silver dragon. Wolankia leaned forward to examine him closely. The two of them are quite a perfect match. They had entered the game late and hadn't been to the silver dragon's dreamland, let alone seen the silver dragon in human form. Not all players were so lucky, but anyone familiar with anime could immediately see the resemblance between the silver dragon's model and his human form. Looks like we didn't come to the wrong place, Shinchio said. But what about the quest? Where's the quest? Wolankia opened the important encyclopedia, and after a moment shook his head. No updates. We haven't found the fragments yet. There were no more clues in the tavern, and the bartender/owner knew nothing. Their quest had hit a wall once again. Perhaps we need to find Dragon Island, Wolankia guessed wildly. The Lord set sail from this port back then. If we follow his lead, we should be able to find clues. There's no Dragon Island here? The bartender/owner interjected while wiping glasses. An island with dragons is called a Dragon Island, and there haven't been any dragons around here for a long time. He shook his head, sighing. Pirates are always there, ha! Didn't you say the pirate crew that ran this tavern no longer exists? Shinchio asked. The pirate crew that ran this tavern is gone, but new pirates always emerge, the owner said. That group of pirates used to control this area, running both the dock and the tavern. Whoever wanted to go to sea either had to find a ship at the dock or sailors at the tavern. By controlling these two places, they controlled the entire sea. I heard old folks talk about how these pirates loved to rob solo travelers. They disguised themselves as boatmen or ticket brokers, and no matter where the traveler wanted to go, they could always conjure up a ship and a fictitious route. They first extort an exorbitant fare, getting eager and wealthy travelers to open their wallets. Then, under the pretext of preparing ships, supplies, and crew, they stall for time, luring the travelers to taverns for drinks, lodging, and rest. Once the pirates had drunk spiked drinks, they sway the day's passengers onto the ship. All the formalities were complete. Tickets were given to the guests, then returned for verification. Once the guests boarded, the ship wobbled out of the harbor, and that was it, completely unrelated to the port, no longer their responsibility. No one would know that those ships were punctured hulls, corked shut, only capable of sailing a very short distance, just enough to reach the open sea. The bartender suddenly stopped talking. The two adventurers, captivated, quickly asked, "And then?" "The rest isn't free." The bartender grinned, pointing to the liquor rack behind him. "What would you two like to drink? Or perhaps some food? The grilled small fish here is exceptional, crispy and crunchy, perfect with drinks." The two adventurers' lips twitched. Good heavens, this was practically like those video platforms that only let you watch a 6-minute preview, then charge separately for the full movie, and even VIP memberships don't help. However, the adventurers, wanting to hear a story and looking for a quest, obediently picked up the menu and ordered 2 drinks and a plate of their signature grilled small fish. After all, this was a game. Adventure coins were easy to earn. Even spending hundreds of thousands on a hair tie wasn't a big deal. The 2 cocktails and the fragrant, crispy fish arrived, and the owner began his saga. "Guests, once you board the ship, you entered a wolf's den. The sailors will take the ship out to sea, steal all the luggage from the drowsy guests, and then pull out the plugs blocking the holes in the hull. Hey, the ship starts to sink." Walankia picked up a small, crispy fish, no thicker than a finger, and popped it into his mouth. His eyes widened in delight, and he immediately clapped Shinchio's arm, urging him to try some. "This is delicious. The whole fish is roasted until crispy. Even the bones are fragrant and crunchy, melting in your mouth with the slightest touch. It also has a strong peppery flavor, so fragrant. A snack to go with drinks, paired with fine wine and stories. What could be better?" After these wrecked ships set sail, the pirates would wait nearby in their own ships, collect the passengers' luggage, pick up their accomplices, and then disappear without a trace. As for the unfortunate passengers, they were left stranded on the ship, helpless and alone, slowly drifting away with the wrecked vessel. Slowly sinking, buried at the bottom of the sea. "Wait," Shinchio asked, "how do you know so much about what happened back then?" The innkeeper chuckled, his eyes gleaming with cunning and shrewdness. "Thank you for your patronage, 30 pesos. Don't guests come to the tavern to hear stories? This town doesn't have any gossip from all over the world, so we have to reminisce about the past. Didn't you two stay here to hear these stories? It wasn't for nothing that I spent my days chatting with the old folks and inquiring about the past. I even have the famous writer she here. The complete set of novels by Drodius Felislach, The Great Wizard and the Dragon." Deep Autumn was speechless, silently taking out his money. While the shopkeeper went to attend to other customers, he whispered to Walankiu, "I knew it. The system also arranged that set of novels here, so players who didn't buy the books can still borrow them to check for clues." Sure enough, there's more than one way to complete the game's tasks. The shopkeeper served drinks to other customers, and then returned. Where were we? Oh right, the pirates of the old days used this method to prey on lone travelers, without anyone noticing. If anyone asked afterward, it was just an unfortunate voyage. The sea is a ruthless and terrifying place. Who can reason with the sea? Didn't the dragons of yesteryear care? Dragons don't care about pirates, the shopkeeper said. Dragons don't concern themselves with anything other than the treasures they care about. And what about the pirates now? Are they still dominating the docks in? Walankia subconsciously glanced around. The innkeeper laughed heartily. No, this place has absolutely nothing to do with pirates, and they no longer occupy the docks. No, the docks are now the territory of the Earth Mother Church, used properly for transporting goods and passengers. The pirates occupy the nearby islands, and they raid passing merchant ships every now and then. It's certainly a nuisance, but that's the Earth Mother Church's problem. If you two don't plan to go to sea, you won't encounter any danger. The adventurous couple sensed a quest in the air. Wait a minute, doesn't anyone want to deal with those pirates? Chapter 1263. The answer is, of course, yes. The Earth Mother Church had long wanted to deal with these pirates, but pirates are a cunning and brutal bunch, and the people of the Earth Mother Church share the same style as the Earth Mother. They don't glorify violence, nor are they adept at using force. They prefer to communicate through business and cooperation, and mutual benefit is their language. But for pirates, What concept of mutually beneficial business cooperation exists? They want something, they just steal it. For them, no-cost business is the best option. Admittedly, these pirates are neither Angelmare's immortal pirates, nor some skilled merfolk. They are simply a group of ruthless scoundrels who have made a living at sea for many years, committing all sorts of evil deeds. However, these pirates are extremely familiar with the surrounding waters, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, which is already enough to give the people of the Earth Mother Church a run for their money. No wonder the people of the Southern Continent Merchant Guild treat Angelmare as a terrifying legend to frighten children. Pirates in the Southern Continent are just that troublesome. Now that Angelma has joined the ranks of the world consciousness, the Southern Continent Merchant Guild is having a much easier time. However, this doesn't mean that every small pirate crew needs the sea god's intervention. No, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Adventurers are more than enough to handle those wicked, bandit-riding pirates, not to mention their low price. If we combine these small tasks of eliminating pirates, bandits, and unscrupulous merchants with the Silver Dragon Legend, Grand Encyclopedia quests, then even those useless adventurer coins can be largely saved. All we need to do is play a few CG animations, memories, meticulously edited and arranged by Leah and Sidro Diaz for the adventurers. Not only can players completely freeload off adventurers completing quests, but they also have to pay MOU for a monthly card and give Leon mental energy. It's a triple win. Adventurers should even thank the development team for bringing them such a beautifully crafted and fun game. It's a steal. Shinchio and Woolunkyu, of course, had no idea that a certain planner was about to hatch a scheme. Thinking they had seen through the scriptwriter's arrangements, they happily stormed into the town's Adventurers Guild and, sure enough, found a quest to wipe out the pirates. Important quest. Wiping out coastal pirates. A group of pirates has long occupied an empty, isolated island in the open sea as their base, plundering large quantities of merchant goods and continuously threatening the safety of passing merchant ships and the residents of nearby coastal towns. If adventurers are willing to take action to wipe out these pirates and recover the merchant goods, the Merchant Guild is willing to offer adventurers a generous reward. Note: perfectly completing this quest may unlock related quests for the important encyclopedia. Note: adventurers are advised to form a party of 4 or more with all classes to begin this quest. Got it! Woolunkyu was overjoyed and instinctively reached for the quest slip, only to find it wouldn't budge. What's going on? A system dialog box appeared in her vision. You currently do not have a party of 4 or more adventurers, and you do not meet the quest requirements. You cannot accept this quest. Damn it! This quest has a mandatory party requirement. You need at least 4 people to accept it. Not only is there a party requirement, but there's also a class requirement. Shinchio tapped the last prompt. I'm afraid we need a tank, a healer, and a DPS. Who's going to heal us? Then I play astrology, Woolunkyu said after thinking for a moment. Shinchio said, I take the marksman role. That way, we only need a tank and a DPS. Oziria doesn't lack tanks, so recruiting should be easy. I start a recruitment. Woolunkyu was about to open the forum when Shinchio grabbed his shoulder. Wait! Don't reveal we're doing the Grand Encyclopedia quest, or players will swarm like locusts. Woolunkyu shuddered, remembering the long, winding line outside the bookstore. Yes, you're right. But before they could post the recruitment, a girl popped up. Excuse me. Are you also interested in this quest? Huh? Woolunkyu glanced at her finger and immediately nodded. Yes, it's just the 2 of us. We're also just the 2 of us. The girl who spoke had flaxen hair, and the ID when will the neighbor get smart? On her head. She pulled over another girl next to her, who had been staring blankly at her with dead fish eyes, looking like she'd been gone for a while. When will the world be quiet? Let's team up. That way, we meet the minimum requirement of 4 people. She exclaimed excitedly. We have a healer. Do you have a tank? Shinchio asked. This quest has class restrictions. I'm playing a singer. I can switch to a paladin. The girl, who seemed to be fast asleep, suddenly spoke up, startling Shinchio and Woolunkyu. I'm not very good at it though, healer. Please look after me. How about we try a paladin, healer, astrologer, and singer combination? Woolunkyu thought for a moment. Astrology should also be considered a DPS class. Let's give it a try. The 4 of them quickly formed a team. This time, Woolunkyu encountered no obstacles whatsoever, took the quest slip, and smoothly registered the quest with the Adventurers Guild, obtaining more detailed quest instructions. Clearly, this quest wasn't just a simple combat mission. They first had to go to that undiscovered island, find the pirates' hideout, and then wipe them out. Whether they killed them all or captured them all was entirely up to the adventurer's discretion. In other words, we still need to get a ship and find out the location of the island. The singer groaned, clutching her head. Ugh, what a troublesome task. Not necessarily. Wolankio looked up at the merchant ship's operating schedule posted on the Adventurers Guild wall. She hurried to the merchant ship's counter and asked the staff, "Are your merchant ships afraid of pirates? Do you need bodyguards?" The staff member's eyes lit up. "Yes, we do. We hire bodyguards year-round, paid per incident. The final payment depends on whether the merchant ship encounters pirates. The duration of the escort mission, and whether the team safely reached their destination are factors to consider. A detailed price list is available here." Not long after, Wu Longqiu returned, trotting back with a roll of parchment. "Guys, ever heard of entrapment? We can do 2 missions at once and earn double the money." Xinqiu looked approvingly at his girlfriend, while the other 2 girls instantly perked up. "Sisters! Great idea!" The 4 of them ultimately chose the most lucrative, most luxurious and wealthy merchant ship, becoming its bodyguards. Chapter 1264. Hee-ho! Hee-ho! Is all the cargo ready? Reporting, Captain. All cargo is loaded, and the bodyguards are in position. We can set sail. Thank you, First Mate. Pass down the order. Everyone, take your positions. Set sail. Weigh anchor. Everyone, take your positions. The bare-chested, muscular slaves hee-ho as they pushed the large wooden turntable at the stern, and the thick iron chains pulled a massive anchor sunk to the bottom of the sea. One by one, the nimble sailors, dressed in white linen shirts and blue trousers, swing back and forth on the masts, untying some sails and furling others. The first mate paces back and forth on the ship's side, meticulously checking everything, big and small. The captain stands firmly behind the helm, like a pillar of strength. Masthead sailing ships, cannons and rum, the scorching sun and azure waters, everything perfectly matched Wolankiu's wildest fantasy of Caribbean pirate-era sailing. She tugged at Xinqiu's sleeve excitedly. "My God, it's like we stepped into a movie set. No, into that era. The experience is so realistic." Xinqiu nodded in deep agreement. For only 88 yuan a month, it can satisfy almost all the players' preferences, whether it's magic or technology, medieval knights and churches or cyberpunk, mechs or Chinese culture. As long as the player can imagine it, they can recreate it in this game world through official settings or their own efforts. Isn't that much more cost-effective than taking your girlfriend on a trip around the world? They even went to the stern to cosplay some classic Titan octopus poses, having a blast. Of course, the ship wasn't that big. During their wanderings, they encountered 2 other female teammates several times. The lively one, Kai Chiao, was always pulling the sleepy-eyed Anjing along, chattering and jumping around. For some reason, Wolankia felt a sense of familiarity with them, and subconsciously glanced at his own hand, which was holding Xinqiu's. "Xinqiu? Question mark. Clang. Clang clang." Suddenly, the bell rang, and the adventurers and sailors all looked towards the tallest mast in the center of the ship. From the lookout at the top of the mast came a sharp whistle from the sentry. The adventurers couldn't understand, but the other crew members did. They shouted the translated warning, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Pirate ships spotted behind an island 600 meters southeast! An ambush! An ambush! Load the cannons! Aim at the pirate ships! Fire! Gather the adventurers! Where are our bodyguards?" The captain roared, "Pirates are here!" The 4 adventurers rushed to the ship's side. "They're here! We're here!" The captain looked them over suspiciously, as if beginning to doubt whether these adventurers were truly as powerful and reliable as rumored. Under his scrutinizing gaze, the adventurers felt a pang of embarrassment and unease. They coughed lightly, avoiding the captain's gaze, and focused their attention on the approaching pirates. This merchant ship traveled between several small harbors. Its cargo capacity wasn't enormous. A large portion of the hull was used for food, water, and goods, naturally limiting it to 4 cannons. These 4 cannons might be considered cutting-edge technology in the native southern continent, but in reality, their accuracy is terribly low, and their range is only about 300 to 450 meters. However, their destructive power is not small, provided that they can hit the target. After the initial outline of the pirate ships, they completely bypassed the nearby islands and reefs, revealing themselves fully to the merchant ship. This group of pirates consisted of 5 fast boats, each only half the size of the merchant ship. Their sharp, triangular bows and streamlined hulls were highly advantageous for cutting through the waves, pursuing or escaping. "Load the cannons! Fire! With the pirate ships now within range, the cannons were much more accurate in this volley. One of the 4 cannonballs hit the bullseye, striking one of the fast boats. The heavy, thick cannonball pierced the fast boat's side, the damage extending to the waterline. This hit nearly destroyed the fast boat's ability to float. It began to sink rapidly. The pirates shouted and jumped into the water, like dumplings being dropped into a pot. The sailors cheered jubilantly for a moment, then noticed the pirates swimming towards their ship, clearly intending to board and trade kills. A merchant ship was worth as much as a small boat, and they made a fortune. "Get your guns! Load them!" the first mate roared. "Adventurers, it's time for you to go." The pirates hadn't yet entered melee range. Knight, when will the world be quiet? Activated Guardian Heart first, shielding his ship. Then, he had nothing else to do but wait at the side of the ship for the pirates to appear. A burst of intense guitar music rang out. Amidst the sailors' bewildered gazes, Knight started playing a death metal rock song, buffing his teammates. Completely baffled by the adventurers' actions, the captain and first mate's expressions grew increasingly strange. They began to seriously consider whether they had been tricked into hiring a few clowns who only knew how to sing, dance, and enjoy the scenery. Could these unreliable fellows really hold off pirates? Amidst the pounding rhythm, Shinchio drew his grappling hook with his left hand, fired it at the mast, and leaped from the ship's side, gripping the hook tightly. The hook taut sharply, sending him swinging in a wide arc from the stern to the bow. In an instant, 6 bullets had been fired from his magic revolver in his right hand, each striking a pirate surfacing for air. The moment blood mist sprayed onto the sea, the pirates were dead, not even having time to scream before slowly sinking into the dark, cold depths. Shinchio swung steadily onto the ship's side, skillfully flicked out spent cartridges, reloaded, and leaped again, swinging towards the stern. As an astrologer, Wolankia frantically drew cards on the ship's side. "This one won't work. I don't know how to use this one." "Oh, this one works." A massive demon flew out from the card she threw, billowing flames and black mist, its enormous bat wings spreading as it flew towards the pirates thrashing in the sea. The pirates, who were grinning as they swam towards the merchant ship a moment ago, instantly changed their expressions, screaming and scattering in all directions, terrified of being caught and having their necks snapped by the demon. "Beautiful." The captain finally showed a hint of joy on his face. "These are the adventurers I hired. Don't be afraid of them." The pirate captain roared. "Men, ram them with a ship." Chapter 1265. One of the pirates' 5 fast ships had been sunk by cannon fire. Aside from the ship carrying the pirate captain who had given the orders, the remaining 3 ships had approached the merchant ship from the left, right, and rear, surrounding it. The closest pirate ship charged straight at the merchant ship, its speed not only undiminished but actually increased, seemingly intending to ram the merchant ship with its small boat, resulting in mutual destruction. The adventurers, of course, wouldn't let the pirates succeed, especially a knight who had been preparing for battle but had been idle for a long time due to the enemy's inability to enter her attack range. At this moment, she took the lead, sprinting and accelerating over the ship's side, leaping high from the bow, and using the Starry Sky Shatter technique, plummeted like a meteor, slashing fiercely at the pirate ship, directly cutting down the mast of the small fast ship. This action thoroughly enraged the pirates. They no longer cared about ramming the merchant ship with their small boats, focusing all their efforts on capturing the knight. The aggro has been aggroed. The female knight, usually with sleepy, deadpan eyes, was unusually wide awake, her condition at its peak. In the party roster, her name was followed by a long list of beneficial buffs, almost making one wonder if adding new buffs would overwrite the old ones. The astrologer is a special type of healer who combines crowd control and group support, making them one of the most difficult classes to master, even surpassing the life mage. As the class advances, the highest level astrologer currently possesses 3 powerful items: the Arcana Divination cards, the Calculation Chart, and the Arcane Crystal Ball. The latter 2 must be obtained from the astrologer Mentor Viona Brymond at the Circus of Fate after reaching specific levels and completing specific quests. The 3 magical artifacts represent the astrologer's past, present, and future. The Arcana Divination cards signify the astrologer's past, the precursor to the profession of diviner. They use cards to narrate life, which is the divination aspect of astrology. Without understanding life and destiny through concrete cards, one cannot comprehend the influence of the abstract natal chart on fate. In battle, the astrologer uses only 22 major arcana cards, 11 character cards, and 11 image cards. Drawing a character card and infusing it with the power of destiny allows the astrologer to summon and briefly command the entity within, utilizing its power for attacks and blessings. The 11 image cards are all support cards, each with its own use, adding buffs, taking a life for someone else, applying scene effects, all within their scope of duties. The astrologer's true weapon is the calculated star chart. This tool is far more powerful. It can manipulate the calculated star paths to temporarily influence fate or gather life force from the stars for healing. However, this mystical manipulation of fate not only requires a price to pay but also often necessitates the cooperation of teammates or enemies to achieve a truly effective attack. The arcane crystal ball is an even more advanced device, usable only by astrologers who have reached the god level. It is said that after calculating the trajectory of fate through the star chart, the astrologer can glimpse the future through the crystal ball, not some mysterious symbols and images, but real, CG visuals. Although these fragments may be misleading regarding fate, and their true meaning can only be understood through correct interpretation, they are images of the future. If you can truly master the astrologer class, you can effortlessly control the entire battlefield. You have a clear view of everyone's paths and movements, allowing you to plan ambushes, assassinations, or evade enemy attacks, making you the ultimate commanding class. However, the greater the power of a class, the more difficult it often is to master. While she couldn't yet claim to be a qualified astrologer, as a healer, as long as she didn't kill anyone, victory was hers. She meticulously followed the advice of the forum's experts in a 10-minute guide to becoming an astrologer, reciting its contents. Ignore skills you don't know how to use the star chart to heal, and otherwise, frantically draw cards. Throw away all character cards except for the dragon. If you draw a dragon, check your wallet first. If you have enough to pay, and don't mind the cost, use the dragon to finish the battle. Holy crap, I actually drew a dragon. Arcane card number 18 Dragon. Effect. Summons a dragon to clear all enemies on the field. Duration. 1 minute or until all enemies are cleared. Negative effect. Summoning the dragon requires half of your account balance. If the summoning fee is less than 10,000 gold, the dragon cannot be summoned successfully. Please carefully assess the current situation on the field and the amount in your account to avoid huge financial losses. The author glanced at the pirates on the field, whose average level was 60, and the highest was no more than 80, then looked at the adventure coins in his account, and reluctantly put away the card. It's not like they're invincible enemies. These low-level minions don't need half their fortune to summon a powerful weapon, like a dragon. Please, please, just give me the great demon. The dragon is too expensive, I can't afford it. Redraw. She drew another card from the deck, a victory, card gleaming with gold. Great, it's a buff card. Oolong exclaimed joyfully, card summon. Victory blessing. All teammates, including her sailors, were engulfed in a golden victory buff. Increases luck for 3 minutes. Critical hit chance increases by 50%. Good fortune smiles upon you. Seize the opportunity to win. Suddenly, a sailor firing a cannon stumbled, bumping into the gun mount. A cannonball, which should have continued its trajectory, bounced slightly at the moment of firing, changing its path, and striking the pirate captain's fast ship with a bang, breaking its mast. The broken mast fell, crushing the pirate captain standing below into a bloody pulp. You can do that? The own goalkeeper, who had witnessed everything, exclaimed in shock, you can do that? The pirates suddenly lost their morale, their fighting spirit crumbled instantly, and they were thrown into chaos and helplessness, unsure whether to continue fighting or flee. The adventurers on their fishing mission wouldn't let this opportunity pass. They rushed onto the pirates' fast ship and, together with the knights, gave the pirates a sound beating until they were barely alive and unable to resist. They then handed them over to the merchant ship's sailors to tie them up, while they continued their charge towards the next fast ship that was frantically trying to turn around and escape. 3 minutes later, the buff effect wore off. The pirates were either dead or captured. The survivors, bruised and battered, were bound hand and foot and forced to their knees on the merchant ship's deck by the sailors wielding spears and swords. Chapter 1266. Overall, this mission was quite simple. No wonder it only required a 4-man team, said Shinchio. They could be said to have achieved a great victory this time. The pirate leader was accidentally killed, and the remaining henchmen were either killed or captured. Of course, the adventurers intentionally spared the lives of these unfortunate souls, otherwise, how would they extract the location of the pirate island? The merchant ship's sailors were still cleaning up the battlefield. The pirates struggling in the sea were dealt with one by one, and the ships that hadn't sunk were gathered together and chained to the stern of the merchant ship. To prevent the small boats drifting with the waves from crashing into the merchant ship, The captain specifically assigned several sailors to steer the fast boats. Truly worthy adventurers. The captain beamed. Now he had no doubt about their abilities. This time, the pirates didn't touch the goods at all. Not only did we get rid of those stinking flies that constantly harassed our business, but we also got hold of their ships. Although the masts are somewhat damaged, and some are even unable to sail independently, these minor issues are insignificant. We can just tow them back to the harbor, repair them a bit, and sell them to the fishermen. That'd be another large sum of money. Enough to cover the cost of hiring the adventurers. The adventurers, meanwhile, sifted through the group of captives, selecting 2 pirates whose teeth hadn't been knocked out and whose speech was still relatively clear, able to accurately indicate the direction of the island. They wanted to, because if one disobeyed, they could make an example of the other. We're going to the pirates' lair, they declared righteously to the captain. There might still be some pirates there. If we don't eliminate them completely, they endanger the safety of our merchant ships in the future. The captain was deeply moved. The thought of the potential mountains of gold and silver, treasures, and goods in the pirate lair made his mouth water uncontrollably. That's right. We must nip it in the bud. Let's go together. That won't be necessary, said Shinchio. The situation there is unclear. What if there are even more pirates in the lair? If your large ship, laden with cargo, is destroyed, the consequences would be too great. The captain hesitated, as expected. Ah, well, you're right. But how do you plan to get there? You seize several pirate ships. Just give us the best one that's still operational, or have the sailors do some basic repairs. We don't ask for much, just something that can run. We can take some pirate clothes, dress up as them, and take 1 or 2 prisoners to guide us. That'd be enough. And the return trip? Don't worry about that. We have plenty of methods, the adventurers replied confidently. The captain was persuaded this arrangement was clearly more reasonable. While he would lose the income from 1 pirate ship, he would also eliminate future troubles in these waters. The pirate lair's treasure was irrelevant to him. That was obviously the main reason the adventurers accepted this low-paying mission. Even without the pirate lair's profits, if the captain could deliver the cargo to its destination without any pirate threats, he would make a fortune, not to mention the extra income from the remaining ships needing repair. Rather than risking his own cargo, it was better to do the adventurers a favor. He now understood. These extraordinary adventurers did indeed act strangely, and he couldn't understand many of their actions. But this didn't mean they weren't powerful. No, it just meant his level was too low to see through their behavior and intentions. Therefore, befriending these adventurers was paramount. Once he secured a strong patron, he could roam freely in this sea, and even more expansive waters. So the captain readily agreed to the adventurers' request. He assigned the shipwrights from the merchant ship to inspect and repair the best-maintained fast ship, handing it to the adventurers along with a nautical chart of the nearby waters. I sincerely wish you all the best of luck, the captain said gratefully. I will continue to follow your good news. For adventurers with distinct styles, carrying 2 bound prisoners, boarded the small boat and headed towards the nearby island group. The captain watched their small boat sail away, sighed deeply, and then ordered, "Raise the sails. Sailors, generous pay, wine, and women await us in the harbor." The reason these pirates were able to remain so elusive and have multiple burrows was because the surrounding waters contained numerous islands, about 30 in total, large and small. The larger islands were densely forested, teeming with wildlife. The smallest was barely larger than a reef, and was even submerged by the tide once a day, barren of vegetation but dotted with countless puddles, ideal fishing spots. These islands weren't small mounds easily visible. The jungles, reefs, and even the underground caves eroded by the sea provided excellent hiding places. Without a guide, finding the pirates here was an extremely difficult task. Luckily, I brought tuna number 3 for this mission, Oalankia said confidently. With this, these pirates will tell the truth. Tuna? The usually drowsy world suddenly snapped awake. Are you sure it's not canary number 3? Oalankia paused, glancing down at the label on the bottle again, then exclaimed, I knew the advertising slogan said something about making the user sing out all the truth, like a tuna. I was wondering why tuna in this other world could sing. It's a canary. One of the typical habits of adventurers is to only focus on 1 or 2 words when looking at any given item, letting their brains do the rest. In short, whether it's tuna or canary, it doesn't affect the potion's effectiveness. Both confused pirates gave the same answer, accurately pointing out the sea route to the pirate lair among the 30-odd islands. Late autumn adjusted the sails, allowing the light, fast boat to nimbly navigate through the reefs, heading towards the sea route. No wonder the pirates used these small boats. Only small boats can navigate these shallow, rocky waters. Larger ships would easily run aground. What do when they capture a large ship? They probably anchor it in the open sea, or sell it along with the cargo. Maybe they even find another deep-water port as a treasure trove. Amidst the adventurers' murmured chatter, the small boat quickly found its way onto the correct course, carried forward by the current. Soon, a huge island appeared before them. Chapter 1267. The adventurers recognized the island's beach almost immediately. Regardless of whether they had entered the Silver Dragon's dream dungeon, they had at least seen the in-game footage of the Milk-Tooth Triple Dungeon in the main storyline, and the beach CG on the forums. Yes, this island's beach was practically a 1:1 replica of the beach in Silver Dragon's dream, and even appeared larger because there were no invisible walls on this island. Found it. This is Dragon Island, which once belonged to Silver Dragon. When will the world be clear? Exclaimed in a voice almost lost in a dream, excitedly gripping the arm of When Will the World Be Quiet. This is where the dream began. When will the world be quiet? Frowned slightly, staring at his arm for a long time, seemingly wanting to speak but then stopping himself, before finally saying nothing and silently closing his mouth with a resigned expression. Oolong Ball and Deep Autumn were also very excited, but their attention was still half divided by the quest trigger point hidden somewhere, so their excitement was mixed with a restless worry about their real business. Fortunately, the system didn't intend to trouble them for long. When they had dragged the two pirates 300 meters onto the island, a notification popped up unexpectedly. Congratulations, player Wolanku, you have successfully activated Fragment 001 of Important Encyclopedia, Silver Dragon Legend, and simultaneously obtained Fragment 099. Note: Fragment 099 is a special fragment. It will be automatically activated after all fragments are activated. Silver Dragon Legend. Fragment progress is shared by all players. Players who contributed to obtaining fragments will be recorded by the system. Keep up the good work, and write your legend in Osiria. Wow! You guys saw the system notification too? Wolanku asked. I saw it. They quickly realized that, aside from the player names, the prompts were identical. Besides this system notification, they also received a second stage update to the Clean Up Offshore Pirates quest. Important quest: Clean Up Offshore Pirates. Quest information update: your player team has protected the merchant ship and eliminated the pirates who attacked it, locating the island where the pirates' headquarters is located. Surprisingly, you recognize this island, occupied by pirates and used as their base, as Silver Dragon Island, which was once home to the Silver Dragon and the Great Mage many years ago. According to the custom of the southern continent, an island without dragons is no longer called a Dragon Island. But as adventurers, you know that the Silver Dragon and the Great Mage did not leave this island voluntarily, and never returned. Adventurers, who are now part of the Lord's faction, please annihilate these wicked pirates, who have defiled the sacred land in the memories of dragons and great mages, and liberate the innocent prisoners captured by them. Quest reward update: upon completion of this quest, your player party has a chance to obtain a new fragment of the Grand Encyclopedia and will receive a once-in-a-lifetime extraordinary experience. Please cherish this opportunity. A once-in-a-lifetime extraordinary experience? Wolanku's eyes widened. I'm so curious, I really want to play. What kind of experience could be considered a once-in-a-lifetime experience? Death? Shinchio guessed. But aren't we adventurers just going to die all the time? It can't be this. Wolanku couldn't figure out what could be considered a once-in-a-lifetime extraordinary experience. But anyway, doing the quest first is always a good idea. They had already obtained the location of the pirate hideout, the number of pirates, and the traps from the two unfortunate pirates. After questioning them several times to ensure nothing was missed, Shinchio each shot down the two pirates, stuffing their bodies into his backpack, intending to take them to the Merchant Guild to complete the quest back in town. Next, it was time for adventurers' usual routine, rushing into the combat zone, hacking and shoving down all the red-named enemies, rescuing everyone with friendly NPC names above their heads, and being careful not to die too many times in the process. Fortunately, the resurrection skill in this game isn't only for healers. After confirming that everyone had learned the skill, they were completely relieved. This meant that as long as they didn't cause a total party wipe, the healer wouldn't have to bear too much unnecessary pain due to the occasional mistakes or negligence of others. Just to be on the safe side, each of them took out a blank teleportation scroll, recording the quest location on Dragon Island. Once everything was ready, Whirlwind Quiet confirmed, "Shall I go?" "Go!" The Knight's Guardian Heart activated, and the female knight instantly donned silver armor, looking incredibly dashing. She took the lead, drawing her great sword and charging towards the heart of the island, with the 3 players close behind. The singer had already buffed everyone with speed up and effort reduction buffs. This was the effect of the new skill, Rhythm Maniac, that the player next door gained after reaching level 85, and it was extremely effective when traveling. Rhythm Maniac LV85. Follow the energetic rhythm, tap your feet, dance. Every step is on the wild drumbeats. Move forward to the rhythm. Music will grant you boundless power. Note, when this skill is active, if actions are performed in accordance with the rhythm and drumbeats of the song, the player will receive a speed up buff, 30% increased speed, a effortless buff, 30% reduced stamina consumption, and an increase of 10% in any existing beneficial buffs. These buffs will persist until the song ends. Cooldown, 120 seconds. The entrance to the pirate's stronghold wasn't far from the beach, though it was somewhat hidden and tricky. However, for players who had already gathered ample intelligence and had the system map fully open, it was crystal clear and easy to find. They bypassed the series of traps the pirates had dug at the entrance, broke through the walls, and stormed into the stronghold. The defending pirates were momentarily confused about what was happening. What happened? The wall collapsed? Intruders! Intruders! The alarm bells had just rung when the knight had already drawn the pirates' aggro. The other 3 were equally ruthless, unleashing their strongest attacks one after another, applying every buff they could, boosts to their own allies, debuffs to the enemies, and even throwing out spells and potions between skill cooldowns. With a runemaster and an alchemist in the team, resources were plentiful. The enemies in the pirate lair were between LV60 and LV80. The only difficulty was their numbers. With 4 players distributed between LV80 and LV90, they could easily handle it. After all, it was a fight against overwhelming odds. A level advantage wasn't possible, but a close fight with a slight edge was entirely achievable. Chapter 1268. At least theoretically, numerically speaking, that's correct. However, in practice, players always encounter various minor problems when running dungeons. Player coordination, the synergy between tanks and healers, skill proficiency, the tank's aggro rhythm, and whether monsters are aggro dependent. These subtle factors have a huge impact on whether a dungeon can be completed successfully. The girl, happily healing her way through the mob, suddenly realized she was losing health. Turning around, she saw herself surrounded by a dozen pirates wielding muskets. Terrified, she immediately covered her head and fled, screaming in despair, "Knight, the monster is attacking me! It's attacking me!" The world shaking, silent observer noticed the fluctuating aggro list. Guardian Heart isn't effective against humanoid monsters. Don't rush to heal, pull the monsters over here. I use AoE to stabilize aggro. Watch my high energy rock. Wait a minute, why are these pirates charging at me? Everyone says Guardian Heart isn't effective against humanoid monsters. Ah, there are too many monsters. Don't pull so many at once. The damage is too high, I can't handle it. Now it was the knight's turn to cry out in despair. Get revenge, burp, the singer collapsed to the ground. Mom! Heal me! I'm out of instant heal. Wait a minute, Oolong Ball gasped. I'm out of instant heal, I need to cast it. Invincibility. Activate invincibility. Deep Autumn shouted, I take the hit with you. Don't worry, we have 30 seconds. Control the aggro first, I pull everyone back. The knight charged forward with a long line of pirates, successfully activating invincibility. The 30 seconds of invincibility gave the knight and healer a chance to catch their breath. She used several AoE, area of effect, skills to hold the pirates aggro, while Deep Autumn began casting Resurrection to revive the singer. The paladin had taken over the task of dealing with the pirates. She counted down the seconds and began casting a spell, successfully restoring everyone's health to full the instant the invulnerability ended. However, the crisis wasn't completely over, because these pirates were immune to tank-specific aggro skills. Kill the healer first. They heard the pirates shout, kill her. They'd be helpless. Oh my god. These are intelligent monsters. The person next door, when they finally understood, stared wide-eyed. They know to kill the healer first. The pirates, once again targeting the pirates, burst into tears. Help! Why is this PD dungeon behaving like a PvP? Probably because of the level difference balance. The person next door analyzed seriously. It's okay, don't worry. There's a way to fight them even if they don't take aggro. Healer, there's a bunch of big wooden crates over there. Hide behind them. Use the terrain. Got it. The person next door took off running towards the crates. They were using the team's voice chat, so even shouting wouldn't be heard by the NPCs. They didn't need to type and had a manual channel locking function, so there was no risk of miscommunication. Get it? Play Arius on them. Make them think I'm a healer. The knight continued commanding. Then everyone watch my markers. Focus your attacks on the target. Kill them one by one. Let's reduce their numbers first. After this series of actions, the chaotic, constantly changing aggro on the knight's enemy list instantly returned to normal. She exhaled sharply and marked the pirate with a 1. Focus fire on him. The single target attacks of 4 players, nearly 20 levels higher than the pirate, instantly melted his health bar. Whoever was hit by that deadly one would die within the next 3 seconds. As the number of pirates decreased, the knight's tanking pressure eased considerably. Well done! The female knight exclaimed happily. This strategy is very effective. The intelligent monsters are indeed harder to fight than normal dungeons, but as long as the strategy is correct, you can clear it smoothly. Deep Autumn pondered, it is indeed a quest difficulty befitting the important encyclopedia. They marked and melted the monsters one by one, and when only a third of the pirates remained, the intelligent monsters stopped focusing on attacking and began to scatter and flee. The bard changed the dreamlike theme of magnificent aria, again, making them ignore the knight's presence and see her only as an unobstructed exit. One by one, the dizzy and disoriented pirates thought they could escape, but unexpectedly, they walked right into a trap. 30 minutes later, the battle was over. The dust-covered adventurers, looking at the corpses strewn across the ground, wore weary but pleased smiles. Success! However, the mission was far from over. They began cleaning up the battlefield and collecting the bodies. The valuable jewels and gold coins on the pirate corpses were naturally confiscated by the adventurers, and the corpses themselves had to be taken back to the merchant guild to complete the quest. The adventurers didn't have much objection to this method of calculating battle merits. After all, it followed the ancient customs of the Qin and Han dynasties. It was just that the physical labor was somewhat tedious and tiring. In the inner rooms and cellars behind the pirate lair, they discovered many imprisoned NPCs, and even caught several red-named pirates trying to hide among them. These pirates thought they were quite well hidden, not even realizing they had such a large red humanoid monster ID above their heads. Is this a bug? For players huddled together, whispering, did the developers originally want us to have a distinguish between good and evil game, but forgot to change the monster IDs? Maybe it's because our earlier battles, didn't go too smoothly, and the system adjusted the difficulty for us? Who knows? But anyway, finishing the quest is a good thing. They discovered a deep-water harbor, and a large ship on the other side of the island, and herded the NPCs aboard. Of course, they didn't forget to make them carry away the pirates' stockpiled food and water. As for the gold and silver treasures the pirates had looted, those went straight into the adventurers' inventory. System notification *, congratulations. You have successfully completed the quest, cleared the near-sea pirates, and activated Fragment 006 of the important Encyclopedia Silver Dragon Legend. This fragment includes a 2-player quest that can be completed in a team. Each player account has only one opportunity to experience the experience of each character in this 2-player quest. That is, a player can choose character A to experience it once, and then experience it again with character B. No player can experience the perspective of character A or character B twice. If you choose to skip or exit after starting the experience, it will be considered an automatic forfeiture of that experience opportunity, and you will not be able to start the experience quest for that character again. Although the storyline is the same, the perspectives and experiences of characters A and B are different. It is recommended that players first ensure they have sufficient monthly/points card game time and a complete, uninterrupted period of time for an in-depth game experience. This will be a wonderful journey you won't want to miss. Chapter 1269. Oolong's gaze lingered for a moment on the small print below the newly appeared Fragment 006 on the important encyclopedia, The Legend of the Silver Dragon, page, recommended for players to play with their lovers, close friends, or partners with a certain level of chemistry for a better gaming experience. Hey, it's a couple's quest. The 4 players exchanged glances, tacitly splitting up and reforming into 2 2-player teams. The quest was now largely complete. The battlefield had been cleared, and all the rescued hostages, along with food and supplies, had boarded the large ship to return to the southern continent with their benefactors. There were no longer any threats on the island, making it a good time to relax and enjoy the cutscenes. They weren't the only players exploring the Legend of the Silver Dragon encyclopedia quest, and the fragments they acquired weren't in any particular order, you just picked them up and left it at that. However, the overall content of the fragments was like a self-contained American TV series, where each episode told a separate story. As long as you had a general understanding or guess at the relationships between the characters, it wouldn't affect your viewing experience. As the four adventurers split into two teams, each finding a comfortable spot on the island to sit, and leisurely opened the grand encyclopedia, several more fragments were activated. Currently, fragments 1246 can be viewed consecutively. Although a few are missing in between, it shouldn't affect the overall plot. Yulankyo and Shinchio, without much thought, chose to start watching from the beginning. Having already learned some of the plot from the novel, viewing the fragments was no problem for them. They were watching from a third-person perspective, and because they were in a two-person team, they could also use the teams-a-game voice chat. Oolankyo suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu, like spending a weekend evening snuggled up in front of the TV with his boyfriend watching a drama series. All that's missing is a bowl of popcorn, perhaps to prevent inconsistencies in the information players had previously received. Fragment 001's plot flashed back to Moya's desire to save the world, his necromancy research, which resulted in a major disaster. Under pressure from the Magic Federation Council, the Feliz-Locke family decided to expel Moya from the family. Oolankyo and Shinchio watched as the still somewhat immature lord, alone, packed his belongings, picked up the severance document, and sadly muttered to himself, "From today onwards, I am no longer a member of the Feliz-Locke family. I no longer have a surname, I am just Moya." However, the lord's sadness didn't last long. After packing, he went to the Magic Academy of Calcardo, where he briefly taught and used the opportunity to tirelessly conduct his research in the Academy's library. Wait a minute, that black-haired, blue-eyed student in the scene that just flashed by, that's my mistress. Oolong exclaimed excitedly, feeling like he discovered an Easter egg. So that's why Edward always addresses the Lord as teacher or professor, Shinchio added thoughtfully. So that's their relationship. Moya didn't stay at the Magic Academy long. He accepted Calcardo's invitation to be a visiting professor, but only to see the magical texts treasured there. After being expelled from the Feliz-Locke family, Moya could no longer access the family's valuable resources, but the Calcardo Magic Academy, a temple of knowledge, possessed a collection of knowledge far surpassing that of an ancient family. Moya continued refining his plan to save the world. The otherworldly scripts and symbols he wrote and drew were completely incomprehensible to the players, but that didn't matter. Through the narration and subtitles in the cutscenes, they understood that their lord was attempting to combine spatial and necromancy to summon adventurers, the players, from another world to save it. I see. The game said from the very beginning that we adventurers were summoned by the Lord, but the story didn't elaborate further. I was so curious. The development team actually explained the setting here. So reasonable. So detailed. Woolankyo exclaimed, "This game hasn't retconned anything so far, it's amazing." However, our Lord is now using the surname Feliz-Locke again. Is that mentioned in the story? Shinchio asked. Yes, that's content before we enter the game, in the part where veteran players unlock the Golensal City map, Woolankyo recalled. The Lord used the establishment of the Druid Purification Hall, and the resolution of the pollution crisis for the Magic Federation, as bargaining chips to demand his return to the family. Not only did the Lord regain his surname, but his wife also became a knight bestowed by the Lord, becoming a Feliz-Locke. Rounding it up, that's practically marrying into a wealthy family. Shinchio smiled indulgently. He never minded his girlfriend's little hobby of shipping anime/manga characters. In fact, he found it quite cute. A truly exceptional man is never threatened by the existence of two-dimensional paper figures. In fact, if he can't even compare to two-dimensional paper figures that exist only in cyberspace, then he should really reflect on his actions. The Lord is skilled in necromancy, and while his understanding of spatial magic surpasses that of most people in this era, it's still insufficient to achieve his goals. Therefore, Moya noticed the power of space, and the spatial dragons born with this power. He found clues about the silver dragon iris in the Magic Academy's records, and after finishing his teaching duties, he bid farewell to Calcardo's students and colleagues, embarking on a grand adventure south to find the dragon. This part of the story was written into a novel by the Lord's younger brother, Sidrodius. Those novels are really wonderful, I need to find time to read them. This series of flashbacks, packed with information, didn't last long, and the plot quickly moved into its climax. The Archmage, following the clues of the Silver Dragon's presence, arrived at this harbor town. He went straight to the docks, inquired about ships to Dragon Island, and effortlessly bought a ticket. So easily that it seemed suspicious. The sailor selling tickets at the docks, citing preparations for the ship, directed the Archmage to wait at the bar. He handed Moya a receipt. "We deliver the ticket to the bar later. You can have a drink and a bite to pass the time. We won't keep you waiting too long." Wait. Woolankyo's eyes widened. Isn't this the scam the tavern owner mentioned, The pirate's trick targeting solo travelers? Chapter 1270. Ah! The Lord is about to be tricked. Anyone who can tell him. Wolankia nervously gripped her clothes, anxiously watching the plot unfold. However, no one could tell the Lord this fact. She watched with bated breath as the Lord, like a curious newcomer, wandered around the port town, examining every sign map, and notice board plastered with announcements and missing person posters with great interest. Wherever there was writing, the Lord would glance at it, a style quite similar to players of mystery and deduction games. Or rather, the developers arranged the camera angles this way specifically to cater to these players. Once she realized this, Wolankia couldn't help but pay attention to the visual language in the scene. The perspective throughout the animated cut scenes isn't static. The camera mostly uses a third-person view, but switches to the Lord's perspective when examining text or close-up details. Each shift in perspective is accompanied by artistic camera work. Every fleeting glimpse, every close-up shot, seems to hold a deeper meaning. Luckily, this game has automatic screen recording, Wolankia thought. I have to analyze this cutscene frame by frame after I log off. She watched as the Lord followed the sailor's directions to the bar. The Archmage entered and instinctively surveyed the room, his gaze lingering for a moment on a silver-haired figure. Ah! That's a silver dragon! It's a silver dragon! Oh, Longqiu screamed, but unfortunately, she could only talk to Shinchio and couldn't grab her boyfriend. Otherwise, she would definitely have grabbed his sleeve and shaken him violently. The dragon the Lord is looking for is right here. Anyone will do, just tell the Lord. But the great mage only gave the extremely handsome silver-haired man a polite smile, then walked through the rowdy, singing, dancing, drunken, and smelly sailors to the bar, ordering a drink and a plate of peanuts. The bartender sized up the mage, handed him a highly suspicious drink and a plate of peanuts, and accepted the money the mage placed on the counter. Moya walked to an empty table and sat down. He put down his drink, picked at a few peanuts, and then took out a thick book that looked very similar to the magic book the Lord often carried. It wasn't until Moya took out a quill and started scribbling on the pages of that book that Wolankia realized it was the Lord's notebook, a record of his travels, and the clues he had gathered so far about the silver dragon. Wolankia cried out in despair, "Lord, look back. The silver dragon you're looking for is right behind you, watching you." However, the Lord didn't turn around. He drew a few circles on the rim of his wine glass, then picked it up, took a sip, frowned as if disgusted by the taste, and ate a few peanuts. Watching the Lord do everything he could and couldn't, Wolankia's heart leaped into his throat. Oh no, has the Lord drunk something laced with wine? He's been poisoned? It's not necessarily true, Wu Longqiu asked nervously. Several details along the way are suspicious. The Lord lingered in front of the notice board for a while, looking at the numerous missing person posters, and then, there was that look he gave the tavern after entering, and that strange circling motion he made with the rim of his glass. I suspect the Lord has already figured out this is a pirate den, and he even cast some kind of spell on the spiked drink. He's probably just acting. Acting? Wu Longqiu scratched his head. Why? Ah! I get it. This is a pirate den. If he doesn't act like he's been tricked, the pirates might just attack him without hesitation, preventing him from leaving the tavern? That's possible. Besides, in Androdius's novels, the Lord is also very good at playing dumb. He probably wants to keep acting to see what these pirates will do, maybe even turning the tables on them. Annihilate them in one fell swoop. So does that mean Lord has also noticed the dragon? Of course. Such a handsome man, with an outstanding appearance and a style unlike any other pirate appearing in this dirty and chaotic little bar, is inherently suspicious. Wolankia was now completely convinced of Shinchio's judgment. Watching the Lord sway a few times, feigning weakness and being unable to hold his liquor, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Lord's acting is too good. It looks exactly like he's drunk or drugged." The pirates clearly thought so too. Seeing the magician had already fallen asleep on the table with his arm as a pillow, several pirates disguised as waiters surrounded him, pretending to care about the customer and bending down to check on him, but actually began searching Moya's belongings. One of them rummaged through the money bag the magician had just used to pay the bill, secretly weighing it. This guy's got some money. The pirates huddled together in low voices. He should be able to break even, but judging from his clothes, he doesn't seem like the kind of lone traveler who wouldn't be targeted. There are other customers in the shop. It's not convenient to just go for it. One pirate glanced at the silver-haired man behind him and gestured with his eyes. Well, he's here today too. TSK, then we just have to go through the trouble of using the old method. He's going to Dragon Island to search for dragons, right? Then let's take him there. The pirates then pretended to fawn over the drunken magician, loudly asking after him a few words of concern before scattering. Soon after, a sailor returned with a ship's ticket and woke the drunken magician. The entire scene was carefully observed by the handsome silver-haired man, a faint smile playing on his lips, as if he saw through everything. This little tavern is full of drama queens. Oolonki gasped. A lord playing dumb to lure the enemy into a trap, pirates putting on an act to clear their names in front of ordinary customers, and a dragon posing as an ordinary customer who actually knows everything. The lord's performance continued. He staggered through the night, completing the transaction, and then headed to the port with his ticket. He swayed and staggered along the way, yet somehow didn't fall or lose anything. Oolonki was now even more convinced. The lord is really acting. Otherwise, there's no way to explain how someone could walk like that without falling. Chapter 1271. A strange scene unfolded on the street. A drunken wizard staggered ahead, mimicking Captain Jack Sparrow's swaying gait, repeatedly losing his balance but never falling, and deftly navigating obstacles and traps. Behind him trailed two pirates, arms around each other, dressed as drunken sailors, seemingly carefree and playful, but their attention was entirely focused on the wizard ahead. Unbeknownst to them, they too were being watched. The silver-haired man had vanished from the bar at some point, then silently reappeared on a nearby rooftop. He leisurely found a front-row viewing spot, conjured a flat, square silver flask with a flick of his wrist, and occasionally took a sip. It's spatial magic. This is a classic case of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. A player with a godlike perspective, observing everything, exclaimed, "Even that cicada is a cunning one. I dare say, Lord, not only do you want to use a sting operation to wipe out those pirates, you probably also want to catch that silver dragon." The bar owner said the silver dragon doesn't concern itself with pirates' affairs. "But isn't this meddling?" Shinchio chimed in. No, this isn't meddling with pirates' affairs. It's clearly because he's had his eye on the Grand Mage from the start. This is official rations. He's going to take a big bite. The players watched as the Grand Mage seemingly obliviously boarded the ship, paid his ticket, went into his cabin, and fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, the only sailor on board steered the ship to the middle of the vast ocean, grabbed the Grand Mage's bulging money bag, pulled the stopper from the hull, and happily jumped aboard to swim to his following companions. What does this mean? Lord, you're just letting the pirates steal your money bag? The players were completely bewildered when the silver dragon appeared like a divine warrior, flashing onto the pirates' ship and beating them mercilessly until they were covered in welts. It then swept away all their loot, casually leaving behind the words, "I deal with you when I get back." "Yes, boss." "Okay, boss." The pirates, their heads covered in welts, complained, "What's wrong with the boss today? What did we do wrong? Did we mess up our act? Did we choose the wrong target? Or did we give ourselves away? Didn't he say he wanted us to eliminate all those trying to reach Dragon Island? Who knows? The boss's temper is as strange as ever. Maybe he's taken a liking to someone." Players, ? Akagogo exclaimed in shock, Wait! What just happened? I don't understand. These pirates are actually kept by the Silver Dragon? That makes sense. Shinchio fell into deep thought. I've been wondering why there's a group of pirates on the Silver Dragon's territory, and why the Silver Dragon often frequents the pirates' taverns. Turns out they're in cahoots. The dragon loves gold and jewels, so he keeps pirates to work for him. This also has another advantage. Anyone who comes asking about Dragon Island will be targeted and dealt with by the pirates, so the dragon doesn't have to worry about anyone coveting his wealth. But these pirates don't seem like good people either? Woolonki was still in shock. Don't they often rob travelers? It's hard to say. Although they're all pirates, not all of them are bad, Shinchio pondered. And Juma is the pirate queen, after all. This harbor town was destroyed once, and few people know what happened in the past. The tavern owner only knew what he heard, and it's possible that the old folks didn't know the inside story at all. It feels like there's some side story we can dig deeper into here. Let's watch the video again after we get out. Maybe there are some clues in those earlier shots. So, Lord, you didn't deal with the pirates yourself? He's already figured out the connection between these pirates and the dragon? He's using himself as bait. The small wooden boat carrying the mage had begun to sink. Moya stepped out of the cabin, but his face showed no fear. Let me think. The spell for walking on water is... Players, as expected of you, the great mage who can solve everything with magic. True strength makes you fearless. But before the great mage could even demonstrate his water-walking spell, a colossal silver dragon glided down from the sky. It was perhaps the most beautiful creation in the world, its entire body covered in shimmering silver scales, its enormous and powerful wings spreading across the sky. Its head bore some resemblance to a Chinese dragon, triangular in shape, with 2 horns on its forehead and 2 long whiskers growing from its nose to its lips. A thick, silver mane grew from its head, running down its spine. But its body resembled that of a western dragon, with bat-like wings, a long tail, a large belly, and muscular, powerful limbs. "Wow!" said the Lord. "Wow!" exclaimed the players. "I'm starting to understand the Lord," said Woolonkiu. "Such a beautiful dragon, anything it does is forgivable. How could a dragon have a problem? Dragons are good." The silver dragon flew past the sinking ship as if it were just passing by, then turned and swooped back. "Human, you seem to need help?" The mage looked up and smiled. "If you don't find it too much trouble, yes, I need your help." This was the silver dragon's first encounter with the great mage. The silver dragon brought the mage to Dragon Island, completely disregarding the dragon race's rule of no outsiders allowed on Dragon Island. Drama queen. Double standards. Oolong Ball jokingly accused. The dragon transformed back into human form before the mage, who showed no surprise at the handsome silver-haired man's appearance. "I seen you in the tavern," Moya said. "Yes," the silver dragon said without hesitation. "I heard you booked a ship with those sailors. Those sailors are unreliable. They often prey on solo travelers like you, drugging them, stealing their money, and leaving them to die at sea. You're lucky." "Is that so?" The great mage smiled, his gentle eyes revealing a shrewd understanding. "I thought those pirates were your men." The silver dragon choked on its own saliva, coughing a few times, its eyes darting around. "By the way, were you looking for me? If you are the silver dragon." "That's what Long Ely said." The grand mage didn't mind the silver dragon's slightly deliberate change of topic. He smiled gently. "I think, as a kind dragon who saved a stranger mage, you'd be willing to listen to my story and request." The grand mage's tone was gentle, but his eyes clearly said, "This is what you owe me." The silver dragon, who had been thoroughly manipulated as the pirate captain, was both convinced and somewhat admiring. He looked at the mage before him with interest. "I think I have enough time to listen to your story." Chapter 1272. "Wow!" Oolong exclaimed. "Ah!" Shinchio nodded. "This family is full of cunning and dramatic people." Oolong cupped his face. "They're such a perfect match." "Indeed?" Shinchio continued to nod. They then looked at a few more fragments. The story of the dragon and the sorcerer continued. The great sorcerer, having discovered the silver dragon's true nature, used this leverage to gain the opportunity to communicate with the silver dragon, but his plan to save the world was rejected by the silver dragon. The silver dragon didn't want to become a god, it just wanted to live its life peacefully, commanding the pirates to hunt and fish, and if lucky, to meet a lover and spend its life with him/it. "Hunting and fishing? You mean robbing travelers?" Moya's face wore a mask-like sneer. "Robbing them clean and throwing them out to sea to fend for themselves with a leaky, wrecked ship? Heh! Heh!" The silver dragon raised its hands. "Stop! Let's not jump to conclusions, okay? Do I look like such a terrible dragon? No, I admit, before I corrected those pirates' behavior, they weren't wrong in doing so. But now that these pirates are on my territory, they have to take my orders. I only allow them to kill a few types of people: criminals who have committed murder and fled to the coast, villains who disobey my rules but want to burn, kill, and plunder in this sea, and those who overestimate themselves and try to take advantage of me on Dragon Island. As for those rich, carefree solo travelers, we just scare them a little, collect some gold and silver, and teach them a lesson. Every single one of them was rescued by a kind-hearted dragon passing by. That kind-hearted dragon that happened to pass by wouldn't have had silver scales and happened to be skilled in spatial magic, so it teleported them far away, would it?" Moy asked with a smile. "Exactly." The silver dragon snapped its fingers stylishly. Oolong couldn't help but laugh. This pair is really interesting. To be honest, at first, Moyu and the silver dragon seemed more like a pair of bickering lovers. The silver dragon rejected Moya's proposal to help it become a god, but whether out of remorse for the previous kidnapping incident by the pirates, or for some more secretive motive, the silver dragon didn't refuse Moya's request to stay on the island. Dragons are an exclusive and privacy-conscious race. Whether it's islands, nests, or treasures, the word sharing simply doesn't exist in their dictionary. For someone to be able to live on Dragon Island with the dragon's tacit permission is simply a bizarre and extraordinary event, enough to make every dragon scholar on the planet Oziria's jaw drop. Not only did Moya build him a small cabin on Dragon Island, large enough to house him, but the next day the silver dragon also brought him plenty of food, clean water, and precious magic books. Players haven't obtained a coherent set of fragments, resulting in missing parts of the story. However, by Fragment 006, the relationship between the dragon and the player has become quite close, to the point where the mage can ride on the dragon's back and fly. Yes, Fragment 006 includes a unique two-player experience quest, Soaring on a Dragon. Each player can experience the mage's perspective while riding a dragon, and the silver dragon's perspective while carrying the mage. Ah, I want to ride a dragon. Let me ride. Let me ride. Wolunkia shouted excitedly. Okay. Shinchio had no objections. After all, each person only had one chance, so everyone could play. The intro animation for this fragment was very short, simply showing the interaction between the silver dragon and the great mage. Then it transitioned to the player portion. Both players needed to select different roles, and simultaneously press confirm to start the experience. Of course, if a player in the party had already used one or all of their chances, they couldn't select a character and start the experience, and would have to quit. Both Wolunkia and Shinchio were entering this experience mission for the first time, so they started without any problems. After pressing confirm, a cloud of pure white smoke enveloped Wolunkia. After a moment, the smoke dissipated, and a dialogue box appeared before him. You can choose your appearance, use the image of the great mage Moyu, or use your player avatar. Wolunkia hesitated for a moment, then chose his own appearance. The Grand Mage and the Silver Dragon pairing is so cute, but this is her game experience. She wants to ride a dragon with her own appearance, and it would be even better if the system could record it. The next second, Wolunkia subconsciously took a step forward and found herself standing on the beach of Silver Dragon Island. The Silver Dragon was lying right in front of her, winking at her with an unusually warm and familiar look. Late autumn. Wolunkia called out, "You look so cool as a dragon. Do you want to see the Silver Dragon, or my custom dragon?" Silver Dragon opened its mouth, but Shinchio's voice rang out. "The system allows me to change my appearance, but I haven't chosen yet." Custom. Wolunkia made the choice without much hesitation. There are many CGs for Silver Dragon, but this might be your only chance to transform into a dragon. Shinchio agreed wholeheartedly. Alright, wait a moment. He completed the settings quickly. A cloud of smoke enveloped Silver Dragon's body, and a moment later, a colossal dragon, completely different from Silver Dragon, a deep blue almost black, emerged from the smoke. Its head was longer and more pointed, with only scales on its head and no mane. Its body was also more slender, yet still possessed the typical appearance of a Western dragon, lean yet brimming with muscular power. Its claws were sharper, and spikes grew at the elbows and leg joints, making it look more aggressive, but even more to Wolunkia's liking. "Ah, you're so handsome!" Wolunkia screamed, covering her flushed face. "So, I practically have my own dragon now." Shinchio laughed, his voice even deeper after transforming into a dragon. "Get on, I take you flying." "Ahem, not that I doubt you," Wolunkia said, "but can you really fly?" "The system just gave me a short tutorial level," Shinchio said. "I passed it all with high marks, so it shouldn't be a problem, as long as you're not afraid of heights." Wolunkia happily climbed onto the dragon's back, using both hands and feet. "I'm not afraid of heights. But this is riding a dragon. It should be much more exciting than a roller coaster." She patted Shinchio's dragon head. "Don't throw me off." Shinchio grinned, revealing a big, slightly mischievous smile. 3, 2, 1. Take off. Chapter 1273. The system's prompt was right. This truly was an unforgettable experience, one she couldn't miss. Wolunkia had been to many amusement parks and ridden many thrilling roller coasters, but nothing in reality could compare to riding a dragon and soaring through the air. The dragon that Shinchio had transformed into had no saddle, but it had a row of upright plates on the back of its neck, resembling a neck-ruffling dinosaur, the Geos. Once a person sat on it, those plates formed a comfortable seat back, firmly supporting them. As the dragon soared into the air, the propulsion pressed her firmly against its plates. She gripped the horn-like protrusions on the dragon's head tightly, almost forgetting to breathe. The howling wind whipped against her face, making it impossible for her to open her eyes, half from the wind and half from fear. What ordinary person has ever experienced such unprotected high-altitude flight? But then she thought, she's not an ordinary person anymore. She's an adventurer who can die and be resurrected, and besides, this is just a mission experience, without even a QTE. This place is absolutely safe. Once this thought took hold, her wildly pounding heart, almost bursting out of her chest, calmed down. She cautiously opened her eyes, first to the left, then to the right. Although the wind was still blowing against her, it didn't matter anymore, because her attention was completely captivated by the scenery before her. "Wow!" she shouted, "so beautiful." A dark blue dragon flew across the sea, the azure sky, and white clouds seemed almost within reach. She stretched out her right hand to touch the sky, her fingers spread wide, as if the clouds were slipping through her fingertips. Beneath them lay the rippling blue sea, the enormous dragon's shadow reflected on the water. Looking down, Wolankia could see countless schools of fish rushing past with the ocean currents. "Catch them!" she commanded joyfully. "Yes, sir!" Shinchio adjusted her direction, swimming alongside the fish in the air and sea, while waterbirds, also hunting the fish, flew beside them. The waterbirds' eyes were only on the fish. They showed no fear even of the dragon's presence. A few even curiously approached, scrutinizing the human riding on the dragon's back. "They're so cute!" Wolankia exclaimed. Then a waterbird pecked her hair. "Ouch!" "Take it back, those birds aren't cute at all." "Ha ha ha!" Shinchio's laughter echoed in the dragon's throat. He lowered his altitude, his claws slicing through the waves. "The seawater is so warm from the sun." Wolankia leaned forward, lying on her side on the dragon's back, stretching out her fingers to reach the waves. "Wow, this is so comfortable. Isn't this even more comfortable than a vacation in the Maldives?" She laughed happily. "I'm riding a dragon." "And I am a dragon," Shinchio said, suddenly soaring into the sky, performing a 360-degree somersault in the air before swooping down, quickly skimming the surface of the sea before rising again. This series of movements made Wolankia laugh and shout, screaming repeatedly. The kind of joyful kind. People always need some harmless yet fun-filled frights and excitement, like going to a haunted house on Halloween or screaming on a roller coaster. In that instant, dopamine and endorphins are released in large quantities, and the unrestrained shouting takes away all fatigue, irritability, and worries. In that instant, all worries and pressures disappear. The quest lasted a full hour. After the initial frenzy, the dragon glided slowly across the sea, skimming low over the islands. Wolankia hummed a cheerful tune, then suddenly asked, "Can we go into the sea?" "Of course I'm fine with it," Shinchio blinked. "But aren't you worried about suffocating or getting wet?" Fortunately, this was a magical world, and these minor problems could be solved with magic. Wolankia switched places with the priest, casting a massive water shield around them. "Let's go! Let's go see what's going on!" The dragon plunged into the water shield pushing aside the seawater and creating a bubble-like circular space underwater. It really works. Wolankia looked around at the blue seawater with delight. Schools of fish swam around outside the water shield. The effect was even more impressive than an underwater aquarium. The water shield seemed quite stable, so Shinchio continued to dive deeper. Beneath the clear, bright water lay white sand beaches and black reefs riddled with holes. They saw clusters of colorful corals growing among the rocks, vibrant tropical fish darting among them in search of food, anemone tentacles waving with the current, and even some familiar crustaceans crawling among the rocks. "It's a lobster!" Wolankia exclaimed, his eyes wide. "So big! And sea urchins too! Wait, can we catch seafood here?" Shinchio stretched out its dragon claws and poked around a few times, its claws piercing the lobster's body with ease, like a hot knife through butter. Cough, seems like it. Thus, the value of this dragon riding trip was greatly enhanced, turning into a self-sufficient, all-you-can-eat seafood buffet while riding a dragon, the kind where you have to cook it yourself. In this special experiential mission, players couldn't access their system inventory, so Wolankia cleverly adapted, having the dragon gather a considerable amount of seaweed and kelp before surfacing. She quickly wove a mesh bag. Not very sturdy, but it worked. Just in time, her water shield skill needed to cool down, so she restarted it. A few minutes later, the two, one human and one dragon, once again propelled by a brand new water shield bubble, dived back into the ocean. The dragon used one claw to support itself on the mesh bag, while the other claw poked and prodded at the seafood, filling a large bag before reluctantly leaving the seabed. They flew to the beach of a small island. The dragon brought over a pile of dry wood, breathed out dragon fire, and started a fire. Wolankia, intending to climb down the dragon's back, unexpectedly lost her footing and slid down to its tail. "Wow, this looks like a slide." Her eyes widened, and she happily climbed back onto the dragon's head, sliding down again. "This is so much fun, ha ha ha." The value of this dragon riding adventure continued to rise. The dragon claws, impervious to the intense heat of dragon flames and incredibly sharp, could easily slice through the thick shells of lobsters, sea urchins, and clams. In late autumn, after washing its claws in the seawater and disinfecting them with dragon flames, it nestled on the beach and used the most traditional dragon cooking methods to have the seafood, neatly arranging it on the fire before unleashing a burst of dragon flames to roast it. Under the intense heat, the proteins quickly coagulated and turned white, with slightly charred edges. The seawater evaporated, and the salt crystals crystallized, adding a unique salty aroma to the sea. Yulankia gathered various herbs and peppers from the nearby tropical jungle, roughly grinding them before sprinkling them over the seafood. The overpowering aroma instantly filled the entire beach. Chapter 1274. Fresh, bouncy abalone, sweet and juicy clams, tender and flavorful lobsters, and rich, golden sea urchins. These fresh delicacies, caught directly from the sea, were exquisite even without any seasoning. The man and the dragon enjoyed a delicious meal. Whether the dragon's stomach was full or not was another matter, but the player was psychologically satisfied. Under the warm sunshine, the dragon spread its wings and lay flat on the ground, letting the sun dry the seawater on its body. Yulankia leaned against the dragon, smacking his lips and squinting his eyes, like a well-fed cat, enjoying the peaceful afternoon. Unfortunately, an hour passed too quickly. Before the seawater on their bodies had dried, they were sent out of the mission space by the system. The two were still sitting blankly on the island, just as they had when they entered the fragment mission. Not far away, another team had obviously just emerged from the fragment. The one who had awakened suddenly collapsed to the ground, retching uncontrollably. "Are you all right?" Olongchio, startled, asked. "We're fine," Shurjia Shurchuan calmly waved her hand. "She's just a little dizzy from dragons." Next door Shurjia Shurchu, suddenly realizing what was happening, gagged a few times, struggling to squeeze out the words. "I have to defend myself. Under normal circumstances. I'm not afraid of heights, and I don't get dizzy from dragons." She gasped for breath, but using dragons to do a Thomas Flair 720-degree aerial spin plus a backflip followed by how many side rolls? 3? 5? 7? Shurjia Shurchuan quietly replied. "Right, followed by 7 side rolls. I'd be sorry if I didn't get dizzy." Olankyu and Shinchio, Okay, this group seems to have come up with some new tricks. They didn't plan to use their second role swapping opportunity right away. This precious opportunity could be saved for more meaningful holidays or anniversaries. And they could also wait and see what other players' guides were like. Maybe they come up with some new ideas. The group next door seemed to need a rest and didn't want to go into the fragment experience quest again, so the 4 of them formed a team again, headed to the bay, boarded the large ship, and sailed towards the harbor town where they had accepted the quest. This quest turned in very smoothly. The people from the Earth Mother Hall took over the large ship and the unfortunate prisoners on board, recovered a lot of the goods looted by the pirates, and the adventurers received their due rewards. A happy ending for everyone. "What about that Dragon Island?" Olankia asked. Now that the pirates who usurped the island have been dealt with, the island will be returned to Lord Moya," said the deacon of the Earth Mother Hall. "That used to be the Silver Dragon's island. Even though the dragon is gone, as an ally of the world faction, Guild Master Nabu believes that returning it to its rightful owner is the best course of action." "That's wonderful," Wolankyu exclaimed to Shinchio. "The Silver Dragon must have wanted the same thing." Shinchio nodded silently. "So where do we go next to continue our grand adventure?" "Wow, the new Silver Dragon Chronicle is being updated so quickly," said the hidden old man. "Everyone's working hard on this Chronicle quest. Hey, I heard that Fragment 006 is a 2-person dragon riding quest, where one person plays the dragon and the other plays the mage, and they can use their own character avatars. Looks like fun." Tranquil Sea, her mouth full of food, chewed diligently. "Boss James. 2 more servings of dry mixed red oil pig's trotters, a stir-fried double crisp dish, and 2 glasses of dwarven beer." "Coming right up." James de Morera, a cigarette dangling from his lips, responded. He tossed the large wok a few times, and with a few swift strokes of the ladle, the dishes quickly filled 5 or 6 large plates to the brim. "Out of the wok, serve." Several druid waiters immediately rushed over, skillfully casting a purification spell before delivering the tag plates to their respective tables. "Don't you think," the hidden old man muttered, "Chef James is increasingly resembling one of those chefs who worked in Chinatown for 10 years. He's got that Hong Kong vibe all over him. Honestly, it's precisely that kind of carefree, shirtless, tattooed chef, casually puffing on a cigarette and wielding a ladle, that makes the best food," said Tranquil Sea. "His Sichuan cuisine is better than Yin Chun's. Yin Long's tongue is just recovering, he can't handle too much spice yet. Gentlemen, the pig's trotters and dwarf beer are here." The stir-fried double crisp is in the wok, almost ready. The druid waiter, acting like a normal person. Logic placed 2 plates of braised pig's trotters, and 2 glasses of beer in front of the 2. The hidden old man accepted the glasses, but then pushed the plate of braised pig's trotters in front of Tranquil C with his index finger. He sniffed and frowned, saying, "This is too oily. This is what you should eat in a game. It's satisfying and won't make you fat." Tranquil C didn't mind and continued to eat heartily. "Here, your favorite stir-fried double crisp is also here." The hidden old man exhaled, picked up his chopsticks, and waited expectantly for the waiter to put down the plates and leave. Then he picked up a piece of jellyfish skin, put it in his mouth, and chewed it with satisfaction. "This is delicious." "Rain is teaming up to tackle that newest 24-player high-difficulty raid," said Tranquil C. "How about it, Captain, interested?" "High-difficulty raid?" Hidden old man subconsciously shuddered, his body visibly shrinking. "No. I don't really want to go." "Relax, it's Rain's team. She'd definitely be in charge. You don't need to say anything. You don't need to worry about anything. Just go in and follow her orders, and go on a rampage. Besides, you should know a lot of the people in the group." Tranquil C continued to persuade him. "I heard the rewards for clearing it are really generous." "No. I don't really want to play." Hidden old man continued to shake his head, picking up another piece of pork kidney. "But if we play with Boss Yo-Yo, we don't need to form any teams. We don't need to worry about interpersonal relationships. We can just go in and be the henchmen. If we miss this opportunity, next time we want to run this dungeon, we have to do everything ourselves, okay? Form our own teams, do our own strategies, do everything ourselves." The hidden old man's eyes went black. "Can't I just not play? Captain!" Tranquil C reached out a claw covered in red oil and grabbed the hidden old man's hand. "We're the 2 top assassins in the entire server. How can a high-difficulty raid be complete without us? This is the assassin class's moment of glory, Captain." The hidden old man stared blankly at his hand covered in red oil. Tranquil C grinned. "And, if you don't agree, I smear all this red oil on your clothes." The hidden old man, "Fine, I go, okay?" Hidden old man versus commoner. Commoner wins. Chapter 1275. Compared to the grand scale of previous versions, 4.0's release was remarkably quiet. This is largely due to the development team's update method. What game releases a new version based on player progress? The unpredictable, sudden server shutdowns alone could easily ruin player goodwill, not to mention the heavy workload of preparing new versions under normal circumstances. But this game's development team had the confidence to do this. They were simply telling players, "The new version is ready, it's there, and it will automatically open when you complete the prerequisite quests." This definitely has very strong technological backing. Aside from the time it transitioned from closed beta to open beta, players have almost never seen the game shut down. Any fixes and version updates are all silent hotfixes, and yet, to date, players haven't discovered any major bugs that could significantly impact their experience. This impressive technical prowess has sparked another round of speculation among players. But regardless of whether the development team has a strong economic and technological foundation or is simply a group of hardworking, dream-chasing office workers toiling away day and night writing code, it doesn't affect the players' enjoyment of the game. Compared to players counting down the days to receive a new congratulatory illustration each day, this approach certainly lacks some of the ritualistic feel, but it greatly enhances player engagement. Can't wait for the new version? Then don't wait any longer, kings. Grab your wall painting tools and get to work. What? Tired of wall painting? There are other tasks to do. Druids can work in the purification hall and the restaurant. Plush toy lovers can pet griffins and wolves and herd cattle and sheep. Alchemists, rune masters, and gunsmiths can conduct research. Players can get beaten up in the purification war. Reasoning maniacs can solve puzzles and rack their brains in the Bureau of Anomalies. And those with overflowing love and energy can help raise El's babies and experience the painless parenthood. Everyone has a bright future. Actually, all this fuss has forced players to grind countless quests day and night to get version 4.0 out. Forget about a late-game lull, that's a complete lie. Even the wall-painting quests have long queues. It's ridiculous. This game doesn't need to boost daily active players. Who can actually leave this pit? I know several people who got banned for violating the rules. Ha ha ha. This game's bans are permanent, it's so cruel. Intentionally harming NPCs is a ban reason? Can you believe it? And just 3 attempts by a single account result in an automatic permanent ban, even if the action is blocked by the system and has no real impact on the NPC. So what? Sending spam or scam messages is a banned reason too. It just affects other players' normal gaming experience. After all, this game company is involved in AI model development, and those AIs that have been painstakingly nurtured. NPCs are all valuable data assets. Their injury or death is a huge loss for the game company and other players. Compared to this, kicking out 1 or 2 players who don't follow the rules and ignore warnings actually improves the game environment. You wouldn't want to play a game surrounded by antisocial, psychopathic killers who abuse cats and dogs, would you? That's true. Banning these people has definitely made the game environment much cleaner. There are fewer malicious troublemakers we encounter in dungeons. Everyone comes here to have fun playing games, but some people insist on building their happiness on causing trouble for others, and they won't listen to advice. Banning them is the right thing to do. I'm on the official side. Speaking of which, how many players are there now? I saw a player count post last time that said 100,000 or 120,000, maybe even close to 150,000. I'm not sure, since there's no official data. But the game has been running for so long, and new players are joining every day, so I guess it's not far off. Huh? That many already? But the main city doesn't feel crowded. Yeah, because the world map is so big, and there are quests everywhere, plus system guidance, it's hard for players to crowd together. It's ridiculous that the official hasn't opened any more servers, but I heard from a newbie that you can now choose your starting point when you enter the game. There are 4 options: and New City, Golden City, Mermaid Village, and the Northern Territory. The in-game cinematic and everything else are the same. The initial quest NPC and the quests in the starting village are slightly different. But it doesn't matter much, they're all pretty much the same anyway, except for the druid farming. Everyone else is just building walls. Ha ha ha, I see now, only the bricklayer is the chosen one in every version. Rebirth. I'm a bricklayer in Osiria, the perfect game for construction maniacs. When are we going to start building overpasses and laying railway tracks? Speaking of which, have you guys seen the new Grand Encyclopedia quests? Which one are you talking about? The War of the Ialian Gods, the Distant Memory of the God of Light, or the Legend of the Silver Dragon? To be honest, I'm watching all 3 Grand Encyclopedias like a short video series now, following the updates every day. It's so exciting. It's just that sometimes the fragments are too disjointed. Can't the pros farm fragments in order? A brain-teasing mystery reality show, a story of a protagonist's rise to power, and a sweet romantic adventure, each has its own unique charm. I hope the veteran players will contribute more so I can have more updates to read. That's hilarious. What do you mean, veteran players should contribute more? You should do the quests yourself. Haha, I'm just a newbie too. I just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. I'm talking about the dragon riding quest. The one where you only get one chance to transform into a dragon/ride a dragon. It's so cool. So does the Lord not find you guys offensive? Good heavens, even in this day and age there are still homophobic people. You don't think the Lord would be interested in you just because he likes silver dragons and Ialian? Ha ha ha. Silver dragons are dragons, after all. We're all different races. Why worry about gender? I don't care about that. Besides, the official rules don't require you to team up with a player of the same gender for a lovey-dovey session. You can bring a girl to this quest. You're overthinking it. How could someone like that have a girl? Ha ha ha. Hey, why did you run away after just a few words? Did that hit a nerve? Ha ha ha. The players who were wallpapering were laughing and chatting. What could be more stress-relieving than gossiping while mindlessly doing mechanical work? Here, players don't need to worry about interpersonal relationships, forming cliques, or scheming against each other. They're not afraid of others stealing their rewards. They get the rewards they get for the work they do. It couldn't be fairer. Chapter 1276. Players have shown a high level of acceptance for the new version, with both new gameplay and storylines receiving widespread praise. Of course, there are some dissenting voices, which is perfectly normal. Some people only care about satisfying their own tastes, while others like to meddle in what others think. But for game designers, some controversy can actually generate more buzz, as long as the player's enjoyment isn't affected by others. Several major quests have effectively ignited players' enthusiasm for completing them. To see more of the new storyline, players are pushing the quests relentlessly, searching everywhere for tasks, even to the point of squatting down to ask questions of dogs they encounter on the street. A dog simply passing by? ? The NPCs are already used to this wave of enthusiasm from the players, and some clever NPCs have even learned to join in the frenzy. merchants are taking the opportunity to bring out their long-stallized inventory for special sales. People with numerous unresolved problems at home also took to the streets to ambush the easily identifiable adventurers. Many passionate young people, inspired by the adventurers' deeds, embarked on their own adventures. With Leah around, players don't need to worry about being scammed by NPCs. Unreasonable quests will be automatically adjusted by the world's consciousness. NPCs who try to take advantage of kind adventurers will be arrested by the city's defense forces, the Earth Mother Temple, and the Magic Federation's law enforcement team. In remote areas beyond the reach of the World Alliance's justice system, the quests issued by these unscrupulous NPCs will appear in a different guise on the adventurer's quest interface. They believe they are exploiting the adventurer's kindness to deceive them, but little do they know that the adventurer's quests are actually designed to gain the trust of the swindlers, gather evidence, and bring them to justice. While these adventurers are usually quite polite, they're not exactly easy to talk to if they encounter any unfair treatment. Of course, the somewhat mischievous and sharp-tongued Leah also knows how to maintain a balance. For example, she turns a blind eye to the dwarves, who used entrapment tactics to trick adventurers out of amnesia powder. As the saying goes, the fish will bite if it wants to. If the fish isn't willing, how can the fisherman catch it with a straight hook? The Oziria Continent Today's News, which is highly praised by players and also serves as a quest guide and update log, has been incredibly rich in content lately, practically like an ebook. It not only has a table of contents and index, but it's also presented by region and section, and even has a real-time update function. Players would spend a considerable amount of time just reading through all the news. However, this game always has its own way of playing for hardcore players, and casual players for casual enjoyment. For example, the hardcore players, like today's Rain, are already actively organizing 24-person high-difficulty raid teams, while the casual players are researching the newly released fishing grounds. Mermaid Sea is one of the newly launched fishing grounds, but it's a fish farm where you pay to fish. Whether you fish from the shore or go out to sea, there are different price tiers. You can get the experience by paying the merfolk. The Azure Sea Church in each harbor also offers dedicated sailing routes for deep-sea fishing. A ship sails there periodically. Adventurers only need to buy a ticket and board on time to enjoy a fantastic deep-sea fishing experience. The experienced fishermen on board will guide adventurers on which bait to use in which waters, and what fishing techniques are most effective for catching big fish. There are also people who record the size of the large fish caught and make fish prints. If the fish are delicious and edible, you can choose to have them cooked by the ship's chef. Pollution is your responsibility to clean up. If you don't want to follow the main group, there are fishing boats available for rent at various docks as long as you pay enough money. As for the risk of being ripped off, well, the official recommendation is to choose the boat rental services offered by the Azure Sea Church or the Earth Mother Church. Other private boat services each have their own risks. However, given the average combat strength of adventurers, even a fisherman is strong enough to protect himself. At worst, he just die once. Since you're called adventurers, how can you travel without encountering danger? I feel like this game is missing something. Said, I caught a red dragon? What's missing? His companion, the Misty Wave fisherman, rebaited his fishing rod, cast it far away, and sat back down on his small stool. A cool title. A really cool title. Red Dragon said, kicking the boatman who was tied up, gagged, and thrown aside. Think about it, the baboons call us warriors of light or warriors of darkness, and in the old man's ring we're the faded ones. How cool is that? But here we're just adventurers, ordinary people. Everyone who meets us wants to rob us. Oh, that's related to the game setting, right? Here we're just ordinary fishermen. Although what we've done has indeed improved the world, it's the result of the combined efforts of all the adventurers and the Lord. Not that each of us is a world-saving hero. Honestly, I quite like this playing dumb to fool others setting. Don't you like it? If every boatman didn't try to lure us out to sea to rob us. Red Dragon muttered. It's nothing serious, the old fisherman said calmly, glancing at the trembling fishing rod next to him. Hey, you got a fish on the hook. Red Dragon immediately ran back, took his rod from the stand, and nearly tumbled over. Good heavens, this thing's huge. Could it be a GT giant tamarin? How could there be a GT here? You're overthinking it. The old fisherman also put down his own rod and went to help his friend. Wow, it really is a big one. The boatman, bound hand and foot like a maggot, wriggled and struggled until he finally managed to get the cloth out of his mouth and shouted, "You will be punished by the gods. Unbelievers. You should have been my sacrifices to the gods. Ah, my great sea god. My great father and lord of Raya. Well, this guy is a fanatic of Kalthuzad, the angler said. Now I understand. Red Dragon swung the rod reel to reel in the line. Never mind him, I'm about to land a fish. Hey, don't pull too hard. The fish isn't exhausted yet, you break the line, the angler said. Let it out, yes, then reel it in. Let it out. Reel it in. Play it. Play it for a while before reeling it in. This is a deep sea fish. Chapter 1277. As everyone knows, fishing is a sport where 7 parts are determined by fate, 3 parts by hard work, and luck plays a significant role in victory or defeat. A fish biting the hook is only the first step in the battle. What follows is a contest of will and stamina between the two sides. The fishing line cannot be too taut, otherwise it will snap under the strain of both sides. Initially, you must follow the fish's rhythm, releasing the line appropriately when it lunges to escape, and then quickly tightening it again when it has exhausted its strength and stops to catch its breath, pulling it back to its starting point. The theory is correct, but in reality, various small troubles arise. For example, the fish's momentum is too strong, the escape distance is too long, and the fishing line is insufficient. The fish gets stuck in underwater reefs or other obstacles and cannot get out. Like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, the fish's body is cut by the hook, and the escaping blood attracts even stronger predators in the sea. Small boat, big fish, boat capsizes, angler falls overboard. For anglers, the most important thing is to overcome all obstacles and win this arduous tug-of-war. Just getting a photo of themselves holding the fish or obtaining a fish stamp is a victory in itself. Whether they keep the fish, eat it, or release it is a minor issue, negotiable. The development team understands the mindset of angler players. Therefore, after the 4.0 update, all fishing players will receive 3 snapshots from the system the moment they reel in their fish. 3-shot fish reeling snapshot. This is similar to the snapshots on a roller coaster at an amusement park, capturing the exciting moment when the catch is out of the water alongside the angler. Because it accurately records the player's surprised expressions at that moment, it's very popular with players. And most importantly, bringing the fish to the surface doesn't guarantee a successful catch. The fish can still break free and escape. With this 3-shot fish handling frame, at least those players who almost succeed won't be too disappointed. Moreover, this thing not only has a digital version, but also provides physical photos, making it super convenient for players to show off. How do you know I caught a red dragon? The fisherman and the smoky wave fisherman have been playing the fish for 2 hours. Both the fish and the player are exhausted, yet the giant sea creature still hasn't appeared. The players can only see a large, indistinct black shadow in the sea. I don't know what this thing is, the fisherman said. Is it a fish? It doesn't seem like one, it's a bit round. As long as it's not some broken shoe or piece of furniture, Red Dragon gritted his teeth and pulled. Judging by the feel of it, I dare say it's definitely alive. Could it be the king of fish or the emperor of fish? The fisherman asked hopefully, then turned to the fanatical follower of kelp and asked, Hey, boatman, what's the emperor of fish in this area? Emperor of fish? The fanatic repeated the unfamiliar term, bewildered. Then, in a flash of realization, he exclaimed, The only emperor of this sea is our great heavenly Father and Savior, Lord Raya. Well, utterly insane, the fisherman said. I know we're powerful, but no matter what, we can't catch Kel'Thuzad, can we? He turned to the red dragon. What bait did you use? I made my own honey-sweet krill and fish balls, absolutely delicious. The red dragon clicked its tongue a few times. I also added my own freshly ground sesame oil. The aroma, wow, it smells amazing. If I were a fish, I'd love to eat it too. Could I have a copy of your bait and recipe? Of course, hey! Give me another push. This thing's about to give out. Red Dragon keenly sensed the force on the fishing rod gradually diminishing. No matter how big the fish on the other side was, after nearly 3 hours of continuous pulling, the line had almost run dry and been reeled in countless times. His strength was definitely exhausted. The deep-sea fishing rod he was using was a high-priced custom-made treasure, crafted entirely from orichalcos from the rod to the line. Although he suspected the dwarves had ripped him off, the line was undeniably strong, easily broken, and possessed extremely high magic resistance, making it completely impervious to magical attacks from fish. In Red Dragon's eyes, orichalcos was like sea stone, perfect for dealing with devil fruit users, incredibly effective. He spun the reel high, the line hissing, until a noticeable pull came through. He loosened it a few more times. After several cycles, fewer and fewer loops loosened, the line tightening more and more. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. Now! Red Dragon planted his legs in a horse stance, focusing his energy in his core. Watch me cast my line to subdue the dragon. Rise. He swung the rod sharply, the line yanking fiercely, and a massive black shadow burst through the water, pulled into the air. The system automatically triggered the camera function. Click, click, click. 3 flashes illuminated the enormous gray purple tentacle flying over the small boat, and the half-surprised, half-ecstatic, half-manic expressions on the faces of the fisherman and the fanatic. 3 Polaroid photos drifted down from midair, the enormous tentacle crashing into the water. Heavenly Father! My Heavenly Father! The fanatic's eyes widened, then he suddenly rolled his head back, foaming at the mouth and fainting. Holy crap! Exclaimed the Red Dragon. Holy crap! Said the fisherman. What is that? Cthulhu? The fisherman, stunned, didn't bother to hide his shock. With a deafening roar, the sky split open, and a giant eye stared down. He instantly transformed into a tentacle-like octopus. The fanatic, slowly waking from the commotion, convulsed at the horrific sight before collapsing back into the water. Obviously not. The Red Dragon reeled in his hook with a regretful expression. As the tentacle emerged from the water, the hook was finally pulled away, and the massive tentacle plunged back into the sea, the resulting waves pushing the ship sideways for hundreds of meters, nearly capsizing it. The sea surged and crashed, finally returning to calm after a long while. The submerged beast was nowhere to be seen. The only proof of its existence were the 3 Polaroid photos from the system. The hook wasn't eaten. Disappointed, Red Dragon began his post-battle analysis. The bait is gone. It must have gotten tangled in the fishing line when the tentacles were wrapping around it. Damn it, if it had eaten the whole thing, we would have definitely caught something. No, do you want to see how big that thing is? The fanatic, who had just woken up, cried out in terror. He rolled around on the deck like a wriggling maggot. One of its tentacles is several times bigger than our ship. What are we fishing for? Where are we fishing? Do you want to die? The fisherman, meanwhile, waved his octopus tentacles and picked up the Polaroid camera the system had given him, examining it closely. This action terrified the fanatic, who rolled around several times, clinging to the side of the ship in the cockpit. The fisherman completely ignored the fanatic, saying to himself, "So what is this? A kraken?" Chapter 1278. Northern Territory Pirate Bay. This bustling port has always been a gathering place for anglers, but today's excitement is quite different from usual. Wow, exclaimed one angler. Whoosh! A group of anglers exclaimed. Roar! More and more anglers gathered around, marveling. The 3 Polaroid photos were passed around among the anglers, like a testament to their heroism. The one in the center, "How did you know I caught the Red Dragon?" was beaming with pride, his nose practically pointing to the sky, as if he had truly caught that sea monster. The 3 Polaroid photos were automatically taken in succession by the system. To ensure that the catch and the anglers were in the same picture, the system automatically used an ultra-wide-angle lens, resulting in a large amount of information in a small photo. In the first photo, the left half was filled with tentacles pulled out of the water, while the right half showed 2 ecstatic anglers and a fanatical believer writhing and cursing in the background. In the second photo, even more tentacles have been pulled out, revealing parts of an indescribable body and eyes, hazy and indistinct, like an unfocused alien object. The expressions of the 3 people in the right half of the image are distorted. The fishermen's faces are a mixture of surprise and terror, while the fanatic's expression shifts from shock to surprise mixed with disbelief. Amazing detail. So many expressions on one face, players exclaimed. This modeling is incredibly detailed. In the third photo, the tentacle has detached and is rising into the air above the image, but due to being out of focus, it appears as a grayish-purple blob. The image vaguely reveals an enormous tentacle, while most of the monster's body remains submerged, its full form obscured. The 2 fishermen's expressions shifted from shock to blank disbelief. Their brains had clearly overworked and shut down in that instant. These photos are so vividly captured that players can easily imagine the thrill of the clicks of the shutters, a surge of excitement coursing through them, a burning desire to grab a fishing rod and bait and head out to sea. So what is it? The players asked one after another. I don't know. We didn't manage to catch it, so we didn't get a fish encyclopedia entry, said the Red Dragon. When a fisherman successfully catches a fish, the system pops up a fish encyclopedia entry, providing detailed information about the caught fish's name, basic habits, main habitat, and its basic appearance, characteristics, and the longest length of prey caught by the player. But if they don't catch it, naturally no information is obtained. Although there's no reliable system information to definitively conclude the matter, as eyewitnesses to this event, You and the fishermen of the misty waves have many speculations and eyewitness accounts to share. I think it's a kraken, said the fisherman of the misty waves. It's huge, it has tentacles, and most importantly, we're certain it's not kraken, because I called out to kraken almost simultaneously with catching it. Cough, it was a slip of the tongue, but kraken still dutifully went to work. And the waters we were fishing in are in the North Sea, which coincides with the legend of the kraken. How did you know I caught the red dragon? He agreed, but the boatman who took us there is a fanatical follower of kraken. He seems convinced that that area belongs to kraken and wants to offer us as sacrifices. So this giant octopus could also be some kind of kraken's retinue. Whether it's the legendary kraken, one of kraken's unknown retinues, or just an ordinary giant octopus that happened to be passing by, it doesn't matter. For these anglers obsessed with giant creatures, if such a large prey exists in these waters, there's only one answer: catch it. How big of a boat do you need to catch an octopus this big? At least a ship the size of Anne's Undying Queen, right? Our mistake this time was that our boat wasn't big enough, otherwise we definitely could have caught it. Using a hook to catch an octopus won't work either, you have to use a jar. The octopus will crawl into the jar itself. How big of a jar would that be? Only I know how to use a special kind of jar. Interested in bait? Could you share how to make it? Sure, it's simple, but I'm not sure if it was just a coincidence that the hook caught an octopus tentacle. After all, it wasn't in the mouth, and it's possible the bait didn't work at all, it was purely an accident. Players speculated wildly, sharing all sorts of baits, fishing methods, rod and line materials, and even sea map diagrams. For a moment, the port felt like a fishing enthusiast's experience exchange fair, bustling with activity, and many people indeed reaped considerable rewards. Upon being notified by Leah, the Lord, who had been silently observing everything from the back end, remarked, "Truly, you fishing masters know how to play." Mou opened the system back end and marked the area on the map where the monster had been discovered. "Leah, what exactly is that thing?" "It's a minion of the evil god Kel'Thuzad, a mutant of some kind of giant squid that suffered massive pollution," Leah said. "It doesn't possess much cognitive ability, it only relies on instinct to wander the sea, hunt, and eliminate any threats that try to enter the illusion of Raya." "So, the projection of Raya in this world is indeed in that sea area," Mou said. Lyra, the fairy's expression was exceptionally grave. "Yes, there's a rift leading to the Void Realm at the bottom of the North Sea. Just as Druish from the Hell Road said before, the Void Realm, also known as the Dream Realm, connects various worlds. Within that rift, in the Void Realm, lies the city of Raya, where Kel'Thuzad sleeps. From the day the rift appeared, this city existing in the Dream Realm has been attempting to invade the world, transforming from a phantom into a real entity. Even in his slumber, Kel'Thuzad continues to call out, summoning those willing to believe in him, and trying to have those fanatical followers pull the city into this world. Mou, Kel'Thuzad isn't sleeping very soundly. Thinking about it carefully, Kel'Thuzad needs to be woken up by the players every few minutes to apply a buff. Forget about sleeping soundly, he probably needs to keep all his eyes open in turn. The demons have erected a barrier in the illusory realm, so that city cannot yet penetrate the rift, Leah said. King Kelvin cannot yet truly descend into this world. As long as we obtain complete control over the illusory realm, before the barrier breaks and repair the rift, we can keep King Kelvin outside the world. Chapter 1279. Upon defeating the Winter God and regaining control of the seas, Lyra, as the largest fragment of the world's consciousness, also regained the memories inherited by the merfolk. She saw a massive rift in the abyss of the Northern Sea. The rift was enveloped by a semi-transparent, shimmering purple membrane-like barrier. Behind the barrier, a sinister city, shrouded in green light and pollution, was being hurled at the barrier and the rift by the infamous evil god. That was the ancient city of Raya, buried in the Dream Realm. According to Lovecraft's records, this ancient city was located at 47 degrees 9 minutes south, 126 degrees 43 minutes west. It sank to the bottom of the sea with Cthulhu's slumber, severing all contact between Cthulhu and the outside world. Only occasionally could Cthulhu contact certain believers with special talents, inspiration, through dreams. Since then, countless followers of Cthulhu have tried various methods to bring this ancient city back to life. Mou believes that while the ancient city of Raya sank to the bottom of the South Pacific Ocean in the Cthulhu mythos, it also fell into a virtual realm. The virtual and the real overlap here. Raya's physical form exists in its own world, while its projection is shown in other worlds through the connection of dreams. What separates and seals Raya is not only the seawater, but also the virtual realm. A bubble-like shell envelopes the ancient city, and the evil god within, carrying it as it drifts through dreams. According to the Cthulhu mythos, when the stars align, this seal will be broken, and Liyah will resurface with Cthulhu and his retinue. This might mean that the ancient city will truly manifest its physical form in the worlds he invaded. Cthulhu has always sought to invade this world. In his restless slumber, sometimes dreaming, sometimes awakening, he observes the world through a colossal rift in the ocean. When summoned, this rift and the peering eye are projected into the sky by some inexplicable force. Through numerous obstacles, it's difficult to say whether Cthulhu can truly discern the tiny, ant-like forms calling upon his name, but the corrupting power he projects undeniably descends upon the one who calls upon him. He was one of the first evil gods to invade this world, yet also one of the first to be resisted. Compared to the elusive Miltooth and Bubbles, this giant octopus, with its own dwelling, immediately attracted the attention of the world's consciousness. The merfolk were the first to discover the rift, but the discoverers quickly succumbed to corruption and madness. The world's consciousness, upon receiving news of the invasion, was also corrupted. This is the terror of Cthulhu's corruption. The moment you become aware of it, you will be corrupted by this information. World consciousness, the vessel for all consciousness in this world, is utterly defenseless against such a direct attack on its weaknesses. Everything has its counter. The Cthulhu world is the nemesis of the Osiria world. World consciousness can only constantly fragment itself, discarding those corrupted parts. In isolating itself from the contamination, it also weakens and dries itself up. But now, everything is different. The player consciousness from the higher dimensional world is immune to the contamination of the Cthulhu world, and the core energy Liyah collected from the players also possesses the property of being immune to contamination. These are the most powerful barriers. Even a thin layer is enough to isolate the contamination from world consciousness. It's like fitting two sturdy shells into the soft flesh of a clam, or wrapping exposed electrical wires with insulating tape. Now, the world of Osiria possesses the power to protect itself and retaliate. Can the power of illusion and reality repair the world's barrier? MOU asked. Once we completely reclaim this authority, it'd be fine, little Liyah said confidently. Using the core energy from the players as the foundation, and with the illusory authority transforming the energy into a stable physical barrier, we can completely seal this breach. MOU understood. So what truly matters is the player's spiritual energy. Liyah nodded slightly. Without that energy, even if the crack is sealed, it will shatter again under external erosion. That's how this crack was created. Now I reinforce the demon's barrier with the core energy from the players, enough to last for a long time. Moyu smiled. Looks like Kay's going to have to work for the players for a while. Given the players' chaotic schedules, Kay's probably having a hard time getting a good night's sleep. Who knows which one will go crazy from chronic sleep deprivation. Since that giant squid was just a mutated evil god's minion formed from a native aquatic creature under Kay's pollution influence, things are simple. MOU opened the back end, moved his fingers, and listed this squid as the king of fish, giving it a cool and domineering name. North Sea Giant Cutergun. Liyah the little fairy tilted her head in confusion. Doesn't this name sound a bit like the word that adventurer was muttering? MOU chuckled. A good planner needs to constantly solicit player feedback. An ordinary mutated squid would be far too boring for players, but giving it a cool name would certainly meet their expectations. Disappointing players is never a good thing. The promised adventure can't end abruptly. It has to be high quality, or the players will complain. Liyah, a rookie planner who's been on the job for almost 2 years, suddenly understood, and silently jotted down her senior's hard-earned experience in her work notebook. Okay, let's push another fishing map to the players, marking the rumored locations of fishing grounds where the king of fish, the emperor of fish, and large schools of fish are suspected. And let experienced anglers cooperate with the system to update corresponding rumors, citing information, and coordinates. MOU's fingers flew across the back end, typing and drawing, locations of successful catches, fishing grounds, hook/line/rod/bait selections. This information is easily retrieved from the World Consciousness's database, so we should use that too. Also, a function to share mystical spots for easy catches. Let's add a notes option. I know many anglers have special catching rituals at certain fishing spots. Sharing these little bits of information will definitely be interesting. That evening, the anglers were delighted to find that the system had secretly performed another hot update. Their system now had a new fishing map, with real-time updates of fishing grounds they had visited and those they hadn't. Truly a godsend for anglers. Epic update. Fishing enthusiasts, stand up. Wow, even some mystical elements. Dancing a hula on the shore first can get you a fish on your first try? Really? I'm going to try it. Chapter 1280. Along every coastline and lakeshore of the world of Osiria, suddenly many strange fishermen appeared. To be precise, these fishermen had always frequented these waters, but now the additions were of a strange kind. As everyone knows, fishing is an activity that heavily relies on luck and the supernatural. Whether it's Captain Ahab chasing Moby Dick, the old man Santiago battling a giant marlin for 3 days and 3 nights, the ultimate offspring fish king, the billion-time shark, who dragged away 99 sets of bait from the warrior of light, or the ruby cannon filled with adventurers waiting to catch the king of the crude king's nesting dolls, the red dragon, at 3 a.m. on the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year. Any skilled and well-equipped fisherman will eventually encounter their destined fish, which they have been unable to catch for a long time, and write their own blood and tears in the annals of fishing history. Not to mention the so-called newbie buff. When you meticulously chosen a perfect spot on the shore, prepared your top-tier fishing rod, delicious bait, and all the lucky items and titles, only to find yourself without catching a single kingfish after 30 cooldowns, while the newbie next to you, on their first day of fishing with just a small twig tied to a plain, fragile line, has already caught 3 kingfish in a single cooldown, it's hard not to feel disheartened. Over time, some mystical theories began to circulate among fishing enthusiasts. For example, fishing on a certain bridge is easier than fishing under a waterfall. Sitting in a discarded wooden bucket on a lakeside dock can result in a single catch, and having your own background music brings good luck. Things like burning incense before fishing, preparing bait, dancing, or even visiting a grave become commonplace. However, the number of fish fed with bait far exceeds the number caught, and every day, fishing enthusiasts shout in disarray, "A fishing enthusiast will never go home empty-handed." Then he went to the market next door and bought a fish. These already seemingly bizarre actions were replicated by hundreds and thousands of adventurers after the fish situation map was shared and pushed out, becoming even more outrageous. This madness not only spread throughout the southern continent, the Northern Territory, and the Magic Federation, but even manifested in the various seaports of the Church of Light's theocratic kingdom, especially in Pitlow Harbor City. Bryce Bresley had now arrived at Pitlow Harbor City, the busiest seaport in the southern part of the theocratic kingdom. This city had always been a sore spot for the Bresley family. When the Bresley family's satellite city was destroyed by an earthquake in the Central Mountains, Bryce and Leto had used various connections and means to try to seize Pitlow Harbor City as their family's new stronghold. Unfortunately, this proposal was rejected by the other Cardinals, as was the plan to rebuild the Bresley family's satellite city on the original site. Leto was ultimately sent to Pittsroll to clean up the mess there. The saying "what you can't have is always the best" holds true everywhere. Bryce still thinks about this city fondly. No wonder, the annual tax revenue here is more than the 2 satellite cities combined, making it arguably the most important gold mine for the Church of Light. Long-distance trade is always the most profitable industry of this era. Grain from the southern continent is transported ashore here and shipped to all corners of the Church of Light. The high command of the Church of Light doesn't rely on the abundant, but mediocre-tasting Toriel wheat produced by the elves. On the contrary, they despise this inferior food, preferring the plump and delicious rice of the southern continent. The poor of the Kingdom of Light also lack access to the delicious rice grown under abundant sunlight. Terielmai's dried biscuits and black bread are their only 2 options for filling their hungry stomachs. Therefore, the World Alliance has never ceased supplying food to the Kingdom of Light. This is sustenance for the poor. If the supply were completely cut off, only innocent civilians would perish. Even this sustenance for the poor is controlled by the Church of Light, passing through numerous layers of exploitation before reaching their mouths. A large portion of it ends up in the pockets of the Church's high-ranking officials and wealthy merchants. Of course, Port Pitlow is also a transit point for many more valuable goods: gold jewelry, tobacco, wine, cotton and linen fabrics, animal furs. The luxuries of the rich and the necessities of the poor converge here. Bryce Bresley has long coveted these resources, commercial resources, and taxes. Unfortunately, this city is also a treasure trove in the eyes of many factions within the Church of Light. There were simply too many forces vying for control, and the Bresley family couldn't gain any advantage either. They could barely manage to squeeze 1 or 2 of their own people in. One of Bryce's purposes in coming to this city was to meet with his trusted subordinates and obtain the latest intelligence to facilitate his subsequent plans. Early in the morning, he placed a yellow flower on the decorative ring of a street lamp in the city's faithful square, then headed to the harbor's promenade to wait for his men to arrive. However, as Bryce rode his double-decker carriage down the promenade, he saw a group of people with fishing rods on the beach performing some strange ritual, which looked remarkably like some kind of heretical gathering. Bryce, what's going on? Are all the inquisitors in this city just sitting around doing nothing? Don't they care about this obviously problematic guy? His years of experience as the Supreme Inquisitor triggered his professional instincts instantly. He angrily stopped the double-decker carriage, rushed down to the shore, and only when he got closer did he realize that he wasn't the blonde Inquisitor Bryce Brisley anymore, but just an ordinary, nameless, dark-haired adventurer. He quickly stopped, but the group of strange people on the shore had already noticed him. Their movements were strangely synchronized. They stopped abruptly and turned to look at him. The space 3 inches above their heads, which was empty, seemed to receive a divine instruction, and each of them showed an expression of sudden realization. This scene was so bizarre that Bryce, the sensitive Inquisitor, felt his acquired heresy detection radar ringing incessantly. His back was covered in cold sweat, and various possibilities swirled in his mind. Are they followers of an evil god, or fanatics? How can these heretics maintain their human form? Have they found a way to completely avoid contamination? And why are they all carrying fishing rods? Is this some new prayer ritual? What do you want? The strange figure stared at him for a long time before finally a girl stepped forward and cautiously inquired. Chapter 1281. As mentioned earlier, although Bryce Brisley enjoyed abundant resources and a high status thanks to his family's influence, he was by no means a mere incompetent fool. As a seasoned Inquisitor, he possessed extensive skills and knowledge in identifying heretics, and was well versed in the art of infiltration. In the past, he had personally led numerous undercover missions. Indeed, years of sitting high in an office had dulled some of his vigilance and sensitivity, but now, with the practical application of these skills, these memories, once thought dead, had resurfaced. I'm just a curious adventurer, Bryce said cautiously. My name is Hans Styles. What puzzled Bryce was that the strange figures were once again giving him that odd look of staring at the void above him, then falling into a speechless silence. It was as if these strange figures shared a single consciousness, or had received a specific instruction from some being. Little did Bryce know that, in the player's eyes, his original ID above his head was a bright red, NPC High Principal of the Inquisition of the Church of Light Bryce Brisley, undercover. But after he uttered his pseudonym, this already long ID became 2 lines, NPC High Principal of the Inquisition of the Church of Light Bryce Brisley, undercover, current pseudonym, Hans Styles, adventurers. Please use this title accordingly, adventurers. Fine, whatever makes you happy. What terrified Bryce even more was that these strange people quickly began conversing in a bizarre language he had never heard before, a language seemingly from another world or the underworld. Their expressions were so natural, as if this unknown, strange language wasn't a self-created code, but their true mother tongue. Holy crap, why are these red-named NPCs targeting us? We're just a bunch of fishermen. Could it be that the ritual to summon fish really worked? But why are they hooking red-named NPCs? These aren't the fish we wanted to catch. I don't know. I clearly activated red-named NPC defense mode. Besides, he shouldn't be able to hear me now, right? His expression seems normal. He probably can't hear me, or at least, he doesn't understand me. The players murmured amongst themselves, completely unaware that they were using their native Chinese, not the language of Osiria. Lia, who also served as the translation system, once again remained silent, her contribution unseen. The players usually relied on the automatic translation function in the system's anchor points to unconsciously use the language of Osiria, that is, the players thought in Chinese, but their bodies spoke in Osiria. The same applied to receiving information. The players' bodies heard Osiria, but their minds perceived Chinese. They could even activate subtitles in their field of vision. And once the automatic translation was turned off, the players' communication naturally switched back to Chinese. This otherworldly language, which had never existed on the continent of Osiria, was completely different from the native language in terms of pronunciation, intonation, and syllables. Forget deciphering it. To Bryce's ears, it sounded like some kind of eerie noise, or perhaps a delirious murmur leading him to madness. The Inquisitors knew that in this world, knowledge was poison, and the unknown was sometimes a form of protection. When faced with mysterious phenomena that defied common sense, one had to empty one's mind, refraining from understanding or pondering. The more one pondered, the easier it was for the mysterious phenomenon to invade the mind, plunging one into an inescapable madness. So Bryce dared not listen closely to these strange murmurs, nor dared he cover his ears in front of these oddballs and attract their attention. He could only try to clear his mind, ignoring their conversations, lest he inadvertently fall under their spell and descend into madness. He now realized what these oddballs truly were: servants of Gileaki. Terrifying undead creatures. These terrifying beings were first discovered by the Anomaly Investigation Bureau of the Magic Federation. It was said that their master, Gileaki, descended to Earth on a meteorite, luring humans close through eerie hypnotic dreams, and injecting a kind of venom into their bodies by piercing the spines on his back. This venom would take effect within the human's body, killing them and controlling the living corpse. From then on, these followers would become Gileaki's most loyal captives and servants. They don't die, but their bodies begin to deteriorate under prolonged exposure to sunlight. The Church of Light once believed this phenomenon demonstrated the greatness of the gods and attempted to obtain specimens from the Magic Federation, but this suicidal operation predictably failed, resulting in the deaths of many inquisitors. Thanks to this failed event, the Inquisition gained considerable knowledge about these creatures, or rather, the followers of the evil god of the Juragi. These servants created by the spines have no self-awareness. Their minds contain only the ideas given to them by Juragi and Juragi's own memories. Therefore, their movements and expressions are extremely uniform, making them appear like a group of bizarre clones, essentially extensions of Juragi's body, yet capable of a degree of independent action under certain conditions. If these servants haven't been transformed from humans for very long, they can easily impersonate humans. Perhaps after some time their corpses will gradually stiffen, rot, and turn into bones, but they will still possess immortality. Somewhat similar to the liches of the demon race, yet inferior to them. Liches at least possess complete life, while these servants are already the vengeful spirits left behind after being devoured by monsters. This explained the group's strange actions, rituals, and unified behavior, but Bryce preferred to remain uninvolved. The servants of the Gorgi were not easy to deal with. They were immortal, able to resurrect even when their bodies were destroyed, and provoking them meant provoking the Gorgi themselves. The Gorgi were classified as terrifying beings of the Old Ones in the Inquisition's archives. Old Ones is an abbreviation for Old Ones rulers, referring to ancient beings that existed since the dawn of the universe. They exist in another dimension, can travel between worlds, and rule over those worlds they have visited. These archives were said to have been personally supplemented and written by the God of Light after glimpsing the true nature of the world. In other words, the Old Ones were at least godlike beings, perhaps even far more ancient and powerful than gods. Chapter 1282. This was terrible news, and an extremely unfavorable situation for Bryce. Admittedly, he could unleash a powerful attack to burn away these servants of Graki, but that would also allow Graki, an old one comparable to a god, to firmly remember his magical aura. Human tricks like dyeing hair and changing names are ineffective against Old Ones, and no matter how strong he is no match for an Old One. Furthermore, if a conflict or fight breaks out here, his plan to operate incognito and secretly will be completely destroyed. His political enemies will immediately realize that he wasn't reflecting on his actions in the main house, but had other plans. His plan to protect the family and destroy evidence is not yet complete. He absolutely cannot afford to fail here because of some inexplicable event. Bryce now only regretted not noticing from the beginning that these strange figures were all undead. The concealment arrays and runes on these servants were indeed the work of the Old Ones, incredibly sophisticated. If Bryce hadn't been an inquisitor skilled at deciphering such techniques and hadn't noticed the suspicious points from the start, he probably wouldn't have been able to see through the truth so quickly. The undead, their synchronized actions as if using a single brain, the bizarre rituals, and the incomprehensible babbling, this evidence was enough to prove that these strange figures were servants of Glaki. Bryce swore on as an inquisitor that his judgment was absolutely correct. This was it. If these undead noticed him, he would be targeted by Glaki. Watched by the Old Ones, captured, pierced by the spines, becoming a living corpse without its own consciousness, Bryce's back was drenched in cold sweat. No, wait. There's still a chance to salvage the situation. He's only exchanged a few words with these servants. He hasn't revealed his intentions yet, and he probably hasn't truly attracted Jiraki's attention. He just needs to find a reason to escape. Wait a minute, thinking about it from another angle, why should he escape? Such a large gathering of former followers wandering around. These Jiraki servants must have their own intentions and missions. If he can figure out these intentions and use them, he might be able to use these servants to stir up trouble in the Kingdom of Light once again. To reunite the divided people, there must be a sufficiently formidable enemy. Only a powerful threat that no single power can handle alone can reunite the hearts of those who have turned away from each other, allowing them to put aside their prejudices and hatreds, shake hands, and fight side by side once more. Aren't these Jiraki servants the perfect substitute sent to him by the gods? A scapegoat? In just a few words, Bryce's mind was in turmoil. One moment he saw the adventurers as the most terrifying threat, the next as a divine gift. His gaze towards them shifted erratically, sometimes filled with fear, sometimes with joy, as if the adventurers were, in his eyes, stinking rats teeming with disease one second, and the next, fragrant delicacies. The fisherman, what's going on? Is the AI of this red-named NPC a little off? Or did we do something that affected the brain in a vac quest? After thoroughly sorting out his thoughts, Bryce quickly prepared his lines and began his performance. Excuse me, everyone. I just saw you all seemingly doing something interesting. To avoid provoking the servants, Bryce cautiously chose a conservative explanation. It piqued my curiosity, prompting me to come and investigate. He tried his best to appear as an innocent passerby. Could you tell me what you were doing just now? The servants exchanged glances. The girl from before said, "Oh, nothing serious. It's just a small blessing ceremony, praying that we will be blessed by the gods and catch a big fish." Fishing? What a joke. Bryce didn't believe a word of it. He was indeed not a skilled fisherman, and knew absolutely nothing about fishing, but no rational person would believe that dancing strange and bizarre dances on the shore, and shouting a song with incomprehensible words, and an explosive melody could help with fishing. No, even if there were fish, they would surely be scared away. The adventurers, loudly singing good luck and preparing to reel in their catch. Ha, ignorant heretic inquisitor. You have no idea how powerful our ancestral mystical arts are. Bryce, of course, didn't believe a word the players said. But as a seasoned veteran of the political arena, Bryce had both strengths and weaknesses. His strength was his meticulousness. He would analyze a matter repeatedly, deciphering all the secrets hidden behind it. His weakness was, he thought far too much. Bryce's mind raced. No, these servants' talk of fishing might not actually refer to catching aquatic vertebrates, it could be a metaphor. The fish they're trying to catch. Could it be me? No, they don't seem to have discovered my identity. Perhaps they're not targeting me, but any living person. Ha, this is even Gladgill's blatant mockery of humanity. He is laughing at us, behold, humans. My servants are luring you, and you are blind and foolish, completely oblivious. Even if I told you myself, you wouldn't understand. How arrogant. Alas. I, Bryce Gladgill, head of the Blaisley family, the youngest supreme judge of the Inquisition in history, have seen through it all. Ha, evil gods. The old ones. Your actions, all your evil schemes, cannot escape my wise eyes. As far as I know, Gladgill's power comes from his followers and servants. He dwells in the lake created when his meteorite struck from the sky, and he rarely leaves the lake area. The dreams he creates. The range of the illusion's influence is extremely limited. His servants become his feet and eyes. The farther these servants travel, the wider the area that Gerald's mental influence can reach. However, these immortal servants, after 60 years of transformation, will begin to fear sunlight, exhibiting green decay. Their flesh will gradually rot, break apart, and turn into immortal bones. At that time, these zombies will find it difficult to disguise themselves as humans and infiltrate crowds to lure prey. Therefore, they will take advantage of their recent transformation to appear during the day, actively hunting and expanding their territory. Perhaps I can use this. He gave a friendly smile. Fishing, huh? That sounds interesting. Can I join you? I happen to have a cat at home that loves to eat fish. Chapter 1283. Gara, key. Gara, servant, conspiracy, exploitation. Sigh. Wendell sighed heavily, put down his pen, and rubbed his temples. So noisy. What's wrong? Salty fish, chewing on a small, steel-framed chew stick made by the god of pastry, poked her head out from the rattan-covered lazy swing that Wendell had woven for her, and said apologetically, "Was I laughing too loudly while browsing the forum and disturbing you?" "No, of course not." Wendell quickly denied. "It's the voice of a fanatic who summons monsters. His voice is so loud that I can't even hear your laughter." "The voice of a fanatic? But how can you hear it?" Salty Fish asked, puzzled, her curiosity rising rapidly. "Well, that's a long story. Back then, I was just an ordinary C-rank investigator," Wendell said. "A series of strange incidents occurred in a remote mountain lake, involving the disappearances of travelers and residents. I was assigned to investigate. This was a long time ago. Wendell joined the Bureau of Anomalies for a simple reason. He was Sealed Object 001. Lacking faith, he needed to prey on other beings with faith or similar energy to obtain the energy he needed to survive. For him, other types of sealed objects were a good choice. As for outer gods from other worlds, the old ones, although extremely rare, were still a delicious dish on his menu, only the cost was a bit high. But Wendell, as a remnant of Father Time, a near-godlike Sealed Object 001, was skilled and daring, and had no fear whatsoever. The world was in peril. But food had become relatively easy to obtain, and the frequency of sealed creatures appearing had increased significantly. The only problem was how to easily acquire intelligence. Wendell was an extremely clever sealed creature. Rather than wandering the world like a headless fly, wasting energy searching for food whose whereabouts were unknown, it was better to find a job, collect a salary, save up for retirement, and wait for food to come to him. Although whether he could actually receive a retirement pension was highly questionable for a sealed creature, that didn't stop Wendell from taking the civil service exam. If one path didn't work, another would. He'd always find a way to earn back the benefits that had slipped through his fingers. When he joined the Bureau of Anomalies, the organization had only recently been established, and its management was extremely lax. It couldn't be lax, mainly because the frequency of deaths there was just too high. Someone you met yesterday might be dead in a few days, employees came and went, and almost no one knew each other. At its worst, more than half of the entire Bureau of Anomalies was wiped out, from the highest risk investigators to logistics personnel and officers. Almost every position was risky. After all, this was a dangerous world. Wendell, however, thrived here, doing exceptionally well. No one lived as long as him, so naturally no one cared why he lived so long. He did his job, ate his due food, and even steadily rose through the ranks, living a very comfortable life. Due to the extremely high mortality rate of its staff, in the era before the intervention of the world's consciousness, the Bureau of Anomalies missions were automatically completed through magical items. Deep within the Bureau of Anomalies missions, a magical record book compiled by several top magicians from the Magic Federation is preserved. This booklet possesses a certain degree of dynamism, automatically updating information by adding pages for specific registration procedures, and automating tasks such as data entry, assigning or dispatching qualified investigators, and archiving reports. Therefore, regardless of the Bureau of Anomalies employee turnover rate, as long as the position exists, even if it's filled by a daily changing employee, this magical record book will fulfill its mission flawlessly without questioning any employee's extended tenure beyond the normal human lifespan. Of course, in this magical world, few people concern themselves with the lifespan of long-lived individuals. Living a long life indicates exceptional strength, and strong employees with high survival rates are inherently beneficial to the Bureau of Anomalies. However, when I received this mission, I didn't possess the strength I have now. Wendell said, conjuring more branches. He broke off a small branch and handed it to Salty Fish. The bone-like branch quickly transformed into a hollow, metallic spike in Salty Fish's hand. This ability was acquired during that mission. The mission Wendell received was located on the territory of a magic counselor's family in the southeastern part of the Magic Federation at the time. The magic counselor who issued the mission was named Thomas Campbell. He came from the illustrious and ancient Campbell family. Although this family wasn't as wealthy and profound as Felizloc's, it was still quite resourceful. Their territory was rich in water resources, possessing not only a short coastline, but also a mountain range, a valley, and a dense forest. One summer night, a massive fireball fell from the sky, grazing the mountains and destroying a vast forest, creating a huge crater in the mountains near the sea. Monsoon winds brought moisture from the sea, quickly forming summer downpours that filled the crater. By the time the Campbell family went to investigate, a large lake had appeared in the forest. The lake surface was shrouded in shadows. From certain angles, it appeared as if structures and strangely shaped corpses existed on the meteorite. It was a meteorite from outer space, once inhabited by life. After a cursory investigation, people hurriedly left, unaware that life still lingered on the meteorite, until the people living near the lake began to have frequent nightmares, dreaming of eerie creatures crawling out of the lake, calling to them, and luring them towards it. They all dreamt of a strange creature, resembling a slug, its round, egg-like body spiky with countless sharp, metallic spines. On the rounder part of the egg was an ugly, soft face, from which 3 eye stalks bearing yellow eyes extended, their pointed ends covered with white cones resembling feet. Long, slender tentacles twisted and grew along its body, constantly extending outwards. Like a hairy sea urchin, commented Salty Fish, then added, "This thing looks like a lake creature called Grocky." Chapter 1284. Yes, that thing is called Glagi. Wendell said with slight surprise, as expected of Miss Salty Fish, "Your knowledge is so extensive." I once read a novel about a similar monster. Salty Fish smiled smugly. "I remember this monster uses a technique called dream induction, hypnotizing humans in their dreams, then piercing their chests with metal spikes, injecting a part of itself. That thing is both a poison and a kind of living nerve cell, capable of turning people into undead zombies when it kills them." "Exactly," Wendell exclaimed. "Your understanding of it is even more comprehensive than my report back then." When Campbell discovered the anomaly and requested assistance from the Bureau of Anomalies, the residents near the lake had been disappearing for 2 months. All the residents had strange dreams, seeing the monster and hearing its summons, and about half of them, under hypnosis, went to the lake and vanished without a trace. Even when they reappeared, they were no longer alive. These missing persons would have a clear puncture wound in their chests. Because they had been injected with poison, that area wouldn't bleed even if attacked. They would be transformed into servants of Glaaki, becoming part of Glaaki, forever losing their own will, becoming immortal puppets, Wendell recalled. When my companions and I arrived there, the situation was already extremely dire. The more servants Glaaki acquired, the stronger their abilities became, and the wider their influence. We initially suffered from insufficient intelligence and inadvertently incurred many losses. On their first night camped here, the investigators who had come with Wendell all fell victim to the nightmare, while Wendell, being a sealed being who didn't need sleep, escaped unscathed. That night, we were attacked by residents who had turned into undead. At first, we were afraid of accidentally harming the living and dared not attack. It wasn't until we lost our first companion that someone angrily fought back. Then we discovered that they were all undead, immortal beings. Even if their bodies were destroyed and reduced to bones, they could still live. However, the destruction of their bodies would cause them intense pain. To truly kill these undead, they had to be reduced to ashes beyond repair. Wendell's later experience in dealing with undead creatures was learned at a terrible cost in this battle. Those who become servants of Jiraki die the moment they are transformed. Their remaining bodies are merely vessels for Jiraki. Unfortunately, by the time we realized this, several investigators had already sacrificed themselves and become new servants. Wendell briefly recounted the course of that horrific battle. As a sealed object, I am not afraid of Jiraki's spikes, but he manipulates our fallen comrades to return, lurking among us, bewitching us, and luring more of our companions into danger. One could imagine how terrible that situation was. One or even several imposters had infiltrated among trusted comrades, these imposters wearing the shells of their companions, but inside they were already dangerous monsters. While dealing with inexplicable and bizarre events, the investigators repeatedly encountered betrayals from their own comrades. We finally figured everything out about that monster and successfully killed most of its minions. I escaped the lake with the last few surviving wounded and submitted a mission report to my superiors, Wendell said. But no one knows that after settling my companions, I went back under cover of night. This time, without the burden of his companions, and knowing exactly what kind of enemy he was dealing with, Wendell was unstoppable, slaughtering his way back to the edge of the lake and then enjoying a delicious meal. Glaaki is an outer god from outer space. His abilities are unpredictable, but unfortunately, these abilities are largely ineffective against Wendell, the sealed entity 001. When Wendell is free of his burdens, this outer god's threat level diminishes to that of an ordinary monster in a D-rated horror movie. For Wendell, Glaaki isn't particularly dangerous, but the outer god's energy is certainly not diminished in the slightest. After absorbing Glaaki, Wendell's power even increased by 1 level, and he gained a completely new shape-shifting ability. He could grow almost infinitely many bone-like, vine-like tentacles from his body. These tentacles could transform into sharp, hollow bone spikes at his will, and after detaching from his body, they would turn into a metallic-like material. However, this slightly diminished Wendell's physical appearance, something that bothered him for quite some time. I didn't gain Glaaki's dream guidance and creating undead abilities, Wendell said, but after I devoured this monster, all his fate turned to me, and whenever someone mentions or thinks of this old one, I hear those voices. Like when we summoned Kel'Thuzad to give him a buff. Salty Fish quickly understood, but it's been a long time since anyone thought about this monster, right? Who's been mentioning him so frequently this time? Wendell sensed it for a moment. A guy named Bryce Brisley. Salty Fish's eyes widened. Huh, how could it be him? As a highly sensitive fanfic writer, Salty Fish not only paid attention to the NPC characters she had encountered, but also frequently browsed forums to research various characters she found appealing. Therefore, when the Brisley Cat brothers appeared, she immediately became a fan of this incestuous pair and began diligently creating fanfics. To create fanfics, she had to constantly pay attention to the official settings and plot. Salty Fish naturally wouldn't miss Bryce Brisley's Brain in a Vat Volume 2 quest, and she kept following the quest's progress on the forums, not missing a single moment of Bryce's forceful and abrupt intrusion into the group of fishermen. Both Salty Fish and Wendell were exceptionally intelligent. The young couple shared some information and immediately discerned something unusual. Brain in a vat. Brain in a vat. The theme of this quest series has always been to give red-named NPCs incorrect information, leading them into misunderstandings caused by human error or chance. Salty Fish muttered, "What does this heretic Inquisitor Bryce take adventurers for?" A thought flashed through her mind. Could it be that Bryce has mistaken us for Glagai's undead servants? Wendell closed his eyes again, sensing the message coming from afar, and nodded in confirmation. Exactly. Chapter 1285. From a certain perspective, the adventurers are indeed immortal zombies, obeying the same consciousness, the game system. Thinking about it carefully, they are indeed very similar to the servants of Glagai. As a novelist with extensive knowledge of Cthulhu mythology, a wildly imaginative mind, and an adventurer familiar with the game's plot, and with her NPC boyfriend Wendell providing her with first-hand information, she quickly combined the information from both sides, like doing simple addition, and arrived at the correct deduction. But isn't Bryce Bresley the supreme judge of the Inquisition of Heretics of the Church of Light? How would he know about the Magic Federation's Bureau of Abnormal Affairs investigations? Salty Fish asked curiously. Many years ago, the Magic Federation and the Church of Light enjoyed a period of remarkably harmonious relations, Wendell said. Back then, the Inquisition was called the Court of Heresy, and our Bureau of Abnormal Affairs was called the Department of Mysterious Events Investigation. At that time, the corruption of evil gods was the common enemy of all humanity, and to better unite our forces, both sides agreed to share intelligence. We shared the vast majority of case reports from that period with the Church of Light. Even though the contents of these case files are now quite old, and some may have even lost their relevance and reference value, Bryce, as the Supreme Judge, certainly had access to the Church of Light's files. He may have accessed them out of interest or for work purposes. However, the sealed artifact 001 at that time would not have included its act of eating the lake dweller, Graki, in its investigation report. The entire mysterious incident ended with 7 investigators dead and 3 injured, the perpetrator vanished without a trace, the entire lake area sealed off as a restricted zone, and all unrelated personnel relocated. It became just another ordinary, insignificant report among countless archives. Even the people of the Magic Federation didn't know the truth behind the incident's ending, let alone the Church of Light, which only had second-hand information. Bryce, with only a superficial understanding, saw strangely familiar features on those oddballs and eagerly applied them, much like a student who sees a somewhat familiar question and pounces on it like a treasure trove, piling on freshly memorized material without realizing they're answering something completely irrelevant. Xianyu Tiao, a pseudonym, understood perfectly. She pondered to herself, when people see something new, they first apply their existing knowledge to interpret it. The narrower one's knowledge base, the more limited the interpretive templates they can choose. Bryce knows nothing about players, only about monsters from the Kelvin mythology, so it's only natural that his understanding would be flawed, and even his tendency to search for enemies in the void. Strangely, although Bryce firmly believed that the strange people, adventurers, are servants of Graki, after his initial fear, he didn't actively flee. Instead, he joined the adventurers' party, and tried to lure them to a certain town using persuasive tactics. Xianyu Tiao, having seen the real-time updates from the forum users, and indirectly glimpsing Bryce's thoughts through Wendell, and being the only writer, with a godlike perspective able to see both sides simultaneously, was bursting with inspiration and started another livestream thread on the forum. In this way, what Wendell knew, Salty Fish knew as well. And what Salty Fish knew, the players reading the forum posts also knew. And what the players knew, Laya and the Lord, who had been monitoring the screen, also knew. This is one of the terrifying aspects of this world. When you summon a sufficiently powerful evil god, you will be watched by that god, but not all evil gods' gazes are as overwhelming as Kel'Thuzad's. Some beings' gazes occur silently, and you cannot even sense their presence. Of course, Bryce wasn't recklessly mentioning Glagai's name in his mind out of ignorance or stupidity. On the contrary, his behavior stemmed from the arrogance of an inquisitor who, having mastered most of the mystical knowledge, could dance on the red line. Most of the time, mentioning an evil god's name in one's consciousness does not constitute a summoning. This is because evil gods from another world cannot yet invade the minds of the native world's creatures and hear their inner voices. This is the realm of world consciousness, a realm even the native gods struggle to reach, unless their thoughts, intentions, and will are unwavering, clearly directed, and imbued with powerful faith. Bryce believed himself to be absolutely safe. Gladimir was an old one, but even old ones differ. Gladimir, who could only lure believers to a corner of a lake through dreams after the meteorite's fall to Earth, and was powerless once humanity exceeded his influence, could not compare to the Great Cthulhu. And even the Great Cthulhu could not hear the thoughts of non-believers. Glagi wasn't powerful enough, and Bryce wasn't a follower of Glagi. These thoughts were harmless, or at least supposed to be. But what Bryce didn't know was that Glagi had already been devoured by the remnants of the native god, transformed into the Sealed Object 001. Sealed Object 001, the unknown observer, possessed a wondrous ability, an ability even reflected in its name. Wendell could observe both the unknown and the known. This ability allowed it to penetrate human thought and reach the deepest recesses of the heart. And when Bryce engaged in the wildest speculations in his mind, equating those monstrous beings shrouded in the unknown with Glagi's servants, the clamor of the unknown becoming known, combined with the repeated mentions of Glagi's name, became loud enough to attract Wendell's attention. Countless coincidences combined, forming perfectly interlocking pieces of a puzzle, ultimately creating a certain inevitability. The inevitable result was that the Lord and Lyra once again took over the storyline created by the players and NPCs, and began painstakingly writing the main quest. Fortunately, this time they had a professional best-selling novelist and renowned editor to help them. Bryce, relying on his silver tongue and a quest issued to the players by a certain lord and the world's consciousness sprite, whom he was unaware of, finally gained the trust of the Glagi servants, infiltrated the group of strange people, and guided these freely moving undead zombies towards his target town. Chapter 1286. Most of the time, these zombies acted no differently than ordinary people, but closer observation revealed many clues. For example, they would sometimes suddenly stop moving, stare into space, and then come back to life as if receiving some kind of instruction. Knowledge was injected into the zombies' brains through unseen channels, a fact that often sent chills down Bryce's spine. However, these servants did not operate endlessly, around the clock. Every other day, they would fall into a deep sleep, the duration varying, but always within the range of a day and a night. During this sleep, these servants were as if dead, without breathing or heartbeat, and unresponsive to the outside world. Even if dozens of holes were pricked with needles, they would not wake up. Just as the legend said, not a drop of blood flowed from the needle pricks. If this heretic inquisitor had been a little bolder and tried it while the adventurers were awake, perhaps the outcome would have been different. But the cautious Bryce couldn't bring himself to attack his former servants in public. No, in a sense, these servants were extensions of his former bodies. At first, the servants made various excuses to Bryce, concealing the fact that they needed to slumber. But after Bryce continued to deliberately feign indifference, they gradually lowered their guard and became more relaxed, leaving and returning casually. They went from insisting on finding an inn to simply lying down in any bush. In the forest littered with corpses, only Bryce, still breathing, remained. Bryce, His SAN value slowly dropped, so he frantically gulped down 3 large basins of holy water. The holy water he brought out to cultivate the mushrooms was almost gone. But that didn't matter. As long as his revised plan succeeded, he wouldn't need those mushrooms anymore. After all, the Inquisitors had clashed with mushrooms for a long time. Using these mushrooms of dubious origin to kill and silence witnesses couldn't completely rule out the possibility that Bryce had orchestrated the whole thing. But if they were servants of the Old Ones, well, there was absolutely no way they could be connected to the Bresley family. Bryce thought smugly, then couldn't help but shudder when his gaze swept over the corpses scattered on the ground. Patience. Patience, Bryce muttered. I must carefully avoid everyone's sight, and lead these servants through these mountain paths to the town of Desmond. Let them kill the remnants, and turn everyone into Glagi's servants. Turn that town into Glagi's lair. That way, I only need to reappear as the Inquisitor, and reveal the truth that the remnants were already killed and controlled by Glagi, and our family can turn the tide. Everyone knows that Glagi has the ability to create hypnotic dreams, dream induction. Although we don't know how he obtained the power to cover the entire territory of the Church of Light, it makes perfect sense. He became more and more excited as he thought about it. As an Old One, Glagi naturally wants to attack the Church of Light. We are his greatest enemy. He wants power, he wants expansion, so he must first deal with the Church of Light, deal with the Church's most powerful weapon, the sword that sweeps away heretics. And I, the Supreme Judge of the Inquisition, and my family have become his targets. To slander the Church, to slander my ancestors, and to attack the cornerstone of the Church's faith, he killed those remnants, controlled their bodies, and made them spread lies detrimental to the Bresley family and the God of Light. That dream that covered the entire Kingdom of Light was, of course, a hypnotic dream fabricated by Glaki. Why did that dream feel so real? Of course, that's the effect of Glaki's dream induction ability. People were merely under his hypnosis. People's doubts about the Church were simply a result of Glaki's scheme. The Bresley family was not wrong. The God of Light was not wrong. and the believers who were misled by slander were not wrong. The one who was wrong was Glaaki, that despicable, ambitious old one. Of course, the timing and sequence of the events need to be obscured, artificially modified, or disrupted, but compared to Project Mushroom, the difficulty and risk have been greatly reduced, and the benefits significantly increased. This plan is far more effective than simply silencing witnesses. It not only gives believers an acceptable reason, an easy way out, but also a clear enemy, a reasonable object of hatred. It not only gives people a reason to, have to, believe in the church again, but also reunites the scattered hearts of the people. If handled properly, Bryce can use this opportunity to turn his life around and become a hero of the Church of Light. Just think about it. Uncovering the old conspiracy, discovering the servants who have taken over the entire town, restoring the people's faith, and reviving the prestige of the Church of Light. Any one of these achievements alone would be a great accomplishment, let alone all of them combined. How much glory that would be. He would become the rising star of the Church of Light, be enshrined as a saint in the canon, and his good name would be recorded in history and praised for all eternity. The Brisley family will regain the God's favor, and once again, become the right-hand men of the God of Light. Glory and wealth will belong to their family. Wendell, constantly bothered by these incessant whispers from afar. 6. As an indispensable protagonist in this plan, the words gladiator and gladiator servant inevitably recurred, forcing Wendell to listen to the entire plan verbatim from beginning to end. Wendell had previously participated in the World Alliance's War Council, and naturally understood the truth behind the dream events that occurred in the Church of Light, as well as their impact on the Brisley family. Frankly, if the plan hadn't been completely leaked before it even began, Wendell thought that Bryce Brisley might truly be a genius at plotting conspiracies. Using an old one and his retinue, shifting blame and forcibly deflecting responsibility, then the Church of Light could distort the truth and continue to be their saviors and great heroes. But even if we know the plan, how can we prove it? Salty Fish pondered, resting her chin on her hand. The adventurers are indeed using corpses or alchemical puppets, that's undeniable. If Bryce Brisley really succeeds in carrying out his plan, won't all our previous efforts be in vain? She urgently grabbed Wendell's arm. What should we do? Should we go to the Lord and tell him about this? Hearing this, Wendell looked up towards the direction of the Mage Tower. Even with the many buildings obstructing the view, the observer of the unknown could still perceive the unknown becoming the known. I think he already knows. Chapter 1287. Yu Sheng is a healer, or rather, a support healer. Just like his usual ID, never stop taking medicine, he loves healing. In all the games he's played, he's always played a pure healer, his main focus being to ensure that no one is left with low health or negative status effects within his skill range. He has a severe fear of low health, he must fully heal anyone who sees them taking damage, and he must dispel any negative status effects, regardless of whether the target needs healing, whether they have invulnerability activated, whether his healing partner has been overhealed, or whether there has been an overhealing. Most players quite like this kind-hearted, saintly healer, except for the heroic swordsmen, who need to be low on health to deal damage. He joined the game relatively early, priests hadn't been released yet, and the correct way to play a life mage hadn't been figured out. But even though he didn't trigger the druid class quest after entering the game, he still stubbornly switched to life mage, wandering aimlessly on the path of healing. Even if you're not good at it, you still have to play. The life mage class was really difficult, so he later switched to astrologian, only to find that astrologian wasn't a pure healer, but a support healer. Disappointed, he just happened to catch the priest class being released, so he quickly switched to priest, and suddenly he was good again. Unfortunately, priest is a shield healer, and requires a certain level of medical knowledge to play well, otherwise, you become a dangerous medic for enemies, and even more dangerous for teammates. The healers in this game are all incredibly difficult, but with a pure love for the healer class, Yu Sheng, also known as Yao Bi Ting, never gave up. He searched through all the healing guides on the forums, and stubbornly taught himself basic medical knowledge, in the game version, mastered all the healer classes. After experienced players figured out how to play the life mage, and vindicated its potential, Yao Beating returned to leveling up the class. This time, having received training in various healing classes, and possessing a solid foundation in medical knowledge, he felt like he had entered a new world. As the experienced players had said, playing a life mage well, and not playing poorly are two completely different worlds. A bad player can only heal a few dozen units of health, but if you master the essence, you can bring the dead back to life. After fully adapting to the life mage class, Yao Beating was no longer satisfied with simply taking on Did You Die? Jobs in the wild or healing unlucky randoms being chased by monsters. No, he wanted to break through his limits, step out of his comfort zone, and tackle high-difficulty content. As everyone knows, the difficulty of high-difficulty content lies first in finding a good team, second in your own strength, and third in the difficulty of the dungeon itself. If he could successfully find a good team, the latter two difficulties would naturally disappear. Of course, the team formation mentioned here doesn't mean just randomly gathering enough people and classes to get into a dungeon. It means forming a team with good attitudes, who understand human language, can read guides, communicate effectively, share the same goals and philosophy, have similar game understanding and skill levels, are punctual, and maintain a harmonious atmosphere. Don't doubt it. Good attitude has indeed been mentioned 3 times. Don't be intimidated by his long explanation. Anyone who has tackled high-difficulty dungeons knows that skills, teamwork, and proficiency can be practiced, but only attitude determines success or failure. A bad attitude can ruin yourself or your teammates, easily destroying the entire team beyond repair. The game's high-difficulty dungeons are divided into 2 types: brain-teasing mystery dungeons and combat-based high-difficulty dungeons. The dungeon that Yao Beating wants to tackle is the latter. This is new content introduced in recent versions, and its storyline is related to Aion. A slightly easier dungeon is the Evil God Purification Battle, commonly referred to as the Purification Level Dungeon by players. It's roughly equivalent to Type 0 difficulty in other games, but because the Purification series isn't a time-based dungeon, but rather a roguelike dungeon, randomly generated, 1 life, no saving, the skill required to complete it is arguably even higher. The most difficult dungeon will undoubtedly be the 24-player high-difficulty raid dungeon introduced in this new version. Currently, the raid's prerequisite, the Grand Encyclopedia Quest, is missing only 1 fragment. Even before the dungeon is open, rumors are already circulating widely. Some say this raid is about the difficulty of a normal 24-man raid, others say it's comparable to a rare raid, and still others speculate it's equivalent to a level 24 raid of the Nemesis difficulty. Yao Beating, wait a minute. Why are you all using the baboon difficulty as a standard? Friends, because we're all doing it? Easier to explain? Simple and clear? Yao Beating, alright, I got it. So does anyone want to do this raid? Friends looked up and down, ignoring him. Well, I suddenly remembered I have a quest to complete. My partner is calling me home for dinner. I need to give Long a bath. The friends vanished in a flash, leaving Yao Beating with a slight sigh. Sure enough, when it comes to high-difficulty raids, friends are unreliable. By the way, a friend poked his head back. I heard that Rainy Day is forming a team for the first week of this dungeon. Do you want to go to her shop for an interview? Yao Beating pointed to himself. What? Me? Join Rainy Day's team? Is that even possible? Why not give it a try? What if you succeed? So he went. Rainy Day was indeed recruiting for a team, and the team wasn't full yet. To be precise, they were still missing 1 healer. When Yao Beating explained his purpose, Rainy Day was pleasantly surprised. What class do you play? She asked. Anything is fine, but my best is Life Mage, followed by Healer. This is the special feature of this game. While Life Mage/Priest is a prerequisite for Healer, a lower tier class, it doesn't mean you have to switch to the God tier Healer class to tackle high difficulty dungeons. To be honest, each profession has its own strengths, like a general practitioner, an orthopedic surgeon, and a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Having a mix of different professions can actually be surprisingly effective. Life Mage, it's rare to see someone who can play this class well. Today's Rainy Days team already has a druid, an astrologer, a healer, and a priest, but they're missing a Life Mage. She pondered for a moment. How's your skill? Don't worry about that, I had special training. Don't Stop Medicine confidently stated. Even if someone is shattered into 8 pieces, I'm confident I can put them back together. In a real situation like that, it's better to let them die before using resurrection. Are you perhaps a medical professional? No, I'm just an expert at anatomical model puzzles. Don't Stop Medicine said, I bought a 3D detachable and movable version. Currently, the shortest disassembly and assembly time with eyes closed is 15 seconds. Today's Rainy Day? Chapter 1288. It's hard to say exactly how strong a healer who trains by disassembling and reassembling 3D human anatomy models is, but just judging from their attitude, a player who proactively seeks out ways to train and expand their knowledge outside the game is a good player. At least their attitude speaks for itself. For high difficulty content, the team's united desire to clear the dungeon is more important than anything else. If you form a relaxed group of friends and family, and they keep dying to the same mechanics after 15 days, that's not high difficulty content, That's a team-building vacation. It's fine for your own people to do that, but don't trick random teammates into doing it. Today's Rain not only wants to clear the dungeon, she also wants to form a first week team. As for whether she can get the first kill, no one can say for sure until she sees the dungeon's content and mechanics. Let's just leave it to fate. There's a lot to explore in each class in this game. I haven't played the Life Mage much, and I won't offer unsolicited advice in areas I'm unfamiliar with. But I have a question I need to confirm. Normally, as long as the teammates don't make mistakes, the healer should be dealing damage. Of course, if the teammates are all dying and lying on the ground, it's not very effective for the healer to still be dealing damage. Can you manage that balance? Yao Beating swallowed hard, I guess. Although the blatant unease in his answer made Jinryu shudder, she glanced at the Grand Encyclopedia and saw that the progress bar for the last fragment was almost full. The dungeon was about to open. Her team was already 23 is equal to 1, just missing this one healer. Once this guy joined, they could start playing immediately. Today, Rainy only hesitated for a second between changing players, and let's give it a try before extending her hand to Yao Beating. Welcome to the team. Looking forward to clearing the dungeon with you. For a second, Yao Beating felt hopeless and was about to leave, but upon hearing this, she almost didn't realize what she had just heard. Okay, I'm leaving now. Wait, I'm in the team. Yes. Today, Rainy smiled. As the captain and commander, I will be responsible for all matters, big and small, that arise in the team. If you encounter any problems during the dungeon run, such as not understanding the mechanics, having a better strategy or approach, or having conflicts with teammates, you can come to me for help. Because we are the first week's team, our working hours are relatively long. We call running dungeons together working. Normally, we enter the dungeon at 9 p.m. in the real world and run until dawn every night. At 3 a.m., which means we be spending 12 hours in the game each day. Please bring your own food, water, medicine, and equipment of appropriate level. This game is designed to be played during sleep time, so theoretically, it shouldn't be disturbed by external factors. Therefore, unless there's an emergency or a legitimate reason, we generally don't accept leave requests. If you absolutely must take leave, please find a replacement. Medicine Stops nodded vigorously. Understood, understood. Today's Rain continued. This type of dungeon is being opened for the first time. Nobody knows what we encounter. There are no guides, no references, it's a complete exploration. During this exploration, we encounter all sorts of troubles, figuring out the mechanics, researching strategies, coordinating teamwork. We be facing completely unfamiliar territory. Only our teammates can be our support. No matter how many other games you played or how much you accomplished, we're all complete newbies in this dungeon. So please keep a calm mindset and communicate actively. Solutions can be optimized, strengths and weaknesses can be complemented. I can't guarantee that all 24 members of our team will be perfect, but our understanding of our roles, our operational awareness, and our desire to clear the dungeon all meet the selection criteria. To minimize the impact of teammate changes on progress, I hope everyone can be more tolerant of their teammates. Give each other more time to gel, and address any problems immediately. If someone single-handedly drags down the team's progress, is impossible to catch up with no matter how hard they try, or is unwilling to put in the effort, I will be responsible for their removal. Okay. Yao Beating nodded hurriedly. He was very satisfied with Jinryu's straightforward and impartial approach, but a slight fear lingered that he might be removed for falling behind. But that wasn't important, he was confident in himself. Inspiration and diligence, he could always find one of them. You're in Team C. This is the current roster and role assignments. Today it rained, and a note was handed out. The rest of the details will be revealed once we enter the instance. We will adjust the team arrangements in real time based on the situation inside the instance. The instance is expected to open soon, so please complete all preparations as soon as possible, and make sure you have the time to be ready for entry notifications. If the instance opens at any time before 8 p.m., we will assemble at 8 p.m. that same day. If it opens after 8 p.m., we expect to be assembled and ready to enter the instance within the first hour of its opening. Is that alright? No problem. Yao Beating and Jinryu added each other as friends and exchanged contact information. Anything else you need to know? Jinryu thought for a moment. That's about it. By the way, you don't mind having a hero swordsman in the team, right? Their damage increases as their health decreases, making health management a challenge, which is why many healers are unwilling to cooperate with hero swordsmen. Yao Beating swallowed. It should be fine. As long as I can control my sinful urge to heal him to full. Okay, then that's all for now. Nice to cooperate. Nice to cooperate. The opening of the 24-player high-difficulty raid is conditional on collecting all fragments of important encyclopedia, the War of the Ionian Gods. This means that players can only unlock the high-difficulty raid after completing the 4.0 major version main storyline. This approach is quite in line with the operational logic of most games, so players didn't have too many objections. The acquisition of Grand Encyclopedia quest fragments in Gods of War is closely related to the number of daily quests players complete. These are basically limited to the number of times all players participate in battlefield PvP battles, the number of times they clear the Griffin Farm, and the number of times they complete the Druid Purification Hall quests. As long as players complete enough quests, they can unlock the fragments. There's no need to run around searching for hidden quest clues, making it much simpler than Silver Dragon Legend. Daily active users just grind it out. Most of the quests require a considerable amount of data, but the game has now been running for exactly 600 days since its closed beta launch. The daily player quota was quietly changed to 500 slots without players noticing. According to the latest official announcement of 600 days of operation data, the number of players has now exceeded 150,000. Chapter 1289. From the initial limited number of beta testers, single-digit or double-digit slots, to the current 150,000 players online simultaneously, both new and veteran players have witnessed the game's development and prosperity, and are filled with emotion. Honestly, I never understand how this game is operated, said Yu Hua Dingxian. From the initial small-scale testing to single-digit numbers, and now releasing new slots for 500 people at a time, I always feel like the game server capacity is very limited. But now we have 150,000 players, and haven't added any new servers, and we haven't experienced congestion, disconnections, frame rate drops, or latency. I feel like the official servers are really amazing. Maybe they're just jumping between being terrible and amazing? Said Niechiochio. The official team uses a lot of shady tactics, maybe they even built the servers themselves. At first, they weren't sure of their capabilities, and only dared to test the waters little by little. Now that their technology has matured, they loosened up a bit. As long as the game experience is guaranteed, I'm not picky. Building their own servers makes sense, said Luzhou Laojiu. The official team uses too many shady tactics, not just the entire game program, but even the NPCs. The AI database, image modeling, art, and music resource library are all self-developed. Ordinary servers simply couldn't handle them, and there are too many copyright and confidentiality restrictions. To this day, apart from player gameplay videos and screenshots, no one has been able to decrypt the game's UI, icons, and model settings. Even making fan-made merchandise requires drawing and modeling everything yourself. It's clear the official team has a tight grip on all the resources. Their own servers ensure security, and they can develop their own advanced technologies for online maintenance, online expansion, and hot updates. The cost must be incredibly high. Maybe the reason for not adding new servers is the high cost. As long as the player experience is guaranteed, it's more efficient and less time-consuming to expand the server capacity directly. That makes sense. Xianyuitu chimed in. The increase in player slots has been steadily increasing with the opening of the world map. The official team has done a good job in attracting new players. There are currently 150,000 people online, but the number of people in the main city doesn't seem that high at all. The already opened world map is too big, plus the various illusionary dungeons. Many players spend 3 to 5 months in the illusionary dungeons, and don't come out. They log in and log off in the dungeons, so they don't feel the changing seasons or the passage of time, let alone the number of people. Speaking of which, didn't the grilled squid master and his partner, boiled octopus, come? Gnawing Ball asked. I asked. They've been grinding investigation bureau missions lately, taking on a couple's 2-player mystery-solving dungeon, and they're struggling through it. Having a partner is so great. Even dungeon missions are for 2 people. It's like having a world of 2 for 2. I'm so envious. With a partner, you have a sweet, romantic world, while those without are stuck in dungeons. Sob, sob, sob. How can people's lives be so different? All right, stop joking around. Everyone's here. Let's go into the dungeon. It's raining today, the voice called out, interrupting the lamentations of those about to ascend to immortality. Ready to start. Has everyone finished the previous parts of the story? All done. All done. Just one last fragment left. Let's all go in together. The crowd replied. All right, let's begin. Unlike Silver Dragon Legend, where fragments appear in a scattered order and are one-to-one with local quests, the fragments for Ion's War spawn in a specific order. In other words, regardless of which task's progress bar a player completes first, the fragments will unlock in sequence. The advantage of this is that players can view the main storyline in order, avoiding confusion from a jumbled sequence. It's fortunate that this arrangement works, because players discovered that the God's War Grand Encyclopedia is actually a Rules of the Strange story, inherently a mind-bending plot emphasizing reasoning and suspense. Adding a jumbled sequence would have made it truly incomprehensible. While waiting for the last fragment to appear, Yo-Yo didn't waste any time. She carefully read through the entire story, finally letting out a long, refreshed sigh. It feels like my brain has been thoroughly massaged. So refreshing. Aeolian's God's War tells the story of the Second God's War. In the earlier teaser storyline of the Evil God Purification War, players witnessed the First Divine War, learning that the Lord could participate in the war and assist Aeolian by manipulating alchemical puppets. The Second Divine War was also primarily presented from the perspective of the Lord's alchemical puppets. Of course, during the production of this segment, the Lord, Lia, and Sidrodius meticulously removed all supergame content, redubbing or adding narration where necessary to ensure the storyline players saw conform to the game setting, and that the Lord would not see or hear anything inconsistent with the Osiria worldview. To maintain the character's persona, a certain game designer went to great lengths. Although the production team's main focus and making a good game are not exactly the same, but rather completely unrelated, the God's War chapter, after repeated editing by the production team, is indeed more intriguing, captivating, and keeps viewers on the edge of their seats, holding their breath and struggling to breathe, occasionally bursting into laughter, and even shedding tears at many key plot points. It's like riding a super exciting emotional roller coaster. The Holy Sons working together are just amazing. I love that little angel Colamandro, who punched the heterochromatic alt in the face. Wait, so that's why I couldn't find the Holy Sons in Valhalla for a while? Did everyone go into the dungeon? My god. Did the development team do such detailed foreshadowing? And how did they influence each other? I think the heterochromatic alt eating shit was the epic part, but the Holy Sons escorting Hope at the end was so incredibly exciting, it made me cry. Doesn't anyone else think the Mentor's part was more touching? I was completely confused the first time I watched it, but I cried buckets the second time. Arilan male mom, I'm marrying him. Doesn't anyone else think the Lord and the Knight are just too adorable? Their partnership in the inner and outer worlds is simply perfect. The Lord who sees through everything is so handsome. Ahem, yes, that's true, but that couple is just too much like an old married couple, we're already used to it. Adjust glasses. The main storyline was essentially completed in the penultimate fragment. The heterochromatic eyes were defeated, Aeolian won, and they returned to the Void Realm. Aeolian learned from Gadliel that his mentor was indeed the nameless Holy Sun and shed tears. The Holy Sun slowly awoke in Valhalla. They were greeted by a beautiful blue sky. The final fragment continued the story of the biggest foreshadowing in the God War, the story of the Black Mud Holy Sun imprisoned behind the trapdoor in the kitchen of the inner world. Chapter 1290. A sliver of light suddenly entered the pitch-black room in the player's view. The trapdoor was lifted, and the tattered alchemical doll wobbled and limped down the ladder, struggling through the thick, viscous black miasma. It knelt on one knee before the small black mud ball, extending its only remaining right hand. The small black mud ball, like a stray kitten abandoned in a cardboard box in the winter snow, was pitiful, shivering, its entire body stained with the darkest of emotions. It sobbed and uttered painful, hoarse cries, each one tightening the player's hearts. It hurts. It's so painful, so cold, so lonely. His voice was inhuman, like the young holy child players had seen in the story animations, yet also like something else terrifying mixed in, both heart-wrenching and tear-jerking, yet also sending chills down one's spine. Shh. The alchemical puppet gently used its remaining right hand to embrace the small, humanoid black mud ball. Don't be afraid. From now on, you won't be alone anymore. I'll always be by your side. The alchemical puppet itself was in a terrible state. It was covered in dust and dirt, its forehead struck by a blunt object, leaving spiderweb-like cracks across most of its face. A large hole ripped open in its left side, its left hand, held together by a single tendon, bound to its body. Its clothes were tattered, revealing raw, bloody skin and exposed organs. The broken human embraced the equally broken little black mud beast, just as a homeless man who had nothing, and was covered in wounds found a stray cat that belonged only to him. Two lonely and broken souls, who had suffered a lot, embraced each other, and thus made each other complete. The doll gently pressed a kiss to the black mud ball's forehead. Don't be afraid. Everything will be alright. The mud ball's muddy eyelashes fluttered slightly, as if melted by the kiss. The players sniffled. Wah, so touching. But before they could finish feeling touched, the black mud suddenly erupted, the thick liquid churning and expanding, instantly engulfing the doll. The players were instantly stunned, their jaws practically dropping. What the hell? Before they could even feel fear, anger, or betrayal, and before they could even think of the reason, they saw the wildly expanding black mud seem to have been stopped, shrinking back in a flash, all flowing into a gear-shaped crystal sphere held in the doll's right hand. That gear-shaped crystal sphere was very similar to the celestial sphere of the Lord that the players had seen during the Battle of the Golden Land, only much, much smaller. Players. What? You scared me to death. It's all right. This complex and overflowing emotion overwhelmed the players. Unseen by the players, abundant energy was quietly absorbed by Lia, while the little world sprite let out a satisfied burp in the background. In the blink of an eye, the world flipped, and the Lord reappeared in the mage tower. With a flick of his wrist, a gear-shaped crystal sphere appeared in his hand. The next second, the Lord's figure appeared in the divine kingdom of Devich on the hellish Grand Road. The gear-shaped crystal sphere was placed in the center of a cylindrical platform. The Lord snapped his fingers, and the gears began to turn with a clatter. The mechanism changed, and a transparent glass skylight opened on the crystal sphere, revealing a docile, wriggling black mud ball inside. Ludwig gazed at the black mud mass through the glass skylight, almost reaching out to poke at it. After a moment, he confirmed, "Your guess is quite correct. This black mud does indeed contain a portion of Aelian's soul and his darker emotions." He tapped the crystal sphere with his fingertip. The black mud, as if startled, twisted and curled into a corner. After a while, seeing no further movement, it expanded and coalesced into a small, indistinct humanoid shape. Players, why does this thing, which is clearly just a mud ball, look kind of cute? During the second battle of the gods, due to the illusionary duality, Aelian's lost memories, and a portion of his soul were split into two halves. The half of his soul in the outer world carries his positive emotions and memories, while the half in the inner world, besides his own dark emotions and memories, has been artificially injected with many dark emotions that don't belong to him. Ludwig carefully observed the black mud in the ball, his red eyes flashing with the light of magic he was using. Anger, hatred, jealousy, cunning, sophistry. Ah, these familiar emotions and fragments of the soul, perhaps belonging to some god of deception. The Lord frowned slightly. If I hadn't used the Dharma binding technique to bring this part out in time. Then, when Aelian opened the trapdoor in the surface world to receive the part of his lost soul, this part hidden in the inner world would have silently returned, embedding itself in his heart like a black nail, piercing the deepest, softest part of his soul. There, it would release the poison of emotion, slowly eroding him. He's changing him. Ludwig withdrew his finger. This is a vicious scheme, perhaps a trump card laid by the heterochromatic eyes, or perhaps Miltooth deliberately condoning and assisting it. Regardless of which side truly makes the move, once successful, it can silently reverse the course of the god war. Imagine this, you think you already won? No, Aelian's heart has been corrupted and eroded. Without your knowledge, he has been polluted by these dark emotions that don't belong to him, devoured into an empty shell, while the heterochromatic eye's soul will parasitize within, stealing the victor's spoils. Players. A chill ran down their spines. Holy crap. What a vicious scheme. This is possession. Thank goodness the Lord intervened in time. We escaped a disaster. No, it's not exactly an escape. This lump of black mud contains not only Aelian's soul, but also the soul of the one with the heterochromatic eyes. We can't just peel it off and throw it away forever, can we? Wouldn't Aelian be incomplete then? Being incomplete is better than being invaded by the one with the heterochromatic eyes, right? Ahem, everyone, don't get excited yet. Don't forget this is the prelude to a 24-player high-difficulty dungeon. I think we should start fighting this lump of black mud now. Chapter 1291. As the players watched the cutscenes, they chattered excitedly in the team chat. Just as Yo-Yu had predicted, the narration began. Adventurers who once helped Aelian purify the corruption of the evil god, now we need your help once again. Heterochromia and Miltooth set a trap during the Divine War, stripping away Aelian's dark side, and corrupting it with their own dark souls and emotional filth. Although the Lord has sealed this part of the soul, if left unchecked, the corrupted soul will eventually affect the body, becoming a great threat. Now, only by uniting as one, with unwavering resolve, and working together to defeat this black mud can we eliminate the threat, save Aelian's soul, and save the future of the world of Oziria. The narration ended, and a system notification popped up. The challenging 24-player raid instance, Dark Soul Purification, is now open. Players have obtained the quest item, Purification Crystal, which can be used to queue for the instance. This instance is a 24-player challenge mode. A full team is required to enter. Note: this is a high-difficulty instance. Random queuing is not currently allowed. Note: it is recommended that players form 3 teams of 8, T-Teen and DDDD, to enter. No more than 3 players of the same class can be in a 24-player team. The maximum is 3 warriors, 3 knights, 3 mages, 3 druids, and so on. Some hidden classes can freely substitute for any of the T&D positions. Note: each instance opening will randomly generate a boss of difficulty corresponding to the overall strength of the 24 players. The boss's appearance, skills, and characteristics are all somewhat randomized. There is no time limit for clearing the dungeon once it is opened. Players can log in and out during the dungeon. If the entire party dies, they will automatically respawn and attempt the dungeon again. If a player temporarily leaves the dungeon, they can re-enter as long as other members of the party are still in the dungeon area. If the entire party voluntarily leaves the dungeon, or if a party member leaves or disbands, the dungeon area will automatically close, and the boss will reset the next time you enter the dungeon. Note: this high-difficulty dungeon is equipped with a command voice system and a real-time sandbox assistant, as well as a safe rest area outside the dungeon where players can rest, replenish supplies, or hold battle meetings. Holy crap! The veteran players exclaimed in unison, a high-difficulty assistance system? Is this some kind of official built-in cheat? No, how can it be a cheat when it's integrated into the game system? This is clearly a game feature, a thoughtful touch from the development team. As soon as the system notification ended, the 24 team members were teleported into a blue-purple space. Today, Yoyu immediately checked her UI view and, sure enough, found the icons for the command voice system and the real-time sandbox assistant in the corner. She reached out and tapped the command voice system icon. A Y-shaped tree branch-like screen immediately popped up on the right side of her view. 24 nodes were connected by silver-blue lines within the branches. Currently, each node was a blank square with a player icon next to it, indicating that players could be dragged into the nodes. Today it rained. Immediately, I dragged my avatar into the top command box and added a branch. I dragged the MT of each squad into the 3 nodes below the command. Then, the members of each squad were vertically sorted from top to bottom as MT, ST, H1, H2, D1, D2, D3, D4. The player icon bar not only allows for free switching between displaying player class and name, but also shows whether the player is currently speaking, their current health/mana bar, and combat skills. It provides the commander with a clear overview of the entire battlefield. "That's awesome!" exclaimed Jinryu. "That's awesome!" exclaimed Yochiochio and the others. Jinryu turned around and saw everyone huddled around a few magical dolls on the platform, shouting and yelling. "Wait a minute, magical dolls?" She blinked, belatedly starting to examine the area, only to realize that this 24-player dungeon was significantly different from the previous Evil God Purification Battle dungeon. The area was divided into 2 parts. They were currently on a small, square platform, clearly the safe rest area mentioned by the system. It included stalls selling magical dolls, beanbag chairs, a projection sand table for holding combat meetings, and 2 tents already set up. If you didn't know better, you think they were camping here. The small, square platform has only one exit, which is a bridge connecting to another, much larger, circular platform, clearly the actual battleground. Currently, the battleground is empty, the boss is nowhere to be seen. Players will obviously have to go there and engage the boss before they can see its true form. "This design is interesting," murmured Jinryu. "So, this high-difficulty dungeon is really designed for skilled players, not like the previous Evil God Purification Battle, where you could be matched with lower difficulty levels for beginners. This magic doll sells so many things." Yochiochio darted to Jinryu's side, clutching a steaming box of takoyaki, her mouth bulging like a hamster as she chewed on a ball. Food, supplies, clothes, and sleeping arrangements are all provided. There are even supplies for every profession, small blue bottles, sealing orbs, talismans, and paint, everything you could need. "I could live here forever." Jinryu's lips twitched. "Hopefully, we won't have to fight for that long to clear it. The tents are marked male and female, male on the left, female on the right. I just tried it, and only characters matching the gender markings can enter the corresponding tent. They're really focused on privacy." Xianyuitu chimed in, "Food, lodging, and supplies included. This looks like it's going to be a long battle." After all, once we leave the arena, the boss will respawn, and supplies are all available within the dungeon. You can also log in and out freely, which makes sense, said Luzhou Laojiu. The previous evil god purification battle, while also a rogue mode, had limited difficulty. After playing a few times, you get the hang of all the skills. From initial exploration to completion, it would only take one night at most. This high difficulty dungeon looks like it won't be so easy. Whether it's difficult or not depends on the actual experience. You know once you actually tried it, said Jin Ryoyu, eager to try out the high difficulty support system. Everyone, find your teammates according to your pre-assigned teams, and get to know each other. Those with special classes or combat habits should communicate with their partners first. Once we had a preliminary adjustment, we go into the dungeon and try it out. Chapter 1292. The players quickly recognized each other, and got to know their teammates. Today's Rain truly lived up to her reputation as the server's undisputed external strategist. She knew many players, most of whom were renowned figures in their respective fields within the game. Aside from a few newcomers filling in, most players had prior experience cooperating on certain missions, and they quickly became acquainted. Due to the class restrictions of the high difficulty dungeon, the players had to adjust their class composition. All three teams had knights as their main tanks, warriors as their support tanks, druids as their healers in Heroic 1, and a significant class divergence in Heroic 2. In fact, according to the familiar player conventions, Heroic 1 was usually the main healer, and Heroic 2 was usually the tank/healer. However, since healer classes in this game each have their own unique characteristics, and it's not a one-to-one correspondence between main healer and tank/healer, today's Rain carefully considered the options. After prioritizing filling the druid slots, who could both cleanse and heal, she used as many different classes as possible in Heroic 2 to adapt to various potential crises. D1 and D2 are generally dominated by melee classes with the highest attack damage. In some cases, ranged casters can take over if their damage is high enough. D3 is for group support physical ranged classes, and D4 is generally dominated by magic-based main damage dealers. The specific composition of the three teams is as follows. Team A, MT, did you lose your hair today? ST, Ammonizes, H1, Gnawing Ball, H2, Astrologer, Ringawa, D1, World Assassin, Hidden Old Man, D2, Fate Assassin, Tranquil C, D3, Shaman, Shepherd Sheep Girl, D4, Traveling Rider, Salty Fish. Team B, MT, Luzhou Lajiao, ST, The Art of Death Ash, H1, Today's Rain, H2, Priest, Healer who can't heal himself, D1, Hero's Sword, One Sword Breaks 1,000 Mountains, D2, Gunner, Below the Abyss, D3, Shaman, Little Fairy's Knight, D4, Mage, Ascension to Immortality. Team C, MT Pepamere Plateau, ST Tuji, H1 Melissa Kubo, H2 Life Mage Yeobiting, D1 Hero's Swordsman Diab Wikii, D2 Lancer Chang Banpo Yichuanki, D3 Bard Sherwu, D4 God of Pastries Wishanju Front Desk Cat. As you may have noticed, we have several casual players in our team. However, I have confirmed that their physical condition has recovered enough to play in normal mode, and they have experience with purification battles before, said Today's Rain. This will not affect our progress. Our main goal is to clear this dungeon within the first week. If we could also get the first kill, that would be ideal. But this is just a game, so please prioritize having fun. If you have any issues or needs, please communicate promptly and amicably, and don't let conflicts fester. She glanced at the Hidden Elder and the Tranquil Sea. Please also be sure to. My partner relayed the message. Relax, boss. Tranquil Sea smiled and said, I keep an eye on the captain. Hero's Sword, who was determined to die, sidled up to Medicine Stop and gently poked him. Mommy, do you mind if I call you that? Or Daddy? Yao Beating, either is fine, I don't mind. That's good. Hero's Sword pointed to his ID above his head, winking and trying to hint, did you see my ID? Yao Beating, you saw it? That's good. Hero's Sword, relieved, nodded and patted Yao Beating's shoulder. It's up to you, Mommy. Don't make me break my vow. Wait. What? You're leaving it to me? Is this a release or do you want me to heal you? And what's this oath? Can you explain yourself clearly? He wanted to ask more, but I'd rather die than be healed had already happily run off. Just then, Today's Rain came on the microphone. Everyone, let's enter the instance. The players cheered and surged towards the exit bridge of the small square platform. They had just stood in the center of the enormous circular platform when they saw a familiar purple electric net rise around it. Everything went black, and the boss entrance animation began. A huge lump of black slime splattered down from the sky, crashing into the north of the circular platform. It stretched and changed, slowly pulling out a massive humanoid black shadow. Broken wings and protruding wing bones jutted out from its back, looking both painful and tragically beautiful. The black mud continued to pull and stretch, gradually refining the model. Suddenly, a handsome man, shirtless and bearing a striking resemblance to Aelian, emerged from the mud. The black mud transformed into his black hair and tattered wings. His human form only extended to his abs. His lower body remained a writhing mass of black mud, vaguely resembling either 8 spider legs or 8 tentacles. The superhuman, almost supernatural feel was palpable, utterly bizarre. A silver title popped up. Dark Souls Cleansing War, The Gathering of Hatred. The Gathering of Hatred? That's a strange name, said Gnawing Ball. It sounds familiar. It's a Buddhist term. Explain today's reign. 5 poisons, 6 desires, 7 emotions, 8 sufferings, 9 difficulties, 10 culpas. Meeting with those you hate is one of the 8 sufferings. It seems this dungeon's theme incorporates some Buddhist elements. The boss we encountered this time is the suffering of meeting with those you hate, and the dungeon name is probably one of the strategy hints. In the simplest terms, meeting with those you hate refers to the pain of encountering people you dislike, but are forced to be together. I understand, the socially awkward, sullen old man muttered in an almost inaudible voice, his eyes glazed over. Everyone glanced at Tranquil C, who looked completely innocent, ? This probably describes those annoying family gatherings during Chinese New Year, where all those aunts and uncles bring up the most sensitive topics. Melissa Kubo said. And those snoring roommates who stay up all night and make a racket in the morning, always expecting someone to bring them food but never paying. You? What Deng Xian said indignantly. That stupid boss, who only announces a meeting 5 minutes before the end of the workday to show off, and those incompetent colleagues, who only do superficial work and spout nonsense. Jian Paqian Shan got more and more worked up. A bunch of guys who take all the credit and leave you to shoulder all the blame, only good at backstabbing and power struggles, and don't do any work. Those who form cliques and bully others. That awful, greasy, fatherly blind date. Jean Ryu's lips twitched. Okay, no wonder it's one of the 8 sufferings of life. It's quite applicable even in modern times. But what kind of resentment and suffering could Aelian have? Warrior Sister Ammonizes asked doubtfully. His mentor Wayland, the Holy Sons, and the Lord are all quite good people. They shouldn't evoke such suffering, right? Xianyu Tiao shrugged. Who knows? There are plenty of bad people in the Church of Light, but it might not necessarily be Aelian. Isn't it said that the black mud is mixed with a lot of dark emotions from heterochromatic eyes? Maybe it's the resentment and suffering from heterochromatic eyes. Chapter 1293. The opening cutscene of the dungeon ended, and the boss monster, Black Mud Resentment Gathering, occupied the north side of the arena. A poignant and melodious human chorus BGM filled the air, its high-pitched and stirring tune easily catching the mind. This boss monster was nearly 3 meters tall, with a handsome face, bearing a 7/10 resemblance to Aelian. Its long, semi-liquid, black mud-like hair flowed continuously, as if it possessed a life of its own. Its upper body was a semi-naked humanoid form, with full pectoral muscles and clearly defined abdominal muscles. Its lower body was black mud, with vaguely visible monster legs, claws, or tentacle-like limbs. Today, Rainy Day opened the real-time sandbox assistant, a semi-transparent window superimposed on the view. Today, Rainy Day tried marking points, and 4 points, A, B, C, and D, immediately appeared on the arena from north to east. Her eyes lit up. This works. Team A D side, Team C, B side, Team BMT, pull the monsters from the north, charge. With Jinri Yoyu's command, the battle commenced. Team BMT, Luzhou Laojiao, activated Guardian's Heart, immediately drawing the monster's attention. Luzhou Laojiu quickly ran to point A, with Haney Yuanzong closely following. Turning around, it revealed its muddy back covered in tattered wings. Its pale skin shone brightly, contrasting sharply with the black mud. The boss's turn indicated stable aggro. Players immediately unleashed their strongest rotations, while the bards and shamans calculated the timing of their group heals and activated their skills. In an instant, special effects filled the field, and damage numbers flashed frequently. Jinri Yoyu looked up at the boss's health bar. It hadn't decreased at all. She exclaimed, "Huh?" and observed for a while. She found that it wasn't that the damage was too low or the health bar was too long, which made the effect not obvious. Rather, it really didn't move at all. The damage numbers that flashed were mostly 3 digits, and sometimes even 0 would appear. It was not the 5-digit damage value that should be when the skill was normally cast. Something's not right. The boss isn't taking damage. It has a damage reduction buff? Looks like there's a puzzle element to this dungeon. She checked the damage numbers again and shouted, "Everyone, change targets. Don't attack the humanoid form. Switch to the black mud part." This time, the attack was effective, and the damage numbers instantly returned to normal. The humanoid part should be Aeolian's soul, and the black mud is the corruption. We need to attack, damage, and destroy the black mud part, but Aeolian itself is on our side, so it's immune to damage. Once the hypothesis was confirmed, Jinryu immediately shared the result. "Everyone, focus your firepower on the black mud, don't waste mana and resources." The black mud was attacked, and the boss felt the pain. Its usual basic attacks changed. Its black mud hair suddenly cascaded out like a waterfall, sending Lujo Laoju flying. Resentment and hatred. The boss's black mud hair creates a high damage attack with a knockback effect, requiring simultaneous activation of damage reduction and knockback prevention. Lujo Laoju was caught off guard and crashed directly into the northern electric grid, collapsing softly to the ground. The boss got its first kill. Team A's MT, activate your shield and take aggro. I'm casting Resurrection. Jinryu shouted, "Everyone, when you see the resentment and hatred skill cast bar, be sure to step back and let the MT dodge. MT, try changing your facing to take the skill, otherwise the knockback distance is too long." Jinryu successfully activated his shield and took aggro. Learning from Lujo Laojia's experience, he carefully controlled his position, but suddenly the boss seemed to lose interest in him and turned to the group. "What's going on? The aggro isn't messed up." He glanced at the aggro list. No over-aggro. The cutscene triggered. Today's Rain said, "The black mud is turned into a mask. Ghostly mask of hatred transformation." The black mud contaminated and transformed into a demonic mask, which was placed on the boss's humanoid face. The boss has changed form, and its name has changed to Ghostly Mask of Hatred Transformation. "Is this Phase 2? Gnawing Ball asked. P1 only had one attack. That was too short, Tranquil C said. "I think this is the real Phase 1. The monster has finally revealed its first form." After putting on the mask, the demonic boss no longer had any humanoid parts immune to attacks, so this explanation was unanimously agreed upon. Meanwhile, the background music subtly changed. The choral singing, previously resembling a choir, transformed into a strange ditty, with male and female voices alternately humming something like Om Mani Padme Hum, sounding like chanting or incantation, interspersed with occasional shrill screams and terrifying laughter, sending chills down the spines of everyone present. After donning the demon mask, the boss was covered in a layer of pitch black, spiked skin, obscuring his chest and abdominal muscles. The players collectively sighed, "Damn it, the developers are so male-centric. Would it hurt us to see them a little more?" Before they could finish their complaints, 3 main tanks, including Lujo Laojiao, who had just been revived by today's rain, displayed targeted warning symbols. Resentment, hatred, jealousy, a 3-hit combo. Resentment is a high-damage, tracking combo attack targeting the 3 main tanks. The black spikes on the boss's skin will transform into a rain of arrows, chasing the main tank, MT, and exploding upon impact. This attack occurs 5 times in a row, and must be shared by the tank, ST, or the tank must use invulnerability to absorb the damage. Since the MT's invulnerability is essentially a shared attack, these 2 methods are largely similar. The difference lies in that the shared attack isn't limited to the ST. Even if the ST dies, a regular player can share the damage at half health. The next, aggro, event involves randomly targeting 3 healers with a circular attack. This circular attack tracks the targeted players and attacks 5 times in a row. If the targeted players time their attacks perfectly, they can safely escape each circle by moving just outside its range. They can group together, but they can't run randomly, otherwise, the entire area will be filled with yellow circles with no safe zones. This is where the coordination between the targeted healers is crucial. Jealousy occurs simultaneously with hatred, randomly targeting 4 DPS players with a hovering, tentacle-like whip attack. The tentacle whip strikes 3 times, each time knocking them back. If a squishy DPS is hit twice by the tentacle whip, they're likely to die. If they're knocked back and touch the electric net, they're still doomed, a near-death experience. Of course, the above skill descriptions are all a summary compiled by today's rain. When they first faced these skills from the boss, they were all completely bewildered, and the battlefield was utter chaos. Chapter 1294. The three skills, resentment, hatred, and jealousy, came one after another. The 6 tanks handled them relatively well, but things became chaotic for the healers. When they were targeted, Jinryu was standing with Melissa Kubo, while Nichiocho was on the other side of the field. Seeing the warning icon for the targeted ground fire, Jinryu instinctively said, "Healers, gather and place the ground fire. Try to make the yellow circles overlap to reduce the number." This strategy is theoretically sound. After all, if the 3 targeted players run together, the 3 circles can overlap into one, significantly reducing the dangerous area on the field. As for the damage from stacked attacks, if you can't hit, even high damage is useless. The problem is, this strategy is usually used when the targeted players are already prepared to stand together. Nichiocho had just run out to heal someone, and was now facing the 2 players from a distance. Normally, this situation is easy to handle. The 2 healers standing together run together, and the other one runs alone. Adding an extra row of yellow circles won't have a significant impact. Although there are 24 people on the field, and a lot of space needs to be cleared for the targeted player to deal with the mechanics, the safe zone is still sufficient if the remaining players squeeze in. But the moment she was targeted, Gnawing Ball panicked. She didn't even see the warning icon above her head, she only heard Rainy Day say, "Healers, gather." So she took off running, head down, charging towards Rainy Day and her group, the yellow circle still visible. Rainy Day. "It's over." Melissa Kubo, while running away, screamed and clutched her cheek, "Ah, don't come any closer." As the ball charged forward relentlessly, overlapping yellow circles instantly filled the center of the arena. DPS players scrambled to avoid them, not even noticing the name markers appearing above their heads. The marker was a small, animated figure floating in midair, wielding a whip. The figure was incredibly lifelike, but the players had never seen such a warning before, and were momentarily at a loss for what to do. The next second, a 3-dimensional area of effect, AoE, yellow circle appeared with a knockback indicator, leaving the DPS players completely bewildered. The players targeted were Hidden Elder, Tranquil Sea, One Sword Breaks 1,000 Mountains, and Never Seek Healing, essentially all the assassins and heroic swordsmen on the field. It was difficult to say whether this targeting was somehow related to the players' classes. Today it was raining, and unfortunately, we were caught in the blast of the Yellow Circle Express delivery of the small cannonball, taking a heavy hit. We were left with only a sliver of health, frantically healing ourselves. We were only left with a sliver of health thanks to the priest, who, seeing the situation was dire, promptly shielded the 3 healers. There was no time to worry about the DPS. With the commander overwhelmed, the players had to rely on themselves. The Hidden Old Man and One Sword Breaks 1,000 Mountains are indeed high-level players. Although they didn't understand the warning pattern, they knew how to dodge the 3D Yellow Circle AoE. This kind of 3D Yellow Circle AoE is rarely seen in ordinary 3D online games, but it's quite common in VR games, like the walls in the VR lightsaber rhythm game Beat Saber, requiring players to crouch, bend over, and twist their bodies to dodge. Players have become quite adept at dealing with this attack, dividing it into 3 parts: upper, lower, middle, and upper body, jokingly referred to as heaven, earth, and man. The heaven attack targets the upper half of the body, roughly slicing off the chest of a tall person or the head of a short person. Bending or crouching can dodge it. The earth attack targets below the thighs, requiring running out of range or using a floating attack. The man attack targets the middle of the body, quickly lying prone on the ground can avoid it. This wave was a mid-range attack from a human. One Sword Breaks 1,000 Mountains deftly dodged the first blow with a forward lunge, while the Hidden Old Man performed a side somersault, stomping on Tranquil Sea and sending himself soaring into the air, executing a 360-degree flip in midair. This maneuver was incredibly risky. The first whip barely grazed his nose. Death Never Seeks healer lacked the excellent awareness of these others and took a severe hit from the whip. Flying from point B to point D, his health bar instantly reduced to 0. Medicine Stop glanced at the rapidly dropping health bar in the team roster out of the corner of his eye and instinctively cast Fountain of Life. Fountain of Life is an advanced skill learned by life mages after level 90. It's a spell that converts one's own mana, spirit power, into the opponent's life force, instantly restoring the entire health bar. Damn! Only after fully recovering his health did Medicine Stop realize that the guy was a hero swordsman. Was he intentionally taking damage to increase his output? The next second, the second whip was already upon him. The 2 whips landed seamlessly, with the second whip automatically adjusting its position based on the player's location. The Hidden Old Man was still airborne when the heavenly strike struck, sending him flying and hitting the electric net, Instant kill. Double kill. One sword breaks 1,000 mountains hadn't even gotten up when he was hit by the earthly strike of the whip. He tried to roll to dodge, but unfortunately couldn't escape the attack range, taking a heavy hit. The blow not only sent him flying but also dug a deep trench in the ground, sending him sliding off the field. Triple kill. Even Death doesn't seek healing still couldn't dodge the first whip, but he adjusted his facing in time, only to be pulled back from point D to point B. Due to the vulnerability debuff from the second whip, his health bar was once again almost depleted, leaving only a thin layer of health. The fatal mistake of Medicine stopping had instantly become a godlike healing prediction, and for a moment, everyone looked at Medicine stopping with a hint of admiration. Tranquil C, having just been stepped on by the hidden old man, had already realized what had happened. He successfully dodged the second and third lashes, surviving unharmed. Desperate for healer, taking 2 lashes, finally learned to duck for the third and also pass safely. Since one sword breaks 1,000 mountains, and the hidden old man were both dead, their third lash targeted the other 2 DPS. Ascension to Immortality and Time Mist, caught in the blast, were terrified. They only had time to adjust their facing, each taking a hit and being knocked far away, but they survived for the time being. 3 players lost in less than a minute of rating, a result that could be considered above average. Rain was quite pleased, and was about to arrange for revival, when the AoE warnings started flashing across the map. What's going on? After being knocked down, they're attacked with left and right slashes? The players scattered across the field rushed towards the center line in a panic. Before they even reached halfway, the black mud waves surged in, sweeping across half the field, and then the other half. In an instant, corpses littered the field, with only a few players, who happened to be in the right positions escaping unscathed. Chapter 1295. The first round of exploration ended with a scene of carnage, with survivors jumping onto electric fences and committing suicide to restart. The players, automatically resurrected by the system, spawned in the safe zone on the small square platform. After exchanging bewildered glances, they spoke simultaneously. Too much knockback. How come every move has knockback? We can't defend against it enough. Because meeting of hatred means those who hate and despise meet, so we have to knock back all the haters? Damn, you make so much sense, I believe you. Following the knockback with a half-area attack is also deadly. If you don't control your position well, you can't even reach the safe zone in such a large area. Damn it, I missed the dancer's forward dash. I rather die than ask for healer lunged and hugged Medicine never stops leg. Wha? Mommy's the best, mommy's the best healer I ever met. So I actually healed correctly just now? Today's Rain remained silent. The auxiliary sandbox was already open, and the player was intently drawing the strategy animation. MT pulls the boss from the north, and during the first knockback attack, Resentment and Hatred, cast, retreats behind the boss and activates a large damage reduction skill. Other players simultaneously make way, allowing the MT to be knocked back to point C. To prevent the boss from running around randomly, it's best to follow up with a retreat here, allowing the A team's MT to take aggro until the B team's MT returns to their position. When the demonic form appears, transforming into Ghostly Face Resentment transformation, the MT and the ST of the same group should group up and handle the situation. Today, Rain pondered briefly and marked points A, B, C, and D sequentially. Let's say a team at point 1, B team at point 2, and C team at point 3. Next, all healers should gather at the 4 points and run in a circle facing the same direction. This way, they don't need to worry about who gets targeted. It's a brainless way to handle the mechanics. Other DPS should move closer to the AC point until the target is confirmed. Avoid it if possible. If not, adjust your facing and take the hit once. As long as a healer can heal in time, you can take the hit at least twice without touching the electric grid. The AC point runs north-south. As long as the boss's facing doesn't change, the DPS will be knocked back between these 2 points, allowing them to avoid the subsequent left and right attacks. Healers and tanks should also move towards the center line after handling their own mechanics, while being careful to avoid targeted DPS. She pressed share, pushing the strategy animation so far to everyone. Everyone exclaimed in amazement, "You're so fast, you!" Mainly because the development team's auxiliary sandbox is so useful. Today's Rain praised, the controls are crystal clear and simple, and you can even generate your own class icon animations, add movement paths, and apply boss skills. I love it. However, these strategies only address the solutions to the skills we've seen so far. Considering the development team's love for Rouge games, it might not be a strictly time-based boss. We have to be wary of the boss changing its moves. That being said, the players are like Saint Seiya warriors. Once they've seen a move, they can use their intelligence, intuition, and practice to crack it. If once isn't enough, they just have to take more damage and remember it. The second restart, with updated punctuation, saw the players fully focused, surviving until the left and right attacks ended. Of course, the healers still had to shovel the bodies of a few unlucky DPS players from the ground, dust them off, and reassemble them, but the fact that the main force survived and successfully broke through the initial limits, continuing to advance, was a victory in itself. The next move, Resentment and Hatred, deals devastating damage to the main tank MT. "Damn, I just used invincibility," shouted Lujo Laojiu. "Switch tank. Switch tank." "I do it!" roared Art of Deathmatch. "Watch me fight him to the death." The two successfully switched tanks before the boss's cast ended. Of course, in this game, a warrior's invincibility isn't called Deathmatch, it's called Stone Skin Invulnerability. It's a special giant magic that hardens the muscles and skin into a granite-like state, making them resistant to all attacks. During the 30 seconds of invincibility, the warrior won't lose health. However, upon the end of invincibility and the transformation back to human form, the health bar instantly drops to 10%, requiring healers to frantically heal, otherwise, the warrior is likely to die from low health. Art of Deathmatch's muscles bulged, turning into hard, stone-like protrusions, making him look like the Thing from the superhero movies, as he withstood the boss's black mud waterfall attack. The humming in the background music gradually changed pitch, giving it an increasingly vengeful feel. Blood tears streamed from the eyes of the demon mask on the boss's face. White mist rose from the arena, and humanoid phantom swayed. "Why was I born here?" A dark voice came from beneath the demon mask. "Why was I given talent yet forced to be subservient?" Subservient? What do you mean? Gnawing Ball's brain lit up, its eyes instantly brightening. This must be a line from the Heterochromatic Eyes, Today Rain judged. This part should correspond to the plot in the Heterochromatic Eyes Encyclopedia. The Heterochromatic Eyes possess the talent to hear the voice of the world's consciousness, but are not well liked in the tribe. Pulla, the chieftain's son and also his heterochromatic cousin, has no talent but is adored by everyone. From this perspective, heterochromatic Pulla truly suffers from the torment of resentment and hatred. He loathes everyone in the tribe, yet he has no choice but to live among them, accepting their charity to survive. No, brother, so he eats the food given to him, while treating it as torture? Am I the only one who thinks this guy is outrageous? Perhaps it's a case of refusing charity? Then just refuse them. Whose money, food, and supplies fall from the sky? Isn't this like eating from a bowl, and then cursing it? Forget about real-life money. Even if a character in a game took my kind money for travel expenses, and then cursed me, I blacklist them and post it on the forum. Other people's kindness isn't meant to be wasted. Exactly. Accepting someone's kindness, and then feeling its torture, only to lie and ruin everyone in the end, this kind of person is truly wicked to the core. Wait a minute, is he going to summon those people from his memories to fight us? Sure enough, the shadowy humanoid phantoms coalesced into faceless black mud figures, silently surrounding them. Huh? Are we really going to fight? Gnawing Ball puffed up like a pufferfish. But I don't want to fight them at all. These people are clearly kind-hearted folks. They gave so much but were hated by the Heterochromatic Eyes, and in the end, they inexplicably died a gruesome death. And now they're being dragged out as villains by the Heterochromatic Eyes? I, the great hero of Osiria, will be the first to object. Chapter 1296. Of course, besides Gnawing Ball, all the players present were also great heroes of the Osiria world, but their perspectives differed slightly. Some, like Gnawing Ball, Salty Fish, and Hidden Old Man, were emotionally rich and deeply involved, strongly resisting attacks on these poor souls repeatedly harmed by the Heterochromatic Eyes. Others, like Lujo Laojiao, Ascension to Immortality, and Tranquil Sea, were indifferent to the plot and just wanted to complete the game, showing no concern what methods others ultimately employed. Some, regardless of good or bad, wanted to attack anything that moved, like did you lose hair today? And one sword breaks 1,000 mountains, urging everyone to hurry up and try it out. Some players, like today's Rain and Under the Abyss, are frantically racking their brains for strategies. However, for combat dungeons with insufficient clues and puzzle elements, the only way for players to obtain information is to grit their teeth and fight, going through all the wrong options until the truth is revealed. Sometimes, even when players have determined which path is a dead end, they still insist on going in and going around, both to confirm their judgment, eliminate incorrect options, and to obtain the treasure chest rewards hidden there by the developers. After all, This is a game, not reality. In reality, hitting a wall and making mistakes is extremely costly, and one wrong move can ruin your life. But in a game, there are almost no costs. It's just a little wasted time, a few detours, a few beatings, or a restart. Once you get a result different from what you expected, break through the invisible wall, get the treasure chest or hidden achievement, or even discover a fun bug, the benefits completely offset the costs. Therefore, the more skilled a gamer is, the more they like to hit a wall multiple times. 30 minutes later, the group, bruised and battered, gathered again around the projection sandbox table in the safe zone. Something's wrong. One sword breaks 1,000 mountains, the one who had suffered the worst beating, said with lingering fear, the harder we hit them, the harder they hit us. Gnawing Ball was right, this isn't a place you can get through by brute force. We can't bypass them either, Amaniza said. The big boss is hiding outside, and the black mud man is blocking our way, we can't attack them at all. The hidden old man tugged at Tranquil C's sleeve, whispered something in Troublemaker's ear, and Tranquil C raised his hand, saying, the captain thinks this thing is a bit like a mirror. Whatever attitude we have towards them, that's how they treat us. When we attack them, they reflect our attacks. In other words, we can't solve the problem with offensive tactics. Today's Rain seemed thoughtful. I do have some rather unique tricks to deal with this, Xianyuitio volunteered, like making them cry so hard they can't stand up straight, or laugh so hard they're crawling on the ground, or maybe doing something that might not pass censorship. Stop, stop, stop! Jinryu coughed. While I'm very interested in using these tricks on the enemy, Xianyu, don't forget that this stuff will bounce back on us. I don't want to see everyone laughing, crying, or rolling around in a mess. Cough, 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 cough. Xianyuitio suddenly realized, oh right. It bounces back. Never mind then. Yuhua Dengxian was speechless. Wait, Xianyuitio, isn't this skill a bit too over the top? Won't it get banned by the official channels? I don't know, I haven't actually tried it myself. Salty Fish discussed seriously, so far, I only tested the effects on angst and comedy stories. Theoretically, the possibility of this skill being usable definitely exists. Although there's a high chance the developers will nullify it. Ascension to Immortality, I dare say this skill will definitely be nullified. Today's Rain, who narrowly escaped from his teammates, wiped his sweat profusely. So, for the game to continue operating, let's use some normal strategy methods. Besides, Salty Fish is a hidden class. The developers wouldn't design a level only accessible to hidden classes. The solution here must be something any normal team can do. I think this is a healer's level. Everyone should use healing or purification spells to deal with these black mud people. The players wholeheartedly agreed and entered the dungeon again. Players have repeatedly played through this section, from initially stumbling and dying in all sorts of bizarre ways, to now having their strategies ingrained in their DNA. At the sound of the background music and the sight of the boss's movements, their bodies automatically begin to move without conscious thought. The time it takes to enter each new phase is getting shorter, and their stats are becoming increasingly full. After the boss finishes its dialogue, it retreats to the sidelines. A hazy white mist gathers again, and black mud figures appear, surrounding the players. Except for healers, all other players stop attacking. Today's Rain orders in the command channel. All healers, try healing first. Various healing effects light up. This time, the black mud figures don't grow larger and more ferocious from the attacks. Instead, they gradually shrink, becoming more and more human-like. It works! The player's eyes lit up as the fog gradually dissipated. Druids, try Purify again. Rainy Day issued another command. The Purify spell was clearly more effective. Although the 3 Druids' Purify spells only had a small amount of power distributed among each shadowy target, the silver-blue purifying power still dispelled the black mud, and living NPC figures replaced it, standing in place. Each of them wore a smile, but those smiles were mixed with many emotions, a sense of loss, gratitude, regret, and sorrow, a complex blend of feelings. Thank you, adventurers. They said, thank you for freeing us from this endless hell. We are perception, and also delusion. We are reality, and also illusion. We are the seen in the eyes of others, the traces left by those who interpret us, and also the distorted answers of those who interpret us. Thank you for washing away the false filth from us, restoring our true selves. After uttering this long, enigmatic string of lines, these people bowed deeply to the players, their smiles now tinged with mixed emotions, leaving only pure joy and happiness. May you win. They turned and walked into the void beyond the platform, vanishing into specks of light. I suddenly have a very strange feeling, said one sword breaks 1,000 mountains, Will we encounter them again next time we fight them? Chapter 1297. Probably not. It's going to rain today. That's true. Luzo Laoji nodded. This kind of dungeon storyline is touching to watch once, but watching it every time just gets boring and gives you PTSD. I also hope this storyline only happens once. Amonizes rubbed her eyes and sniffed. If it only happens once, I feel like we really saved them, not just some looped performance the developers designed. Even though only the healers are actually doing the work here, we all put in a lot of effort to get here. I really love this scene where the departed souls thank us. The deceased send thanks and blessings to the living, and the players, amidst their enjoyable adventure, inadvertently save these suffering souls. Even if it's a cliché, adventurers still love it. After all, it's one of the reasons they play games. Ah. But I really want to see it a second time. Gnawing Ball said wistfully, this design is so interesting. And I didn't understand what they meant by what they were saying. I think it means that these people. Not the souls of those people from that tribe back then, Salty Fish said thoughtfully. They are Heterochromatic's perception and understanding of those people from that tribe. A figment of his imagination based on his biased view of people. That's why it's both fact and illusion. What happened back then was interpreted by Heterochromatic in a way completely different from the truth. As the saying goes, 1,000 readers will have 1,000 Hamlets. In Heterochromatic's eyes, he is a hero who overcame adversity, killed the villains who bullied and humiliated him, and avenged himself against all the injustices of the world. But the truth is, Heterochromatic is the heartless, antisocial ingrate who murdered all the kind people who helped him. Today, Rainy Day, nodding slightly, said, this design is truly thought-provoking. When we see something, do we truly see the truth, or do we see a biased interpretation made through tinted glasses? I think it's the latter. The doctor, adjusting his glasses, sighed deeply. Human thinking has too many limitations. Most of the time, we only want to see the truth we accept. If the event is related to our own interests, or if we already projected our own preconceived notions of being a victim or perpetrator, then the truth we interpret. It's definitely far from the truth. So many injustices and rumors in the world arise from this. A group of people who don't know the truth hear a few sensational news stories and start to imagine wildly, slandering victims, whitewashing perpetrators, throwing mud at heroes, deifying ruthless bandits, while those who truly commit heinous crimes go unpunished, and the weak and innocent are made scapegoats and sent to the execution ground. Amidst the discussions and escalating thoughts, the players watch the light dissipate, seemingly unable to escape from this indescribable emotion. Then, distracted, they were instantly killed by the boss, who had returned to the arena, leaving corpses strewn across the ground once more. Wait, what just happened? How did I end up lying on the ground before I even realized it? What, developers? I was still savoring this meaningful plot. Attacking us like this is too much. By the way, Mr. Yoyu, why are you so sure this plot won't be repeated? Oh, check your system notifications. After that cutscene, the system notified us that we unlocked the hidden fragment 001 of the Distant Memories, Grand Encyclopedia, exclusive to the God of Light. Since we already received the reward, we definitely wouldn't go through it again. Damn it! There really is one. Wait, there's a hidden fragment of Distant Memories hidden in this dungeon? I suspect there are even more hidden fragments in this dungeon. Regular fragments should drop too. Wow! Shouldn't we hurry up and continue exploring? In a corner unnoticed by anyone except High Z, the hidden old man was frantically clicking on his Grand Encyclopedia record. I choose not to make it public. Not public. Anonymous. Anonymous. Hidden. He clicked wildly, almost sparking, before finally letting out a sigh of relief. Phew. Finally, everything's fixed. I hope I didn't miss anything. Please, please, don't let there be another server-wide announcement. Server-wide announcements and Hall of Fame records, glories that all players might struggle to obtain, were an unbearable burden for this particular high-level player. Only, it said that people's joys and sorrows are not shared. While the players kept saying they wanted to hurry up and continue exploring, they actually obediently finished reading the newly released encyclopedia, fragments, and thoroughly discussed the plot they had just witnessed, freely expressing their burgeoning emotions and myriad thoughts. They also each ate 3 boxes of takoyaki, 2 boxes of fried chicken, and a Shandong pancake, only stopping when they were burping. Since the system had given them new encyclopedia fragments, they absolutely had to finish reading them before entering the dungeon. What if the developers added some plot-related puzzles to the dungeon? Besides, running dungeons consumes a ton of hunger points. After resting, they re-entered the instance. Once again, they skillfully attacked the spot where the black mud figures had appeared before. This time, however, the boss didn't retreat to the sidelines, nor did it recite any dialogue to summon the black mud figures. The plot is definitely different now. "One sword breaks 1,000 mountains," exclaimed in surprise. "So that's how it is. That's why this instance is called the Black Soul Purification Battle. What we need to do is peel away these heterochromatic black mud impurities from the boss and purify them one by one. This is purification. That's right, look at the boss's health bar. It's decreased significantly. It's transformed again. Has it entered phase 2? Ghost face resentment transformation, crouched down, its tattered wings bristling and standing upright. It lay prostrate on the ground, resembling an ugly beast, while the enormous ghost face mask continued to enlarge, until it occupied half the area. The ever-present chanting-style background music surged once more, each heavy drumbeat seeming to pound on the players' hearts. In the addictive rhythm, most of the boss's body vanished into the suddenly deepening darkness of the arena, leaving only a massive, tattered ghost mask. Players, ? Wait, what just happened? How did the half-human, muscular boss suddenly transform into a winged ghost mask? What kind of stage magic is this? Entering Phase 2, Jinryu announced in a deep voice. Chapter 1298. Currently, the mechanics of this dungeon are as follows. The boss changes form in each phase, acquiring a new black mud theme, new skills, and new ways to counter it. Successfully filtering the fragments dropped by the boss allows the smaller monsters to inflict significant damage equivalent to part destruction on the boss. Damage progress is saved for the next round of combat, and corresponding stage rewards will drop. Today's reign succinctly summarized the key points. It seems the development team has been lenient with us. The dungeon mechanics, difficulty, and puzzle solving are comparable to the ultimate dungeon, but the difficulty gradually decreases as you progress. Skipping previously completed phases is a form of progress saving, significantly reducing our practice costs. Hang in there, everyone, we be clearing phase 2 soon. Unfortunately, today's reign's morale-boosting speech clearly didn't have much effect. We understand the logic, but this is our 30th wipe. The bruised and battered teammates, tears welling in their eyes, exclaimed, "How can a simple demon mask be so much harder than phase 1? Was phase 1 just an appetizer to get us used to the pace? The difficulty increase is too much for us to handle." Because they died so many times in a short period, they all now had a blackhead debuff above their heads. Death weakness, a weakened state resulting from multiple deaths and resurrections within a short period, lasting 180 seconds, during which attack and defense are reduced by 30%. If they die again during the debuff's duration, the debuff duration will be extended upon the next resurrection. This debuff manifests physically as bruised and battered faces, a pitiful sight. If they weren't the ones experiencing it, it would be quite amusing to watch. And the key point is, the Ghost Mask isn't a strictly time-based boss. Yes, I know its skill pool is limited, but the combinations are terrifying, the pace is too fast, there's simply no time to react. Gather to run the ground fire. 2 tanks and 2 healers channel the black light wave from the ranged, 3 tanks stomp the tower. After this random cycle, it's time for everyone to rely on their own skills to sabotage their teammates. I understand the logic and the strategies, it's just that my brain and body can't keep up. I suspect that the Ghost Mask's completely inhuman form might mean that this monster, there's no trace of Ialian on him. Or at least very little, so he won't show us any mercy. That makes sense. This pattern has been around since the purification battle. The more Ialian characteristics a boss has, the more it resembles a time-based boss that uses fixed skills at fixed times, significantly reducing the difficulty. But if it has a lot of heterochromatic eyes and baby teeth, then you're on your own. This demon mask is probably all heterochromatic eyes and baby teeth, right? Mostly heterochromatic eyes? Hard to say. I feel like the little demon mask's move has a very baby teeth-like style. The so-called little demon mask is the part where players previously mentioned each relying on their own skills to sabotage their teammates, and it's where they repeatedly failed and suffered repeated team wipes so far. When this skill is activated, the boss will jump back into the arena and randomly launch 5 rows of small demon masks in a spiral outwards from the center. These demon masks will be flung outwards along the centrifugal force of the launching center, capturing the first unlucky player who gets close to it and forcibly putting the demon mask on them. Once donned the demon mask, players instantly lose control of their bodies. One player recalled, "It was like being instantly filled with a thirst for killing and revenge. I only wanted to destroy everything in sight, completely disregarding teammates." Captured players are controlled by the demon mask, indiscriminately attacking their teammates. As the saying goes, a white-faced player is 3 parts weaker, a black-faced player is 10 times stronger. Teammates controlled by the enemy are more ruthless than when fighting bosses, their skill rotations flawless, always resulting in a critical hit. For powerful adventurers, their greatest enemy is often themselves and their teammates. Of the 30 team wipes, the vast majority were caused by Demon Mask teammates. Incidentally, these Demon Mask teammates are also affected by the guild debuff, when the Demon Mask is removed, instantly dying. The initial speed and rhythm of the ghost masks being ejected aren't constant, explain today's reign. Some are fast, some are slow, but they all spiral along the trajectory of centrifugal force. Just watch for the gaps and dodge. The safest distance is about 3 meters, the maximum is about 1 meter, but at the maximum, a slight mistake will result in a crash. The repeatedly crashing players, let's go in one more time, the debuff is about to expire, suggested Tranquil C. If we wipe, it'd be almost time to go home, we can call it a day and fight again tomorrow. The players rallied again, charging into the arena once more. They were so familiar with the first half that they could do it with their eyes closed, charging into phase 2 without taking damage. The ghost masks occupied the center of the arena, and after a sharp shriek, black flames spread around the perimeter. The players split into 3 teams, grouped together, and started running clockwise around the fire when the yellow circle appeared. Each team could cover exactly 1/3 of the circle's circumference. The distance was more than enough if they didn't run around randomly. The reason for splitting into 3 teams was that running with 24 people at once would be too crowded, easily leading to pushing and trampling accidents. The limitation of players' body types not being able to clip through each other was fully exposed here. This time, their run-stop rhythm was well controlled. Each circular lava eruption grazed their backs without causing any damage. Their micromanagement skills were impeccable. Next, the random assignment is 3T stomping the tower. MT shifts aggro to ST, ST confirms they have the buff, and then stomps the tower. Normally, stomping the tower only requires the player character to stand in the designated spot to absorb the attack, but this skill is called Revenge, not a typo. The tank needs to take the current aggro, have the Revenge buff active, enter the yellow circle, and activate invulnerability to absorb the attack. Not having the buff or not entering the yellow circle will result in a wipe. Failing to activate invulnerability will result in the tank's own death. Switching tanks here is to free up the main tank's MT hands so they can use their invulnerability skill to channel the Black Light Wave next time. Black Light Wave is what players call it. The actual skill is called Spreading Hatred, and it's a place where it's very easy to wipe. The tanks quickly took the hits, and only after seeing the resentment icon appear above their heads did they breathe a sigh of relief and step into the tower to activate their invulnerability. Black fireballs rained down from the sky, crashing down on them. Flames scattered, but the warriors, with their invulnerability activated, were completely unharmed. Chapter 1299. However, their good fortune was short-lived. 30 seconds later, as the invulnerability wore off, the 3 tanks reverted from their stone golem state, their health bars plummeting to 10%. The 6 healers, who had been holding back for a while, unleashed their attacks simultaneously, instantly restoring their health to full. Their time was extremely tight. Almost as soon as they finished healing, the next mechanic, Spreading Hatred, began. Spreading Hatred. The ghost mask will place a square octahedron on each side of the north half of the arena. This square octahedron will target the nearest tank and the furthest healer. If multiple targets exist simultaneously, one will be randomly targeted, and unleash a black beam of energy at them for ranged attacks. This beam possesses immense power, dealing massive damage to everyone in its path. This mechanic requires tanks to use invulnerability to absorb the damage, while healers must be handled by druids. When a druid casts Purify on themselves, they gain an immunity buff, which cancels out the Spread of Hatred attack effect, allowing the healer to clear the stage without taking damage. During the initial progression, players died over 10 times before figuring out the mechanic, but even finding a solution doesn't guarantee perfect execution. The difficulty lies in precisely controlling the distance to the targeted player, ensuring the attack from the octahedron is accurately directed to an empty area. If the guide is positioned incorrectly, or if another tank or healer accidentally draws fire, innocent teammates can easily die. Today's guide is still clear and easy to understand. The targeted tanks, MTs, should stand on either side of the octahedron, one on each side, facing directly north and as close to it as possible. The other MT should stand at point A on the arena to hold the Oni mask. This way, The MT holding the Oni mask must be at least as close to the two octahedrons as the other two MTs. The healer's situation is more challenging. The two druids who want to be targeted must stand at markers 2 and 3 on the south side of the arena. This will cause the octahedrons to cast their spells on the furthest druid diagonally opposite them. To avoid the beam, the group needs to stand on the outer, southern side of the two octahedrons. The tanks, STs, should stand as far south as possible, further out and further away from the octahedrons than the MTs on the north side. There are a few key technical points to note. Healers mixed in with the group should stay as close as possible to the octahedron, while the two druids in the south area need to be further away. Both druids should be equidistant from the vertical octahedron, and their distance from it should be greater than the relative distance between the two octahedrons themselves. This prevents healers from being targeted or a single druid from taking damage twice. Of course, I also tested a strategy where one druid could carry out all the channeling. Unfortunately, the immunity buff only applies once and negates one attack. If a druid is targeted by two octahedrons simultaneously, they are guaranteed to die. This is a mechanism where everyone must position themselves precisely. Of course, the players responsible for channeling and those who absolutely cannot mislead the channeler play a more crucial role. In this response, the main tanks, MTs, quickly took their positions. They were already on the north side of the arena, close enough to reach their designated spots in just a few steps. The healers, however, were more nervous. Melissa Kubo, in order to heal, positioned herself slightly closer to the group. While she was sprinting south, the target selection mechanic was activated. Unfortunately, Gnawing Ball was faster. She was already at the marked position, and as she turned around, beaming with joy, to cast a cleanse spell on herself, she was met with the terrified faces of the group directly to her north. Gnawing Ball, ? Group, this is bad? According to the plan, the left side ternary triad would consider the right side druid as the furthest, and the right side ternary triad would consider the left side druid as the furthest. The two ternary triads would intersect, casting their skill beams from the inside towards the southern half of the arena, avoiding impact on the outer groups. Unfortunately, Melissa Kubo didn't run far enough. She was still too close to the left-hand triangular octahedron to reach the south-facing Gnawing Ball. Both the left and right triangular octahedrons targeted Gnawing Ball. The left-hand triangular octahedron's attack range changed from the preset 45 degrees southeast to due south, instantly killing half the crowd, who couldn't dodge in time. The unfortunate Gnawing Ball, however, was killed after being hit by two beams. My fault. My fault. Melissa Kubo apologized hastily. She tried to use Resurrection to revive the group, but found the next mechanic had already begun. The Oni mask leaped into the center of the arena, spinning and spitting out small Oni masks. Too late. Revive later. It's raining today. Someone shouted urgently. The bad news was that the little ghost mask skill, which had killed them countless times before, activated when about a third of the players were dead. The good news was that because about a third of the players were dead, the arena was much less crowded. The players who had previously had to change direction to dodge due to frequent collisions with teammates, only to accidentally get hit by the ghost mask, thought, "That's strange, this mechanic suddenly seems easier?" They navigated the mechanic in a daze, and surprisingly, not a single player was caught by the little ghost mask. Melissa Kubo, with her sharp eyes, noticed that the World Consciousness Core Energy Bar in the dungeon was full. The so-called World Consciousness Core Energy Bar, known as the LB, Limit Break, gauge by players, is a special ultimate skill that only appears in dungeons and is used by players on behalf of the group. Depending on the player's class, activating the World Consciousness Core Energy Bar has different effects. For example, if a healer uses it, they can instantly revive all dead players without inflicting any weakening or blackhead debuffs. Instead of using Resurrection to revive everyone one by one, Melissa Kubo unhesitatingly used LB. In an instant, a silver-blue light illuminated the entire arena, and the players who had been lying motionless reappeared, fully healed, looking completely bewildered. The good news was that they had inexplicably cleared this mechanic that had been troubling them for so long. The bad news was that their method of clearing the mechanic was rather unusual. It certainly wasn't the one the developers had designed for the game. Is this what they call sacrificing teammates to gain boundless power? Gnawing Ball's eyes widened as it muttered incoherently, killing teammates first to create space for the mechanic, then using LB to revive everyone. Chapter 1300. Well, how should I put it? Her playstyle is a bit unorthodox, but you know what I mean by not quite right? JPG Melissa's positioning was a bit loose, but her excellent jump shot technique made up for it perfectly. Melissa Kubo scratched her head sheepishly, Hee, thanks for the compliment. Everyone, wait a minute. I wasn't really complimenting you. Regardless, Melissa Kubo's last-minute rescue did indeed ensure everyone's precarious progress, even allowing them to exceed their plan. At this juncture, even taking one more step would be a huge success. This made the players a bit overconfident and start letting loose. After Team B's MT, Luzhou Laojiao, stabilized Ghost Mask again, the players, always eager for drama, urged the boastful Salty Fish teacher to try out her somewhat unorthodox skill. Salty Fish teacher readily agreed, unleashing her move, but Ghost Mask remained completely unmoved. TCH. The crowd, who had been waiting to see the show, jeered and complained, "Isn't this completely ineffective? I told you the development team wouldn't make a skill that violates the rules and wouldn't pass censorship. Oh dear, I thought it would definitely work." Salty Fish said disappointedly, "Try this one. Force smile. I protect your smile." Holy crap. Salty Fish is keeping up with the times. Stop. My smiling PTSD is acting up. The black corners of the Ghost Mask's mouth slowly rose into a strange, upward curve, making him look even more ferocious. Then, the crowd was beaten even more brutally. Inside the Mage Tower, the silver-haired knight, who was discussing the next God War dungeon plan with a lord and planner, suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Mou looked up at Ailian. Did something suddenly come to mind? No. Ailian looked at Mou, a hint of longing flashing in her eyes. I just suddenly feel like I like you even more. Just thinking about you makes my heart warm and sweet. I really hope this beautiful time can stay here. Ahem. Caught off guard by this direct attack, even the most shameless office worker felt a little embarrassed. Mou looked away, but couldn't help stealing glances at the knight. Me too. Meanwhile, Lia, observing countless scenes, let out a loud burp. The lazy bum had no idea that her special skill had actually partially taken effect, and was being devoured by a fragment of world consciousness. She thought the development team hadn't created this skill, or rather, they had anticipated her prediction and sealed it off in advance. She unleashed a variety of emotions on the demon mask, but with little effect. I don't know if it's because the Oni mask represents the soul with heterochromia, but positive emotions can't evoke its resonance. Whether it's happiness or being moved, it can only make the Oni mask make some subtle expressions, unable to touch the deeper parts. Is it because my level and abilities aren't high enough, or is the concentration of these emotions too low? Salty Fish guessed, then quickly dismissed the idea, but that doesn't make sense. Those negative emotions all have a boosting effect on the Ghost Mask. Anger, hatred, grief. These negative emotions can more or less enhance some of the Ghost Mask's abilities, attack power, defense, or speed. Maybe the heterochromatic eyes are just antisocial personalities, who can't perceive positive emotions. The saying goes, one who can heal cannot heal oneself. Although many say early detection and treatment are crucial, some evils are indeed innate, inherent in our genes. Medication, emotional support, care, and even deterrence can alleviate mild cases, but cannot cure all, especially severe cases. We understand that. The desperate Ascension, struggling to dodge the numerous yellow circles, cried out in despair, "Hey, Salty Fish, can you please stop buffing the enemies? Even without aiding the enemy, this boss is already incredibly difficult." "Aw, sorry, Salty Fish sincerely replied, "I almost finished experimenting." From the very beginning, the Ghost Mask began randomly spawning small monsters along the edge of the arena. These monsters were all human, clearly not all modeled the same, yet all had light-colored hair and slender figures. They wore hideous ghost masks, obscuring their faces. These mobs relentlessly attacked the nearest player, ignoring tank provocations and aggro. Each humanoid mob uses distinct attacks, but they all share one thing in common: they all deal incredibly high damage. Since the tanks can't hold aggro, players naturally descend into a chaotic free-for-all, with a barrage of random skill explosions filling the area with visually overwhelming effects and warning yellow circles. Even someone with exceptional observation skills, like Jinryu, couldn't make out the details. This 24-player raid resulted in the effect of a 72-player PvP free-for-all. During the intense battle, players or mobs could be instantly wiped out, making it impossible to distinguish friend from foe. In the chaos, no one noticed an assassin vanish in an instant. Every few moments, a small monster would suddenly bleed to death, either with its throat slit or its heart pierced in the back, dying swiftly and cleanly. Ghost Mask, who's playing tricks here? The roaming assassins rushed to the rescue, saving many players whose health was hanging by a thread. Even the healers, struggling to stay alive, didn't forget to heal. However, Priests like those who couldn't heal themselves couldn't spare time for surgery, and could only frantically throw out various shield spells. In the midst of the melee, the cat at the front desk of Wushanju became increasingly frustrated and enraged. Suddenly she roared, "Everyone, get down!" This shout was so penetrating and authoritative that all the players jolted, their bodies obeying before their brains could even process it, all collapsing to the ground flat as paper. The divine weapon, rolling pin of the god of pastry, comes with a skill, sweeping the battlefield. A gigantic round, chubby Siamese cat, dressed in a chef's uniform and standing on two legs, appeared in the south of the arena. It meowed, and the giant, ornately carved rolling pin in its right paw swept across the entire field, like a baseball bat, wielding it to sweep away all the smaller monsters, sending them flying and splattering them onto the electric net at the edge of the field. "Holy crap, a home run! Did you lose hair today?" exclaimed. "Wow! Is this the power of the god of pastry?" Today's Rain eyes lit up. "This custom skill is so cool. By the way, how did you solve the technical problem of teaching NPCs skills?" Picking up a rolling pin and hitting people isn't that a natural thing to do, is it? I just casually mentioned it during a lesson, and they all remembered it. Of course, ordinary people wouldn't have such a cool effect, but it still hurts. Chapter 1301. The cat at the front desk of Wushanju actually took a clever approach to skill creation, but she herself didn't realize it. Each world connected by the virtual realm has its own unique characteristics. Some worship magic, some are in the end times of magic, some are experiencing a spiritual revival, and some are still in a primitive era. Some world consciousnesses are cunning and calculating, some live behind the scenes and rarely show themselves, some are practically indistinguishable from the dead, and some are ignorant and innocent like infants. The relationships between worlds are also extremely complex, much like interpersonal relationships among humans. Some worlds are friendly and harmonious like family, while others are scheming and devouring each other. Older worlds covet the power of the newborn, while the newborn seek the protection of their elders. The strong either encourage their gods to go hunting or lend a portion of their power or people to help the new world survive. They each have their own personalities, their own considerations, and their own calculations. There's a mutual agreement between Leah and the Origin world, but while the Origin world is willing to support the survival of the Oziria world, it's unwilling to share the consciousness of its people with the Oziria world. This is the underlying data of the world's consciousness, a sensitive area that absolutely cannot be touched. Therefore, players cannot directly create their own skill templates, but they can work around the issue indirectly. After all, knowledge can be shared and passed on through teaching and learning, and what players think and know can be learned by the native NPCs of the Oziria world. The cat at the front desk of Wushanju simply distributed stickers designed with its own Siamese cat chef image during its routine pastry class, taught the local apprentices how to use a rolling pin, and casually shared the legendary story of the Siamese cat chef wielding a rolling pin to turn enemies into meat patties and dough pieces. These Siamese cat chef-themed merchandise items were specially designed and produced by a top-tier artist among the players, costing Wushanju's receptionist a considerable sum. Of course, Wushanju's receptionist's followers, or rather, apprentices, are all ordinary people. At most, they might use a rolling pin to beat their children and grandchildren, but they can't sweep across the entire scene as the god of pastry claims. But people from any world possess an extremely strong ability to imagine things, especially the power of their own deity. This is practically the believer's job, a piece of cake. Through these pastry lessons, Wushanju's receptionist's self-designed skills gradually took shape under the influence of the believer's wildly imaginative ideas. The details were more realistic and detailed than her own imagination, and the skill effects were more powerful and explosive than what she had designed herself. However, because the descriptions of the divine form and skill she provided were very specific, the believer's interpretations, though varied, remained consistent and didn't run wild like a runaway horse, ultimately becoming unrecognizable even to their own parents. No, based on the design of the cat at the Wushanju reception desk, the believers meticulously refined this foundation, ultimately perfecting the self-designed skill into its current form. Even though none of the believers could actually use the skill, their unwavering belief that their god could fulfill it already complied with the rules of willpower magic, sufficient for Leah to create a skill template. However, since the cat at the Wushanju reception desk currently only possesses the empty title of Goddess of Pastries, and a self-designed skill equivalent to an ordinary NPC, her level and abilities are far from reaching the standard of a god. Therefore, to summon the divine form and unleash the skill, the power of the world's consciousness must be borrowed. To be precise, The cat at Wushanju's front desk earned enough world consciousness core energy, gave it to the system Lia, and then used this power accumulated in the energy bar to summon a Dharma image and unleash its self-designed skill. It truly is a case of the wool coming from the sheep's back. The worker works hard to pay themselves, and the player has to earn enough energy to use the self-designed skill. This is perfectly reasonable. After all, the ruthless planner and businessman Mo never does business at a loss, and Lia, who has been diligently learning from him, has no concept of loss or paying out of pocket. Although this self-designed skill requires a significant investment of time and energy in preparation, management, and design, as long as the energy is sufficient, the effect is unparalleled, incredibly cool and stylish, making her friends envious to the point of tears. What amazing skills! Does this mean the god of pastry can only have one deity? I can make dumplings and buns too! The black-faced Siamese cat chef is so incredibly cute. That chef's outfit has a chef's hat and a little scarf. It's so adorable. I really want to pet the fluffy Siamese cat chef. Ahem. Right now my Dharma form can only create a phantom. Maybe if I keep upgrading, I'd be able to create a physical form? The cat at the front desk of Wushanju said uncertainly, right now, even players like me who are progressing towards the god rank aren't as fast as me. I can only proceed cautiously, taking it one step at a time. After the monsters that the black-faced Siamese cat chef had knocked away with his rolling pin died, their demon masks shattered and fell as fragments, revealing their true faces one by one. Although they were bloody and mangled, it was still possible to roughly discern that these people all looked very similar to the god of light. Are these people who were once sent down by the god of light? Today's rain had a sudden inspiration. Everyone, pay close attention to their faces, try to record them with videos or screenshots. Maybe these are future quest hints. Right. The player's minds lit up. We know that the heterochromatic eyes really like sitting down gods and creating alt accounts. So these are all alt accounts created by the heterochromatic eyes? Are these monsters the souls of people whose bodies were possessed by the heterochromatic eyes? Residual soul consciousness, or the heterochromatic eyes' memories of them? All of these explain it. Today's Rain shook her head. That's not the key. The key is that this place is absolutely. This is a foreshadowing planted by the development team, a clue for us. If we need to find the heterochromatic alt account later, we can follow the clues. However, this might just be my wild imagination. Hee, the Prophet Yoyu is absolutely right. Brothers, let's get to it. The system will record the screen anyway, we just need to make sure we capture all their faces in our field of vision. Quick! Before they disappear, turn over all the corpses on the ground, tear off their masks, and memorize their faces. TSK, is the system deliberately making them look so bloody and mangled to increase the difficulty of identification for us? Chapter 1302. The darkness buried deep within the soul was gradually unearthed. The heavy and thick emotions were peeled away layer by layer, and memories that were once unwilling and untouched by anyone were revealed. The person with the heterochromatic eyes naturally resisted this information leak, but what could they do when they were outmatched and defeated in the battle of devouring gods? This part of the soul had become spoils of war, not only swallowed by Aelion, but also dismantled into tiny parts by Ludwig Locker, the Grand Duke of Hell and Lord of the Demon Clan, who was proficient in wielding the power of souls. These parts were placed in a temporary, artificial, or rather, divinely created, virtual space, where they were repeatedly beaten by players who could not truly die, and would eventually be filtered, purified, and transformed into harmless nutrients to be digested and absorbed by Aelion. After the previous purification battle, Lia, Mou, Aelion, and Ludwig all had ample experience in creating combat instances. As long as enough of Aelion's part is mixed into the boss, Aelion will have sufficient say in the entire battle, able to control, or at least influence the order of skill attacks. He only needs to release those parts that need to be attacked. Undergo purification at appropriate times, while he stays in the rear to supervise the entire process. Add a little bit of the uncontrollable power of order, and the chaotic damage attacks will become game skills with geometric aesthetics. Relying on the warning prompts given by the power of time and fate, players can precisely place damage on these square or round fields, using precise positioning that can almost be drawn into a mathematical curve model to conquer the dungeon. Thus, the well-ordered timeline boss is born. The boss's level, the dungeon's theme, and difficulty are precisely controlled by Ludwig. This master chef of souls slices the heterochromatic souls like dough. Too difficult? Then cut them into even smaller pieces. Simple hatred a bit boring? Then add 3 parts sorrow and 2 parts loneliness to season it, stirring it to let the soul's inherent memories surface, allowing players to experience more complex and varied flavors. This independent dungeon space is naturally constructed using spatial power. The World Consciousness Fragment, Laya, adds a layer of electric grid at the edge of the space to increase the game's fun. Actually, it's more like a power switch than an electric grid. The moment a player touches the boundary, Laya cuts off the power to the player's body, restoring power when the player recovers. This achieves the same effect without consuming resources to repeatedly repair the player's body. After adding an electric grid to the edges of the arena, players no longer obsessively rush out to investigate questions like how big is the invisible wall, or are there any bugs. Instead, they focus on defeating the boss. The arena itself is constructed using the power of illusion and reality, and the boss also materializes illusory souls using this same power. However, since the controllers of this power are not only Aeolian, but also the heterochromatic-eyed player, strange things occasionally happen where parts of the arena floor mysteriously disappear. But this is fine, as long as a 3-second warning of the arena shattering appears beforehand, players will naturally treat it as a random mechanic. Incidentally, because the arena shattering mechanic adds a huge comedic element to the gameplay, it has repeatedly become the #1 most fun mechanic in players' minds. There are always players who tirelessly create all sorts of antics when this mechanic appears. Players try various methods to break or manipulate this mechanic. Backflipping, being knocked back, and then vertically falling into the pit are classic basic maneuvers. After the gunner pulled out the grappling hook, the magician used his flying and levitation skills, the priests successfully blocked the holes with their maximum strength bubble shields, and players, who are used to masonry work, used mud walls to pave the floor. The playability of this mechanic greatly increased. Many players even enter the dungeon hoping to encounter the floor-breaking mechanic, so they could test their ingenious ideas. If they didn't encounter it from beginning to end, they were quite unhappy. MOU. Thanks to the other side for this brand new mechanic. My adventurers love it. There are so many players who like this mechanic that sometimes even Aeolian has to step in and break a few floor tiles to satisfy them. The Soul Fragment with Heterochromia. Are you all crazy? Seriously crazy? As the most difficult dungeon battle in the current game content, the Purification battle has been enthusiastically welcomed by players. Not only was the team with Rainy Day the first to enter the battle, but nearly 10,000 high-level players across the server entered the dungeon on its opening night. Those who arrived late even received a queue notification. Due to the large number of players currently participating in the dungeon battle, we are currently reserving the dungeon server. Please wait patiently for a moment. What? Is this game that popular now? We have to queue for a high difficulty dungeon? Did they even do a stress test? Ludwig, working in the background, almost spammed Sparks as he quickly constructed one independent dungeon space after another. Fortunately, the Void Realm extends endlessly outwards, so there's no shortage of space to add as many areas as needed. The heterochromatic-eyed fragment, cut into small pieces and forced to work, cried out, Are you all crazy? Are you all seriously ill? However, no matter how much the fragment cried, protested, or cursed, being unemployed, without pay or benefits, and forced to work 25 hours a day and be beaten, no one paid it any attention. This was a debt the heterochromatic-eyed creature owed to this world, and it had to repay it. Simply tormenting its soul fragments was too lenient. Indeed, the best workers are the defeated enemies. Hee, another big profit. A certain unscrupulous planner grinned from ear to ear, looking at the overflowing online time and the monthly card fees constantly pouring into the company account. With increased profits, we could also increase our investment. We could upgrade the forum servers. We could also spend some money on collaborations with other popular games in the game world, buy some commercial assets, and give players who are fans of both genres a treat, enhancing the gaming experience. Black-hearted Squid started calculating again, his mind full of ulterior motives. For example, some of the indie games that a certain well-known producer, Moyuzai, made back in the day were quite good. Old games have nostalgia and a player base, and as far as I know, we still have quite a few old players in our game. After all, the first batch of old players were chosen from the old fan base. These games have clear copyrights, and they're in the hands of producer Moyuzai. Isn't that a coincidence? Moyuzai and I are old acquaintances. How could he not know himself? Chapter 1303. Indie game developer Moyuzai has made many games, some successful and some not. He owns several well-known titles, and two of them are particularly suitable for crossover collaborations. The first is a brawler-style game called Slime Jelly Brawl, Moyu's debut work. The game is simple to make, small in size, but incredibly fun. Players control bouncy slimes, whose colors and appearances can be customized. Players can play online with friends, or be randomly matched with teammates, or battle against computer AI. These colorful, multi-shaped slimes, which look as delicious as jelly, are all adorable designs created by Mayu himself. As they move, they release tiny, cute juice bubbles, causing them to shrink over time. They need to constantly eat to maintain their size and abilities. Their main attack methods are ramming into and swallowing targets. After eating a target, they grow larger, and once they reach a certain size, they can split and generate more advanced abilities. The goal of the game is to continuously devour resources and opponents on the field, growing your slime to dominate the entire arena. Because of its simple controls, varied battle maps, extremely cute and dreamy art style, and multiple skill levels, this little game was popular for quite some time. It was suitable for casual play with friends at parties, as well as for strategic players seeking a more challenging experience. The second game was a battle royale game themed around magic combat called Demon Realm. Frankly, due to the lack of a complete and reliable operations team, this game wasn't very successful. However, the angel and demon designs, along with the costumes offered as rewards, were extremely popular, becoming a viral sensation and still fondly remembered by veteran players years later. Many players even play this game just to collect the outfits, then stand around looking fabulous. While the hype might be a bit off, it still left a very strong impression. Winter solstice is almost here, and the end of the year is fast approaching. We need to plan the limited time holiday events for the new year. Let's do a crossover between two old games. A certain unscrupulous game planner stroked his chin. Game design materials and copyright usage are easy to negotiate. It's just a matter of the money going from one hand to the other. We shouldn't let the profits go to outsiders. Crossover should start with our own IP. The procedures are simple too. I write an authorization letter and sign a contract with the company, have Leah submit it, and then I can just leave the rest to my sister and collect the money. Although I'm not a major IP holder like Disney or O-Ball, I can still come up with a few popular minigames from the past. The best-selling costume designs from Demon Realm were all replicated for the crossover and as seasonal rewards, and the angel and demon theme is perfect for the Christmas season at the end of the year. From the winter solstice to the Lantern Festival, January 15th of the lunar calendar, a slime jelly brawl zone can be opened in the amusement park's illusionary realm, allowing players to transform into adorable slimes and enjoy a VR version of a slime brawl. The illusionary space, combined with the power of the illusory and real authorities, and a tiny bit of the power of the Order Authorities rules, can completely replicate the entire minigame. MOU's laptop had these games installed, so he let Leah and Ayalian try them out to their heart's content. The one-person, one-world elf fragment only briefly explored Heavenly Demon Realm to try out character outfits before closing the game. However, once they entered the slime game, they couldn't stop, and in the blink of an eye, they were in a strange state where each was playing online with a normal/magical version of their own computer. After finishing the licensing work for the original world, Moyu peeked out and saw a silver slime and a rainbow slime locked in a fierce battle on Ayalian's computer screen, juice and jelly flying everywhere. Quite a spectacle. 3 hours later, the silver-haired knight, his eyes sparkling, a little world elf puffing out from losing the fight on his head, sat opposite MOU, gulping down a cup of milk tea. This is super fun. I have to make it. MOU smiled with satisfaction. They say interest is the greatest motivation. Didn't this just snag a free 3D modeler with some virtual real power? The free 3D modeler, a god possessing a portion of virtual real power, Ayalian, was completely unaware that he was being manipulated by a ruthless schemer, or rather, he was willingly being controlled by his lord. He simply plunged his shadowy tentacles into the shadows, closed his eyes, and furrowed his brow as he manipulated the power. After a moment, the silver-haired knight relaxed, revealing a wide smile to MOU. It's finished. Want to go take a look? Given that Ayalian couldn't currently appear before the adventurers, the lord and knight once again used the alternate accounts that had been entrusted to Leah for some time, entering the amusement park illusion using those couple accounts. This amusement park illusion was originally created by Miltooth using the power of illusion and reality, and now it was easy to make various modifications using the same power. There were already quite a few open spaces between the various facilities, and now one of those open spaces had been transformed into a jelly-like, semi-transparent venue. The venue was extremely cartoonish and dreamlike, with a chocolate egg roll-shaped chimney sticking out of the pink, jelly-like roof, from which juice bubbles would occasionally float out. Seeing his past creations recreated in a real world was an unprecedented experience for MOU. He eagerly grabbed Ialian's hand and rushed into the venue, only to find his vision suddenly blurring and his field of vision lowering considerably, and something bouncy. Mou moved his head, trying to look down at himself, but bounced a few times on the ground and rolled over. Mou? Question mark. Wait a minute, is this what it feels like to play this slime game in VR? He wriggled a few times, moved to a smooth jelly wall that reflected his image, and carefully examined his new appearance. He was now a yellowish-green slime jelly ball, looking lemon-flavored, particularly refreshing and cheerful. Mou, the lemon slime jelly, bounced around a couple of times and turned around, only to find that Ialian's alternate form had transformed into the silver slime he controlled in the computer game. The mercury-like slime shimmered with a metallic sheen, looking dangerous and inedible. Everyone who passes through this door will turn into a slime jelly, Ialian explained. However, since the scene was still in the planning and testing phase, Leah had currently sealed off the arena with her spatial authority, granting only the two of them entry. The arena was currently empty, except for the two of them, the slimes. Oh no, there were three. The World Fairy Leah had also transformed into a fist-sized, rainbow-colored, dreamy slime, rolling around on the ground, having a great time. Chapter 1304. The free 3D modeler that the Lord painstakingly recruited, though a first-timer, was truly remarkable. Not only did he perfectly recreate the minigame Mou created years ago, but he even considered VR operation and different perspectives, making certain optimizations and adjustments to the environment and game rules. The veteran game designer and the rookie modeler had a thrilling and exhilarating battle. Lemon slime jelly and mercury dumpling slime jelly were locked in a tumble, crashing and slamming each other, scattering colorful pastel juice bubbles and tiny jelly fragments everywhere. The entire scene was incredibly dreamy and cartoonish, devoid of any gore or horror, and perfectly capturing the festive spirit. Until the yellow-green lemon-flavored slime jelly was defeated, it instantly transformed into human form, and the mercury dumpling on top of it shed its slime appearance, reverting to its alchemical doll form. Two alchemical dolls, panting heavily, lay piled on top of each other, their hair intertwined, their gazes meeting, their eyes almost tangible, as if they were about to be drawn out. I think this mechanism needs to be changed, Mou said slowly, catching his breath. We don't want players to have any accidents that won't pass censorship. The knight nodded silently. The colorful little slime dumpling hissed out a breath from its non-existent nostril, silently grumbling to itself, two unromantic workaholics. However, this world still needed these two unromantic workaholics to save it. After discovering the problem during testing, the planner rattled off a long string of words, while the modelers worked diligently, quickly determining the most suitable solution. Given that the arena is within an illusion, Mou ultimately chose a solution where the illusion automatically generates the player's slime bodies. This way, no matter how many times the slime is destroyed, it doesn't affect the player's original character body and mental integrity. In each game, players who are completely defeated and eliminated, destroyed, become semi-transparent phantom slimes. In this state, they cannot attack or be attacked, they can only watch other players continue fighting until a winner is determined. Of course, players who don't want to see the final result can exit by clicking the exit button on the game panel. After completing the single game reward settlement and exiting the slime game, players will revert to their original bodies and be teleported back to the arena's entrance hall. To become a slime again, players simply need to purchase a new slime body from the vending machines scattered throughout the arena using a sealed orb containing contamination. When purchasing a new slime body, players can also choose its color, shape, and pattern, and can even equip some slime skins unique to older games. Some rare skins have various purchase conditions, for example, requiring a certain number of victories, military merits, or in-game purchases. These skins are forcibly linked to the player's game account. They can only be used by the player, and cannot be transferred or gifted. The slime body obtained upon first entering the game is a free gift from the system. The slime's appearance will be randomly generated based on the player's past preferences, and there's a chance of getting a paid skin for free. After dying, players must purchase a new body. It's important to emphasize that the basic slime body and color settings are settled using contaminated seal orbs, but custom skins and classic/rare skins have separate prices. This model can be said to have largely catered to the needs of players who want to try their luck with gacha pulls, those who create their own overcharge (OCE) accounts, and those who are obsessed with collecting all skins. While it may not satisfy the preferences of all players, it at least makes most people happy. After testing and optimization, Mou was very satisfied with the final product of the game's collaboration rerun. He waved his hand and had Lia issue a notice about the festival event. Players can come in and play now. At 3 a.m. that day in the Origin world, the raiding team, whose day was supposed to be rainy, finished their raid on time. Hidden Old Man and Tranquil Sea were still quietly discussing where to grab a late-night snack when they heard a sharp, explosive shout from next door from one sword breaking 1,000 mountains. What? A collaboration with Slime Jelly Rumble? My youth is back. What? This game can have a collaboration? Wait, Slime Jelly Rumble is also a work by the master craftsman Moyuzai, right? Moyuzai and Yuzai finally reached an agreement on a collaboration? Having many of our own works is great. More collaborations, more collaborations. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime event. By the way, One Sword, where did you see this news? From the Osiria Continent News, of course. You didn't turn off the notifications, did you? Hiss, I actually did turn them off because they kept popping up. Let me check. The teammates all opened the system notifications and carefully checked them. Osiria Continent Today's News. Happy Winter Solstice, adventurers. Another autumn has passed and winter has arrived. We are about to bid farewell to the past and welcome the new spring. To ensure that everyone can celebrate the new year, whether in the world of Osiria or the world of Origin, and enjoy the various holidays at the end of the year and the beginning of the new year with family, friends, and partners, we are proud to launch several limited-time festive events. Adventurers, please pay attention to the start and end times of each limited-time festival event. Arrange your playtime according to your own situation, and be sure to claim your rewards within the time limit. Note, the deadline for claiming all rewards will be extended to 5 days after the end of the limited-time event. Missing the deadline will result in the inability to claim the rewards. Year-end Celebration Special Event. Slime Jelly Brawl X Evil God Exorcism Project Game Collaboration. Start time. Winter Solstice Lantern Festival, January 15th of the following year. Location: Amusement Park Illusion East Zone Slime Jelly Brawl Arena, Jelly City. Prerequisites: possess an amusement park admission ticket. Event content: transform into various flavors of slime jelly with your friends and participate in the brawl. Meet the corresponding conditions. You can obtain various tokens, skins, items, or equipment rewards, as well as achievement titles waiting for you to explore. Double Holiday Celebration. Tianmo Realm X Evil God Extermination Project Game Collaboration. Start time: December 23rd to January 5th of the following year. Location: Lariana, Clothing Store, Amit New City. Prerequisites: adventurers must be level 30 or higher. Event content: each adventurer who completes the holiday quests will receive one set each of the Tianmo Realm Collaboration Angel set and the Tianmo Realm Collaboration Demon set. No gender restriction. Winter Warm Food Festival. The cold winter always makes people homesick. To thank adventurers, the chefs of several restaurants in Amit New City and Flame Dragon Restaurant in Golden City will offer various hometown dishes for adventurers during the winter. Adventurers are welcome to come and taste them. Chapter 1305. How come it's already the winter solstice? The years seem to be passing faster and faster. So, it's winter in Amp County too. I didn't feel it at all. The most memorable winter was the Winter God War, which was incredibly long, lasting at least half a year in game time. But since the Winter God died, and the Lord moved mountains and created the sea, Amp County has become spring-like all year round. After all, there's a huge mountain blocking the north wind, and such a large artificial sea. This volume of water has a significant impact on the natural environment. Water has such a high specific heat capacity, cooling in summer and keeping warm in winter. Last year in the game was a mild winter. I didn't even realize that 1 year outside is already 2 years in the game. That's not surprising. People aren't usually sensitive to temperature, they just wear whatever they want. Just wear whatever you see, as long as you don't get any overheating or cold debuffs you don't care. Besides, everyone's always running around the world, running to the north one day and the south the next. AMT County and the Elven Territory are perpetually spring-like, not to mention the various dungeons with chaotic timelines and seasons. After just a few dungeons, you completely lost track of time. The only thing that gets all players' attention is limited-time festival events, but those follow the development team's schedule, meaning there's only one new year in the game every 2 years. It's perfectly normal that we don't notice the changing seasons. Wait, where were we, and what were we doing last winter in the game? If we calculate the time, everyone should still be in the south a year, right? It's perpetually hot there, and we're constantly dealing with the Church of Light, searching for the Golden City, and running dungeons. I remember climbing the dungeon tower for over 2 months. I was almost sick of it. Spending the winter in the southern tropics makes perfect sense. It saves us the money for a plane ticket to Hainan. The team members joked back to Amute New City. Most were very interested in the Slime Jelly Rumble collaboration, while a few, not yet meeting the prerequisites for entering the amusement park, decided to check out the restaurant for special winter solstice dishes. The Hidden Old Man and Tranquil Sea had already met the amusement park requirements, having exchanged their tokens, but still couldn't resist checking out the restaurant first. Dumplings, mutton soup, glutinous rice balls, good fortune. What's good fortune? Tranquil Sea asked the druid working there today, holding the menu. The restaurant was already decorated in vibrant red. Even the druid and the magic chef players were wearing red tang suits with fluffy silver trim, a striking yet tasteful combination that looked very festive. Oh, it's a southern snack. Do you want it sweet or savory? The druid glanced at the bewildered Tranquil Sea and expertly explained. When Chef James was collecting suggestions for his hometown dishes, two adventurers, supposedly from the same city, both suggested making this. The results were different, one sweet, one savory. Since both were delicious, they were both chosen. The names are auspicious too. Eating it on the winter solstice brings good luck. The sweet one is a chewy, bouncy glutinous rice ball made with rice and glutinous rice, coated with soybean flour, peanut powder, and sesame seeds. The savory one is a sweet potato ball with a skin made from sweet potato and sweet potato flour, filled with fish, shrimp, and seaweed. You don't have a nut allergy or a seafood allergy, do you? No. Tranquil Sea waved his hand generously. Two of everything except the dumplings. All to go. The druid waiter quickly took the order, and the kitchen swiftly delivered the packed meals. Tranquil Sea picked through them, pulling out a box of soybean flour glutinous rice balls and stuffing it into his pocket, while the rest were hoarded into his system inventory. He walked out of the restaurant and, sure enough, saw the socially awkward captain waiting at the alleyway opposite, peeking out furtively. Here. Tranquil Sea shoved the box of glutinous rice balls into Captain Hamster's hands. Try this, they say it brings good luck, and eating it will bring you good fortune. The Hidden Old Man shook the box, and a gurgling sound came from the opaque cardboard. What's this? He asked casually, as he lifted the lid. Wow, it's still warm. The chewy glutinous rice balls, resembling both glutinous rice cakes and unfilled dumplings, were soft and warm, coated with a sweet and fragrant powder made from ground soybeans, peanuts, and sesame seeds. Eating one warmed you from the inside out. These car bombs are only good for games, otherwise, your conscience won't bother you. However, even these became cloying after a few bites. The Hidden Old Man only ate a few before shoving the box back into Tranquil Sea's hands. Tranquil Sea didn't mind, instead pulling out a box of mutton soup and giving it to the captain, then picking up a fork and starting to devour the remaining glutinous rice balls. The amusement park didn't discriminate against bringing outside food, and the two assassins ate and shared along the way, finishing just as they reached the entrance of the newly built jelly arena. They wiped their mouths, shook off the sugar powder from their clothes, and pushed open the door, entering directly inside. Asterisk, their perspective suddenly dropped. The Hidden Old Man looked bewildered at the Tranquil Sea, only to find it had transformed into a bouncy, sticky slime ball, remarkably similar to the dessert they'd just eaten. It even shed soybean powder as it bounced around. Wow, have we all turned into slime balls? He whispered, then turned to survey the entire arena. The arena was filled with bouncing slimes, all sorts of jellies, mochi, liquid balls. These colorful or metallic skinned slimes, seemingly inedible, were all intently engaged in their own activities, some rushing to battle rooms to start games, others playing slime stacking games. Occasionally, a humanoid player could be seen sprinting past, frantically clicking on the colorful cartoon-style vending machine in the corner, then poof, turning back into a slime. Whether intentionally designed by the developers or not, a section of wall near the entrance to the arena was exceptionally smooth, reflecting the player's image like a mirror. The Hidden Old Man hopped over, looking at his reflection from left to right. A semi-transparent, silver-gray ghostly dumpling swayed back and forth with his movements. It's a hidden skin. Ghost slime. This is a huge win. The Tranquil Sea rice dumpling hadn't quite mastered controlling the slime yet, stumbling and half rolling over. Luckily, they were both bouncy slimes now, so they weren't afraid of falling. The ghost slime is a very rare hidden skin. You can't even get it with real money, it only drops randomly. Chapter 1306. If it gets killed, will the skin wear off? The Hidden Old Man subconsciously wanted to scratch his head, only to see a small bump emerge from the ghost slime's ball-shaped body, stretching longer and longer until it became a chibi-style hand, which then scratched the slime's smooth head. The system should have game instructions, Here. You can see it by opening the system panel. The hidden old man summoned the system panel, and indeed saw a newly added window. You're in Celebration Special Event Slime Jelly Mayhem gameplay. The legendary illusionary realm connects to the dreams of every world. Countless worlds drift in the ocean of dreams, occasionally colliding with other worlds. A strange jelly castle has suddenly appeared in the amusement park's illusion, transforming everyone into bouncy, delicious, juicy, and adorable slimes. While the reason for this castle's appearance and its duration remain unknown, daring adventurers won't miss this opportunity for unbridled adventure. Note, during this event, adventurers can experience special gameplay from the game Slime Jelly Brawl in the special Jelly Castle venue. Body and skin. Upon first entering Jelly Castle, adventurers will automatically transform into slimes and randomly receive a skin. This skin will be generated by the system based on keywords from the adventurer's game history and searched for in the skin gacha pool. The skin gacha pool includes all non-player created slime skins, all types, white, common, hidden, and rare, have a chance to drop. Skins acquired by adventurers will be bound to their game accounts and cannot be transferred to others. Adventurers can only switch to slime form in the Jelly City area during the limited time event and must simultaneously meet the conditions of possessing a slime shell and possessing a slime skin. When an adventurer has a slime shell in their game library, entering the Jelly City area will automatically apply the slime shell and load skins held in the adventurer's skin library. If the adventurer has set a default skin, it will be loaded first. Adventurers can obtain slime shells and slime skins from the vending machine, subject to specific conditions, and can manage their account-bound skin library. Note, if an adventurer dislikes the color scheme or shape of a skin, they can discard it into the recycle bin and delete it. Please note that once the recycle bin is emptied, deleted skins cannot be retrieved. If accidentally deleted, please retrieve them before emptying the recycle bin. The Jelly City arena is divided into two main areas, the Login Hall and the Battle Rooms. The Login Hall is a safe zone. Adventurers cannot attack others in the Login Hall. Skill effects are still displayed, but they have no practical effect. Adventurers can use various arena facilities in the Login Hall to adjust settings, pose for photos with companions, talk, eat food, etc. The battle rooms are the play area. Adventurers can create and open battle rooms with different numbers of players and different entry conditions according to their preferences, preset battle scenarios, or directly engage in random matchmaking. Note, slime shells may be destroyed in the battle room. When a slime shell is destroyed to the point of being unusable, the adventurer will become a phantom in the battle room. At this time, the adventurer can choose to remain in the battle and continue spectating until the battle ends, or choose to leave the battle room and complete the game settlement. After a slime shell is destroyed, the adventurer needs to obtain a new slime shell to continue participating in the Slime Jelly Mayhem event. However, skins already obtained by the adventurer will not be affected by the shell destruction, and can still be used after obtaining a new shell. Note, special note, slime skins cannot be destroyed or lost, they can only be deleted manually by the adventurer. To avoid accidental deletion, it is recommended that adventurers enable the lock function for their favorite skins. Locked skins cannot be placed in the recycle bin until they are unlocked, effectively preventing accidental deletion. Event rewards. Participating in battles and winning will earn game points. Game points can be redeemed for slime points, adventurer slime appearance, available in humanoid form, slime pets, customizable by selecting skins from the adventurer's existing skin library, various furniture items, food and drinks, collaboration BGM sheet music, and many other rewards. Exciting battles may be featured in the official showcase, and participating players may be admitted to the official Hall of Fame. Many more achievements and titles await players to explore. The hidden old man shuddered violently upon seeing the familiar words official showcase and Hall of Fame, and even his ghostly slime turned deathly pale. The Tranquil Sea, however, was completely unaware of this. He had already opened the single-player battle tutorial level at the very bottom of the gameplay menu and teleported there with a single click. He vanished in a flash, appearing a second later in a space where the ceiling and walls were made of bouncy, colorful jelly. At the same time, a familiar system indicator and blue crosshair appeared in his vision. Jump in place. Tranquil Sea bounced, the chewy soybean flour dumpling leaving a round soybean flour imprint on the blue crosshair. A beep sounded, indicating he had passed, and an empty 5-pointed star in the upper left corner lit up. Tranquil Sea counted. There were 10 stars in total, presumably representing 10 tutorial stages. Try moving by bouncing. A row of light blue indicator lines appeared before his eyes, and Tranquil Sea clumsily followed the instructions, bouncing towards them. As he continued to bounce forward, Sea Brother gradually went from being completely bewildered and helpless to becoming fully adapted to the slime body. Congratulations! You have learned how to move as a slime. Now try attacking. Slimes have 3 types of attacks: ramming, squeezing, and special moves. Try ramming first. As before, aim at the crosshair and ram. This time the crosshair moved from the ground to the wall, but that wasn't difficult. Tranquil Sea bounced around, gathered its strength, and then slammed into the wall. Splat! A small, fluffy rice ball stuck to the wall, a far cry from the crosshair, and slowly slid down. Something's not right, I get it. Tranquil Sea repeatedly learned from experience, adjusted its jump position several times, and finally mastered the technique, ramming into the crosshair. Congratulations! You have learned ramming. Utilizing the slime's bouncy body and rebound force will allow for better attacks. Chapter 1307. The manipulation of a slime's body is completely different from that of a human, but aside from lacking legs, it's somewhat similar to a small octopus, both able to roll and hop around aimlessly on the ground. Having gained experience with the small octopus when he first entered the game, Tranquil Sea quickly mastered the 2 common attack methods, ramming and squeezing. As for individual special moves, they likely vary depending on the skin type. For example, the special move of the soybean powder glutinous rice dumpling that Tranquil Sea is currently using is spraying soybean powder with paralyzing properties. Tranquil Sea's glutinous rice dumpling is constantly dropping soybean powder, but not all of it is poisonous. Only when he activates his skill will the powder possess paralyzing toxicity. This means he can take down enemies by surprise. Although the paralysis only lasts for 7 seconds, and resistance is gained for 30 seconds after being poisoned once, it's more than enough in a chaotic battle. This skin looks soft, cute, and cuddly, but it's actually very easy to ambush, which is quite cunning. Besides these 3 attack methods, slimes also have 2 special skills. One is changing their shape, which requires players to expend mental energy, imagination, and willpower. After all, a slime is a highly malleable lump of clay. Players with talent in this area can easily roll and flatten a round slime ball into a long strip, or even sprout tiny hands and feet, or 8 octopus tentacles. If you encounter a player without talent, well, they might create something grotesque, a Cthulhu-esque creation that lowers your sanity just by looking at it, or they might simply leave the original cute slime skin as is. In short, everyone has their own way of playing, and there's no need to force yourself into something you're not good at. The second type is consumption, which is more of an instinct than a skill. Every slime, regardless of time or place, will scatter and evaporate some of its components. For example, a slime like the Tranquil Sea will scatter soybean powder, a jelly-like slime will drop small jellies, and a liquid slime will float with fruit juice bubbles. In safe zones, like the login lobby, this self-consumption has no effect on the slime's main body, but it's a different story in game rooms. The longer the slime consumes itself in a game room, the weaker and smaller it becomes. They need to eat frequently to replenish their energy and grow stronger. Wild resources and enemies destroyed in the game area drop valuable food. It's worth noting that in the original work, while slimes can change size, their mouths are a fixed small size. They can only swallow food that has been crushed to a certain degree. This means that their eating speed and the types of food they eat are limited by the developers. They can only actually eat by destroying targets in combat. Having mastered all the abilities, Tranquil Sea was quite satisfied and happily exited the solo training mode. The hidden old man had also clearly passed the solo training mode with a high score. His movements were much more agile, capable of not only jumping but also levitating, making him look like a true ghost. So, Captain, what are your special moves? Tranquil Sea asked eagerly. Levitation and invisibility, the hidden old man replied. Why do you have 2 special moves? I only have one. Tranquil Sea explained in surprise. Because I'm an SR hidden skin. The hidden old man blinked innocently. The skin encyclopedia says that the number of skill slots for different skins varies. In version common skins don't have special skills, R version rare skins only have 1, SR version hidden skins have 1 more skill slot, and SSR version rare hidden skins have 3. No wonder it was that gacha-style skin collecting, pay-to-win game that made so much money back then. It really has that feel. After all, back then, the penniless orphan MOU became famous for this game. Simple to make, easy to model, low cost, with art relying entirely on cute chibi-style food, but with incredibly fun and addictive mechanics, earning his first pot of gold. Although Moyu later lost a lot of money making other games, and eventually had to give up independent development and work for a game company, this game alone was an absolute success. Unlike those other games on the market that advertise cute slimes but are actually just mindless hack-and-slash games, the producer of Muyuzai, a popular Chinese mobile game, understands exactly what players want to play, even if the content is simple. Players just want to transform into QQ candy frozen mochi hamburgers, bumping into people like bumper cars, bouncing around, and flattening their opponents. So that's what we do. No other distracting elements. It's simple, efficient, and hits the nail on the head, ensuring players have fun and naturally encouraging them to spend money. It was already 4 a.m., real time, and Tranquil C didn't want to waste any more time. She immediately gathered her team leader to queue for a dungeon, taking advantage of the peak queuing period after the event started, and instantly got into a 10-player free-for-all room. 3 seconds after logging into the room, a player selection box appeared in both players' vision. 10-player slime skin profile pictures were lined up in the box, a colorful and varied display. Jelly slimes were the most numerous, with lemon, strawberry, blueberry, grape, and all sorts of flavors, taking up half of the slots. Of the remaining 5, besides the 2 of them, there was a metallic mercury dumpling, a red date rice cake dumpling, and a hamburger. Wait, a hamburger counts as a slime? Several players exclaimed in shock. Why not? The hamburger player bounced around a few times. I'm round and bouncy too. The yellow-green lemon jelly slime wholeheartedly agreed, bouncing around a few times as if nodding. Beep, the system notification popped up. This room is a team free-for-all mode. There are 5 2-player teams in the arena. Victory is achieved when all or part of the last remaining team survives. Please prepare for battle. Countdown to battle begins. 3, 2, 1, beep. With the beep signaling the start of the battle, the ghost slime of the hidden old man vanished from the field. The mercury ball hissed out 4 or 5 mercury tentacles, instantly binding 3 jelly balls and flinging them around. Tranquil C was nearly caught in the crossfire, managing to dodge with a few leaps, but instead bumped into the yellow-green lemon slime, getting a face full of lemon juice. Ouch, so sour. Tranquil C, her face stung by the sourness, hurriedly sprayed a large amount of paralyzing soybean powder, smearing the yellow-green lemon slime's face. The paralysis took effect instantly, and the yellow-green lemon slime slumped to the ground, becoming a soft, half-melted jelly. Chapter 1308. The lemon jelly and the soybean flour glutinous rice ball were locked in a bloody battle, neither gaining the upper hand. One was writhing on the ground, unable to open its eyes from the sourness, while the other was paralyzed and sprawled into a soft, jelly-like shape, both temporarily incapacitated. The mercury dumpling, seemingly an ally of the lemon jelly, quickly flung away the unfortunate slimes from its tentacles and hopped to the lemon jelly's side to provide support. The soybean flour glutinous rice ball, however, seemed to be lifted up by something, inexplicably floating in midair. Its face then appeared to be repeatedly rubbed by some invisible fabric, shifting between flat and round shapes, looking quite eerie. However, the soybean flour, dampened by the lemon juice, was incredibly difficult to wipe off. The more it was wiped, the stickier and more mushy it became. Even the ghostly slime in midair was vaguely discernible due to the wet soybean flour coating. I see it. There it is. Several slimes leaped up and charged straight at him, including the giant deluxe hamburger. Watch my crushing blow. The hidden old man decisively threw out the soybean glutinous rice ball in his hand and disappeared, failed to disappear. A wet, sticky blob of soybean powder flying in midair was the easiest target to spot. In an instant, all the slimes except for the mercury dumpling and lemon jelly aimed at it. There was no way around it. Although the lemon jelly was paralyzed, the mercury dumpling was too powerful and couldn't be messed with. Slimes can grow by consuming food, becoming stronger as they grow. Therefore, in the early stages, the key is whether players can grab kills and resources. This free-for-all isn't some mindless brawl. Ultimately, it's about using precise resource allocation calculations to determine the timing of battles and the outcome. Under the onslaught of bouncy jelly balls, the ghost slime decisively abandoned its airspace, crashing to the ground with a thud. It then rolled around wildly, smearing all the soybean powder on its body and hands onto the ground. The marker disappeared, and the ghost slime successfully became invisible again. Damn it! It got away. Hamburger slammed his feet against the ground, turning around to look menacingly at the puddle of yellow-green lemon jelly on the ground. The 7-second paralysis wore off just in time, and the yellow-green lemon jelly bounced up from the ground with a thud, standing alongside the mercury ball, glaring menacingly at Hamburger, looking quite menacing. Hamburger, what's going on? I feel cold sweat breaking out. Taking advantage of Hamburger's attention being drawn to the lemon jelly and mercury ball, the ghost slime suddenly stretched out a small hand holding a dagger. The dagger was also made of the slime's body. It appeared and disappeared silently, floating behind Hamburger, and plunged the dagger down fiercely at Hamburger. Then, because it was so bouncy, the dagger's tip bent sharply, only to spring back violently due to the recoil. Hidden old man, damn it, this slime dagger isn't durable. Hamburger, ? The Hamburger player had no sense of having survived a single blow from the server's #1 assassin. It only felt a light tap on its back from a small fist. Turning around, it saw the ghost dumpling whose invisibility had expired. The ghost dumpling was so embarrassed it almost scratched the ground with the edge of its ghost cloak. It sheepishly waved its slender little hand. Hi? Hamburger, beat it up. Tranquil C jumped around frantically, exasperated. Use impact. Use squeeze. What's with using a slime body to mold a dagger? Stop obsessively cosplaying as an Assassin's Creed captain. Led by the Hamburger, a string of strawberry, blueberry, grape, and passion fruit jellies clashed violently with the ghost slime. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with flying bits of colorful juice, jelly, translucent silver fabric, and breadcrumbs. Dust billowed and skills sprayed everywhere, making it impossible to tell who had the upper hand. The Tranquil Sea, having wiped away lemon juice, hurriedly joined the fray, spewing out paralyzing soybean powder like it was free. Then, with a few plop-plop sounds, every single slime ball present collapsed to the ground, even one of the ghost slimes. The hidden old man, The Tranquil Sea, sorry, I didn't know the skill didn't distinguish between friend and foe. The lemon jelly and the mercury ball had already taken down the lone red date rice cake ball. Having eaten the rice cake, they had swelled to more than twice their original size, while the red date was knocked away by the mercury ball's tentacles, rolling into the group of collapsed slimes. The slimes, ? What's wrong? You don't like red dates? Being picky about food isn't a good habit. The next second, they suddenly noticed that the red dates were making a crackling sound, like a time bomb counting down. Red date time bomb, 30-second countdown after activation, explodes when the timer reaches 0. Note, once detached from the body, nothing can stop its explosion. As the only slime unaffected by the paralyzing soybean powder, Tranquil Sea was hurriedly dragging the limp ghost slime out of the slime mud. Glancing over casually, she saw that the two lemon and mercury slimes had already run far away, pressed against the corner of the wall, as if some bomb was about to explode there at any moment. The Tranquil Sea glanced at the crackling red dates, its expression changing drastically. The soybean flour glutinous rice ball nearly turned into a coconut glutinous rice ball in fright. It hurriedly dragged the ghost slime behind the Hamburger, then used the Hamburger itself to shield him. The completely limp Hamburger groaned, Using a person as cover? That's outrageous. No one knew whether the red date's explosion countdown would finish first, or the paralysis would wear off first. Except for the two balls calmly hiding in a corner, waiting to see the show, all the paralyzed slimes struggled desperately, trying to escape the paralysis as quickly as possible. Just as they regained consciousness and were overjoyed, the red date bomb's countdown ended, and it exploded with a bang. Instantly, all the nearby colorful jellies were blown to smithereens, except for the Hamburger, whose thick crust and meat were tough. Only one piece of bread was blasted apart, turning it from a hamburger into an open sandwich. Of course, the two assassins hiding behind and beneath the Hamburger also survived unharmed. Open sandwich, too much. Too much as it may be, there were now only 5 slimes left on the field, 4 of which had already begun clearing the battlefield, feasting and desperately trying to grow stronger. With its teammates already sacrificed, and only half remaining, Open Sandwich had no choice but to put aside its grudges and carefully circle around, eating the nearest pieces of juice and jelly. It's fair to say its thieving instincts were quite strong. Chapter 1309. Before a major battle, there must be supplies. In the game Slime Jelly Mayhem, the key to victory isn't how to attack or which special moves to use, but rather how to consume the most resources with the least expenditure to grow and develop. Players who are good at seizing opportunities and consuming resources when necessary are more likely to win. The slime's ability to lose health over time is like a shrinking poison circle. Without supplies, it will become weaker and weaker, eventually becoming easy prey for others. Conversely, slimes that consume resources will grow, their attack power will increase, and there's a chance they can fuse with the special abilities previously possessed by the consumed food. Of course, these special abilities can only be used in the current battle, but it's still a very powerful design. Every battle offers players a fresh experience, different skins, unique combat effects, and various temporary skills gained upon leveling up. These ever-changing elements ensure endless replayability. The inspiration for this game came from Mo Yu's own experience of struggling financially, working 3 part-time jobs while relying on student loans to support himself through university. Driven by his dreams and reckless ambition, he stubbornly insisted on becoming a game developer, studying computer science and technology while also minoring in digital media and art, even enrolling in a painting class. Tuition, equipment, art supplies, and even game development, nothing was cheap. Every penny earned had to be spent immediately, requiring meticulous budgeting like a miserly miser. During that period, Mo Yu was practically a workaholic, working shifts non-stop while also juggling his studies. Many times, even he himself didn't know how he survived that time. Luckily, he was intelligent, quick to learn, and young and strong enough to withstand the strain, otherwise, he probably would have collapsed and died. It's likely that his near-death experience at such a young age was a consequence of his reckless disregard for his health. An orphan without biological family support or any accumulated family savings, to gain knowledge, fame, achievement, and wealth, he had to work and study relentlessly. Chu Shichio, as the eldest sister, did often take care of him, but she was only a few years older than him, and not much better off. After enrolling in law school, she studied even harder than him, and she also had to work part-time to support herself. She couldn't possibly support her non-blood related brother, or his unattainable dreams. Chu Shichio had her own dreams, but Mo Yu didn't want the only person in the world who was good to him to be dragged down into becoming a brother-supporting demon. How could a grown man with hands and feet survive by sucking a woman's blood? Slime Jelly Brawl was a high-stakes gamble. Winning would bring him immense wealth. Losing would waste nearly a year of his time and energy. Fortunately, this incredibly dreamy and straightforwardly fun pink game unexpectedly attracted a lot of players' attention and became a viral sensation. After the release of Slime Jelly Brawl, Mo Yu continued to update the game for 3 years. During those 3 years, he designed nearly 1,000 skins. He still remembers the descriptions and skill settings of most of the skins, but the skin he remembers most vividly is still the first one he drew, a yellow-green lemon jelly with classic orange segments. This was a design Mo Yu drew through gritted teeth after working at a lemon tea shop, slicing and beating lemons until his arms ached. Now, the yellow-green lemon jelly slime has devoured most of the jelly fragments on the field, its size exploding, brimming with juice, and arrogantly staring at the unfortunate hamburger who has been diligently cleaning up the outer area, only to have half a loaf of bread reappear. With a command, it shouts, "Beat it up." The mercury ball of thugs suddenly erupts, its mercury tentacle shooting out in a flurry of blows, sending the hamburger flying and salad splattering everywhere. For some reason, the whole scene looks quite appetizing. Now there are only 3 teams and 5 slimes left on the field. The lone one inevitably becomes the target, and after a brutal beating, the hamburger is unfortunately eliminated. At this point, the scales of victory have begun to tip. While the 2 members of the assassin group were formidable, they were completely clueless about the slime mayhem. The hidden old man still hadn't figured out how to use the ghost slime as an assassin. After a player transforms into a slime, all their own class skill panels are frozen, and they can only use the slime's own skill panel. On the other hand, Mercury Dumpling and Lemon Dumpling had already consumed red date rice cakes, hamburgers, and a bunch of jelly slimes, greatly increasing their strength. They were now 3 or 4 times larger than the ghost slime and the soybean flour rice dumpling, not to mention their upgraded attack power. They hurt when they hit. At this point, some experienced players in a hurry might just surrender, quit, settle, and start the next round in one smooth motion. But the hidden old man and the tranquil sea weren't the type to give up easily. Even in the most unfavorable battles, they prefer to fight to the very last moment. This is a fair 2-on-2 duel. Well, purely in terms of numbers. For slime balls of vastly different appearances, 2 large and 2 small, stared at each other, like cowboys in a duel arena, intently awaiting the referee's signal to draw their guns. Except there was no referee here. Whether the fight begins or not is decided by a single glance. It's unclear who attacked first, but with a plop, the 4 slime balls clash fiercely, a chaotic cacophony of clanging, dust, juice, and tentacles flying everywhere. The balls rolled and jostled, determined to decide the victor. The numbing soybean powder from the tranquil sea became a major headache for all the slimes. Before it could decide on the best time to release it, Lemon Jelly sprayed lemon juice at it, instantly silencing the soybean powder, leaving it sticky and caked all over the slime. Tranquil Sea. Damn! In this chaotic battle, invisibility was hardly effective. The server's top assassin, after transforming into a ghost slime, lacked a powerful, one-hit kill attack. Unfortunately, the mercury slime's tentacles caught it first. The mercury tentacles wrapped around the ghostly sheet draped over the ghost slime's transparent body, and flung it around wildly. The ghost slime was instantly disoriented. As it was thrown onto the soybean powder slime, the numbing soybean powder suddenly took effect, acting like a sheet, slapping onto the slime. The Tranquil Sea. Lemon Jelly and Mercury Dumpling simultaneously revealed remarkably similar smiles, then leaped high into the air before crashing down. Bang. Bang. Battle over. The assassin team has been unfortunately defeated. Chapter 1310. Round after round of matches began, winners emerged one after another, and smiles graced every face amidst the wins and losses. Being able to transform into slimes and roll, jump, and frolic everywhere was the most joyful thing for these modern-day cattle and horses, burdened by countless unreleased pressures. Winning the match? That was icing on the cake. Regardless of winning or losing, players receive rewards, the only difference being the amount. However, this small difference was insignificant compared to the immense joy they felt. Even if a few stubborn players occasionally became fixated on winning, there was nothing that could be done. One's mindset determines everything they see. If one fixates on small, magnified sorrows, ignoring all the beauty, then this self-inflicted suffering must be borne alone. Half a glass of water is optimistic, half a glass is pessimistic, pure and innocent, or with a yellowed heart. There are many such people. Creators only need to focus on their own expression. If someone sees a vague, indistinct shadow in a place where there is nothing, it is most likely a projection of their own shadow. There's a Buddhist saying, Bodhi has no tree, nor is the bright mirror a stand. Originally there is nothing, so where can dust alight? MOU didn't know if every player could have a lot of fun, but he and Ialian had a blast. A battle could last anywhere, but it usually ended within 10 to 20 minutes. After becoming a slime, whether it's a player, a planner, a lich, a demon, an undead, a god, or a sealed creature, everyone can only honestly use the abilities of the slime skin, relying on their strategic skills and mobility to decide the outcome. Here, aside from veteran players, who are intimately familiar with the features of each skin in the original Slime Jelly Brawl, no one gains an advantage. Everyone starts on a level playing field. Even veteran players won't have a significant advantage, as recognizing an opponent's slime skin and its unique moves can sometimes be ineffective. The strength of a skin ultimately depends on the pilot's skill in controlling that slime. Some players acquire rare skins, but struggle to use them effectively, while others constantly push the limits of the system's skills with their skillful maneuvers. Some players can even achieve a pentakill with a basic, unremarkable skin. Every battle in PvP is filled with various uncertainties. The opponent, oneself, timing, location, and even pure luck can all make the entire battle unpredictable and difficult to anticipate. Subject: why is this super fun slime game a limited time event? I'm begging the developers to make this a regular event. Original poster, Catbug. Content: have you all played the new Slime Jelly Brawl collaboration event? It's so much fun. Slime-themed games are everywhere, but none of them truly let you freely and enjoyably become a slime, rolling and fighting in a cute and adorable way. There are too many games that are just a sham, where you're supposed to be a slime but are actually just cutting grass with a knife, or where you can only raise slimes as a human, just reskin versions of the same thing. This game, however, hits all my sweet spot. Bouncy and adorable slimes, a variety of cute and quirky skins, and a physics engine that matches normal people's understanding of slimes. This is practically my dream game. Honestly, I love games like this where you can have a simple, intuitive, and fun experience, but also where skilled players can delve into strategic planning and tactics. Although I don't know why some skins like the hamburger and rice cake skins are categorized as slimes, they're just too cute to care. And I bet many players don't know that even the most basic, unsold slime has a very useful special move, Split. Whether it's a rare skin or a basic one, as long as the player knows how to use it, they have a chance to win. Spending money won't make you stronger, but it will make you flashy. I love this system, where everyone starts on a level playing field. The only downside is that this event is only open for a short time. They put so much effort into this collaboration, and it's only open for a couple of weeks? It's not enough. Can you please make this a permanent event? Otherwise, all those hard-earned skins will become unusable after only a few uses, and it's heartbreaking to think about. Office workers really need slime games like this. Even just playing a game or two every night, or simply turning into a cute pink slime and jumping around, is so fun and stress-relieving. P.S. I downloaded the original Slime Jelly Rumble as soon as I got to the office today and started playing it non-stop. I didn't even know this game existed before. I feel like I missed out on a fortune. The pro gamer really kept it a secret. The original mobile game is indeed very fun, but compared to the VR version, it definitely lacks the immersive experience. Wow, my life can't be without the VR version. Chinshui Lemon. I'm a socially awkward person who's afraid to speak even online, but seeing this post I have to agree. Please make the Slime limited time event permanent. It's not just office workers who need it, students need it too. Sometimes, when you're bottling up anger and frustration, you just need a good, cathartic fight like this. Smashing other slimes away, watching juice and jelly splatter everywhere, instantly lifts your spirits. It's like playing bumper cars, exciting, thrilling, and no one gets hurt. The next morning, I visibly feel lighter and happier on my way to school. This collaboration is so much fun, it can't just last 2 weeks. It's all about military merit, I grind it all. Let me play slime. A lazy bum, I second that +1. It's such a shame that such a fun event only lasts so short. Putting everything else aside, does such a short limited time event do justice to the effort the development team put into reruns? I suggest making this limited time event a 365-day cycle, held annually, in game time. By the way, did you guys know that even NPCs can participate in this event? I was just a little curious if Wendell could play along, but it turns out he really can. The NPCs' interfaces seem almost identical to ours, and their abilities are also limited by their skin panels. I even saw what appeared to be the Exile's sons and a demonic male character entering the arena at the entrance. Keep an eye out, you might just be facing one of those NPCs. Chapter 1311. In the Lariana clothing shop, the two shopkeepers were working tirelessly to fulfill the Lord's latest order. Of course, the clothing industry in AMT County was now so mature that they no longer needed to sew any clothes by hand. Besides, the Lord's initial order for 2 designs, each containing nearly 160,000 pieces, was simply impossible for the two of them to sew on their own. No, such a large quantity of clothing was entirely produced on assembly lines by the sewing workers in the factory district. Lariana and Ariana's role was to take the Lord's clothing designs, create patterns, make samples, break them down into factory-producible forms, and then assign orders to set up the assembly lines for production. The term assembly line was also coined by the Lord and his adventurers. The workers, who had initially thought they would be sent home after that long, icy night, gradually began to relax over the following years. Winter clothing for the northern barbarians, summer clothes for the southern merchant guild, and an ever-growing number of orders from adventurers, low-level equipment, high-end custom-made items, and those flamboyantly beautiful costumes that offered absolutely no defensive attributes. These abundant orders became the workers' source of confidence. They no longer worried about losing their jobs at any moment, only about whether they could complete the orders on time, or whether they would one day completely tire of the work. But for now, everyone was still living happily. Factory hours weren't too long, so even though sewing was a job that required a lot of concentration and could easily strain the eyes and hands from repetitive work, people didn't develop incurable diseases from working there. There were even dedicated ophthalmologists and massage therapists on standby at the factory's medical clinic. These ophthalmologists and massage therapists all came from Calcardo's academy. Their skills were absolutely reliable. MOU himself had been a master of manipulation, but he wasn't the type to tear someone else's umbrella after getting caught in the rain. He strictly monitored the workers' working hours, ensuring they worked a maximum of 8 hours a day, including breakfast and lunch breaks. That is, the workers ate breakfast in the canteen, worked 3 hours, rested for 2 hours at lunchtime, and then worked another 3 hours in the afternoon before going home to care for their families. This wasn't just for the workers' health, it was also to ensure the factory's products didn't depreciate in value. The technological tree of the Oziria world was ridiculously skewed. You could say without a doubt that no other power in the world could produce like them. Since they had no rivals, their manipulation would only backfire. The higher the production volume of a product, the lower the demand, and the lower the price would naturally be. Since that's the case, it's better to reduce production, keeping the factory workload at a steady, incremental level, just enough to keep production growth in line with demand. This way, adventurers will always have equipment, workers will always have something to do, and they can also take care of their families, spending money in the city with their loved ones, thus promoting a virtuous cycle of the economy. As the number of adventurers continues to increase, the clothing factories are also quietly expanding. The dwarves build one production line and immediately start building the next, never questioning whether there are actually enough clothes to make. For these simple-minded dwarves, as long as there was land, a work order from their lord, and enough to cover the New Year's mine rent, they do it. Who cared about anything else? As the dwarves contracted more and more mines, their population increased dramatically. Many more dwarves got married, and many newborns were born healthy. To care for their children, the dwarves worked with even greater enthusiasm. The number of workers was also quietly increasing. The children in the city were growing up, and many teenagers had reached employment age. Calcardo continued to send unemployed graduates to the city. Saloria and the counselors of the Magic Federation were also continuously recruiting impoverished people from their territories, who had nowhere to make a living, and sending them to the new city of AMT. These impoverished people had all been troublesome troublemakers in their respective regions. They had nothing, had often endured the hardships of life, and had long since lost all hope in their eyes. As the saying goes, those with nothing to lose are fearless. These people, barely clothed and with no ties to them, are like ticking time bombs, ready to overturn someone's dinner table at any moment. People sympathize with them, but they also fear them. Ordinary citizens living their peaceful lives don't want to be taken advantage of by homeless people they've given a meal to, and they're even more afraid that these people will completely ruin their relatively comfortable lives at the slightest provocation. Everyone is just an ordinary person with a little money in their pocket. Occasionally, they might spare some misplaced kindness to do a good deed, but no one wants to provoke a plague, only to find upon returning home that everything they painstakingly saved up throughout their lives has been destroyed by these unscrupulous troublemakers. Interpersonal interactions are reciprocal. If one party avoids eye contact, cowers, or speaks rudely when seeing another, how can the other party remain oblivious? Over time, even if there was no prior conflict, it can breed tension, and the atmosphere becomes increasingly tense. However, the Lord of AMT County was never afraid of these troublemakers. He welcomed them to his territory, gave them work, gave them hope, and allowed them to wear shoes and decent clothes again, knowing that they could create their own wealth through their own labor and hands. In this newly formed city, the rules were so clear. What was permissible, and what was not was crystal clear. Anything not explicitly prohibited was permitted. Under the watchful eye of the gods, who govern order and the consciousness of the world, no one would suddenly appear and say that something that was perfectly acceptable yesterday is now a violation. There were no sudden changes in regulations, no sudden, destructive terrors. Everything was orderly. People anticipated the consequences of their actions. For better or worse, trust arises when expectations align with outcomes. People know that the wicked will be punished for their mistakes, that the good will not be punished for fabricated charges, that the rich will not fear the wanton plunder of their wealth, and that the poor will know their efforts will bring tomorrow's riches, and thus, stability follows. These former drifters have taken root in the new city of AMT, using their rough, calloused hands to sew piece after piece of cloth, creating small acts of kindness. Chapter 1312. People came from all directions, through various paths. Each had a different past and reasons for coming here to make a living, but their goals were strikingly similar. They all wanted a better life for themselves and their families. The number of workers in AMT New City increased rapidly, gradually filling the long-built, previously vacant dormitory buildings. The city, which had seemed deserted without adventurers, gradually became bustling and prosperous during the days when adventurers were offline. Because of the rapid increase in manpower and consumers, several new factories were built in the factory district, specializing in the mass production of clothing raw materials. No longer did all processes need to be mixed in one factory. The industrial chain gradually developed towards specialization, refinement, and process optimization. With the addition of magical mechanical technology and alchemy technology, these factory assembly lines gradually shifted from manual production to standardized production using magical machinery. 2 sets of limited edition Heavenly Demon Realm costumes, each with 160,000 pieces, were now orders that could be completed in AMT County in just 2 or 3 days. Now, with her power fully restored, Leah has already compiled the body measurements of all adventurers, allowing her to precisely prepare all equipment tailored to their physiques in advance. Even if adventurers temporarily purchase new bodies with real money, it's alright. The Lord has extra stock for each size, allowing the experienced tailors to quickly retrieve the items with minor adjustments, without affecting the adventurer's experience. Under the Lord's and the adventurer's leadership, AMT County has, in just a few years, raised from the beginning of the Industrial Revolution towards modernity, bypassing countless detours and conflicts, advancing with unstoppable momentum. Subtle changes were constantly occurring in the city, never drastic enough to overwhelm or disorient anyone. Amp County was vast, and even within the new city, there was still ample land, more than enough to build several industrial parks. Thanks to magic and alchemy, everything in this world could be broken down and restored to willpower before being reconstructed, without worrying about any heavy chemical pollution. The Lord had also secretly rebuilt the city walls. Due to the presence of the dark forest, the newly constructed walls weren't a perfect circle. At their furthest point, they extended nearly 100 kilometers outwards, meandering and encompassing a large expanse of vacant land. The site of the former clock tower town was now part of the new Amp City, transformed into a famous tourist attraction and a newly built memorial cemetery. After all, there were too many wronged souls and remains here. It wasn't suitable for any other purpose than a cemetery. Development plans were established for the new plots, while the old plots were also thriving. City planning is always constrained by historical processes and human habits, making it impossible to achieve the clear, orderly, and overlapping layouts of a building game. The lazy lord isn't overly obsessive-compulsive. He wouldn't relocate and reorganize all the old graves near the city just because he opened a new cemetery. It's really unnecessary to fundamentally alter the city, wasting resources and manpower, with everyone rushing to work only to restore it to its original state 2 days later. Besides, citizens also have the daily need to worship their ancestors. It's only natural to visit them occasionally during lunch breaks or after get-off work, bringing food to talk to them. Urban planning is a complex field. While strictly defining functional zones is the current mainstream approach, workers also need lodging, food, and shopping. Their families need to go to school, socialize, and participate in activities. This magical world is vastly different from the original world. As long as there are no production safety risks, there's no need to merge similar elements. If there's no food or lodging near the workplace, people can't spend half their lives tiring themselves to commuting, can they? The Lord, a game designer for many years, also has his own approach to urban planning. Regardless of whether the initial code is a mess, as long as it still runs, don't overwrite it. Continuous, small optimizations are sufficient for daily tasks. There's no need to constantly cause trouble for everyone just to show off what you've done. Moreover, even fixing a seemingly insignificant bug could completely destroy the messy code that relied on it. Some bugs exist for a reason. As long as it's harmless and beneficial to people and the world, there's no need to use the programmer's ultimate privileges. The busy lord only adheres to the absolute bottom line. As for other less important matters that enhance the experience for adventurers and NPCs, such as the dwarves' entrapment of petty thieves, the gossip circulating about knights and the lord, or the adventurers' outlandish cosplay parties, he never bothers with them. Therefore, apart from the area around Lamar's Alchemy Research Institute, which remains a heavily fortified area with enough space for explosive activity, the rest of the city exudes a vibrant and diverse atmosphere. The waves of unusual trends stirred up by the adventurers always boost the city's fashion, aesthetics, and even economic development. As limited-time events unfolded, a strange slime craze even overshadowed the angel and demon costumes, and the Christmas and New Year's holidays. Compared to the holy or cool and eerie angel and demon outfits, most adventurers preferred the humanoid, adventurer slime appearance. This development was somewhat unexpected, yet also quite logical. The reason is simple. Some adventurers prefer the holy, while others prefer the rebellious and cool. Whether these two groups are all-encompassing and harmonious, or clearly divided and incompatible, even inexplicably starting to despise each other and tear each other apart, regardless of gender, age, wealth, class, preconceived prejudices, stances, disputes, or conflicts of interest, they can all wear thick, oversized, colorful inflatable slime costumes and bounce around on the roadside, playing the role of a wild, colorful slime. Who wouldn't love those adorable, cute, and delicious-looking rainbow slimes? While the slime collaboration dungeon only exists in the fantasy world, these inflatable rainbow slime adventurers roam freely, gradually spreading outwards from the world plaza until they occupy every street and alley. The unsuspecting townspeople don't understand the meaning behind these suddenly appearing rainbow dumplings. But that doesn't stop clever people from seizing the business opportunity. Suddenly, all sorts of slime-themed products spring up like mushrooms after rain. Chapter 1313. The merchants of a mud new city were the first to keenly sense the business opportunity, but the first NPC to receive a complete slime encyclopedia from the Lord was none other than the uncrowned king of the Amut County Industrial Zone, the omnipotent alchemist master, Doryman Lamar. The reason was simple. Lamar was responsible for creating slime pets, and without a complete encyclopedia and skin design, it was impossible. The slime pets were essentially the same as the previous alchemical pet dolls, except this batch of alchemical pet dolls had been given slime skins, and could perform some small actions similar to special skills in games. To control the production difficulty, each player could only bind one slime pet, and the customized slime pet skin had to be a style that the player already possessed in their skin library. This greatly reduced the probability of players customizing SSR rare slime pets. During the event, most could only exchange for SR level slimes, thus implicitly lowering the production difficulty. Actually, if the production of SSR pets could keep up, I really like to make this game collaboration a permanent feature. MOU looked at the soaring sales of Slime Jelly Rumble while players were offline, and couldn't help but sigh. This game collaboration has completely boosted the sales of old games. You know, this is a small game from 10 years ago. Although there have always been some people playing it, the money earned over the years has barely been enough to rent online servers. This kind of sales boom is a rare sight. The effect of self-promotion and driving traffic from one hand to the other is too good. The producer, who has been stingy for many years, now has money gleaming in his eyes. Of course, besides Lamar, who is in charge of producing official merchandise, and Aunt Rosa, the tailor who spearheaded the order for the Adventurer Slime appearance. For humanoid figures, many merchants also proactively inquired about the settings of these rainbow dumplings from the adventurers, hoping to make a fortune from their own merchandise sales. As the author of Slime Jelly Mayhem, the Lord, who is always meticulous about copyright issues, naturally wouldn't allow anyone to profit from him. In the original world, completely avoiding copyright infringement would be very difficult in practice, but this is the world of Oziria. With the support of the world consciousness, the future god of order, and the current lord of the territory won't allow any merchants to bully them. Due to the high density of world consciousness believers and adventurers, the entire AMT county is now under Leah's control, and no merchant's small actions can escape her notice. Things become simple. All merchants attempting to produce slime-related merchandise have received a notice from the Lord regarding the regulations on the legal use of slime images. Citizens of AMT County, you have likely noticed that our friends, with their wide-ranging and ever-changing interests, have recently shown an unusual fascination with a certain adorable creature from the illusory realm that suddenly appeared, and many merchants are hoping to capitalize on this opportunity to make a fortune. However, as your lord, I am obliged to inform you that these bouncy creatures residing in the illusory realm have their own appearance and habits. They are called slimes, and are a special kind of summoned beast. These summoned creatures are quite particular about how they use their image. Just as the existence of idols is acknowledged by the gods, summoned creatures also have a slight connection to the objects that bear their image. Even if their power is not comparable to that of powerful gods, it is undeniable that adding their image without permission when creating various items, tools, or artistic works will attract the attention of a certain consciousness. This attention is not entirely harmless. Excessive attention will affect the fortune of individuals and families. Fortunately, these slimes are not uncommunicative beings. As your lord, I have reached an agreement with the slimes. Under the following conditions, you will obtain a legal authorization to use the image of a slime, and will no longer be subject to their malevolent gaze. Instead, you will receive a blessing of prosperous business. Commercial use. If you wish to use the image, personality, abilities, and other characteristics of a slime to create goods for sale, you must submit a slime authorization application to the City Council, detailing the product design and artwork in the application. The City Council clerk will then submit the application to the Lord for approval. Once approved, the applicant can use the approved image design to produce goods. All earnings from using the image design must be paid as a licensing fee 30% to the City-State Council. This fee is settled monthly, collected along with commercial taxes, and delivered by the Lord to the slime. Note, the licensing fee is a symbol of your sincere cooperation with the slime. Breach of contract and non-payment are not permitted. Free fan art creation. If you create free work solely for the purpose of sharing your love for slime, giving away or exchanging all your creations, or only recovering costs without profit, then the slimes are willing to turn a blind eye to such use. In this situation, no special application or monetary offering is required. However, please remember not to maliciously defame the slimes, otherwise you may face their retaliation. Note, if you use free fan-made products to attract customers and generate commercial value for your shop, 10% of the profits will be automatically deducted from your monthly taxes as a licensing fee for the use of the image. Note, you can obtain a free slime encyclopedia at the City Council. Violations. Using slime-related images for commercial purposes without authorization will result in the slimes watching your products. Depending on the user's malice, the quality of the product, and its resemblance to the original, the slimes will impose penalties on violators, including but not limited to confiscating profits, cutting off business revenue, and imposing a curse mark, etc. May everyone make the right choice, legally obtain authorization to use the slime image, and have prosperous business. Lord Moyafeli's Lock of AMT County, the local NPCs, after reading the letter, couldn't help but discuss it. Hiss, are those 7-colored, transparent dumplings some kind of illusory creature? Cutting off wealth. This curse is terrifying. Shaw, I don't believe these summoned beasts possess godlike abilities. Giving 30% of the profits to the Lord? This is definitely some kind of money-making scheme. Shh, you're new here and don't understand. Don't talk nonsense. Our Lord is the God of Order. Maybe these slimes are the God of Order's messengers. Chapter 1314. When the adventurers returned to their fantastical world from the mundane routines of work and school, they were surprised to find that Amit New City had been transformed overnight, imbued with a festive atmosphere. Wait! To be clear, upon closer inspection, these decorations lacked any festive characteristics of the original world. They were entirely the product of a limited-time collaboration event. Streetlights and trees were adorned with translucent slime bells and colorful lights, red, green, yellow, and rainbow-colored, each round and chubby, charmingly clumsy, jingling crisply in the north wind. Bright red, round slime lanterns hung at the shop's entrance, each one plump, like a skewer of candied hawthorn, making one's mouth water. Wait, the shop actually sells candied slime. The adventurer with the ID-Yuzu white lemon tea swallowed hard, staring at the candied slime on the counter. She habitually drew her Arcana card, glancing slightly at the reverse Joker card in her hand. A card spirit? And reversed? She muttered to herself, her eyes now scrutinizing the candied hawthorn. Something's not right. After staring intently at the candied hawthorn for 3 seconds, the system displayed the product's attributes. Fake version candied slime. An unofficially certified NPC has created a knockoff version of candied slime, simply adding 2 crooked sesame seeds as eyes to each ordinary candied hawthorn, tripling the price. Note, are you really going to buy it? The words counterfeit are written in particularly large and eye-catching red font, making them impossible to ignore. Yuzu white lemon tea, Good heavens, what a swindler. She looked up and met the dwarf shopkeeper's round face, which was both honest and cunning. Delicious slime candied hawthorn, want one? No. She refused decisively. Both the card spirit and the system were warning her to be careful of this swindler's scam. She absolutely couldn't fall for it. She continued walking and saw another limited-time mushroom slime doll shop. The NPC Narcissus, the southern continent merchant familiar to adventurers, was arranging goods on the shelves with the grumpy-faced elf froze. Although the shop wasn't open yet, a long queue had already formed outside. What? Mushroom slime? She curiously peered through the shop's large glass wall, her gaze lingering on the short, chubby mushroom dolls for 3 seconds before the system attributes popped up again. Official recommended product, Bouncy Straw Mushroom Slime, a limited-time collaboration product from the Southern Continent Chamber of Commerce. This straw mushroom slime has a certain level of activity. Once bound, it will follow you around, hopping about and searching for water and nutrients on its own. It will automatically go into hibernation when placed in your backpack. With proper care, the straw mushroom slime may multiply into more individuals. It doesn't suffer from short-term hibernation within half a month. Simply take it out of your backpack and place it in a warm, humid place to revive it and restore its activity. It can be used as a pet, pillow, cushion, toy, or food storage during your travels. Note: yes, it is edible, but please be sure to cook it thoroughly. Note: please pay special attention. Prolonged neglect, exposure to direct sunlight, high temperatures, and dehydration may cause it to lose its activity. If it loses its activity, you can cut it into pieces while it's still fresh, blanch it in boiling water, and then cook it before eating. Price 3 gold. Note: this is a collaboration item with Slime Jelly Rumble. The number of items sold will be counted towards the collaboration sales revenue. Every item sold will generate real-world income for the creator of Slime Jelly Rumble. Please support the official version. Official recommended product. The text is also prominently displayed, but in a silver-blue font. Wow! This is so cute! You can play with it, eat it, and it even brings revenue to the original creator of the crossover game? This sounds amazing. She thought back to the unreliable dwarf shopkeeper's knockoff products, and suddenly realized, so this is a performance art campaign by the development team to encourage everyone to support the official version, and stay away from knockoffs. The game has both unreliable knockoffs and official products, clearly labeled in huge font so everyone can easily distinguish them. The shop wasn't open yet, and the queue was too long. Not wanting to waste time, she silently noted the shop's location, planning to come back later when it was less crowded. I need to get things done first. I browse more later when I have time, she muttered, walking into the furniture store next door. Yuzu White Lemon Tea hasn't been playing this game for very long. She's only a semi-new player with a basic grasp of the controls. However, she was lucky enough to accumulate enough military merits and gold just as the elves were expanding the adventurers' quarters to raise their cubs, allowing her to successfully buy her favorite mushroom house. After buying the house, her game account was instantly emptied. Penniless, she had no choice but to return to her old ways, toiling away as a bricklayer and fortune teller. After a long period of hard work, she finally scraped together enough money for renovations, and now she was here to buy furniture. As a tarot reader in real life and a fortune teller in the game, she was determined to decorate her mushroom house into a classic astrological forest-themed wooden cabin. The brown wooden furniture was full of the life elements of earth and trees. Thick bookshelves filled with magic and divination books and props represented a wealth of knowledge. Then, there was a round divination table, covered with a thick, hand-woven velvet blanket, its rustic patterns imbued with magical power. On the table sat a crystal ball with a brass base, brass scales, and an astronomical instrument. Finally, she added a skylight to the roof, allowing her to observe the stars, and placed a magical astronomical telescope underneath. It was perfect, of course. Anyone who has done interior design knows that design is design, and ideas are ideas. Once you step into a furniture store, it's very likely to turn into a haphazard mix of styles where you want this and that. She's currently glued to a slime celestial globe, unable to tear herself away. Official recommended product: Slime Celestial Globe Limited Time Collaboration Event Furniture. This is an essential celestial globe for astrologers. It records the orbits of all the planets needed for astrology and presents them as adorable slimes. Beautiful and practical, it's the perfect choice for modern astrologers to decorate their homes. Note: the practicality of this celestial globe has been certified by the astrologer master Fiona Bradmond. Chapter 1315. I bought it! Yuzu White Lemon Tea gritted her teeth. Although it doesn't perfectly match my home decor, it's a limited-time slime event item. I can't miss such a cute limited-time item. No player can resist the words limited time, collaboration, event reward, and merchandise. Whether the items are actually useful is secondary. Missing out is out of the question. The direct result of this buying spree was that her backpack was overflowing, but her account was completely empty. Barely enough for one meal. Damn it, does this mean I have to spend the next few days grinding monsters and hunting for food? Why can't this game be paid for? She muttered, glancing at her hunger level. I'm hungry. This little bit of money isn't enough to eat frugally for a month, but it's enough for a luxurious meal. So what should I choose? She randomly picked up a card. A dragon in its proper position? Suddenly, images of Yen Chun's old dragon and those delicious dishes flashed through her mind, and her stomach rumbled. Okay, I earn tomorrow's money tomorrow. I go eat something good today. She happily skipped towards the teleportation array, her long, silver-pink hair swaying with each step, then suddenly billowing up and falling down with a sudden stop. Once again drawn to the roadside stalls, Yuzu White Lemon Tea quickly changed direction and politely greeted the merman NPCs dressed in the priest's robes of the Azure Sea Church behind the stalls. Hello, ladies. May I ask what items you are selling here? Not for sale, the merman behind the stall said, smoothing her golden hair beside her gauze-like fins. Her voice was gentle and melodious, like a lark's. They are gifts. We created some storybooks about the pirate slime Anita and the beautiful artist slime Rosalie, and we want to share these lovely stories with everyone. Yuzu White Lemon Tea blinked, her mind quickly translating. Oh. It's free. Free. The blonde mermaid blinked in confusion, her long eyelashes like tiny fans, making Yuzu White Lemon Tea's heart flutter. Oh, it's what we usually call free fan art around here. Yuzu White Lemon Tea explained casually, glancing down at the small picture books displayed on the stall. On the cover, an adorable slime ball with skin as blue as clear seawater, wearing a pirate hat and chibi pirate outfit, with a single black eye patch over its left eye, was holding a pirate rapier, protecting another pink slime ball behind it. The pink slime ball was also drawn in a chibi style, wearing a rich girl's puffy skirt, and carrying a sketchbook on its back. Fan-made collaboration work, Anita and Rosalie Slime Series Story Picture Book, with the C. A cute fantasy story, featuring the thief Anita, and the artist Tuanzi Rosalie. Although I never heard of either of these names before, for some reason, they seem vaguely familiar. Note: this art book is a free fan-made work, and its copyright belongs to the fan organization, Little Mermaid of the Azure Sea Church. This art book can only be circulated for free. If the holder resells it at a high price for any reason, all proceeds will be automatically confiscated by the system, and the art book itself will be reclaimed and returned to the fan organization, Little Mermaid of the Azure Sea Church. Note: the world of Oziria encourages all legal fan works, and will continue to protect the legal rights of creators and original authors. I want this! Yuzu White Lemon Tea exclaimed excitedly. Can I take it? Yes, 1 book per person. The blonde mermaid's sister said gently, picking up a quill pen and various colored inks from the table. Would you like to draw your own slime on the title page? Wow! And a signature? This is amazing! Yuzu White Lemon Tea nodded vigorously. Yes. Could you also draw a slime in the style of this art book for me? Of course. The blonde mermaid's sister sketched a slime with long, silver-pink radiant hair in a few strokes, dressed exactly like the one she was wearing, and added 2 small wings resembling mermaid fins to the ears. Wow! Yuzu White Lemon Tea jumped for joy as she took the art book. Thank you so much. If you like it, feel free to come find us at the Azure Sea Church in Mermaid Village. We welcome all kinds of enthusiasts to join us in creating art. The merman's sister waved to her. Please spread the word about us to your friends and family. I will. Yuzu White Lemon Tea said goodbye, clutching the art book, and skipped into the teleportation array. It wasn't mealtime, and she arrived just as Old Dragon Flame Spring shop opened. She followed the first wave of customers into the shop and sat down, only then noticing today's specialty dish. Slime Hot Spring Hot Pot. Slime Hot Spring Hot Pot? Is it the same as the trendy Bear Bath Hot Pot? She whispered to the adventurer waiter beside her. Yes. It's a fish maw and chicken soup base, very nourishing, full of collagen. We all thought it was the best flavor when we were tasting. Yuzu White Lemon Tea. Wait, why are we allowed to taste test the food? However, the worker had already quickly run into the kitchen, and soon came out carrying a mini hot pot, constantly moving dishes back and forth. Her mini hot pot arrived too, neatly piled high with ingredients, and sitting in it was a bouncy, jiggly slime jelly, looking especially cute. Remember to take a screenshot. The working adventurer kindly reminded, the slime is cutest when it's half melted, it looks like it's taking a bath in soup. I personally think it's cuter than the Bear Hot Spring Pot, since it's kind of scary that the bear's head will fall off while it's cooking. Yuzu White Lemon Tea. Wait, this description is way too sanity dropping. This pot does look super cute, that's true, but why does it seem a bit off when you think about it more closely? If you put yourself in the slime's shoes, isn't this just taking a bath? Is this some kind of terrifying urban legend that I cooked myself? Sure enough, not long after, an NPC child at the next table burst into tears. The slime is dead. Yuzu White Lemon Tea, indeed, a very dark setting that's terrifying to think about. Dark as it may be, the bouncy, chewy fish maw chicken soup slime jelly melted and turned into a thick, warm, and comforting yellow broth. Dipping tender chicken and pre-simmered fish maw in the winter chill was truly a blissful experience. Chapter 1316. Having eaten and drunk her fill, Yuzu White Lemon Tea let out a big burp and left the restaurant contentedly. Back in her little mushroom house, she busied herself setting things up, barely managing to transform the bare shell into a habitable space. While it differed drastically from her initial vision, it was passable. Why does the interior design suddenly seem like a slime jelly theme? Oh well, it's kind of cute. The renovations weren't finished, and her funds were already depleted. She didn't even have a meal planned. It was time to go on missions to earn money. As the saying goes, a skilled craftsman must first sharpen his tools. To land a well-paid GARP mission, she needed to level up first. Yuzu White Lemon Tea was currently an astrologer, but she hadn't yet reached the god rank and needed to further her studies with a new mentor. Who was the divine mentor for astrologers again? Her gaze lingered on the slime celestial globe. Oh right, it's Fiona Brymond. She should be at the Fate Circus in Loselle. Perfect, I like to visit Loselle too. As a novice tarot reader who was interested in divination in her daily life, Yuzu White Lemon Tea was very interested in the goddess of fate and her school of thought. She was also very curious about the unresolved details of the arcana cards in this game. The junior mentor for fortune tellers and astrologers was Xiang Yang from the Lucky Sea Serpent mercenary group, but this NPC was a self-taught merchant's son whose understanding of cards and divination was only at the most basic level. He was content with just completing daily divination in battles, As for deeper origins, history, imagery, this mercenary simply couldn't explain it. I hope the level of the divine-ranked mentors is higher. Yuzu White Lemon Tea has always felt that the profession of astrologer is very profound, with much room for exploration. The currently circulating, 10-minute astrology that even Tataru can learn, doesn't even reach a third of an astrologer's level. She was also curious about the difference between the Arcana cards in the game, and the major and minor Arcana cards in the tarot. First, both decks are divided into two sets. The Osirian Arcana has 22 plus 66 is equal to 88 cards, while the Tarot has 22 plus 56 is equal to 78 cards. The two 22-card major Arcana decks only differ in some cards, probably because the two worlds have many different fundamental settings. For example, the Osirian world doesn't have a moon, so there can't be a moon card. The extra 10 cards are naturally the difference in the minor Arcana deck. Currently, the Arcana decks available to adventurers are mostly individual major Arcana decks. Minor Arcana decks are not only sold separately, but also require a high-ranking astrologer to use the power of fate to open the box. Yuzu White Lemon Tea had tried to get a sample before, but she couldn't open the sealed brass box and had to return the deck to the magic doll. The only person who ever had access to the complete deck in the illusion was the infamous Fate assassin, Troublemaker Tranquil C. Unfortunately, Troublemaker wasn't very knowledgeable about divination. He only briefly glanced at the cards in the illusion before being called onto the stage. After leaving the illusion, the cards he had stolen from the magicians backstage disappeared automatically, much to his annoyance. I only know that this deck of cards is different from playing cards. That's how Diamin answered her at the time. There are a lot of strange cards in it, like a farmer holding ears of wheat, knight, a ship, and a wolf. That's all I remember. That's really intriguing. Yuzu White Lemon Tea's curiosity was practically overflowing. I hope I can find the answer with Fiona. With the goddess of fate, Jennas, secretly joining the World Alliance, Lazel City became a frequent haunt for adventurers. Of course, Lazel City was a free city where all sorts of people mingled, welcoming anyone who came. Long before the appearance of the Fourth Scourge, the most eccentric and bizarre people in the entire world of Osiria gathered here, so the presence of a few adventurers with similar styles wasn't anything particularly noteworthy. The Fate Circus is a haven for the most eccentric of eccentrics. The people here even find pleasure in the bizarre, openly displaying their twisted, mutilated limbs and bizarre appearances, boldly using the bizarre and ugly as a selling point to attract attention and money. Yuzu White Lemon Tea used her last few coins to pay the teleportation fee and entrance fee, finding Fiona Bryman's astrology tent. The tent wasn't large, its canvas covered with countless constellations and star trails, exuding an air of mystery and enigma. A string of brass bells hung at the tent entrance. Just as Yuzu White Lemon Tea was about to ring them, a voice came from inside, "Come in." Yuzu White Lemon Tea was startled, then a little excited. Yes, that's what astrologers are supposed to be, knowing everything, able to predict the future. She lifted the tent flap and stepped inside. The tent was filled with various mysterious astrological tools, making it feel somewhat cramped. The dim yellow light from the oil lamp on the tent ceiling was the only source of light. There was no fire, yet the tent was exceptionally warm, and a rich, sweet aroma of spices filled the air around Yuzu White Lemon Tea. The entire ambience was mystical and deliberately mysterious, as if designed to dazzle and disorient the viewer. Unfortunately, Yuzu White Lemon Tea's alchemical doll was insensitive to scents and temperatures. She went straight to the center of the tent, where a round table covered with a velvet blanket stood. On the table were a crystal ball, a celestial globe, and a black cloth. Behind the table sat a woman dressed in vibrant colors, wrapped in a gypsy-style fringed shawl. She had long, dark brown curly hair, and her head was wrapped in a large gypsy-style floral headscarf. Her face was mature and alluring, as if she had seen all the hardships of life. Ah, young fortune-teller. She looked up at Yuzu White Lemon Tea, her voice slightly hoarse and deep, elegant and melodious like a cello. An adventurer just embarking on a journey, poor, ignorant of the world, yet full of talent, curiosity, confidence, and drive. A promising prospect. She stood up leisurely, adjusting the scarf on her shoulders. I am the astrologer Fiona Bryman. I suppose you come to become my apprentice? Yes. Yuzu White Lemon Tea answered loudly. I want to pursue the mysteries of tarot. Ah no, I mean the arcana. Fiona Bryman chuckled softly, a sound like the vibrations of cello strings resonating in her chest. Ah, tarot, I heard this term from many adventurers. It seems your homeland also has a very sophisticated divination practice. But I must clarify, Ark. Anna is not tarot, Nor is it simply divination by drawing cards. We are astrologers, divining the flow of destiny guided by countless stars. Chapter 1317. Yuzu White Lemon Tea keenly noticed that although the Chinese translations of the arcana cards in this world and the tarot cards were very similar, there was still a significant difference in how Fiona pronounced them. Arcana comes from an ancient, lost language. It means universal truth. Fiona produced a deck of cards. The deck is divided into two parts, the major arcana representing the human realm and the minor arcana representing the stars. The major arcana is commonly known as the major arcana, and the minor arcana, in contrast, is called the minor arcana. But truly skilled astrologers prefer to use another name: human cards and star cards. She smiled at Yuzu White Lemon Tea. I heard from other adventurers that your minor arcana only has 56 cards and can be used to play poker, like Dodiju? I played a few rounds with adventurers. It's indeed a very interesting card game. Yuzu White Lemon Tea coughed lightly. As history evolves, things always change, acquiring new uses. The minor arcana in tarot consists of 4 sets of 14 cards each: cups, wands, pentacles, and swords, representing the 4 elements: water, fire, earth, and air. The last 4 cards in each set are the court cards: page, knight, king, queen. Over time, 2 page cards were removed and replaced with the jokers, resulting in playing cards. Ah, the theory of fundamental elements, Fiona exclaimed. Yes, this is also a classic school of divination, the school of the natural realm. The priests of the Earth Mother temples in the southern continent are particularly skilled in this school. They believe that the Earth Mother and the world consciousness will bestow revelations about the future through the natural elements. She winked playfully at Yuzu White Lemon Tea. You see, divination is a summary of the past and a prediction of the future. People have countless methods to reach the same conclusion, and people who believe in different gods have different practices. I think you must have wondered why, in your hometown, people who use tarot cards for divination are called tarot readers, but we who use arcana cards are called astrologers? Yuzu White Lemon Tea nodded vigorously. She was indeed very curious about this. Fiona divided the cards into 2 piles, placing the 22 human cards face down on the black cloth on the table. She then held up the brass card case containing the star cards. Have you ever used the star cards? Yuzu White Lemon Tea shook her head. I can't open the card case. Fiona's laughter lingered in her throat. Of course not. Star cards cannot be drawn manually normally. They must be used within a divination chart. However, occasionally you can find scattered star cards that haven't been placed in the card case. She took a disc-shaped device from a nearby shelf. Made of brass, it resembled a disc composed of countless overlapping circular tracks. In the center of the disc was a square card slot, seemingly the same size as the card case containing the star cards. At the bottom of the disc was a curved component, seemingly some kind of mechanism that could be fastened to an arm. Fiona inserted the cartridge into the square slot in the center of the star disc, and the mechanism clicked and clattered. The entire disc opened from a 2D circle into a 3D hollow sphere. The surface of the sphere was made up of countless seemingly interwoven tracks that were actually not in contact with each other, and there seemed to be some twinkling starlight between the tracks. The stars deck consists of 66 constellation cards, corresponding to all the constellations observable on the planet Osiria. The goddess Jenna divided our observable universe into 6 regions, she said, pulling out a cube. Imagine our planet is a sphere within this cube, and each face of this cube is a constellation. Each constellation contains 11 different constellations. She added, 6 and 11 are also mystical numbers favored by the goddess Jenna. In our fortune-telling tradition, they are considered auspicious numbers. Of course, not every region of the starry sky can be divided into 11 constellations. In the southern region, there is a section of the sky that truly only has 10 constellations. Therefore, an extra card, darkness, was added to complete the number of constellations there, signifying the place without stars. So, Little Arcana doesn't divine with cards, but with the stars. Yuzu White Lemon Tea exclaimed. So we are astrologers. Fiona nodded approvingly. Cards are simplified records of constellations, a map we use to record the initial positions of the stars. Several constellations superimposed on the horoscope possess the power to influence destiny. She took a thick book from the bookshelf and handed it to Yuzu White Lemon Tea. This is a book recording the 66 constellations. Memorize them well. This is the first step in using the power of the stars. Yuzu White Lemon Tea eagerly flipped through the pages, very curious about the farmer, the knight, the ship, and the wolf that the Tranquil Sea had mentioned earlier. Cards like Knight are probably the darkness card from No Stars that Fiona mentioned, but what do the others mean? She quickly found the answer in the book. Like the 88 constellations she knew well, the people here, to make it easier to remember the arrangement of the stars in the constellations, also drew them into various simple patterns by connecting lines. The villager holding ears of wheat is peasant, the running giant wolf is wolf, the sailboat-shaped constellation is Bearus, and there are also serpent, Canna, Ursa, and so on. Fiona snapped the astrolabe onto her wrist, her left arm slightly raised to chest level, like a falconer holding a falcon, the open astrolabe at eye level. Fate is a force of both the predetermined and the unknown. What has happened, what has become history, is witnessed and recorded by the stars, that is the confirmed destiny, Fiona said. The earliest astrologers believed that when certain major events occurred in the world, the stars would inevitably display some strange arrangement, and there was a corresponding connection between the two. They spent thousands of years recording the celestial phenomena at the time of various major events and made summaries. When certain constellations moved to specific positions, they would have a corresponding impact on the world. They believed that constellations influence destiny. The influence of fate can be absorbed and reproduced through a magical artifact. This is the astronomical chart used by astrologers. Each time, the chart draws 6 cards, each corresponding to one of the 6 star sectors. When a specific combination of constellations appears on the chart, it can invoke the influence of historical stars on destiny, attaching it to the present reality. Battle, healing, bringing luck and misfortune, the stars hold countless mysteries, capable of unleashing numerous special abilities. She lowered her gaze to the grapefruit and lemon tea. And only those with patience and a spirit of exploration have the chance to grasp the mysteries of the stars. Chapter 1318. Fiona activated the star chart, unleashing the astrologer's powerful group healing skill, planetary revival. The star chart spun rapidly, its star orbit shifting. The illusory constellations from the 6 cards emerged sequentially from the card slots in the center of the star chart. With each card appearing, the corresponding starlight on the star chart's orbit lit up. Yuzu White Lemon Tea unconsciously held her breath. In just a few seconds, the star projections of the 6 constellations were superimposed on the star chart's orbit, forming a complete 3D star map. A warm current rippled outwards from the star chart, cleansing Yuzu White Lemon Tea with its surging power. She instantly felt refreshed, her vitality bursting forth. Wow! This is the power an astrologer should possess. Yuzu White Lemon Tea exclaimed excitedly. Fiona smiled enigmatically. The stars record everything, good, bad, violent, merciful. Under their gaze, nothing in the world is new, only the cyclical repetition of history. Indeed, every major historical event is an inevitability formed by countless random combinations. Countless coincidences, under the influence of fate, ultimately develop into the predetermined order. And what we astrologers do is record, divine, and recreate. The positions of celestial bodies affect everything on the planet. Light, magnetic fields, fluctuations, willpower. Human emotions, thoughts, aura, and luck are all influenced by them, and thus astrology was born. Astrologers firmly believe that by recreating the starry sky at the time a major historical event occurred, there is a probability of recreating the most crucial effects of the event itself. But these are merely the influences of the external environment, aren't they? It's really possible to recreate it? Asked Yuzu White Lemon Tea doubtfully. Fiona reached out and grasped a colorful rope hanging from the top of the tent. She pulled sharply, and the tent roof opened with a whoosh, revealing a circular skylight. Warm yellow sunlight streamed through the skylight, falling directly on Yuzu White Lemon Tea's face. She couldn't help but squint slightly, a gentle smile playing on her lips, savoring the warmth of the sunlight caressing her skin. Fiona said, "Look, Alma is also a star. It's close enough to us, and its influence on people is significant enough. The glow at this moment is just right to make most people feel warm, comfortable, and genuinely happy from the bottom of their hearts. It's human instinct. If our astrolabe recorded this time, this location's coordinates, Alma's coordinates and altitude angle, cloud thickness, and other data, we could recreate this level of warm sunlight, making the target show a smile almost identical to yours. Yes, it's a probabilistic event, but I can say its success rate is high. The success rate is as high as 85%, which is much higher than the success rate of most ordinary magic." Yuzu White Lemon Tea seemed to understand something, but at the same time, she felt a sense of bewilderment. She felt that astrologers weren't the purely mystical profession she had imagined. Fiona's explanation continued, studying and recording historical events and astrological aspects, then reproducing the environment and its influence through calculations. This is the power of probability, the power of fate, and the power of the stars. Calculating the horoscope has many uses. Even without placing star cards, it can reproduce several predetermined skills. But its true power lies in manipulating and utilizing randomness. She winked meaningfully at Yuzu White Lemon Tea, but who can say that what we perceive as randomness isn't what the gods perceive as determined? Drawing cards allows us to acquire the power of randomness, while calculation can transform randomness into determined. When the outcome of each possibility corresponds to the conditions it triggers, cause and effect corroborate each other, and the theorem is proven. Fiona pulled out a stack of answer sheets and a quill pen, placing them in front of Yuzu White Lemon Tea. Every astrologer is a mathematical expert. Come on, let's start the calculations. Yuzu White Lemon Tea glanced at the answer sheet in front of her, her face filled with horror. Question mark. Wait a minute, what kind of development is this? Is this the legendary "the end of metaphysics is science, and the end of science is metaphysics"? Why am I, a tarot enthusiast, doing math problems in a game? And what's more, it's a math problem that combines astrophysics calculations and geography. Is this something only astrophysicists or spacefaring gurus can solve? Are astrologers' problems this difficult? No wonder no one. A few players actually know astrology. She asked, her voice trembling. Why don't other adventurers seem to know this? I never heard them mention having to do tests to become an astrologist. Oh, those impatient little guys, every time they come, they just ask me for quests and equipment and leave. Fiona waved her hand lazily, looking indifferent. The only ones who are interested and patient enough to listen to me ramble on about this are you and a little guy named Ringo. You know, not all astrologists succeed. Some people deserve only to be called charlatans, spouting nonsense and acting like street performers. They have neither talent nor patience. It's obvious they're not destined for success. They can't understand the human cards, so naturally they don't know that star cards need to be placed in the natal chart. For them, the established elements in an empty natal chart are enough to handle everything. Yuzu White Lemon Tea, Goodness, does that expert who wrote the 10-minute crash course know he's using an empty natal chart without any cards inserted? Only those with exceptional talent and a genuine interest in astrology can find enjoyment in this tedious and cumbersome learning. Fiona rested her chin on her hand on the table, smiling as she looked at Yuzu White Lemon Tea. Only such people can open the doors to the halls of mystery, roam freely in the ocean of stars, celestial orbits, and mathematics, and explore the mysteries of destiny, dimensions, and the worlds within and beyond. So tell me now, are you that kind of person? Yuzu White Lemon Tea swallowed hard, instinctively drawing a card, but Fiona pressed her hand down. The eccentric astrologer's cat-like green eyes gleamed with golden light, seemingly possessing the power to see into people's hearts. For a diviner, the human card is merely a tool to understand their own inner self, and a mature astrologer knows their own heart even without drawing a card, or rather, knows the card we're about to reveal. Come on, you can answer this question without the card's help. I think I am. As the words left her lips, Yuzu White Lemon Tea's conviction grew. Yes, I am that kind of person. Fiona smiled, and turned over the card face down on the table for her. The Sage Upright. Chapter 1319. That morning, a discussion thread titled, Who Understands? Playing astrology requires learning math problems first. By the way, did the experts who wrote the guides know they were missing secondary cards in their charts? Ignited the forum again. In the post, the poster not only explained the relationship between the entire Arcana card set and divination/astrology, but also vividly and tearfully recounted how she was gradually manipulated by the fortune teller Fiona into the mysterious realm of astrology, which was actually astronomical mathematics, thus beginning her arduous journey of solving math problems. Who understands this? Before learning a new skill, you have to calculate the solar altitude angle using the projected length on the ground under specific conditions and on specific dates. The last time I did this problem, I was struggling with high school geography. My dead memories are not only attacking me, but also adding new, difficult theories. One ecliptic is already troublesome enough, but this planet has 2 suns. 2. I swear I came here to play a divination game, not to do math, geography, astronomy, or physics problems. I can't take it anymore. This is hilarious. So this is what astrology is like. Do you have to study in a game? That's terrifying. Haha, finally a new junior sister has joined the game. By the way, it doesn't really matter if you can do the math problems. Even if you hand in a blank paper, the old witch Fiona will still teach you how to use the skills, but she think you only know the what and not the why, and she just sigh and complain to you every day. Wait a minute, so I was tricked by her. I don't have to learn? Ah, that's not what I meant. Although Fiona is eccentric and acts like a ghost, she is actually a very responsible teacher. She's quite skilled. The computational theories she teaches are all correct. I used the university computer to calculate the astrological model she provided, and they all pass verification. I'm not saying this game uses a real galaxy as its background. I'm just saying that regardless of whether such a galaxy exists, at least the model, the conditions of the questions, and the answers form a self-contained, mutually corroborating causal logic. Wow, she's a professional player. Ahem, not a professional, just someone whose major has some involvement. Everyone's played a wizard, right? The magic theory in this game is set up the same way. If you don't use the system-provided skill keys, but instead learn how to chant spells from the perspective of an NPC in the Osiria world, you can still cast spells. The astrologer is similar. Fiona teaches the most complete astrology, from spellcasting theory to natal chart calculations, including definitions and methods. If you follow her pace and fully master the calculation methods, even if 10 more stars appeared in the sky, you could immediately calculate a new natal chart. If you simply don't enjoy or understand this tedious learning, then take the systematic route. Whether it's voice mode, brainwave mode, or semi-analog icon mode for activating skills, it's all fine. The former teaches you how to fish, the latter gives you fish. The ultimate result is the same. You get the fish. However, if you want to create your own god-level rank in the field of astrology, you still need to learn it. If you haven't even mastered the basic calculations, how can you create your own god-level rank and skills? If you can get into it, then go for it. After all, if you master math and science, you can go anywhere. Now it seems that anywhere also includes the other world in the game. I can't understand what you guys are saying anymore. A newbie like me can only learn Tatter-style astrology. Let's leave the real astrology to Professor Yulianra. Got it. Climbing the ranks of the astrology world is like majoring in astrology for a master's or doctoral degree. Players who don't want to delve into it can just play the old system. Those who want to continue their studies in astrology can follow Professor Fiona to learn astrophysics and mathematical calculations. Correct. Help. I don't want to sleep, but I'm doing math problems. I don't even want to do geography problems. Ha, now I finally know why there are so few astrology players. How do I learn a profession? Still have to do practice questions, ha. Why is this game always so serious about these weird things, ha. A list of those weird god-tier classes.jpg. A list of those easiest god-tier classes.jpg. Honestly, the hidden classes are the most interesting. Our god of pastry and god of fan art are leading the way on the path to godhood. Their progress is super fast. Besides those two, has anyone else unlocked a hidden god-tier class? Yes, Black Cat doesn't sleep from the Serve the People team. He became the god of fried chicken. It said he initially wanted to be the god of snacks, but for some reason became the god of V50. What? God of V50? Ha. That's hilarious. So what's the hidden god rank in the astrology field? God of calculation? Hiss, that sounds terrifying. A very powerful god in another sense. Are there really players striving in that direction? Speaking of god ranks and authority, does anyone think that astrologers are involved in more than just destiny? The historical projection and reproduction of the starry sky. That seems to be the realm of time. Does the goddess of fate want to further expand her authority? Universe. Inherently refers to time and space, but if we're really talking about it, destiny, divination, and all the authority in the world are related. Everything in the world has its destiny, and divination can tell all the affairs of the world. In this game, the authority of many gods overlaps to some extent, but that doesn't mean they want to seize it, right? Hard to say. In the main storyline, the goddess of fate really did attack the old man of time, but she only took half of the authority of time, the other half turned into Calcadora. I wonder if he deliberately left this half, or if Calcadora seized the opportunity and snatched it from the jaws of defeat? What do you guys mean? Should we worry about the goddess of fate turning against us? No way, I quite like this goddess. I'm just talking nonsense and guessing, but fortune tellers and astrologers are really jacks of all trades. The low-end approach is that of wandering performers and charlatans. The high-end approach is that of academic astronomy, mathematics, physics, and chemistry masters. They really excel in both metaphysics and science. After all, the end of metaphysics is science, and the end of science is metaphysics. Astrology is based on rudimentary statistics. Well, maybe it's mixed with a lot of stereotypes, but sometimes it's actually quite accurate. It's not impossible to use big data and model-based calculations to predict the future, right? The more information you have, the more accurate your predictions will be. The class design in this game is getting more and more complex. Just when you think you mastered a class, something new pops up. Amazing. So brain-teasing. The development team is super awesome. Chapter 1320. As the new year approached, adventurers dressed in festive outfits could be seen everywhere in AMT County. The angel's garment, made of white mermaid silk and embellished with gold thread, exuded a seductive yet holy and abstinent charm. The demon's robe, a heavy court-style Gothic cloak, coat, vest, trousers, and high-top boots, was a European vampire style that was extremely popular with players. Although both the angel and demon sets were unisex, their exquisite design showcased everyone's best features, at least for players with standard figures and good looks. Beauty has never been related to gender, only to body proportions and facial features. The humanoid slime doll costume was also once a favorite among adventurers. However, to accurately portray the slime's cuteness, this inflatable doll costume was proportionally enlarged, meaning the humanoid slime was remarkably wide, and not very convenient to move around. Even jumping and shifting around was quite strenuous. Therefore, adventurers often like to slip on a slime dumpling costume over their regular clothes when they're bored and AFK, then casually switch screens to browse forums or watch videos. When they need to engage in combat, they simply stuff the costume into their inventory for a quick outfit change and a smooth journey. When the two worlds begin to intersect, cultural exchange becomes inevitable. As adventurers and local NPCs grow closer, the locals learn more about the adventurers and their distant homeland, including various festivals, diverse culinary traditions, and catchy catchphrases. Although the adventurers remain tight-lipped about their homeland, actually, it's because Leah has blocked their access. The locals have various speculations. Some say they come from the far north, others from the scorching south, still others from the mysterious dark side of a planet, and some even say that the adventurers and slimes are messengers of the god of order, descended from the god's realm. But whatever the adventurers' origins, it doesn't diminish the people's gratitude and affection for them. Adventurers breathe life into this world, bringing vitality, driving away pollution, and creating new producers and consumers for its ecological cycle, along with many wonderful new ideas. Now, without the need for grand planning or Lord MOU's personal intervention, many new industries are sprouting, taking root, and blossoming in the new city of Amt. As 7 a.m. arrives in the original world, players, who are still on weekdays, log off one after another, and the world of Osiria returns to its previous tranquility. With the first rays of green sunlight, NPCs lazily get up, yawning as they wash, dress, and open their doors and windows to greet their neighbors. Pharaoh's Loren emerges from his treehouse and stretches lazily in the sunlight. He habitually circles the tree of life a few times, checking the soil moisture, touching its tough bark, and listening to the sounds emanating from the tree of life. Confirming that the young tree is thriving as usual, he leaves the garden with peace of mind and heads towards the city. The city was unusually quiet today. It seemed to be another day of rest for the adventurers. "What should I have for breakfast?" he muttered, walking to the mailbox on the corner, dropping in a copper coin, and picking up today's Ayrshire Morning Post from the mailbox's exit. He casually tucked it under his elbow and headed towards the nearest cafe. "Welcome to South Continent Cafe." The cafe's clerk, Pianad Drudas from the South Continent Merchant Guild, greeted him in a cheerful voice. "Good morning, Mr. Fellow. What would you like to eat today? Would you like to try our new breakfast?" Felix glanced at the menu. A caramel macchiato and a tuna salad croissant, to be eaten here. "Where's your boss?" "The boss is in the warehouse taking inventory." Pianad deftly placed the food on a tray and handed it to him. "Here, should I call him?" "No need." Indeed, no need, because the next second Narcissus emerged from the door next to the counter leading to the shop's warehouse. "Yo! Felix, you're here really early today." He glanced at the tray in Felix's hand. "Pianad, bring me the same breakfast too." Felix rolled her eyes imperceptibly, and turned to walk towards the window seat. "When are you going back to Southern Continent?" "Not openly. I'm a wanted criminal in Southern Continent, expelled from my family, and with a bounty on my head by the Church of Light." Narcissus said, "As for supplies, what would you like me to bring you this time?" "Mangoes, the sweetest and best kind. My nephew and niece love them," Felix said, adding 2 sugar cubes to her coffee. Although Alicia was young and shouldered the responsibility of an adventurer's mentor, she still managed to snag a spot as a pollinating elf at the last minute, even though there were only 2 flower buds, which were reluctantly given to her by the other pollinating elves after much deliberation. it was still a great joy for the Loren family. Both Alicia and Frost initially thought they were completely out of luck when it came to pollinating elves, but unexpectedly, Alicia's wish came true. With a new pair of nephews and nieces, even the usually grumpy Frost was overjoyed for a while. However, the troubles of raising children soon followed. The two little ones weren't so easy to take care of. Of course, these troubles were mainly Alicia's responsibility, but Frost, as the younger brother, couldn't stand idly by. Lately, whenever the adventurers had a break, he would take the time to return to the elven territory to see his sister and nephews and nieces. The elves grew very quickly, looking almost the same every day. Their interests were fickle. What they liked today, they lost interest on tomorrow. However, the sweet fruits of the southern continent unexpectedly delighted the nephews and nieces, which forced Frost to try and get closer to Narcissus. Frost was quite displeased that he had inexplicably become Narcissus's shield for staying in Middle-earth and leaving his family. However, upon closer acquaintance, Frost discovered that the two shared many common interests, and Narcissus was actually quite easy to get along with. Both had been sent to AMT County on official business, forced to travel back and forth between their hometowns and AMT County, only returning home occasionally. Being alone in a foreign land, having another friend was always a good thing. They helped each other out from time to time, sharing resources and information, and gradually became quite familiar with each other. Previously, the Earth Mother and the Tree of Life jointly held the power of nature. Although both were peaceful deities, they were also somewhat competitors. The elves and the southern continent didn't have much contact, and naturally, they lacked understanding of the products of the southern continent. Chapter 1321. Now, both the Earth Mother and the Mother Tree of Life have joined the World's Alliance. With the alliance formed, the elves' interactions with the Southern Continent Merchant Guild, and even with the remnants of the Golden City, are gradually becoming closer, largely thanks to the Lord and the adventurers' matchmaking efforts. Although Pharaohs is reluctant to admit it, those enthusiastic, gossipy, and meddlesome adventurers have indeed acted as a bond, connecting people who haven't interacted for 800 years, figuratively speaking. They exchange goods and cooperate seamlessly. What was impossible for one side to achieve is now possible with everyone's help. Miracle after miracle is born. The Mother Tree of Life blossoms and bears fruit, and the saplings of life grow strong. The deserts surrounding the new Golden City have been transformed into fertile farmland. The grains, vegetables, tender grass, and livestock produced by the remnants of the Golden City, along with the seafood raised by the merfolk, are enough to feed all the residents and adventurers who have moved into the new city, and are even beginning to supply other regions of the Magic Federation. Now that some people are sharing the farming work with the elves, they no longer need to work tirelessly to produce food for most of the world's inhabitants, giving them time to care for the next generation. According to Narcissus, grain prices in the Magic Federation have plummeted, making life much easier for everyone. While the profits from grain sales by caravans have decreased somewhat, no one seems unhappy. The more people alive, the more customers we have, Narcissus said confidently. To be a successful merchant, you must cultivate a customer base and have a long-term vision. A prosperous world naturally brings more wealth and business opportunities. Pharaohs, however, doesn't care about wealth or business opportunities. The long-lived elves never value such things. The elves do indeed love gems as much as they love trees, but not because they are valuable. They simply love their sparkling, shimmering, and multicolored beauty. They don't love wealth or value. They simply love the miraculous beauty created by nature and the earth itself, originating from its depths. The fall of life or meteorites tens of millions of years ago, the undulating mountains, the pressure and geothermal activity over tens of millions of years, countless coincidences triggering chemical changes and combinations, all these give birth to gems that seem to contain the brilliance of starlight. This is a symbol of nature, proof that the planet is alive. However, despite their completely different focuses, philosopher does agree with Narcissus's words. The more people alive, the more vitality there will be, the more prosperous the world, the stronger the flow of life, and the more powerful the Mother Tree of Life and the world's consciousness will become. Speaking of which, Narcissus pulled out a few game tokens. The Lord gave me some amusement park tokens, saying a new slime activity has opened there, and we can play safely. How about it? Interested? No. Pharaohs refused decisively, squeezing out each word through clenched teeth with unusual firmness. I have absolutely no interest. Half an hour later, the elf with a dark face, the grinning merchant, the merman elder brother and sister, and several warriors from the Golden Lands Guard stood together in front of the Slime Jelly City arena. Bilo rubbed his hands together. It's a deal. Whoever runs away before a winner is decided loses. This is a crucial battle that will determine who pays for tonight's dinner. Pharaohs, his face full of black lines. But 3 of you came? Narcissus, understanding as always, said, I heard their wages and bonuses have all been docked. Let them have it. Saru and Sally smiled and said in unison, we have no objection. The 3 Golden Country guards looked at him pitifully. Can't we just leave this out? Pharaoh sighed heavily and followed the others into the venue. The elves, the Southern Continent Merchant Guild, the merfolk, and the remnants of the Golden Country were enjoying a day off when adventurers were scarce, having fun, dining, and participating in activities together. This was a team-building activity proposed by the Lord to foster camaraderie and improve teamwork among the various factions. Today was the first trial run, so naturally it had to start with representatives who had influence within each faction. The amusement park illusion had been flipped and was now under the control of Ialian, so these native NPCs could now freely enter and exit without worry. Of course, entry still required in-game currency from the Lord, but leaving the illusion was unrestricted. One simply needed to pass through the amusement park gate within the illusion. The pollution in the flipped amusement park illusion is well controlled. Even playing on the rides won't cause much contamination, and it's practically negligible for the superhuman NPCs. Even if they do get contaminated, there's no need to worry. The people of Golden City can now use purification spells. While the effect isn't as good as the player druids, quantity can compensate for quality. Just call more people, and the problem will be solved. The group entered the arena, and a bunch of various slime balls bounced out. Gas slime, a grumpy, grayish-black slime that explodes at the slightest provocation. Mochi slime, a soft, chewy mochi slime. Don't let its cute and talkative appearance fool you. It's actually sticky and will devour any enemy. Ice blue slime, a water-type slime with ice attributes, which is extremely powerful in water and ice terrain. Fiery slime, a fire-type slime with fire attributes. It can unleash its full power in fire-type terrain. Golden slime. This is real gold. Not some random gold. The mochi slime's gaze suddenly fell on the 3 golden slimes of varying sizes. Slurp. You look so valuable and delicious. The gas slime's little chimney puffed out black smoke. Why am I a gas slime? The fiery slime shook off the ribbon-like flames floating on its body, and mischievously tossed a spark towards the gas slime. The ice blue slime reacted quickly, spitting out a small jet of water to extinguish the dangerous spark. Even before entering the game room, the atmosphere between the slime balls was already tense. To be honest, aside from the warriors of the Golden Land, no one cared who would pay for the dinner, but the outcome was ultimately a matter of face for each faction. Everyone was a confidant of the gods of the natural realm, and they couldn't afford to embarrass their deities. Previously, the strength of the elves, humans, in the narrow sense, and merfolk varied greatly. Even among humans in the narrow sense, the merchant Narcissus was vastly different in strength from the warriors of the Golden Land. But now, everyone was on the same level as these slime dumplings, so the outcome was far from certain. Chapter 1322. The moment the game room opened, it erupted into a chaotic free-for-all. The number of participants varied, and the bets were extremely casual. What was supposed to be a relaxed and enjoyable team-building activity turned into a tense and exciting spectacle, maximizing the competitive effect, thanks to the fun game mechanics and the players' secret desire to bring glory to their respective gods. The outnumbered factions quickly banded together, and those with complementary skills formed allies. Meanwhile, slimes watched from the sidelines, secretly scavenging. Gas slimes spewed flammable gas, fiery slimes launched sparks that ignited the entire arena, and sticky slimes clung to the ground, slowly and stickily enveloping every shard of slime that flew out, swallowing them whole, friend or foe. The game ended, and the slimes, covered in dust, were teleported out of the arena. The NPC slime shells were gifts from Leah. They automatically regenerated when damaged, so there was no need to buy them again. The gas slime, which had fought for most of the game, but was ultimately defeated by the combined efforts of the slimes, looked at the final winner, the mochi slime, and, still furious, exploded again. While the NPC slime balls were playing around, a group of slimes in the next game room were also teleported out. One of the orange-red lava slimes bounced around a few times and invited the playful slimes, "Hey, want to play together?" The gas slime's powerful attack was interrupted, and it deflated with a poof, bouncing backward like a rapidly deflating balloon. The glutinous slime wriggled a few times on the ground, then replied with a grin, "Oh, are you here for team building too? I'm Narcissus Budamic from the Southern Continent Chamber of Commerce. I am Colamandro." The lava ball bounced around, seemingly quite happy. "We were all holy sons of the Church of Light before, but now we're all dead. This self-introduction was truly chilling and inexplicable. Anyone unaware of the background would have been terrified. Fortunately, all the NPCs present had spent considerable time in AMT County, either having heard the rumors that the Lord of AMT County was a necromancer, or knowing something about the Holy Sun's past. The vast slime, slowly flying back, inwardly exhaled a breath. Humph, necromancer. Several golden slime balls were the first to bounce forward, and Bilo responded amicably. Hello, hello. We are the Royal Guard of the Golden Land. Speaking of which, our hero king and queen were both resurrected from the dead. Oh, and our little prince, Aelian, is also a former holy son. When trying to get on someone's good side, find common ground, this method often works. What? Aelian is your little prince. The group of slimes rushed over excitedly, surrounding the golden slimes. The little dumplings rubbed against each other, piling up on top of each other, all eager to squeeze to the front to hear the first-hand news. Aelian is the little prince. Aelian found his parents? What kind of people are his parents? And what about his resurrection? The former holy sons didn't know much about the story of Aelian and the Golden Land. Recently, Gnawing Ball and the others had been busy with exploration, and had no time to go to the Hall of Heroes to chat and gossip. As for the Lord and his messenger adventurer, they always had serious business to attend to, so they intentionally or unintentionally overlooked this part of the story. The newly arrived former holy child slimes chattered incessantly, one question after another, slime upon slime, creating a cacophony that was impossible to understand. The golden slimes were completely bewildered, having no idea where to even begin. The gas slime, unable to bear it any longer, sprayed all the slimes with a mouthful of gas, giving them a stun debuff. Want to know? Let's start a game. Beat us first, then you can ask questions. It thought for a moment, then added, If you win, you can ask 3 questions. You can discuss what you want to ask first. If you lose, you have to pay for our dinner. The former holy child slimes huddled together and whispered for a while, then turned and readily accepted the challenge. Okay. The slimes opened a custom-sized game room, huffing and puffing as they entered, and the battle began. They were clearly divided into 2 sides, the living and the dead each on one side. It's unclear which little ball launched first, but in the blink of an eye, slimes of all colors were clashing together like marbles. Before the prize, the slime battles were already fun enough for the former holy sons. With the prize, it became even more interesting. They couldn't wait to hear gossip about Aelian, and their battles became increasingly unconventional. In the past, entering the illusion was a near-death experience for them, every battle a life-or-death struggle. They had never imagined that fighting could be so enjoyable, or that they could play so carefree in the illusion. For the free dinner, the warriors of the Golden Land, whose wages and bonuses had been docked by Lei, were also giving it their all. However, having served as gatekeepers of the Golden Land for so many years, their main activity being sneaking out to hunt, they hadn't fought any real battles. Their combat experience, abilities, and teamwork were inferior to the Holy Sons, who had been on missions together for years, and they were quickly defeated. Pharaoh's and the merfolk's coordinated attack gave the Holy Children a headache for a while. After all, the gas emitted by the gas slime was ethereal, flammable, and explosive, and combined with the sparks, it was indeed quite difficult to deal with. In the end, it was only thanks to Ariland, transformed into a cloud-like cotton candy slime, that they absorbed all the gas, securing a hard-won victory. After a thrilling and laughter-filled battle, the slime dumplings had grown closer together. When they left the game room again, they were all arm in arm, chatting intimately. 2 little buns leaned their heads together, whispering, "Hey, that move you just used was amazing. Can you teach me?" Sure. First, you take a deep breath, exhale, and then PIU charge forward, knocking the enemies away before following up with a 360-degree spin to send them all flying. Another group of buns, surrounding the golden slime, nodded vigorously, completely absorbed in the story. Yeah. So Aelian's father is the hero king of the Golden Land, and his mother is the elf king's sister? Wow, our little hope is actually royalty. Ever since the Holy Children participated in the Devouring God War in their dreams, they also started calling Aelian Little Hope. There's nothing that brings people closer than fighting together and sharing gossip. If there is, it's having a good drink and a meal together. Chapter 1323. Although the Holy Sons hadn't lost the battle, they were quite satisfied with hearing all the gossip and ultimately didn't hesitate to treat everyone to a very lavish dinner. The group of NPCs left Slime Jelly City in a grand procession. They reverted to their original appearances, got to know each other a bit, and then found a quiet spot to wait for their takeout. The amusement park illusion didn't offer uncontaminated food, but food could be brought in from outside. The Holy Sons, who took turns riding the Dream Demon shuttle bus to the amusement park every day, were very familiar with this system. They simply ordered Dream Demon takeout, and moments later, a special takeout from the Fire Dragon restaurant was delivered to them in a bubble cart by the Dream Demon. The amusement park had many picnic areas and food courts for visitors to rest and eat. They chose a semi-open gazebo table, which had a roof for shelter from the wind and rain, and the tables and chairs were large enough to seat their large group. This was the first time in a long time that the departed Holy Sons had shared drinks and laughter with truly living people. Well, whether those adventurers who previously used either corpses or alchemical puppets could even be considered non-living is another matter. But then again, not many living people could enter the illusionary realm. Finding some different enjoyment in their monotonous lives, and hearing gossip from acquaintances, was a pleasure they desperately wanted. The Holy Sons didn't care what strange identities the people who brought them joy and warmth might have. After all, they themselves were already dead souls, their bodies destroyed within the illusionary realm. They would no longer be monitored by the holy runes, no longer subject to the control of the Church of Light. So whether they were speaking to the dead, the living, or the living dead, it didn't really make much difference. Having witnessed the vicissitudes of the world and heard countless lies, the Holy Sons listened intently, as the guards of the Golden Land recounted with great emotion everything they had learned from the book that could be considered Aelian's memoir, The Guardians of Illusion and Reality, and its prequel, The End of a Hero. The Holy Sons had heard the contents of the first book from the adventurers, but they were unfamiliar with The End of a Hero, the prequel. The guards of the Golden Land naturally focused on the latter, even adding many stories and details not found in the book, which they had later heard from Ray and Elena. I see. After listening to the story, Arland, his eyes bandaged, lowered his head, clasped his hands under his chin, as if lost in some kind of epiphany. Coleman tilted his head, puzzled. Laska and Pistol exchanged glances, while Dalion secretly grabbed the last slice of pizza from the table and stuffed it into his mouth. What's wrong? Bilo scratched his head, sensing a change in the long-haired saint's aura, but unsure what had happened. Did I say something wrong? No. Ariland shook his head. On the contrary, your words have made some things clear to me. He sighed deeply. That child has suffered more than he told you, even more than we knew before. He was a chosen lamb to the slaughter, but thankfully, everything is turning out for the best. Ariland looked up again, as if in response to his words, a ray of warm afternoon sunlight slanted into the pavilion, illuminating his delicate face. Ariland sensed the warm light, paused for a moment, then smiled. Everyone's having fun together, huh? This is even better than I expected, Mou said with a smile, looking at the illusory image projected by Aelian. Aelian nodded, then fiddled with the light and shadow in the illusion. He couldn't appear before Ariland and the other Holy Sons yet, so he could only convey his responses and longings through a ray of sunlight and a gentle breeze in the illusion. Our plan is basically complete. Mou walked back to his desk. However, the other side is a deceitful god. He has told too many lies. Even the first-person perspective is mixed with too many of his distorted emotions and viewpoints, making it difficult to judge their authenticity. The information obtained from it may not be useful. Even now, we cannot confirm whether he is truly born evil or simply a pitiful person whose twisted fate led him down the wrong path due to a series of misfortunes. Based on the existing evidence, my personal experience and observations, and the judgments of the other gods, I personally lean towards the former. Different people in different positions will have different perspectives. When a dispute arises, both parties often believe they are the innocent party, even though the truth may not be so. Influenced by interests, both sides will try their best to find fault with the other and exaggerate their own innocence. It is precisely for this reason that courts need to cross-examine witnesses, rather than blindly accepting one side's testimony. On the other hand, if everyone could be fair and objective in viewing their actions, accept their mistakes, and bear the consequences, then the world would no longer need any judicial system. Even in this world full of magic and fantasy, this is impossible. Humans cannot be completely without desires. If such a being truly existed, then you would be wary of him. Such a being, either a liar and a fraud, or completely devoid of any perception or empathy for desires and emotions. Then, he himself, the entire world, and countless innocent people could very well become sacrifices for him to achieve some self-serving goal of righteousness. The memories of the heterochromatic eyes that Aelian obtained, and the memories of the Dark Goddess's interrogation, are from vastly different perspectives. Their angles differ, and their interpretations of the so-called truth are drastically different. This is easy to understand. As a well-read modern planner, MOU has seen countless fan fiction writers twist plots, turning protagonists into antagonists and vice versa. As long as the logic is sound, the story still makes sense. After all, in a conflict, one side always prevails over the other. Ultimately, one side wins and the other suffers a crushing defeat. Supporters of the victor will naturally cheer, while supporters of the loser will sigh and lament. The true nature of the heterochromatic eye will guide its choices, MOU continued. This is why I always wanted to uncover the truth. The more we understand it, the more confident we are in drawing it into the game. Chapter 1324. Truly skilled chess players, during a game, study not only the flow of the pieces but also their opponent. In every game, both sides strive to lure their opponent unknowingly into their traps. To achieve this, one must analyze the opponent's personality and anticipate their reactions. As Sun Tzu's Art of War states, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. If the enemy is arrogant and overconfident, one can feign weakness to lure them into a well-prepared encirclement. If the opponent is foolish and stubborn, logic and strategy can be used to force them to their doom. If the enemy is greedy and selfish, then naturally, one can lure them into a trap with benefits. MOU didn't care at all whether his heterochromia was congenital, acquired, or a combination of both. As Ludwig had said, countless people face hardship and difficulty, yet every era still has millions of virtuous individuals who remain untainted by the mire. He, however, chose the wrong path of crime, whether due to internal or external reasons, and naturally, he should be prepared to be punished. In this respect, MOU strongly agreed with the Duke of Hell's view. People always tend to overly identify with the perpetrator, sympathizing with them, while hating the victim. Perhaps, subconsciously, these people fear becoming victims themselves. They secretly envy the power of the perpetrators, preferring to empathize with them, and try to excuse them, believing that if they themselves became perpetrators one day, they too could be forgiven. What's strange is that these people always choose to play the role of perpetrator or victim, never thinking that they should be the ones upholding justice, condemning injustice, and stopping perpetrators from harming victims. People shouldn't only make choices, nor should they limit their vision to binary options, thus ignoring the countless unknown possibilities in the world. The only problem is that heterochromatic's true personality will influence his decision-making. If MOU's estimation is wrong, then heterochromatic might not take the bait they set. As an experienced game planner, MOU also has a solution. It's like creating an AVG game with multiple endings. If we treat heterochromatic as the player, we only need to predict his choices at each point to prepare countermeasures in advance. Once the bait is thrown, there are only two outcomes: take the bait or not. So, following these two choices, we can create alternative solutions for each ending. Of course, this sounds easy, but it requires a huge amount of computation and real-time adaptability. The workload is considerable, and the difficulty is almost astronomical. More importantly, at the end of this war of devouring gods, we must lay our final insurance policy and trump card to ensure that heterochromatic eyes cannot escape their inevitable defeat. MOU excels at overt strategies. Overt strategies involve manipulating the situation openly and legitimately, using the rules to force opponents to be swept up in the tide of events. Even if they see through the trap, they are forced to step into it, even willingly offering their necks for slaughter. Heterochromatic eyes, on the other hand, excels at intrigue, deceiving, lying, and using any means necessary. Although MOU believes he has made thorough preparations to deal with such an opponent, he cannot be completely at ease. This plan, with heterochromatic eyes as the player and the game created using the rules of the God War and the Godly, although the game's ending is basically determined, still has too many variables. Just like any adventure game, the player's choices alter the logical progression of the situation, leading to different endings. Even though all the endings MOU prepared for He Tong shared a fixed core, He Tong's defeat, there were still significant differences between each ending. A happy ending meant everyone except He Tong escaped unscathed, a happy ending for all. A bad ending, while allowing them to take He Tong, inevitably involved some losses. This loss, though acknowledged by all members of the World Alliance, still left MOU dissatisfied. Call me naive, call me overly idealistic, MOU murmured. I know every battle is inherently dangerous. There will always be injuries, sacrifices, and costs, but I still harbor a naive hope. I want all my allies to escape unscathed. The key to the devouring God War lies in acceptance, not defeat. Each side holds its own ideology, and whoever accepts the ideology of others loses themselves, instantly defeated, and devoured by the victor. This recognition doesn't necessarily need to be heartfelt. as long as the behavior appears logical. Even lies, if spoken aloud with genuine feeling, will be acknowledged by the rules of the God War. At the same time, the participants' behavior must align with their assigned roles and identities in each God War. If they act out of character, OOC, and contradict their assigned roles, they will be obliterated and devoured by the Gadli. Nyarlathotep, in the first round of the God War, tried to gain an advantage, but ended up losing out, suffering a loss due to her assigned role. Of course, seeking the enemy's approval isn't the only way to win the God War. Participating gods can also engage in a betting game, placing a portion of their stake on the referee's silver plate, accepting the outcome of the bet. The winner takes everything on the plate, while the loser forfeits their stake. After losing the first round of the God War, Nyarlathotep used the betting game to create a strange legend, teaming up with them to trick the heterochromatic eyes. However, this is now the final game of the first round, and it's Ialion's home turf. If they miss this opportunity, the three gods will have to fight round after round until a final winner is determined. If they can't win in their own service games, they'd be even more vulnerable in the enemy's. They must decide the winner in this God War, and defeat the heterochromatic eyes. The betting game is easy, but the amount a god bets depends entirely on their own whim, making a decisive blow impossible. This means they only have one path, to obtain the heterochromatic eye's recognition of Ialion strictly according to the rules of the devouring God War, even if this recognition is superficial, or even a complete lie. Undoubtedly, as a god whose essence is deception, they must know which lies can and cannot be told in the God War. This is their area of expertise, and there are no shortcuts. Ialion and the heterochromatic eyes are worlds apart. MOU firmly believes that Ialion will never recognize the heterochromatic eyes, thus securing their invincibility. The only difficulty lies in making a selfish and wicked person recognize goodwill, protection, sacrifice, and dedication. Chapter 1325. The three participating gods each possess their own distinct selves. Ialion is a martyr willing to sacrifice his life to protect the world. Even under MOU's subtle and persistent guidance, he has learned to think and seek ways to achieve his goals without sacrificing his own life. However, if truly driven to desperation, he will still unhesitatingly choose to sacrifice himself to preserve the world's future. Nyarlathotep is a god of amusement. His purposes are chaotic and ever-changing, and many of his actions lack logic, simply driven by sudden whims. In his eyes, countless races are nothing more than ants providing amusement. A dramatic spectacle filled with joys and sorrows, betrayals of loved ones, and the karmic consequences of fate, a far more captivating performance than energy, prey, or a new world. Zarek, on the other hand, is a selfish, deceitful, and insatiably greedy evil god. When he is placed on one side of a scale, and the other on the other, he will always choose him. Even if the entire world becomes a scourge, he will not blink an eye. To capture Ialion, Heterochromia must gain Ialion's sympathy, understanding, and acceptance. MOU believes that the memories Heterochromia had been devoured and digested by Ialion were likely intentionally chosen and prepared by Heterochromia to evoke sympathy, and even empathy for Helion's origins. The Holy Sons were strictly disciplined by the Church of Light from childhood under the guise of trials of blood and fire, but in reality, it was pure abuse. Heterochromia never showed mercy to these orphaned and helpless children, perhaps to create common ground with them, so that when he needs to devour their souls and seize their bodies, he can use their empathy to gain the upper hand. But how could the Holy Sons know that what they suffered was the true beating, hunger, and cold? Heterochromia, on the other hand, took the slightest indifference, the disdain, and the clothes thrown at him by the old man as cruel torture. To make such a villain rediscover kindness, to lay down his weapons, and become a Buddha, was simply an impossible task. MOU even tasted a hint of irony. To defeat Heterochromia, this bloodless, tearless, born evil, they had to hope of awakening the kindness and tenderness in his heart, while at the same time, Heterochromia was using their sympathy to launch an attack, as if some supernatural being was mocking them. Look, the wicked have no weaknesses, while those with kind hearts struggle at every turn. Even in moments of temporary setback, Heterochromia repeatedly laid misleading traps, his lies were layered upon layer, and the slightest lapse in judgment or sympathy could lead to utter ruin. Frankly, I don't think the first half of this plan will work, MOU said. Placing unrealistic hopes on the enemy is dangerous. You shouldn't hope to influence him. A familiar female voice came from the doorway. The two looked up and saw the dark goddess, with a familiar feathered serpent perched on her shoulder, slowly emerging from the shadows outside the door. Recognition in the war of devouring gods can take many forms, and I believe that against a selfish and self-serving fellow like Zirak, there is an emotion that can make him lose his composure, throw him into disarray, and even plunge him headlong into your trap. Looking back at Zirak's past, you will find that the key to unlocking the mystery has long been buried in destiny. She smiled, her aloof aura melting away in an instant. The last sentence was told to me by Jenna. A glint of starlight seemed to appear in Mou's eyes. Jealousy. I understand. Very good, it seems you already got an idea. Gina said with satisfaction, I just wonder if I can have a place in your plan. I have a blood debt to settle with Zarek. Mou, it's not impossible. He bent down at his desk again, studying his plan. The framework of the plan doesn't need much change, just some scene settings and details, tweaking here and there. The key scene design still has many details missing. Mou looked at the Dark Goddess, the notes you provided earlier. Memory has given us a completely different perspective than Zarek's, but that's not enough. Zarek always avoided you back then, and the fragments that appear in your memories are far too few. Gyna's lips curled into a confident smile. Great minds think alike, and I guess you need more information. This feathered serpent king is my sister's contracted beast. Raised by my sister from a young age, it soared above the tribe every day, witnessing many unknown truths. Before the catastrophe, my sister sent it to seek help, flying thousands of miles to the southern continent, thus avoiding the inevitable disaster. I believe the small world consciousness beside you can obtain those true images from it. Animals are not like humans. Their eyes are never biased. The little feathered serpent flew to Lia, bowed its head deeply to the tiny fairy, and Lia reached out to ruffle its fluffy head, blinked, and then pulled out a bowl of braised rabbit legs from somewhere. The feathered serpent king was very satisfied, circling the bowl of rabbit legs several times, almost tying himself into a knot. With Lia in charge of retrieving the old animation footage, and the diligent planner efficiently revising his proposal, this time, with the Dark Goddess, who understood Zirak's mind even better, joining the effort, the results were even more impressive. After only a few days and nights of work by these godlike beings and the world's consciousness, Mou once again possessed an even more meticulous plan. This time, Mou was full of confidence in this plan. Before this plan is implemented, I still need to make a lot of preparations. Gyna stood up, preparing to leave. Please give me some more time. Also, she glanced at Mou, then looked at Ialian. The number of participants in the God War is limited. You've given me the opportunity to confront the heterochromatic one, so I'm afraid Gadley will no longer allow your excellency to enter the God War dimension. Gadley values fairness, neither side can have too much of an advantage. We were already prepared for that. Ialian's face didn't show much worry. This is a God War I should have completed myself. You already helped me too much, I should walk the rest of the way myself. Gyna nodded slightly, then good luck. Once I'm ready, the Feathered Serpent King will send you a signal. Awaiting good news. Chapter 1326. Lin Xian was an unlucky male college student, or at least, he always considered himself unlucky. He always seemed to encounter various unlucky events, such as the movie playing silently when he went to the movies alone, inexplicably tripping and falling while walking on flat ground, never finding the seasoning packet in his instant noodles, always being called out for skipping class, and even getting this nickname is already taken message no matter which game he registered for. Ultimately forcing him to use this nickname is already taken as his go-to game ID. These things weren't major, but they weren't minor either. While they wouldn't cause him serious harm, they were still incredibly annoying. Because of this inexplicable condition, Lin Xian developed a considerable interest in metaphysics and fate, praying at every temple he encountered, even the gods in games. However, in this game, praying to every god might not be a good thing. He hadn't been playing the game for very long. He only started playing in the last version. Thanks to his unlucky streak, he dared not choose any professions related to luck, fearing he might accidentally fail. Random card draws, relying on luck for critical hits, accidentally adding the wrong ingredients and causing an explosion. These kinds of professions were simply out of his reach. So he created a carpenter, then a lancer. One day, while running a dungeon, his randomly matched teammates teased him, saying lancers have always been unlucky, and he was shocked to realize he had chosen the wrong profession. After much deliberation, he created a world knight. Tanks are tough and resilient, and the world knight is the most impenetrable of all, so tough it's reassuring. Even if he made a mistake and failed, he could at least withstand some attacks and survive another wave. Putting aside other factors, at least comparatively speaking, world knights are more survivable than other fragile classes. Then, to complete the southern continent quests, he also leveled a priest. With both tank and healer roles, he could be considered a reliable adventurer. So, with that nickname already taken, he enthusiastically set off for the Southern Continent teleportation portal, ready to face his unknown adventure. His first stop, naturally, was the Earth Mother Temple. As an unlucky guy who prayed to every god and temple he encountered, trying to change his luck everywhere, he naturally couldn't miss the most efficacious Earth Mother Temple in the Southern Continent. But as soon as he entered the Earth Mother Temple, accepted the quest, and said goodbye to the NPCs, as he walked into the winding corridors, misfortune struck. He suddenly received a notification that afternoon that his professor had taken leave due to unforeseen circumstances, and the class was cancelled. The weekend arrived early, so he excitedly rushed back to his dorm to play games. However, in his haste, he forgot to charge his game card, causing a sudden power outage in the dorm, automatically disconnecting the game connection. He was instantly disconnected. Lin Xian lay on his bed, in a daze, for several minutes before realizing he lost his internet connection. It took him another 10 minutes to figure out that the power had been cut off because he hadn't paid his electricity card. He had no choice but to grab his phone and head out. Their school's electricity card system was still very outdated. There was no online payment, so he had to take his electricity card and campus card to the water and electricity window at the dormitory entrance. His roommates were in different majors and were still in class, so he absolutely had to go. I might as well bring back some dinner while I'm at it, then I won't have to go back and forth, he thought to himself as he left. He ran around for a bit, topping up his card, buying dinner, and even going to the supermarket. He didn't return for over an hour. It's 3:30 p.m. on Friday, still a while before the main player base logs in. While finding people for dungeons might be difficult, progressing through personal quests and main storylines is no problem. Lin Xian plugged in his device again, lay flat on the bed, and logged into the game in a second. Due to an unexpected disconnection, his alchemical doll had been automatically converted into a data stream and stored in the virtual realm by the system. When he materialized again and appeared in the Earth Mother's Hall, he found himself in complete darkness, without a single NPC in sight. The nickname had already been used. What's going on? A disconnection bug? A special scene? Original world, half an hour ago / Osiria Continent, 1 hour ago, Southern Continent, Earth Mother's Hall. Priests patrolled the hall, amicably dismissing the adventurers with various excuses. Only when the entire Earth Mother's Hall was empty did they file out and gather outside the entrance hall. High Priest Nabu surveyed the crowd. Everything's been confirmed. The entire Mother Earth Church is empty? All adventurers have left. We thoroughly searched every location. There's absolutely nothing wrong. Nabu nodded, took out his key, and securely locked the door leading into the church. He turned to the crowd and said, "The once every 3 years night of tranquility has arrived. The twin suns will be obscured by their companion star, and for the entire day, Southern Continent will be shrouded in complete darkness. All citizens should, as is customary, remain indoors and sleep soundly. As long as they know nothing, they will be safe. The adventurers assigned to these missions will patrol the streets and maintain order. During this time, the Mother Earth Church will remain sealed off. All priests should return home. Remember, don't listen. Don't deafen. Don't look. Everything is normal, the night is still, nothing is happening." As if hypnotizing themselves, the priests bid farewell and scattered, rushing home in the fading sunlight, locking their doors and windows tightly. A moment later, as the sunlight disappeared, the entire Southern Continent fell into silence. Except for a few adventurers still wandering outside, the streets were deserted. All the NPCs are hiding. The Monster Carnival night is about to begin. The player who received the quest opened the quest description. Special scene limited time quest. Night of Tranquility, Night of Monster Carnival, once every 3 years, the Southern Continent, perpetually shrouded in sunlight, will experience a most unique and terrifying night. On this special day, the two companion stars of the twin suns will rotate between the sun and the continent of Osiria. During this bizarre eclipse, the Southern Continent will be plunged into darkness for an entire day. The starry sky appears, monsters dance wildly, and monsters rampage. The long-suppressed evil gods, their kin, and the corruption will begin their revelry on this special day, while humanity will drink alchemical potions and fall into a deep slumber. Being completely unaware of what is happening outside is the best protection for humanity. Adventurers, you are special beings who can move freely in this darkness. Please quietly protect the people this night, keeping them unaware and allowing them to safely weather the crisis. The nickname that caused him to miss the Earth Mother Temple Priest's quest distribution and clearing phase due to a disconnection has been taken by someone else. Completely bewildered, he followed the corridor back to the main entrance, only to find that the doors and windows were locked and could not be opened. Chapter 1327. I can't get out. Having never practiced lockpicking, he scratched his head, glanced at the special scene limited time quest that suddenly appeared above the map, hesitated for a moment, then stuffed the return scroll back into his backpack and pulled out a lantern. Since it's a limited time quest, it might be some great opportunity. Going back to town now would be a waste. I might as well investigate deeper. The main gate was locked, but the path leading to the Earth Mother's Hall was miraculously unobstructed. He passed through door after door and passage after passage, the path becoming smoother and deeper with each step. The path here seems to follow the circles of an eggshell, spiraling downwards. He checked the map to determine his direction. The Earth Mother's Hall is so deep, what are they hiding? The deeper he went, the more he felt a faint, almost imperceptible attraction, as if some divine being was calling to him. The feeling was mysterious, unexpectedly bringing back a long-forgotten scene. The warm sunset shining on the kindergarten gate, him skipping and hopping with his friends as they emerged from the building, his mother waiting outside the iron gate. She called his nickname, bending down with a warm smile, extending her hand to offer him a steaming, juicy, scallion-filled meat pancake. The nickname was already taken. He licked his lips, snapping out of his reverie, and rubbed his stomach. Hungry! Looking closer, he suddenly saw a debuff. Mother's call. A call from some unknown entity that involuntarily recalls one's mother, with a certain probability of losing one's mind and moving in the direction of the call. Note: 50% chance to trigger a special effect. Mom's calling you home for dinner. Satiety reduced by 10, sanity reduced by 10%. This nickname has already been used. What a peculiar debuff. His curiosity about the mysterious entity hidden deep underground grew stronger, and his pace quickened, even ignoring the increasing stench of black mud emanating from the corners of the stairs, and the white skeletons within it, shimmering with a faint glow in the darkness. After circling dozens more times, this nickname has already been used, passed through another corridor. At the end of the corridor were two tightly closed red copper doors. These two doors were not traditional rectangles, but rather symmetrically joined together to form a perfect egg shape, pointed at the top and rounded at the bottom. A smiling, voluptuous woman was embossed on the doors. This must be the Earth Mother, right? This nickname has already been used, pondered, reaching out to try and push the door. It was originally just a subconscious action, but unexpectedly, the two tightly closed doors creaked open inwards with his effortless movement. Caught completely off guard by the fact that his nickname had already been used, he lost his balance and fell forward. He hurriedly took a step forward to try and regain his balance, but instead kicked the threshold and tumbled straight into the room. He was prepared to fall flat on his face, but the ground was incredibly bouncy. He bounced on the ground and, as if landing on a trampoline, soared into the air, rolling forward twice before crashing into something thick and round. Whether it was a tree root or a tentacle, he couldn't tell. The lantern he was carrying also fell out of his hand, rolling forward and casting a dim light on the room deep underground. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The user, whose nickname had already been used, rubbed his forehead and scrambled to his feet. I guess I'm still this unlucky. Wait, what's that? He looked ahead in the light of the lantern. The room was filled with enormous, translucent black and brown roots, each nearly 2 meters wide and immeasurably long. He reached out and touched them. The roots didn't have rough bark, they were covered in a sticky, slippery sludge, feeling like giant sea creatures, firm yet elastic. The roots were arranged in concentric rings, as if protecting something at the center. The user, whose nickname had already been used, peered through the indistinct translucent roots into the depths of the room, and could only vaguely make out a red light. There must be something inside. A boss? Treasure? Or a new main storyline? His interest surged, and he began to climb, scaling the dense roots and venturing deeper, completely unaware that his SN value was still steadily decreasing. It took him a full hour to traverse the strange tree roots and reach the deepest part of the room. When he finally saw what was before him, his pupils dilated in shock, and his SN value instantly dropped to 0. Before him stood a bizarre goddess. Her upper body was still in the form of a goddess, with gentle eyebrows and eyes, a pleasing face, fiery red hair, and a full, plump figure, all identical to the legendary Earth Mother of all spirits. Her upper body was clad in a gauze robe similar to those worn by flying apsaras in Dunhuang, with sparks seemingly flickering on the ribbons wrapped around her arms. From her navel down, she was covered with a layer of enormous, translucent, golden red, hard dragon scales, like agate. Beneath the scales were tumor-like lumps of flesh, swollen like black clouds. Below her navel, in the center of the flesh, was a gigantic, pulsating mouth, filled with rotating sharp teeth, from which a viscous, muddy substance constantly dripped as the mouth opened and closed, chewing. The enormous black cloud formed by the twisted flesh constantly contorted and changed shape, occasionally revealing short, stout, hoof-like limbs emerging from the flesh. This scene simultaneously possessed beauty and ugliness, tranquility and chaos, gentleness and terror. These two opposing attributes constantly struggled and pulled at each other, and a large amount of pollution spread from the goddess's body outwards. It was this pollution that continuously affected the SAN value of the nickname already in use. When the person whose nickname had been used came to their senses, they found themselves transformed into a sheep. Yes, they hadn't become an octopus, but rather an adorable valet black-nosed sheep with snow-white curly wool, a pure black face, black ears, black knees, black hooves, and a pink tongue. The nickname already used opened its character system panel to check its current appearance. How strange, but it's kind of cute too. The Earth Mother of all spirits parted her lips slightly, gazing at the black-faced lamb on the ground with a hint of surprise. A tree root dripping with slime slowly extended, gently poking the already used nickname icon. Bah! Don't poke me! The already used nickname icon protested. The transformation state, where its SAN value had dropped to 0, had affected its body, even causing its speech to involuntarily take on a lamb's bleating and trembling tone. Strange, despite being corrupted, it still retains a conscious mind. The Earth Mother of all spirits murmured, "Little one, who are you?" Chapter 1328. Today is an extremely special day, astrologer Fiona Bryman said to her newly accepted disciple, Yuzu White Lemon Tea. The people of the southern continent call it the night of tranquility, but to others, this excessively long night is anything but peaceful. She turned the astrolabe, and Yuzu White Lemon Tea could clearly see two suns rotating at an angle, one near and one far, each with an inner planet beside it. Although we can observe the yellow sun Aruma and the green sun Sakina very clearly from the planet Osiria, the two stars are actually very far apart. The yellow sun Aruma and Osiria share a common axis of rotation, while Sakina does not. It originally existed in an orbit within another star system, with its own axis of rotation, but was pulled and captured by Aruma's gravity, tracing a near-elliptical orbit over tens of thousands of years, gradually influencing Osiria. Timekeeping, lunar calendars, and annual calendars on Osiria are primarily based on Aruma as a beacon. Yuzu White Lemon Tea clearly sees that in the star chart, Osiria is already quite far from Aruma, but even further from Sakina, with several inner planets between it and the two stars. Compared to the distance between Earth and the Sun, Osiria is more than twice as far from Alma, and twice as far from Satchaya. Perhaps this is why this planet can withstand the sunlight of two suns while maintaining a comfortable temperature. The existence of the green sun supplements the temperature and duration of sunlight of the yellow sun, and Sachina's huge and outward expanding gaseous form makes it visually comparable to Alma, even though it is very far from Osiria. Every 3 years, a companion star of Alma and Sagina each orbits between them and the planet Osiria. These 5 stars form a straight line in every 3 groups, and during this time, the light of Alma and Sagina is largely obscured by their companion stars. Because Osiria is pulled by the gravitational pull of the two stars, its orbit is always tilted. No matter how it orbits, the southern continent's pole always points towards at least one star. But today, the southern continent, blessed by the light of Alma and Sagina. There will be complete loss of sunlight, and certain locations will be shrouded in darkness for an entire day. Yuzu White Lemon Tea listened in a daze, her brain working at breakneck speed, before finally managing to utter only an admiring wow. On this special night, in the southern continent, one can rarely see the dark night sky and clear stars. But having lost the purifying power of sunlight, and having been suppressed by it year-round, all the demonic beasts and evil gods' followers, who could only roam the deep, dense forests, will seize this opportunity to appear. Therefore, this long night is also called a night of revelry. However, the monster's revelry is hardly good news for humanity. Under the instructions of the Earth Mother's Hall, the people of the southern continent will seal their doors and windows, hide in cellars, and take alchemical potions to fall into a deep sleep. They believe that as long as they fall into a completely unconscious slumber during this dark day, they will not be afraid, will not have wild thoughts, and will not be aware of the monster's existence. The people of the southern continent firmly believe that ignorance is the best protection. The fool's plan. Yuzu White Lemon Tea explained excitedly. She had seen an introduction to this plan in the player's database. I didn't expect you to know so much. Fiona glanced at her, half surprised, half approving. And this special celestial phenomenon is called transit of the double stars, by astrologers. Depending on the target, this skill can exhibit 3 different effects. For ordinary people, it has a calming and stabilizing effect, temporarily reducing their perception. For all the demonic beasts, evil gods' minions, or corruption lurking in the darkness, it has an activating, stimulating, and manic effect. And for extraordinary beings, especially certain gods, it has the power to plunge them into chaos and out of control. Nab suddenly opened his eyes. As the high priest of the Earth Mother, he couldn't drink the potion and fall asleep peacefully like other priests or ordinary people. Nab was the one who knew, implemented, and promoted the fool's plan. He couldn't use ignorance as a shield like others. However, as the most powerful high priest under the Earth Mother, Nab didn't need to protect himself with ignorance. In this tranquil night, he, as the bridge connecting Mother Earth to the outside world, resided in the merchant guild opposite Mother Earth's temple, meditating and entering a state of deep concentration, waiting for the long night to pass. Normally, Mother Earth wouldn't contact him on this particular night. Without the suppression of sunlight, the black goat of the forest, Shub Nicholas, would launch a frenzied counterattack on this night of revelry, and Mother Earth would need to devote all her focus to fight back. Yes, Mother Earth was also waging a divine war, a war that had begun long ago, and to this day, the two sides remained locked in a bitter stalemate, with no clear victor. Although Nab had absolute faith in Mother Earth, she, on the contrary, worried that contacting the outside world on such a night would bring unnecessary pollution to humanity. So, in the still of the night, Nabu would disperse everyone and seal off the Earth Mother's hall, remaining only within the merchant guild to prepare for any eventuality. Of course, everyone knew that if this duty passed peacefully without incident, all was well, but if the Earth Mother sent a message, it would be of unprecedented importance. Nabu had just received a divine message from the Earth Mother. The message was very simple and very brief, leaving no room for misinterpretation. It contained only one sentence: immediately summon the Lord of AMT County, there is urgent business to discuss. Without any prior context or detailed explanation, this divine message was so abrupt that even Nabu, who had an inexplicable faith in the Earth Mother, couldn't help but momentarily lose focus, his heart filled with doubt and uncertainty. What's going on? Immediately summon the Lord of AMT County? Tonight? Didn't we say we keep the news of the war with the black goat of the forest a secret, even from that lord? What's going on now? Could it be that the war has already been lost and the Earth Mother has been eaten by the black goat? No, that thought is dangerous. Nabu quickly stopped his racing thoughts, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, took out the phone the Lord had given him, and nervously sent a message. The most perplexing moment for any lieutenant is when their boss is vague and acting strangely, unsure whether they're delirious or have ulterior motives. In this situation, following orders or ignoring them could both lead to disaster. The best option is actually to contact the boss again and find out the whole story. However, the Earth Mother of all spirits had already cut off contact with Nabu. Nabu tried several times, but received no divine instructions, and had to give up. Chapter 1329. Compared to the completely bewildered Nabu, the Lord of AMT County clearly knew more about the situation. Upon hearing Nabu's first invitation, MOU readily agreed, not allowing the merchant to waste any more time and effort on roundabout talk. Nabu, who was about to launch into a long explanation to persuade the Lord, uttered, all that preparation for nothing. The Lord hung up the communication with Nabu and looked at his game management back-end. At that moment, the adventurer, who had been unexpectedly disconnected due to a sudden power outage of the login device's magic circle, thus being overlooked by Nabu and the others, and unfortunately stranded in the Earth Mother's hall, but accidentally stumbled into the deepest part and encountered the Earth Mother, was gesturing wildly with his newly acquired goat hoof, bleeding as he recounted his various unfortunate adventures in the game. As expected, some special plot points can only be unlocked by adventurers with peculiar luck. The Earth Mother's appearance at this time was undoubtedly because this adventurer had caught her attention. Either she was there to confront MOU, complaining about the adventurer's illegal stay, or she had noticed something unusual about the adventurer, thus turning the tables and taking the initiative, in which case, she was most likely seeking help. MOU guessed, and felt it was the latter. The Earth Mother had long been allied with the World Alliance. Although she had never appeared in person before, she had already reaped considerable benefits from the cooperation. The two forces were currently in a honeymoon period, so it was unlikely she would betray the World Alliance and openly lure MOU to her door only to strike. Unless the Earth Mother was currently controlled by the black goat of the forest. However, the Earth Mother in the adventurer's perspective still clearly retained her self-awareness, speaking logically and clearly. If it weren't for her bizarre demigod monster appearance, she would seem no different from a normal deity. It could only be described as seemingly so. The overwhelming presence of the massive, dark, cloud-like mass of flesh, covered in tentacles and encroaching on half of the Earth Mother's body, was simply too powerful to ignore. To be honest, the Earth Mother's current state, visually speaking, was even worse than the state of the Mother Tree of Life when it was severely polluted. Supposedly, with this level of pollution, the Earth Mother should have been greatly affected by Shub Nicholas, exhibiting some degree of madness, yet her mental state remained remarkably stable. The pollution covering half of the Earth Mother's body clashed sharply with her rational speech. The two states were extremely contradictory and disconnected, inevitably causing MOU to feel puzzled. Leaving aside this doubt for the moment, considering the Southern Continent Merchant Guild's consistent practices, MOU quickly deduced something. The Earth Mother of all spirits had long since connected with the projection of Shub Nicholas, the Black Goat of the forest. The Earth Mother exhibits some characteristics that bear a resemblance to the Black Goat, and given that the Fool's Project in the Southern Continent almost deliberately attributes the anomalies created by the Black Goat to the Earth Mother, it's hard to say this isn't a premeditated hunt. A hunt meticulously planned by the Earth Mother of all spirits and the Southern Continent Merchant Guild, targeting Shub Nicholas. MOU had long discovered that those who become gods and survive to this day are not naive, innocent people. The fact that the Earth Mother of all spirits can remain in a corner, quietly waging a divine war against Shub Nicholas under the nose of the Church of Light, and even seemingly gaining the upper hand, is enough to show that this Earth Mother is not a simple-minded housewife. From the Fool's Project alone, this thing, at first glance, actively links believers with the Earth Mother of all spirits and the Black Goat. On the surface, it seems detrimental to the Earth Mother, introducing strange cognitive pollution into the faith, but in reality, it's not that simple. Imagine this. Without the Fool's Plan, the frequent appearances of Black Goat cubs in the Southern Continent would cause widespread panic, a vicious cycle of fear and anxiety. Fear would spread rapidly, and believers would begin to question the divine. The Earth Mother would then face a crisis of self-justification. An omnipotent deity should easily defeat the evil gods and their minions rampaging through the mountains, yet these evil gods and their minions, ubiquitous in the forests, have not been defeated. Therefore, the Earth Mother is clearly not an omnipotent deity. The Earth Mother would lose the people's faith, Shub Nicholas would feed on their fear, nurturing her cubs, and the Black Goat cubs born from these cubs would then wreak havoc on the land, terrorizing people. Everything would fall into a vicious cycle, ultimately leading to Shub Nicholas conquering the Southern Continent, and the Earth Mother's demise due to the loss of her source of faith. But now, with the Fool's Plan, things are different. The ignorant people of the Southern Continent saw the traces left by the Black Goat's offspring, but their faith was drawn to the all-spirit Earth Mother. This method both stabilized the people's faltering rationality and gathered a large amount of steadfast faith. The people firmly believed that these tentacles wandering in the mountains and forests were the Earth Mother's roots, not some indescribable unknown entity. This belief solidified their rationality, built a thick wall in their spiritual realm, and minimized their perception of inspiration. Once the people lacked perception of the Kreese events and the existence of the Kreese, they became true insulators. Even if Kreese danced before them, they would see it as a strangely shaped, ugly octopus rolling around due to lack of oxygen. No longer afraid of the unknown and the indescribable, they would not be touched or harmed by the Kreese monsters. Between the illusory and the real, a dimensional wall was erected, isolating and protecting the people in the real world, unknowingly and unperceivably. The monsters of the illusory world could not harm them, remaining only as lurking illusions in the shadows. With safety assured, people naturally believed there were no enemies in the world from the beginning. Since there were no enemies, the Earth Mother's authority would not be challenged or questioned. Even if those strange tentacles were considered part of the Earth Mother, the change in form would not affect the Earth Mother's true state. People firmly believed this was the Earth Mother, so even when the Earth Mother and the Black Goat of the forest were locked in a battle, mutually eroding each other, the all-spirit Earth Mother could still maintain the clarity of her mind through this belief. No matter how her form changed, no matter how ugly her appearance became, in the midst of the chaotic consciousness, the Earth Mother's personality, spirit, and self had already been written as the final answer on the right side of the equation. Thus, whatever might happen in the process, her followers had already ensured that the ultimate victor would be the all-spirit Earth Mother. This explains the contradictory state of the Earth Mother of all spirits. Her form has undergone a drastic change due to the believer's perception and the invasion of the Black Goat of the forest, but her consciousness remains absolutely clear. This is practically cheating. Having figured it all out, MOU couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 1330. This is like solving a proof problem. The questioner has already given the final answer, and now it's just a matter of proving it. It's also like conducting an interview for a pre-selected list. No matter how hard the black goat of the forest tries, the name of the Earth Mother of all spirits is already on the final list. Or perhaps, the Earth Mother of all spirits, relying on the purest faith of her loyal followers, has set up a cloud-based recovery system for herself. This way, even if her physical body is completely corrupted by the virus, she can choose to restore and reinstall her system with a single click when all hope is lost. Of course, to achieve final victory, many details need to be grasped. For example, the number of the Earth Mother of all spirits followers must far exceed the number of Shove Nicholas's followers. The continued implementation of the Fool's plan must not be disturbed in any way, and those fools must wholeheartedly believe that there is nothing abnormal in the world, not even the slightest doubt. For such a complex plan to succeed, it inevitably requires continuous fine-tuning and modification as the situation develops. If any one of the four elements of favorable timing, location, and human resources is lacking, it can be compensated for by human effort and ingenuity. Otherwise, an unchanging plan ultimately only serves to show you just how far it is from reality. Now that the Earth Mother has taken the initiative to invite Moya to a meeting, she must have discovered some factor among the adventurers that could influence the course of the battle. MOU is not surprised by this. After all, these Fourth Calamity players have always been key to saving the world, although currently few can clearly recognize this. The new city of AMT and the main hall of the Earth Mother Temple were already connected via teleportation array. When the Lord emerged effortlessly from the array, Nabu was already waiting. The strange celestial phenomenon of the transit of two stars had not yet ended. Although it was daytime according to the calendar, it was still pitch black outside the Earth Mother Temple. Without sunlight, shadows swayed all around, ghostly figures looming. Amidst the howling wind, there were eerie rustling sounds, and the screams, laughter, and shouts of adventurers rising and falling. Hey! The monster ran that way. Block the northwest corner. Hold it. Hold it. Don't let it get away. Hey! We captured a new mount. Thanks to the limited time quest, this is a windfall, ha ha ha. The game designer, well aware of adventurers' temperament, could easily imagine the chaotic yet joyful scene outside just from their shouts. He smiled slightly, then turned to Nabu. Let's go. This night should have been the monster's domain. Countless black goat calves, their massive hoof-like feet waving their tentacle-like vines, strode out of the forest and into the town. Mutated, greenish-brown, muddy monsters slowly flowed, crawled, covered, and devoured all living things that recognized them. A cloud-like mass of flesh floated in the inky sky, its hideous maw gaping wide, filled with spiraling, sharp teeth. Jellyfish-like tendrils lashed across every rooftop, the metallic, hook-like threads on them screeching against the wooden planks and tiles, like sharp fingernails scraping a blackboard. A putrid stench permeated the town. These monsters and evil spirits, who had previously dared not expose themselves to the sunlight, finally made their grand entrance in this once-in-3 years darkness. They burst forth from the forests, from beneath fallen leaves, from the earth, proclaiming their presence and calling for people's attention. Once they were seen, recognized, and instilled fear, they could spread pollution, begin to erode the world, and capture those humans who felt terrified. That's how it should be. The still night is the biggest obstacle to the Fool's plan, Nav said, carrying an oil lamp and leading the Lord deeper into the Earth Mother's temple. These monsters, and the evil god's minions fear sunlight. Normally, they wouldn't risk venturing into town. Even if one or two escape our defenses, the priests and mercenaries of the Earth Mother's temple can quickly eliminate them without attracting anyone's attention. But on this night, that comes only once every 3 years, the monsters swarm out, and we alone cannot stop this monster frenzy. So we have to use another excuse to have people drink potions, falling into a deep, unconscious sleep. But this method isn't absolutely safe. People's curiosity is endless. There are always some clever people who, out of curiosity, disobey orders, reduce the dosage of the potions, and secretly get up in the middle of the night to investigate the truth. Little did they know that what awaited them was not the truth, but madness and death. Even if it wasn't intentional, accidents always happen. MOU echoed. With such a commotion, someone would inevitably be awakened, witness the monster's rampage, and fall into fear. Simple misleading and faith can no longer explain this phenomenon. And at dawn, more people would awaken from their sleep, seeing their family members and friends who were either insane, dead, or missing, seeing the damaged buildings. Some would inevitably have doubts and raise questions. Exactly. Nabu nodded. So the priests must begin cleaning up the mess at dawn, covering up all the misfortunes as normal accidents. We all know this is just a stopgap measure. But the truth is, Even if we do everything we can't protect everyone. Don't be too pessimistic. MOU smiled. I dare say that this quiet night will be very different. Indeed different. The evil god's minions and the native monsters corrupted by Shub Nicholas's power emerged excitedly from their hiding places, eager to wreak havoc in town, only to encounter a group of humans even more jubilant and heavily armed. Adventurers, who had just logged in on the weekend evening and received the limited-time quest notification from the system, were beaming with joy, rubbing their hands together in anticipation. Their eyes showed no fear, but rather as if they had struck gold. Brothers, a free mount delivered right to my door. No more days of trekking through the jungle without catching a single one. Thanks to the development team for the limited-time quest, and thanks to Mother Goat for the delivery. Limited-time double merit. Double experience. Will I be able to break through level 100 tonight? The evil god's minions and the native monsters. Wait, why aren't you afraid of us? Chapter 1331. Durian Herring teacher strode in with an air of utter indifference, carrying a strangely shaped magical alchemy jar on his back and a huge metal tube connected to the jar in his hand, making him look like he was carrying a liquid vacuum cleaner on his back. Black Goat Cub's brains are excellent stench-producing material, extremely lethal, time to stock up. The surrounding adventurers shivered involuntarily, instinctively pulling out gas masks and deodorizing alchemy potions, fearing they might be accidentally injured by the indiscriminately powerful Durian Herring teacher. The evil god's minions and the native monsters. Good news, they did indeed sense a wave of fear emanating from the crowd. Bad news, this fear wasn't directed at them. Hiss, why did they also find the human carrying the jar a little scary? The evil god's minions and the native monsters, determined to wreak havoc on the southern continent, ultimately failed to begin their revelry. They realized with horror that tonight wasn't their night of celebration, but rather the night of celebration for those strange and unusual adventurers. Another 3,000 military merits in hand. After killing this monster, I can finally buy a house. Mountain Forest House. Sea View House. Dragon View House. Dragon View House, howl howl. The warrior's eyes flashed red, his heart burning with intense love and passion for Dragon View houses. He swung his giant axe like a windmill. Charge. The evil god's minions and the local monsters. So, are we ultimately just a part of your game? It turns out that no matter how ugly the monster or how indescribable the evil, as long as it's linked to a sufficiently generous quest reward, it will become gold, houses, and precious tokens for items, equipment, medicine, and materials in the eyes of adventurers. If we're talking about the mental pollution these monsters inflict on adventurers, it probably pales in comparison to the boundless and inexhaustible creativity and destructive power of Durian Herring's stinky potions. Don't misunderstand. The pollution from Shub Nicholas does indeed lower the adventurer's sanity, value, but because adventurers possess 100% resistance to pollution from a higher dimensional world, the effect of the black goat of the forest's pollution is similar to the octopus-like transformation caused by kelp. Under Shub Nicholas's influence, the adventurers' bodies, after their SAN value reaches 0, transform into adorable black-faced, white-haired, valet black-nosed goats. Well, they're quite cute. As for why adventurers' bodies, after being polluted, all turn into some kind of adorable pseudo-evil god's familiar, even a certain world consciousness fragment sprite, who often messes up, can't explain it, but the erudite and observant lord, who is also the game planner, has his own guess. The mutations of locals, after being contaminated, always tend towards horrific and appalling forms. Empty shells dug from the dark forest swamps are eerie and terrifying giant octopuses before being possessed by players. However, once these shells are anchored and possessed by players, they transform into somewhat bizarre yet adorable jelly-like octopus dumplings. Only when they suffer more than 100% severe contamination do they gradually become terrifying. Given the above, MOU speculates that the cuteness of the adventurer's contaminated shell form is likely related to the player's high-dimensional spirit and resistance to contamination. Considering the differences in transformation forms between players, it might also be intricately linked to the player's understanding of the Cthulhu mythos. It's important to understand that the gods and creatures in the Cthulhu mythos are described as indescribable, their actual forms far removed from octopuses or goats. For example, Shub Nicholas's true form is mostly a constantly churning, coalescing, and disintegrating mass of dark mist, occasionally revealing body parts, tentacles, short legs, and a large, slimy mouth. The only part of her body that resembles a goat is the hoof-like appendage at the end of her short legs. People have found the 1% known within the 99% unknown, and then use this 1% of known information to define and name these indescribable beings. This approach is understandable. After all, using common creatures as examples for analogy helps people better understand unknown beings. If you don't believe it, open the classic of mountains and seas, Shanhai Jing, which is filled with descriptions like shaped like a horse with scales, fish-bodied, snake-headed, six-legged, and sounding like a barking dog. However, such analogies and metaphors, in the transmission of mythology, often suffer from generalizations and deviations from the truth, not to mention the bad habit of interpreting names literally and reading only half of a character if one doesn't know it. People are very adept at filling in the blanks, making associations, and perpetuating stereotypes about things they don't understand. In the transmission of information, cute chibi-style memes are always more readily accepted than dark and terrifying monsters. Thus, Shub Nicholas became a giant, jet black goat in people's minds, and Cthulhu became a giant octopus. Although this VR online game initially gained popularity as a niche Cthulhu game, the vast majority of players were not loyal fans of these Cthulhu gods, and some even had only a superficial understanding of Cthulhu mythology. In their stereotypes, Kelvin's image is inextricably linked to the meme of an octopus spreading its message ashore. The more stereotypical and fixed these images are in the players' minds, the cuter their transformations after being corrupted by the corresponding deity will be. The principle behind the transformation is roughly this. The lower dimensional adventurer's body receives corruption from the evil god in the universe, but when the higher dimensional spirit reads and translates it, it uses the player's own understanding. After reading the transformation template, interpreted by their own spirit, the body changes accordingly. This is, after all, a world where the spirit can determine matter. Such transformations are normal. Unfortunately, the lower dimensional body and the higher dimensional spirit are incompatible, like installing advanced software on low-level hardware, naturally leading to this bizarre situation. Therefore, the normal situation for the native inhabitants is this. Their bodies are corrupted by Shub Nicholas, their minds are gripped by fear, and they are gradually captured and eroded by Shub. Their bodies, affected by the spirit, gradually grew tumor-like lumps of flesh, rotting and decaying, dripping slime and mud from their bodies, and sprouting long, fleshy whips resembling vines and short, hoof-like legs. In short, they had absolutely nothing to do with cute little lambs. However, in the adventurer's case, it became, the adventurer's body received a message from the goat mother, which was then delivered to the higher dimensional player's spirit. The player's spirit, upon seeing the telegram from the goat mother, hey, transformed into a goat. Thus, the body became an adorable valet black-nosed goat, even one completely devoid of combat abilities. Chapter 1332. Once the first player experienced this adorable transformation, as forum videos and gossip spread, players subconsciously anticipated the effects of their transformations, leading to a gradual convergence of transformations. A unique form of word-of-mouth phenomenon. After the nickname was used to become the first white-haired, black-faced valet black-nosed sheep, the player quickly posted about their encounter with the Earth Mother and the sheep transformation on the forum, along with screenshots. Subsequent players, who saw the post, developed a psychological expectation of meeting the sheep mother and turning into a sheep, resulting in a continuous increase in the number of players transforming into sheep. Of course, in the player's eyes, this was merely an update from the developers adding a free second transformation form besides the octopus. The paid alchemical doll could even transform into snake and spider forms. Players quite liked this cute little sheep form, but while its cuteness was greatly increased compared to the octopus dumpling, its combat power was significantly reduced. While the octopus ball can at least wreak havoc with its 8 tentacles, the sheep can only manage a quick dash, a sudden stop, and a light headbutt. Combat power reduced by 5. Although the sheep's attack points are all allocated to its cuteness, it carries the aura of Shub, so it won't attract attacks from Shub's minions or monsters, making it an excellent choice for avoiding combat. However, avoiding combat means missing out on military merits, experience, and gold rewards, something players can't tolerate. Now that players have played so many versions, they naturally have their own tricks for surviving combat. Finding a druid teammate to help purify is undoubtedly the first choice, and the healer's heart lock can also reset its corruption value in time. At the very least, some players with incredibly vivid imagination shouted Cthulhu's name while transforming into adorable valet black-nosed sheep. The shouts were punctuated with a few soft bleating sounds, but this didn't affect Cthulhu's work at all. A thunderclap boomed in the dark night sky, and a projection of a fissure in the ocean floor appeared out of thin air. Cthulhu's large eyes peeked out from the fissure, glancing at the ground. The players who had called for Cthulhu instantly transformed, their forms hopping between octopus and black-nosed sheep before finally settling into a black-faced octopus ball with 8 tentacles and white wool. Players? Question mark. What is this? It's weird. But kind of cute. And it even has tentacles to fight with monsters? Question mark. What is this thing? Why does it have the aura of both ally and enemy? Should we fight it or not? Why is being a monster so difficult these days? While the players were still figuring out new uses for the black-nosed sheep form and the black-faced wool octopus form, the evil gods, minions, and monsters were already dizzy and disoriented, completely oblivious to the destruction of houses and the awakening of civilians. More and more of their companions were being killed by these strange creatures, and the monsters even felt like they had stepped into a series of preset traps. The long night was not yet over, but the monsters already had the intention to retreat. They began to change direction, gradually moving towards the sparsely populated mountains and forests. However, the adventurers had no intention of letting go of these priceless limited-time quest objectives. No player would let the readily available rewards escape their grasp. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying night that the priests of the Earth Mother Church had always regarded as a major concern had turned into a bizarre farce of he escapes, he chases. He can't escape even with wings. Even the residents, who had intentionally or unintentionally taken less medicine, suddenly woke up from their dreams and looked out the window, attracted by the noise outside, but could only see adventurers running by quickly and a group of cute black-faced white sheep jumping around. The bewildered residents exclaimed, "Why chase sheep in the middle of the night? It's keeping everyone awake." After a few curses, seeing there was nothing to see, they yawned and went back to bed, falling into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, the adventurers drove the monsters away from the town and advanced towards their usual lair. Meanwhile, deep underground in the main hall of the Earth Mother Temple, Nabu stopped and handed his lantern to the Lord. The Earth Mother and the Black Goat have been locked in a divine war for a long time. Although the Earth Mother has the upper hand, she involuntarily releases pollution. I cannot proceed further. Please proceed according to your abilities, Lord. Mou had anticipated this, simply smiled, took the lantern, and continued downwards without looking back. Nabu, receiving no complaints or protests, was slightly moved. Truly worthy of being a god who controls order, Nabu watched the Lord's figure gradually shrink as he departed. He seemed omniscient, all-knowing, nothing escaping his eyes, yet he held the world in his heart, always prioritizing the greater good. Even knowing there was pollution ahead, he didn't even blink. Truly great. Possessing the world barrier bestowed by the higher dimension, the Lord, utterly indifferent to pollution, was completely unaware that his image in Nabu's eyes had grown so imposing. He walked into the deepest room, to the one with the eggshell-shaped bronze door. Vines and roots, resembling chunks of flesh, rustled and swayed to either side, clearing a clear path for him. The figure of the Earth Mother of all spirits emerged from the layers of vines, roots, and tentacles. Mou then realized that the Earth Mother of all spirits was suspended and fixed to the ceiling of the room by the vines and tentacles that extended from her back, while most of the floor of the room was filled with parts resembling the Goat Mother. Several years had passed since the alliance with the Earth Mother Church began, and now the resourceful Lord of AMT County finally met the deeply hidden Earth Mother of all spirits. Greetings, Lord Moyu. The vines rustled and moved, and the Earth Mother of all spirits, suspended above the dome, lowered herself, leaning out to offer a slight ancient bow to Moyu. The language spoken by the Earth Mother was the Torsk ancient language, widely spoken in the southern continent of the Oziria world. This language, a mutation of dragon language, had been refined and improved by the native priests. Its intonation was beautiful and moving, but the words were obscure and difficult to understand. Even Moyu, with his abundant linguistic knowledge, could only barely grasp this ancient language, just enough for basic communication. In this critical moment, he still had to rely on the world consciousness of the little angel Liao for simultaneous interpretation. Greetings, Earth Mother of all spirits. Mou greeted the Earth Mother according to the traditions of the Earth Mother's Hall, his gaze falling on the valet black-nosed lamb nestled in the Earth Mother's arms. It seems my adventurer has disturbed your rest. It's not really a disturbance. The chubby Earth Mother chuckled, her hands, adorned with several jewel-encrusted gold bracelets, gently stroking the woolly ball of lamb, seemingly quite pleased with its feel. This little fellow has brought me a lot of joy. Chapter 1333. Valet Black-Nosed Lamb. That nickname is already taken. It proudly puffed out its little lamb chest and bleated twice at the Lord. Seeing that he was having quite a bit of fun, Mou didn't bother him anymore, instead dutifully playing the role of an NPC in the storyline. However, with players present, he had to be careful with his conversation with the Earth Mother, avoiding discussing too much of the game's content. Fortunately, the Earth Mother used Torsk ancient language, which players couldn't understand, and communication relied entirely on player-specific subtitles and simultaneous interpretation provided by Laya. In case the Earth Mother said something inappropriate for the players to hear, Laya, the scriptwriter, could mediate and adjust the dialogue. Of course, this extra work was best kept to a minimum. The more manipulation, the greater the chance of problems, like audio-visual desynchronization, making it easier for players who scrutinize the story to notice the anomalies. After exchanging pleasantries, you keenly noticed that the Earth Mother's attitude and language were different from before. The Torsk language contains many titles and honorifics suitable for different occasions. Previously, when the Earth Mother issued divine pronouncements, she often used archaic titles like I and you. But now, her language was very intimate and natural, like a friendly neighbor aunt exchanging pleasantries during a holiday visit, unfamiliar yet affectionate, awkward yet dignified. This little fellow has told me quite a few interesting things. The Earth Mother's round face was filled with a gentle smile, like a smiling Maitreya Buddha, making people unconsciously relax. I never imagined that so many changes would occur in the outside world in just a few years. The Tree of Life has regained its vitality and given birth to new spirits. The former Holy Son of the Church of Light has ascended to godhood, becoming an equal to the God of Light and the God of Evil. The dying world has flourished again. He blinked and said meaningfully, Lord, you deserve all the credit. Faced with the Earth Mother's direct probing, Mou did not respond, but smiled subtly, perfectly portraying a socially awkward yet powerful magic master. As you probably already noticed, the Earth Mother stroked the lamb's head, placing it back on the ground. She then pointed to the vines and chunks of flesh scattered across the ground. I have fought for many years against the evil god invading this world, the black goat of the forest. Fortunately, with the help of my followers, I have been able to maintain the clarity of my mind. But the black goat's power is simply too great. Without the assistance of a spiritual authority, I alone cannot completely suppress it. On nights like this, without sunlight, I am powerless to suppress the corruption within me. She carefully examined Mou, then said, just as I suspected, you and these adventurers are not afraid of corruption. Although the adventurers can change their appearance, they can ultimately maintain a clear mind. With some assistance, they can regain their human form. And you are completely unaffected by the corruption, truly worthy of being the Lord of Order. Order can stabilize people's hearts and change chaotic states. It is the opposite of the terror of the Kelvin system. From this perspective, explaining Mou's abnormality is plausible. The Earth Mother had already prepared a reason, and Mou naturally wouldn't deny it. He nodded slightly, following the Earth Mother's lead. The God of Light infused the power of stabilizing hearts from his spiritual authority into the sunlight of Alma, primarily to gain the faith of believers, not to purify the pollution or save the world. If Ialian wins the divine war and the spiritual authority returns to the world, it will only be more beneficial to both of us. On this point, you have absolutely no need to worry. No, you misunderstand. I'm not worried about that. The Earth Mother chuckled as she interrupted Mou. I am not a powerful god. For many years, I have been powerless against the God of Light, and could only live in seclusion, swallowing my anger and paying the exorbitant head tax to him, utilizing every resource at my disposal. Sunlight, allies, contracts, even the struggles between gods, the thoughts and perceptions of believers. The God of Light is an enemy, not a friend, to me. I have indeed struggled to this day on the resources he left behind, but I will not be grateful to the instigator of this catastrophe for such a pitiful and unintentional act of charity. No, what I really want to say is, thanks to favorable timing, location, and the power of my bloodline bestowed upon me by the dragons, as well as some good fortune granted by fate, the Fool's plan has been successfully implemented to this day, giving me the upper hand in this war of gods. But even so, I still cannot suppress the black goat of the forest alone. I need your help, and the help of your adventurers to purify the pollution within me. This is nothing new. Apart from the legendary Hell Road Devich, who possesses some high-dimensional blood, most of the gods in this world, acting as a barrier before the world's consciousness, are plagued by pollution, some intentionally, others helplessly. Some are adept at it, while others must seek external assistance. Mou now has considerable experience in purifying pollution. One approach is like the Mother Tree of Life, having the druids work slowly and steadily, gradually stripping away the pollution. Another is like Ialian, cutting off portions of the polluted soul to create purification battles or cleansing battles, allowing players to help shatter the projection of the evil god, transforming it into pure energy to be reinjected into the original body for absorption and digestion. However, The Mother Tree of Life doesn't directly engage in a divine war with any evil god. Instead, it has been absorbing pollution from the elves over a long period, accumulating a large amount of contamination within its body. Since its true form is a tree, it can expel the poison by breaking branches, allowing the druids to gradually wear away the pollution, like the foolish old man moving mountains. The Earth Mother's situation, however, is one of divine war with the Goat Mother, more similar to Ialian's. Currently, the Earth Mother firmly controls the spiritual realm and isn't afraid of the Goat Mother's possession. She is simply lacking power and needs external reinforcements. In this situation, the second option is probably more suitable. This consideration is naturally from the Earth Mother's perspective, not a choice made because players prefer dungeon battles. MOU's mind was already rapidly conceiving new dungeons, plots, text, and mechanics, while the Earth Mother, having received no response for a long time, showed a hint of unease in her eyes. After calculating in her mind, she spoke again. "Since I have asked you for help, I will not let you leave empty-handed. The world's consciousness has acquired natural authority, and your order overlaps with my commerce. I do not wish to contend with you for authority, nor do I wish to lose the concept of commerce. Therefore, only one path lies before me." He paused, as if making a decision. "I request to become your follower." Chapter 1334. MOU? Question mark. This nickname has already been used. Huh? MOU hadn't expected that his old habit of obsessively planning would yield such an unexpected gain. His eyes widened in surprise, but only for a moment before he composed himself, cleared his throat, and readily accepted the allegiance of the Earth Mother. He pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke. "This is indeed a good idea to avoid conflict. Wherever there are people, there is conflict. In this world, the power between gods is not clearly defined, but rather overlaps, naturally leading to estrangement and conflict. Everyone wants to seize absolute power, and divine wars arise as a result. However, fighting alone is not a solution. With so many gods in the world, one cannot fight against many. The god with the most enemies, the least power, and the fewest friends will always be the first to suffer. Thus, gods begin to form alliances and factions. Whether it's a weaker deity choosing to ally with a stronger one, or one person attaining enlightenment and all their followers benefiting, once the master-servant relationship is established, it often becomes a natural alliance, unbreakable and difficult to betray. A follower god is a subordinate of the main god. Those willing to become followers are mostly related to the main god, and their chosen divine rank overlaps with the main gods. Under these circumstances, they either cannot advance further on their own, or advancing requires a life-or-death struggle with the main god, the price of which far outweighs any cooperation. By becoming a follower god and offering their loyalty, they are granted concepts, power, and protection. Their missing resources are replenished, enemies are turned into friends, and obstacles on the path to godhood are cleared. Or, like in Gelmoris, they simply benefit from the protection of a powerful patron, gaining time to survive, recuperate, and develop stealthily. In MOU's view, this is like a successful merger and acquisition aimed at mutual cooperation and prosperity. A large company acquires a small company, turning it into a subsidiary, thus avoiding internal business battles and monopolizing the market to make money together. The subsidiary, receiving investment from the parent company, gains new capital, new systems, new members, and brand effect. As long as the parent company doesn't cause trouble, it can usually leap several levels in one fell swoop. Don't be fooled by the fact that in Leah's ranking system, LV299 and LV300 are only one level apart. That one step represents a qualitative leap. There is a chasm between gods and non-gods. Even a pseudo-god at LV299 cannot achieve true immortality, nor will they truly possess the privileges reserved for gods, nor will they see the perspective of a god until they truly become a god. Of course, the chasm between gods and non-gods mentioned here refers to the comparison of individual development, not a horizontal comparison between different individuals. Among gods, there are varying degrees of strength. These qualitative changes, though seemingly insurmountable, do not prevent naturally gifted non-gods from defeating gods in a one-on-one duel when given the right timing, location, and circumstances. Countless aspiring gods spend their entire lives striving to take this final step, to cross that insurmountable barrier, like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Before crossing, they are fish. After crossing, they become dragons. While gods are subordinate to the supreme god, they are still gods after all. The Earth Mother of all spirits is not a warlike deity, as evidenced by the Earth Mother Hall and the Southern Continent Merchant Guild's long-standing practice of opportunistic opportunism. Compared to direct combat, the Earth Mother of all spirits excels in negotiation, bargaining, opportunistic exploitation, and stealthy development. Her tactics, in a certain battle royale game, can probably be described in 2 words: play it safe. Mou had no objection to this. He himself enjoyed using this tactic in battle royale games. What was wrong with looting and gathering resources while others were fighting amongst themselves? Even if people called him a camper, only the last one standing would achieve victory. While no deity with supreme authority had previously been willing to become a subordinate of another god, there's always a first time. The Earth Mother was definitely making a profitable deal. The Earth Mother's authority comprised 1/3 of nature and commerce. The portion of her authority over nature had been reclaimed and controlled by the world's consciousness, restoring a state of shared control between the gods and the world's consciousness. The remaining authority over commerce, however, was subtly shifting, gradually aligning with Mou's order. This was perfectly understandable. The commercial authority of the Earth Mother of all spirits originates from the Southern Continent Merchant Guild, a culmination of merchants' accumulated transactions and beliefs. However, this rudimentary, nascent cultural concept pales in comparison to the solid commercial foundation and mature business systems of the original world, built over thousands of years by the ruthless planner Mou. It also lacks the refined modern concepts of finance, management, accounting, and marketing. In this respect, the Lord truly stands on the shoulders of countless giants. Even if he himself lacks the knowledge, there are always diligent students and business tycoons among the players who are well versed in it. Not to mention, order is the soil for commercial development. Without stable order and rules, if deception and exploitation abound, even the largest commercial empire will crumble. The concept of commerce belongs to order. It is an inevitable consequence of the development of an era. Unable to resist this inevitable development, the Earth Mother of all spirits chose to submit in time. Authority is to gods what countless professions are to an all-rounder. All-rounders are always eager to collect achievements across all professions, and can switch to fill in when a particular profession is lacking in the team. However, being good at a particular profession doesn't necessarily equate to being skilled or fond of it. Some gods acquire new concepts and authority, only to lose interest, and set them aside after a few days. They need these things, but once they have them, they don't want to put in the effort to manage them. The best answer is to distribute these concepts and authority, which they neither like nor can do without, to their subordinate gods, essentially hiring a deputy or professional manager to handle all the troublesome matters. The Earth Mother of all spirits gambled that the Lord of MT County didn't want to bother with business matters, and her judgment was indeed correct. Developing commerce is indeed necessary for managing the game, but the busy Lord doesn't have much energy to devote to it. Having a shrewd ally skilled in commerce to manage, it would naturally save him a lot of trouble. Furthermore, the Earth Mother can use this proactive allegiance to gain the Lord of Order's help, obtaining support and purification in the divine war, truly solving her life or death crisis. This is the greatest benefit the Earth Mother can gain from this deal. The only problem is that the Lord isn't a true god, but with Lia opening a back door for him, you can use his position to skillfully impersonate a cunning, level 300 god, who wants to conceal his true strength. Chapter 1335. The two unscrupulous gods hit it off immediately, their scoundrels finding common ground. In a few words, they quickly settled on a mutually acceptable agreement. To continue the discussion, they needed to avoid the adventurers' scrutinizing gazes. The CG animation had already shown enough, it was time to send the little players away, to send them to the surface. Mou was already an expert at this. To give the CG animation a perfect ending, he naturally had to give the adventurers a quest. The reason was readily available. The Earth Mother had become a servant of the Lord of Order, so the Lord naturally wanted the adventurers to solve the little trouble caused by the Black Goat. It couldn't always be Aelian carrying the burden of all the combat dungeons. Players are always fickle. Even in rogue mode, the repetitive appearance of similar storylines, animations, and mechanics would eventually bore them. Following heterochromia and milk teeth, it's time for Mother Goat to experience the adventurer's enthusiasm. I have received your sincerity. I believe my adventurers can solve these minor problems for you. After speaking to Mother Goat, Mou turned and waved to the black-nosed lamb who had witnessed the whole thing. Adventurer, this nickname is already taken? This ID was too convoluted, almost causing a senior planner to stumble over their words. Mou coughed lightly to cover his embarrassment and began to consider whether to standardize the ID rules so that these adventurers could choose more respectable names. This adventurer, you must have met many powerful companions during your adventures. The Earth Mother now needs your help. Please return to the ground to assemble your team, and wait for the latest mission notification at the Southern Continent Chamber of Commerce headquarters. Lia sent a new quest to the adventurer with a ding. After the nickname was already taken and the quest was accepted, spatial power immediately activated, teleporting the little lamb, whether lucky or unlucky, outside the Earth Mother's hall. Ah, the Earth Mother let out a disappointed sigh. It's gone already. I wanted it to be my divine pet. MOU's lips twitched. It seemed the Earth Mother really liked this valet black-nosed goat. Don't worry, there will be other opportunities. Now, let's continue discussing the details of the purification battle. This was MOU's third time creating a dungeon in this real-world alternate reality. With the purification battle and filtering battle samples from Ialian, this time MOU and Liao worked even more smoothly. With the Earth Mother's full cooperation and strong request, a Black Goat Mushroom Purification Battle, with a very dark fairy tale style was quickly and enthusiastically produced. MOU, isn't this dungeon a little too cute? Oh well, as long as the Earth Mother likes it. Besides, this adorable atmosphere can help eliminate the psychological fear brought on by the Sheep Mother, and maybe it can even generate more merchandise both inside and outside the game. All Spirit Earth Mother? Question mark. Merchandise? What's that? Just as the two deities were preparing for the next small-scale version update and sharing their business insights, the nickname that had been teleported back to the Earth Mother Hall had already been used by someone else and, as the Lord had hoped, spread the word about the new storyline he had seen and the new quests he had received. What? Another battle dungeon is coming out so soon? I haven't even cleared the purification battle yet. So many updates lately. The limited time event that gave away clothes just ended, and I haven't even collected all the slime skins yet, and now there's a new battle dungeon? Is it an 8-player dungeon? Or a 24-player dungeon? I don't know the specifics yet. The only thing confirmed is that we be fighting the Earth Mother of all spirits, and I think it's an 8-player dungeon. Huh? Isn't the Earth Mother of all spirits our ally? Has she betrayed us? No, it's similar to the purification battle of Ialian. The Earth Mother of all spirits is fighting the Goat Mother, and we need to help purify her. It's probably the same familiar formula and routine. The Earth Mother is corrupted by the Goat Mother, and we need to separate a portion of the corrupted soul to fight us as a boss, and then we take down the Goat Mother. Once the part is completely destroyed, Mother Earth can easily devour Goat Mom. Finally, I'm not fighting with my wife, Heterochromia, and Baby Teeth anymore. If the opponent is Goat Mom, will any goats appear? Speaking of goats, has anyone figured out how to fight in Black O's goat form? I love goat form, but it seems like it can't do anything except be cute. I'm already tired of octopuses. Try turning into a goat and drinking a pollution ball to raise your SN value to 300%, and you get a super evolved bighorn 7-eyed goat. It's incredibly demonic. You can use its innate skills like Swift Dash, Heel Slam, and Goat Hoof Kick to easily send people flying. It can even smash through a wall. Wow! That's so cool. I have to try it. Hey! Wait! You can't use this trick on the Southern Continent people. Remember the Southern Continent's Fool's Plan? If you scare them, and don't have a reasonable explanation, your regional reputation will drop instantly. Ah, that's too ruthless. Reputation in the Southern Continent is already hard to grind. I'm waiting to use reputation to exchange for the mushroom combo. Damn it, I guess I have to tone it down. Nobody can stop me from getting the mushrooms. Speaking of which, the Great Horned 7-eyed goat is just a goat with 2 rows of eyes that form a V shape, right? How about we make a goat head mask? A goat skull mask? Great. No, I mean a mask that can be used with a goat's head. Never mind, a goat skull does sound more interesting. Goat version card. Lakala, right? Wearing a skull is terrifying. What if it scares the villagers? Then, let's pair it with a druid dressed as the Earth Mother's messenger to herd the sheep. That way, we can tell the villagers we're the Earth Mother's pet sheep, messengers of justice, right? We really are fighting real, harmful monsters. Besides, there are many kinds of pet sheep, like cute ones, or fighting ones. Hey! Great idea. Hey, you're all off topic. Does anyone want to team up with me for a quest? Why is it so hard to find a team? Chapter 1336. Tammy Mala awoke uneasily from a deep sleep. He slowly opened his eyes, and found the tranquil night was over. Warm sunlight streamed through the large hole in his roof, illuminating his face. Wait! A hole in the roof? Tammy Mala slowly raised his head. His brain, still slightly sluggish from the lingering effects of the medication, gradually began to function. He muttered to himself in confusion, "Why is there a hole in my roof?" "Hi, you're awake." A person dressed in the robes of an Earth Mother's messenger, wearing a half mask as a messenger, poked their head out from the roof and greeted him cheerfully. Clearly, not only was there a large hole in his roof, but there was also a person. The messenger explained enthusiastically, "I'm sorry, last night Mother Earth's pet sheep escaped and, in its greed, ate a hole in your thatched roof. Don't worry, I'll fix it for you right away." Mother Earth's pet sheep? Tammy Mara repeated awkwardly, scratching his dark, bald head, and laboriously got out of bed, sitting up straight. A day and night of drug-induced sedation had left his muscles somewhat unresponsive, his movements stiff and awkward. Tammy Mara was an ordinary foreman on a plantation in southern continent. Like most southern continent people, he had dark skin, a robust physique, bulging muscles, and a scalp that didn't grow much hair. His honest face had small eyes, high cheekbones, and thick lips. He wasn't particularly intelligent, but he was self-aware, hardworking, and strong. Tammy Mara was quite satisfied with himself. After all, intelligent people never lived long in southern continent. He was a devout follower of the Earth Mother, always adhering to her teachings. No curiosity, no inquiry, just unwavering faith in the all-powerful Earth Mother, believing that all her decisions and actions were preordained, and that blessings would follow, even though mortals, like themselves, could not fathom the decisions and actions of the divine. Tammy Mara could do this effortlessly. He was a man of great self-awareness. He knew he wasn't intelligent and couldn't understand most things in the world, but what did it matter? Whether he understood or not, the two suns and countless stars in the sky would continue their predetermined orbits, plants would grow, flowers would bloom, cattle and sheep would find their mates and reproduce. The troubles of the world were for the wise to worry about. What did they have to do with someone as dull-witted as him? Hey, the world wasn't lacking in dull-witted people like him, nor even in self-righteous wise men. Tammy Mara's father was once a slave in the Southern Continent Merchant Guild. Through his survival philosophy and hard work, he accumulated considerable merit and won his freedom. Tammy Mara inherited this philosophy, starting as an ordinary laborer and rising through the ranks to become a foreman in charge of a small plantation area within the Southern Continent Merchant Guild. His plantation is located on the outskirts of Ashamarat. It's small, but very close to the bustling city center, specializing in short-term cultivated vegetables and fruits for the city's daily consumption. These vegetables and fruits are expensive, grow quickly, and require little care, but they do need to be guarded day and night to prevent thieves or mischievous children. Therefore, even on the night of tranquility, he didn't leave, but remained at his post in the hut on the plantation, so that he could check on the fields as soon as he opened his eyes. The night of tranquility was never tranquil. Even Tammy Mara, a dullard, vaguely knew it was an extraordinary night. Before each night of tranquility, the priests would be on high alert, carefully instructing everyone to take the potion and fall into a deep sleep. Tammy Mara knew that those who had questioned the priests, refused to fall asleep, and harbored curiosity about the night, all mysteriously disappeared during the night of tranquility. Tammy Mara's father had secretly told him that the night of tranquility was a man-eating night. Livestock would die, fields and houses would be destroyed, and only those who fell asleep would survive unscathed. All those who were awake, all those who tried to uncover the truth and the answers, would die inexplicably, leaving no trace. All they needed to know was that Mother Earth would always protect them. That was enough. However, Tammy Mara looked around at the thatched scraps that had been used to cover the roof, and even though he didn't know what had happened, he couldn't help but feel a chill of fear. In that instant of fear, he felt as if the whole world had distorted. Everything seemed to become terrifying, and something seemed to be watching him from the shadows. A chill ran down his spine, and cold sweat poured down his back, as if something terrible was about to happen. "Hey!" The Earth Mother's messenger on the roof poked her head out again, interrupting his thoughts. "Do you know how to lay a roof?" Tammy Mara's workaholic mind immediately kicked in, snapping out of his elusive, vague feeling. "Yes, I can." "That's great. Can you help me? I never thatched my roof before. It seems like it won't stay in place." Upon hearing this, Tammy Mara immediately pushed open the door, climbed the ladder against the wall, and peered over the edge. He immediately understood. You need to bundle the thatch into bunches first, then lay it on the roof. "No problem, if I have the materials, I can do it myself." He trailed off, his eyes suddenly catching sight of a huge goat standing nearby. The goat was as big as his hut, and for some reason, it had a white bone helmet over its head, and it was crunching something indistinctly. It was probably the thatch from his roof. Tammy, guessing this, turned to the Earth Mother's messenger. "What are these sheep?" "The Earth Mother's pets," the Earth Mother's messenger introduced naturally. "These large goats are Earthswrath goats. They are the Earth Mother's pets, her warriors and mounts, powerful divine beasts. In the still of the night, they are responsible for protecting the safety of the people. However, after a day's work, They get particularly hungry, and sometimes can't resist gnawing on your roof. Oh, and some vegetables in the fields. But it's alright. Guild Master Nabu said these will all be charged to the Earth Mother's Hall. Hearing this, Tammy couldn't help but glance at his field again. Sure enough, the vegetables were sparsely eaten, and several small, black-faced goats were munching on them in the field. What's that? That's also one of the Earth Mother's pets, the cute black-nosed goat. The Earth Mother's messenger spoke this exceptionally adorable name without changing his expression. Don't underestimate them, they are the juvenile forms of the wrath of the Earth goats. As long as you feed them well, these little lambs can grow into those large goats at any time. Chapter 1337. I see. Tammy Mara looked at the sheep of all sizes, his previously confused eyes now filled with piety. This is the plantation of the Southern Continent Merchant Guild. All the vegetables and fruits are grown for the Earth Mother. Since they are the Earth Mother's divine pets, please eat as much as you like. Then we won't stand on ceremony, the messenger said. Anyway, don't worry about the cost. Boss Nabu said that all the losses from last night will be accounted for, so don't worry about it. Tammy Mara's eyes lit up instantly. Yes, I understand. Having worked for the Southern Continent Merchant Guild for so many years, even if Tammy was slow-witted and honest, he understood some rules. Merchants' accounts were always difficult to handle, especially in the Southern Continent, where the Church of Light levied exorbitant taxes, with various taxes constantly emerging. Every priest, regardless of rank, could be extorted or bribed whenever they passed by. Although these losses were an open secret within the guild, they couldn't be openly recorded in the books. But for merchants, accounts were paramount, they couldn't be ignored, nor could they be arbitrarily recorded. So, they had to periodically use various natural disasters, or man-made calamities, to settle these accounts. In previous years, when the winter god was still alive, storms frequently raged, resulting in the loss of several ships each year. While these losses were painful, at least those unclear and unexplained accounts had a place to go. But since the new sea goddess and Jelmaz took office, the seas had been calm, with hardly any hurricanes. It seemed the Guild Master Nabu intended to use the quiet nights to give everyone a chance to settle their accounts. At this thought, Tammy Mara suddenly understood. No monsters roamed the tranquil night. Strange traces were left everywhere, and the only ones causing trouble were the Earth Mother's beloved sheep. The reason they were acting so mysteriously, avoiding public view and causing trouble under the cover of darkness, was to create a pretext for everyone to settle their accounts. Those who disappeared might have been transferred elsewhere by the Earth Mother's Hall after discovering the truth about the Merchant Guild's accounting practices. After all, such matters couldn't be openly discussed, nor could those in the know be allowed to leak the secret. The stories of missing persons and unaccounted remains were just scare tactics to keep everyone on the rules, and prevent them from risking investigating the so-called truth and ruining everyone's hard-earned chance to settle their accounts. In an instant, Tammy Mara's fear vanished like fog in the sunlight. His heart finally settled, and he was no longer afraid of any unknown monsters ravaging the night. The sun shone warmly on his back. Beep, Earth Mother Messenger. The game system for player Black Cat Never Sleeps beeped. NPC Tammy Mara's perception has dropped to a safe level. Player Black Cat Never Sleep's reputation in this area has increased by 15. Keep up the good work. Black Cat Never Sleeps quietly let out a long breath. Heaven knows how nervous he was when he heard the system warning on the rooftop about the NPC's perception suddenly and wildly increasing. Luckily, he reacted quickly and defused the crisis with a few words. He cheerfully bid farewell to Tammy, and then swiped a bunch of vegetables, fruits, and banana leaves. These ingredients could be used to make quite a few Southeast Asian and African snacks. He was determined to show those players, who called him the god of fried chicken V50, that he could not only make fried chicken, but also exotic snacks. The members of the Serve the People team quickly gathered together. I feel like we're some kind of supernatural special operations group, striving to protect the crumbling, precarious materialistic worldview of ordinary people, said Heartbreaker. Right now, it's like cleaning up the scene after a supernatural event, making up all sorts of excuses to appease the public. Isn't this just like Men in Black? We can't let ordinary people know that aliens really exist. It's a pity we don't have that high-tech gadget that makes people lose their memory with a flash of white light. I'm really too tired to keep going, shrugged. Hey, we have amnesia powder. Don't mess around, said Abyss Below. The props in movies are used to overwrite memories, to rationalize people's memories. Amnesia powder simply makes people forget things, and after forgetting, they still be curious about what happened. Don't make them more inquisitive the more they forget, that would contradict the purpose of Project Fool. Indeed, boss is right. I tried it, and hinting that the quiet night is for settling accounts works best. Black Cat doesn't sleep reported. Most people in the Chamber of Commerce know how to do accounting. Just give them a few glances, and a few words about reimbursement and bookkeeping, and they basically figure it out. Okay, that's an idea. Abyss Below nodded. This limited time mission gives a lot of regional reputation. Reputation is hard to get in the southern continent right now, so if you want the Mushroom Duo, you have to seize this opportunity. The limited time mission they were referring to was the Project Fool series of missions pushed by the system after the Quiet Night. In short, the plot involves the Earth Mother of all spirits completely siding with the Lord. Adventurers must help her with minor troubles, such as fighting black goats and maintaining the Fool's plan to keep the populace extremely insensitive to supernatural events. The Serve the People team's mission is the latter. According to the system's plot description, under normal circumstances, the Earth Mother of all spirits and the Earth Mother's Hall can maintain the populace's extremely low sensitivity. However, the Night of Tranquility is a special case. A large number of black goat minions emerge and wreak havoc under the cover of darkness, leaving behind numerous traces and destructions. Even if the Earth Mother's Hall can get the populace to sleep with medicine during the Night of Tranquility, they must promptly clean up the traces and debris left by the minions and monsters at dawn. This is the busiest and most dangerous time for the Earth Mother Church. In the past, many Earth Mother devotees, upon seeing the remains and traces, would be terrified by their own imaginations, transforming from people with zero sensitivity to those with 100% heightened sensitivity, needlessly damaging the foundations and faith of the Earth Mother and adding further pollution. Fortunately, this year, adventurers have appeared. The adorable black-nosed goat and the highly polluted Earthwrath goat that the adventurers, after being corrupted by the Goat Mother, are both suitable to act as Earth Mother messengers before the public. Of course, the latter requires a mask to cover the extra eyes. Therefore, the Lord promptly adopted the adventurer's suggestion, having the all-powerful alchemist, La Doryman Ma, from AMT County lead a group of craftsmen to create many resin goat skull masks overnight. Incidentally, the goats' names were also chosen by all players in real time through a system vote. Chapter 1338. The passionate adventurers, brimming with knowledge of strange and unusual things from another world and brimming with ingenious ideas, quickly spread their influence to every corner of the southern continent, disrupting people's thoughts and dispelling their confusion and doubts. Players who receive the Fool's Project time-limited quest would unlock a new gameplay mode. The system would inform the player of the mental state and current inspiration of all participants within a 500-meter radius of the Fool's Project. If an NPC suddenly exhibited a dangerous state, a rapid increase in inspiration, and a sharp decrease in sanity, the system would immediately notify the nearest player to initiate an emergency rescue quest. During the emergency rescue quest, players within the same area needed to cooperate. After completing the rescue quest, improving and stabilizing the NPC's mental values in the dangerous state, and bringing them out of danger, all players within the area who contributed to the quest would receive substantial rewards. The most attractive reward for players in this quest was the regional reputation of the southern continent. This reputation directly determines whether adventurers are eligible to purchase the limited edition Mushroom Pets, developed and sold by the Southern Continent Merchant Guild. Currently, the latest Matsutake Mushroom Pets are reselling for as much as 5 million gold coins among players. This price might not seem like much in most online games, but in this game, it's an astronomical sum, and there's still no market for them. Players simply can't buy them. Their eyes light up with envy every time they see the product description. The main reason is that these Mushroom Pets all require regional reputation to purchase, and Southern Continent regional reputation is extremely difficult to earn. Adventurers operating here have to use the names of the Earth Mother, the Azure Sea Church, or mercenaries, which significantly reduces the reputation they earn. It can be said that this limited time event provides players with a fantastic opportunity to earn reputation. However, opportunity often comes with risk. If the mission fails, all players who are inactive in the current area will have a portion of their area reputation deducted. There are rewards and penalties, which is quite fair. Of course, the rewards for success far outweigh the penalties for failure, making it well worth the long journey for players. Many players even postpone their regular team's work, dungeon runs, time just to complete this limited time mission. After all, dungeons can be run anytime, but limited time missions are not always available. This is where players with dual bodies gain an advantage. They can place one body in a dungeon to reserve a spot and slow down progress, then log off and log back in with the other body to complete various limited time missions. If each team has just one player with dual bodies, the entire team can be guaranteed to have a blast during the limited time missions. This practice directly led to a significant increase in the number of furry northern creatures roaming the southern continent. They constantly had to cast ice spells to cool themselves down, otherwise they get so hot they'd be panting like dogs with overheat and dehydration debuffs on their heads. Then, a genius player discovered that after drinking the polluted drink and transforming into a sheep, the orc body wouldn't suffer from the overheat and dehydration debuffs due to high ambient temperatures. After all, monsters mutated by the polluted drink and driven into madness wouldn't sense heat, cold, or hunger, just like turning into a small octopus wouldn't reduce their satiety. This led to a tacit understanding among players. Those with orc bodies, or simply wanting to transform into sheep, would become sheep, while others who could roam in normal human form continued to act as messengers of the Earth Mother. The sheep are responsible for playing the role of the Earth Mother Goddess's pets, acting as the troublemakers and accountants, while the Earth Mother Goddess's messengers are responsible for explaining to the surrounding NPCs and guiding their thinking towards a normal materialistic worldview. However, everything has a process. When players first received this kind of quest, they were completely bewildered, not understanding how to complete it. After a period of chaos and even frightening several NPCs, someone finally realized the trick. The best way to stop a paranoid person from being paranoid in the shortest time is to give them a huge amount of work, keeping them so busy they have no time to think. The essence of the Cthulhu mythos is that the more you fear, the more you think, and the more you think, the more afraid you become, attracting the evil spirits lurking in the shadows. Their inspiration increases, and the effect of protecting the people's ignorance gradually disappears. Therefore, simply telling NPCs don't think, don't be afraid will have the opposite effect. This is where cute sheep often come in handy. The adorable black-nosed sheep has no offensive power other than being cute, even a powerful head, but only feels like being brushed against by a cat. But it's precisely because of this harmless nature, coupled with their irresistibly cute appearance, that they become the best tools to divert the attention of NPCs in a dangerous state. Just one sheephead but is enough to draw the attention of these adorable creatures, leaving their minds blank except for the cute bleating of the little lambs. If that's not enough, add a cuteness overload. A lamb with a face so dark you can't even see its features sticks out its pink tongue. Basically, no one can remain preoccupied with any unseen, inexplicable, unknown terror when faced with this heart-melting scene. When you gaze into the abyss, and the abyss gazes back at you, blinking its big round eyes, then sticks out its tongue, meows, or bleats, the atmosphere instantly changes. When the NPC's tension is relieved by the cute creatures, their dangerous state is largely eliminated. At this point, subtly guiding them towards rational, materialistic thinking will reduce their inspiration and increase their rationality. Compared to the unseen and intangible monsters, the Earthwrath goat was a better suspect. They were large. Their hooves closely resembled the footprints left on the fields, roads, and house ruins, and they looked somewhat ferocious and voracious. With a real, willing to take responsibility divine pet standing before them, and all the clues matching up, no one bothered to investigate whether there were other suspects. Even the previously perplexing motives were accepted under the hints of the divine messengers. The members of the Merchant Guild simply couldn't resist the allure of the accounting immortal. Chapter 1339. If you were to ask what players excel at most, it would undoubtedly be constantly learning from mistakes, summarizing experiences, and utilizing the successful cases of other players to refine their own methods, striving for even better results in completing tasks. Communication is also abundant among players. Whether it's player forums, private chat, or even various communication software outside the game, most players are happy to share their gaming experiences. Even socially awkward players will use game forums to seek help. Although players initially encountered many setbacks and felt confused while doing tasks, overall they achieved great success, especially in the latter half of the tasks. Their actions became a systematic and formulaic process, almost effortless. Even a slight fluctuation in the stats of any NPC could be quickly resolved. Humans are conformist creatures, naturally needing to seek recognition and belonging within groups. This is an instinct deeply ingrained in their DNA, passed down from ancient times. Therefore, when most people exhibit a calm and cheerful attitude, and uniformly ignore the elephant in the room, the elephant, which shouldn't be there, will slowly disappear from their mental and visual perception. When players surround the NPCs in a dangerous state, eating, drinking, and enjoying lamb, basking in the sun with tropical fruits, completely ignoring the monster lurking in the shadows of the trees 100 meters away, the NPCs, who were initially skeptical and confused about what they were seeing, also relax and believe the reasonable explanations of these clever messengers. Those shadows are just the shadows cast by leaves rustling in the wind and sunlight. There's nothing to be afraid of. What? Strange vines? What you see are just our mounts. Look, those black goat calves with bows tied around their necks. What? You're asking why they're lining up and dancing around the fountain? Hey, you don't understand. This is called a festival parade. On holidays or important days, they ride their large mounts in a line, following the leader, scattering flowers and colorful confetti along the way. It's so much fun. Come on, you got your horse with you, right? Come join us. Octopus? Don't be afraid, that's an adventurer's special ability. Want to see them stack up? Slime? That's the God of Order's pet, it's very cute. Oh, and I have a slime set here, want one? These learned divine messengers had answers to every question and reasonable explanations for every unknown phenomenon. Their words were confident, logical, and convincing. Once the unknown is rationalized, people no longer feel fear. Instead, they feel a deep reverence for the divine messengers and the Earth Mother. The Earth Mother was very satisfied with this outcome. This silent night, our losses are the fewest in all our years. The adventurers, unrestricted by the fool's plan, were free to roam in the silent night. They subdued most of the monsters that attempted to cause trouble on this special day, defeated or drove away the evil god's minions, and thwarted their plans to wreak havoc in the city and draw attention to their existence. But I feel like those adventurers aren't quite done yet. Mou couldn't help but twitch his lips. Indeed, when those monsters and evil god's minions realized they were facing tens of thousands of adventurers flooding into the southern continent, anyone with a modicum of intelligence went into flight mode, hiding, fleeing, being killed. By the latter half of the night, it was practically a carpet search by dozens of adventurers chasing and killing a single monster, and there weren't even enough rewards to go around. These fourth calamities, eager to complete the quest, were like a locust swarm. When their numbers grew large enough, they were terrifying. Fortunately, the native NPCs were sound asleep on the quiet night, having drunk potions, otherwise they would have been scared half to death by these players. Fortunately, there was still the Fool's Project, to allow players to continue completing quests, preventing them from having traveled all that way for nothing. As for the rewards, the regional reputation system, which is free, is given out casually. Players who accumulate enough reputation to qualify for shopping then have to rush to spend money to buy the mushroom pet. It's practically a free lunch, a double gold coin recovery plan, and yet, the players still have to thank us and praise our limited time event. Of course, the players didn't lose out either. They had fun, fought monsters, harvested a bunch of polluting materials, and under the guise of settling accounts, they skimmed off a lot of vegetables, fruits, grains, and fodder from the merchants, making a fortune and earning reputation to buy the pets they've been dreaming of. Their game experience was absolutely top-notch. The only one truly fleeced, the Earth Mother of all spirits, was also very happy. Most of the people believe the adventurer's explanations. My faith is abundant, my foundation is solid, and my followers are safe and sound. Shub's attempt to shake my foundation this night has completely failed, and the Southern Continent Merchant Guild has also had the opportunity to settle accounts. Mou paused. Wait a minute, are you really going to use this as an excuse to settle the accounts? The Earth Mother of all spirits winked at him, chuckled. This is a fantastic idea delivered right to our doorstep. How could we miss it? As for the few fruits and vegetables the adventurers took, that's nothing. Overall, the profits far outweigh the costs this time. We made a killing. Mou couldn't help but twitch his lips again, then he noticed the strangeness in the Earth Mother's words. You said, Shub tried to shake your foundation? The Earth Mother of all spirits didn't shy away from the question, stating frankly, yes, the people of Southern Continent are my foundation is my believers, my countless children, the vibrant lives on this land. The countless lives, the countless souls of Southern Continent, are my foundation. Using living people as your foundation? Mou paused, but people's understanding of gods is incredibly diverse. Aren't you afraid of being corrupted? People's understanding of gods is incredibly diverse, but people's understanding of Mother is largely the same. The all-powerful Earth Mother answered kindly, I wish to be the mother they envision, even if their imagination differs slightly from mine. This slight difference is not a stain, but rather people's expectations, prayers, and blessings for me. I gladly accept their prayers, evolving according to their will, and the teachings I have given to the Earth Mother Church will be deeply engraved in their hearts. As long as I have believers, I will never perish. Chapter 1340. Mou was deeply moved. Since arriving in this strange world, he had heard different people offer different theories on becoming a god. Some said to uphold one's true self and adhere to one's principles. Others chose to abandon themselves and drift with the tide. The Earth Mother, however, had cultivated a more towering, eternally remembered image for herself, unconcerned that she would eventually become her form. Each choice likely had its advantages and disadvantages. It was difficult to say whose approach was absolutely correct. The path to godhood was long and arduous. For endless lifespan, readily available wealth, immense power, and overwhelming strength surpassing most living beings, some could unhesitatingly abandon all their conscience, while others sacrificed everything to become their ideal self. Understanding of gods is diverse. Understanding of mothers is largely the same. Mou repeated the Earth Mother's words, feeling at this moment the warm divine light emanating from her. Indeed, regardless of the world, race, skin color, hair color, or language, and regardless of whether each person has a happy family, the image of a mother remains almost universally consistent in the eyes of the world, loving, tolerant, sometimes strict, yet always possessing boundless love for her children. In times of crisis, even the most frail woman can unleash immense strength, stepping forward for her children, willing to give everything, even sacrifice everything to protect them. This impression is so deeply ingrained, it is etched into people's very being. Those who have experienced maternal love naturally engrave this love in their hearts, while those who lack maternal love unconsciously seek out those who embody the role of a mother in their lives. So much so that even now, if a fellow healer in a game is a burly, bald, super strong man with triceps bigger than his head, cries of "Mommy, save me!" still echo throughout the team. Call it a stereotype, or perhaps an aura of divine intervention. Once someone is labeled mother, people's impressions of them are drastically altered. This is the Earth Mother's greatest strength. The All-Spirit Earth Mother uses her followers as the foundation of her existence, establishing a cloud disk outside herself using their memories and impressions. Her doctrines, and the established image of the Mother, are the continuously operating basic program within this cloud disk. The follower's faith constantly powers the image within this foundation, feeding back to the Earth Mother herself. The Earth Mother can then use this unchanging cloud data to correct and override her consciousness, which has been corrupted and modified by the Black Goat. The cheat code that all-powerful Earth Mother used to deal with Shub Nicholas was the very essence of her own existence, the ideal image she had set from the very beginning when she adopted the name All-Powerful Earth Mother. She wanted to be the mother of all living beings on Earth. Women are born with the ability to create life, yet they are also burdened by the curse of childbirth. For a long time, people have mistakenly regarded childbirth as the sole meaning of a woman's existence, even treating them as playthings and tools for reproduction. But I believe that a woman's true strength does not come from childbirth, but from her inner self. Passing on education, protecting loved ones, showing tolerance and compassion, sacrificing oneself, and empathizing with all things, these are all our innate strengths, yet now they are equated with the symbol of mother. All-powerful Earth Mother said with a wicked smile. And I merely exploited people's stereotypes. No one knows that I have never truly given birth to a child in my entire life. She looked at the bewildered Lord and winked playfully at him. My body is inherently flawed, incapable of bearing children. The 20-odd children I'm said to have are all adopted. However, my love for them, and their love for me, will not diminish in the slightest. As long as I cherish the world I love, I can become the mother of all things, the true mother of all spirits. Shub Nicholas is nothing but a lump of flesh with endless reproductive power. She understands nothing of the true meaning of motherhood. Hearing some rumors about me, she gleefully came to devour me, trying to make me nourish her for further division and reproduction. She wants her heartless, selfless, ugly fleshy offspring to spread throughout the world, but I will never allow such a thing to happen. Mou looked at her with awe. I always thought you were a traditional woman. It seems my understanding was somewhat shallow. Those are all rumors spread by the Church of Light, said Mother Earth of all spirits. After the Church of Light occupied the southern continent, their gods saw through my schemes. Perhaps it's because my methods are somewhat similar to those of the God of Light. However, the irony is that while the god certainly had discerning eyes, and saw through many of my plans, he himself didn't grasp the key to this method. To have a living foundation, there must be a fixed image that everyone accepts. Without a benchmark, the foundation vanishes, and one can only be swayed by the faith of believers. The Church of Light knows that my strength comes from my believers, but my weakness also lies with them. It's so easy to slander a woman. Haven't you cleared your name? Mou asked. My most loyal believers know what kind of person I am, and what kind of mother I aspire to be. The Earth Mother of all spirits looked at him lovingly. They are my true anchor and foundation. As for those rumors from the outside world, you can't kill them all, you can't eradicate them completely. The more attention you give them, the wider they will spread. I only let the Chamber of Commerce deal with the rumors that truly harm me. As for those rumors that I have many children and grandchildren, that I'm traditional and conservative, they don't affect me. They might even attract some traditional and conservative believers for me, so I never paid them any attention. I haven't even considered this little bit of pollution. The pollution from believers is indeed terrible, but besides the foundation, God still has ways to counteract it. Mou's eyes lit up. What method? A strong heart and unwavering faith. The contamination of believers is nothing more than the noise and gossip of the outside world. As long as the heart is like a clear mirror, it will naturally remain untainted. The Earth Mother replied, the foundation is an external aid to a God, but a truly powerful God, even without a foundation, should not be easily swayed by those external thoughts. Unless? The Earth Mother pondered for a moment, then said, unless their hearts are empty, they have nothing, and they never know what they are persisting in, what they are pursuing.